Ryan, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Two won't ever dare to do it again. I was wrong, I really was wrong. You do not understand that you were wrong. You only understand that you are about to die. In the year 1520 of the Hyuan calendar on the East Sea in Shell's town, the weather was clear. A few white clouds hung in the sky, a gentle breeze drifted by, and in the air there lingered a faint scent of bloodshed. Today was truly a fine day for carrying out justice. At the mouth of a slightly secluded alley piled high with unwanted junk stood two people. One was a blonde punk kneeling on the ground and pleading for mercy. The other was the military-capped youth called Ryan, holding up a revolver and aiming it at the blonde's head. The blonde was named Barumabur, the only son of Monka, the princeling of Shell's town. He never leashed his dogs, never paid for his meals, swaggered about in tyranny, and committed every imaginable misdeed. At the mere sight of his shadow, the residents would detour to avoid him. Yet this very princeling was now pathetically kneeling on the ground, begging for his life, snot and tears streaming down his face as the muzzle of a gun pressed against his head. A scene that should have appeared only in dreams had truly unfolded in reality. Ryan, gun in hand, stood tall and straight, a military cap upon his head, his face lowered just enough that his features were obscured. Barumabur's eye sockets felt as if they were about to split. He shook his head again and again. No, it's not like that. I beg you, spare me. Of course I can. Ryan's voice was soft, even laced with a distinct hint of amusement. And yet, why then was he still loading bullets into the revolver? Barumabur was scared out of his wits, his entire body trembling. After Ryan filled the revolver bullet by bullet, he flicked off the safety, the corner of his mouth curving upward. If all 6 of the bullets jam in the chamber, then that will mean the heavens wish me to spare you. Barumabur sobbed and shook his head. No, you can't. If you kill me, my father Monka will beat you to death. Don't worry. I'll send him to meet you very soon. I won't let you wait long. Ryan lifted the brim of his cap, revealing a pair of smiling eyes beneath. Barumabur's pupils shrank violently. No. Bang. A gunshot echoed through the alley. Barumabur's head snapped back toward the sky, blood seeping from the hole in the center of his brow, staining the ground beneath him red. He was dead. Didn't even survive a single shot. Seems the heavens wished to take you after all. Ryan removed his cap and tossed it aside. It happened to land squarely over Barumabur's wide-eyed, unaccepting face. His true appearance was revealed: a head of messy, slightly fluffy hair interwoven with black and white, half-veiling jet-black eyes. His side profile was sharp, as if carved by a blade, his skin a cool pale shade. At the same time, a neutral mechanical voice rang out in his mind, accompanied by a virtual display unfolding before his eyes. Ding. Justice execution successful. Reward veteran gunner. Ding. First execution of justice. You have obtained a critical reward, premium sharpshooter. The moment the voice sounded, Ryan felt changes coursing through his body. It was as though a warm current poured into his limbs, bringing with it countless repetitions of muscle memory. His 5 senses sharpened. A clear spring seemed to flow through his mind, bringing clarity and a cool, refreshing chill. Things he had never practiced suddenly became as natural as breathing. Whoa, this feeling is almost intoxicating. Ryan tilted his head back and closed his eyes, quietly savoring the changes in his body, the corners of his mouth lifting of their own accord. Wonderful. At last he too had become a cheat-enabled youth. He had a secret he had hidden for many years, and that was, he was a transmigrator. 8 years ago he had come to this world, his soul entering the body of a 10-year-old child who had died during a pirate raid. He lived on, but the cheat had not arrived. Afterward, he followed the Marines to Shell's town, and there he learned that this was the world of One Piece. The problem was that his memories of One Piece stopped around the Marineford War and Dressrosa arc. In his mind, there were only fragments, catchphrases, memes, half-remembered theories, and impressions, nothing truly reliable. At 15, he joined the Marines, becoming a third-class seaman. During that time, luck favored him. He rendered a few minor meritorious services and was gradually promoted to corporal. Just as his days had grown comfortable, it was as if the heavens suddenly remembered they had a grandson stranded in another world. Thus, 3 days ago on his 18th birthday, he received a gift. A system. It was called the Justice Triumph System. Its function was simple and brutal, so simple it needed no manual. Kill evildoers, receive rewards. The heavier their sins, the better the prize. To test it, he had taken advantage of the current chaos to kidnap Barumabur today. The results so far were quite satisfactory. There was also a simple system panel. Host Nokiti Ryan. Age 18. Height 180. Weight 72. Passive novices, lucky period active. Skills sharpshooter, elite, physical combat veteran, fishing technique apprentice. Evaluation, not worth evaluating. He had grown so weak that even the system could not be bothered to comment, but it did not matter. Now that he had the cheat, everything would come in time. Once constrained by his limited strength, despite having ambition, he had planned to muddle through life in the East Sea, eating and waiting for death. But now that the system had descended, everything was no longer the same. I will command all the armies under heaven. Lyon made a firm resolve in his heart. To live an utterly mediocre life in this world would be a complete waste. Setting aside the matter of commanding armies for now, he had something more immediate to deal with. Someone will collect your corpse, go in peace. Lyon holstered his revolver, lowered his head to glance at Baru Mabwa, and shook it slightly. He had known Baru Mabwa before, but not as the person he had become now. The turning point had come 3 years ago when the boy's father became a branch colonel. From then on, the boy dared to shout at even him, treating him like some private soldier. If death were not his, then whose would it be? Lyon withdrew his gaze, shoved both hands into his pockets, and turned to leave the alley. Behind him lay a corpse that could not die in peace and a military cap with no owner. It was not over yet. Now he was going to deal with the greatest villain in Shell's town, Monka. Today happened to be a very special day. It seemed to mark the beginning of the Pirate King's tale. This very morning, Luffy had brought Zoro here and caused a great uproar, defeating Monka and plunging Shell's town into chaos. As expected of the protagonist of this world, Luffy had effortlessly seized his attention, and Lion's heart could not help but stir with excitement. Excitement was excitement. Lyon stepped out of the alley's mouth. The sky was a clear, deep blue, and the sunlight was brilliant. If he were to cut Luffy down, who knew what treasure might drop? Though at the moment Luffy's sin value should not be very high. The one with the highest sin value in Shell's town was still Monka. At this moment he was shackled in the plaza under naval guard, awaiting transfer to prison. That would not do at all. The corners of Lyon's lips curled slightly as he stepped out from the shadows, sunlight spilling across his body. If they took Monka away, who would I use to farm my rewards? He had to be killed by my hand. On the way to take down Monka, Ryan changed into a white hoodie that read Justice on the back, striding confidently down the street, turning heads. Whoever saw him couldn't help but praise the spirited young man. Unfortunately, as a Navy officer of his rank, he was not authorized to don the mantle of justice, which would have made him even more imposing. Brother Ryan. A little girl came running towards him from a distance, her cheeks flushed. Lily, aren't you helping out at the shop? Ryan quickened his pace. He recognized the little girl Lily, whose mother was named Lily. Lily had once taken him in when he was nothing but a small, dirty child, helping him through his toughest times. He often visited her flower shop to chat, and he had watched Lily grow up. She was now 13 years old. No, I just came to take a look. Hey, Brother Ryan, don't ask. Lily stopped in front of Ryan, her expression shifting slightly as she chuckled awkwardly. Ryan hesitated, then quickly let it go. As for the little girl's affairs, asking too much would make her shy, but a brief word of advice wouldn't hurt. Ryan crouched down, placing a hand on Lily's shoulder, and said seriously, you must tell your mother about this. Oh, fine. Lily lowered her head. If her mother found out, she would worry. However, since Brother Ryan said so, she reluctantly agreed. Okay, let's go buy ice cream. Ryan smiled, patted Lily's head, and placed a few hundred berry in her hand. Lily accepted it, then curiously asked, Brother Ryan, where are you going? I'm going to the square to take a look, to see if there was an opportunity to eliminate Monka. Upon hearing this, Lily's expression tightened, and she hurriedly said, Brother Ryan, you mustn't go. What's wrong? Ryan raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Lily looked at Ryan anxiously, explaining, I just came back from the square. I saw Monka. He's getting restless and might break free. Lily's worried demeanor was somewhat adorable, her little face flushed, resembling her mother. As for Monka breaking free, what a stroke of good fortune. Monka fled the port and drowned. Ryan smirked, ruffling Lily's hair, then stood up. Little Lucky Star has brought good news. Good news? Lily asked, confused. Monka was the tyrant of the town, incredibly powerful, able to fight many alone. Brother Ryan was not his match. How could a dangerous situation be considered good news? Ryan gently reassured her, you go back to the flower shop. Oh, I understand this matter. Leave it to me. I will take down Monka. After a lengthy explanation, he managed to calm Lily down and send her back to the shop. As for him, he naturally had to head to the square. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. Wasn't the chaos just waiting for him to strike? How could such good fortune be bad news? Rewards. Here I come. Ryan couldn't suppress his smile, hastily making his way to the square, feeling that walking was too slow. He even started to run. Monka, I must meet you running. Laughing as he ran, his smile so bright that passers-by on the street couldn't help but marvel. Laughing as he ran, his smile so bright that passers-by on the street couldn't help but marvel. After being defeated by Luffy and his crew, Monka was arrested for his atrocities, and Colonel Lipa reported to the headquarters, awaiting the Navy's higher-ups' decision. However, it seemed they could not wait for the headquarters to send someone over. A Navy officer aimed a flintlock at Monka, shouting loudly, Monka, what do you want? Stop right there. Otherwise, we might not be able to restrain ourselves from killing you. Around 6 or 7 Navy officers also aimed their guns at Monka. Though they said this, none dared to pull the trigger, and Monka's struggles became increasingly fierce. Sizzle, a bunch of rabble. How dare you treat me like this? I am the king of Shell's town. Monka growled, the iron chains tightening from his struggles, revealing cracks, while the wooden post made cracking sounds. Captain, what should we do? First, notify Colonel Lipa. Suddenly the force increased, drastically causing the post to be the first to give way. Monka let out a roar to the sky, and the wooden post actually broke in half with a crack. Boom. After breaking free from the chains, Monka swung the axe in his arm, shattering the chains, his eyes blood-red like a beast. I will execute all of you, not leaving a single one. Monka roared at the surrounding navy, his giant axe gleaming with a cold light, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He really broke free. Damn it, hurry and notify Colonel Lipa. Can we really stop him? The surrounding navy turned pale, their fear of Monka rekindled. No one dared to be the first to pull the trigger and take the lead. No one dared to face the tyrant who had ruled Shellstown for 3 years. There was no one in town who wasn't afraid of him, not even the navy, nor even his own son. A bunch of ungrateful bastards. Who do you think you are? All of you will be executed. All executed. Was impossible. Better run first. He was cruel, but not brainless. If he waited for the navy to arrive, he would become a sieve. Monka had already set his sights on a target. It was a rookie soldier who had once been so scared of him that he wet his pants, hence he had a bit of an impression. Confirming the target, he charged towards the rookie, his massive frame kicking up dust with each step. Damn. What I thought would happen did happen. The rookie's pupils trembled, Monka's figure growing larger in his eyes, as if the earth was shaking and the wind was howling. So frightened that he kept retreating, wetting himself in the process. Raise your gun. From behind someone shouted this, and the rookie instinctively raised his flintlock at Monka, his finger poised on the trigger. But facing Monka's fierce charge, he couldn't help but tremble all over his shaking finger, unable to pull the trigger. Shoot. Fire. A Navy officer shouted loudly, and the surrounding Navy awoke from their stupor, all firing at Monka. Bang. 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 A series of bullets flew out of the barrel, successfully hitting the air around Monka, which was indeed overly kind shooting. Monka charged forward despite the kind shooting closing in on the trembling Navy officer in less than 5 meters, looking like he was about to close in. Oh. If I die, at least I take one with me. The rookie went all in, letting out a roar, closing his eyes as he pulled the trigger. Bang. Whoosh. After the gunshot, the surroundings fell silent with only the sound of gasps left. After the silence, there was an eruption. The Navy cheered. My God. You hit him. He really did it. What? I succeeded. I did it. The rookie couldn't believe it, slowly opening his eyes. He saw Monka kneeling on the ground, blood flowing from his right eye, soaking his entire face. Clearly the bullet had entered through his right eye, reaching the brain, a fatal blow. The rookie swallowed, unable to hide his ecstatic expression. This is my doing. I am a hero. But before he could finish, the surrounding Navy erupted in cheers. As expected of Corporal Ryan. Simply incredible. Who knew the corporal had such a hidden skill? There's no second one in all of Shellstown. Corporal Ryan. The Navy suddenly turned around, realizing that not far behind Ryan was holding a flintlock, smoke still rising from the barrel. It was him. He did all of this. Ding. Justice executed successfully. Slayed the notorious villain. Ryan suppressed the corners of his mouth, casually tossing the flintlock to a Navy officer as he strode forward. Looking at the dazed rookie, he frowned and slapped his cap off. The rookie didn't dare to speak. What kind of hero are you? Hero. You didn't even load your gun and wanted to shoot. You should have practiced more regularly. It's just like aiming for your vital spots. Aye. The rookie lowered his head and fell silent because he truly hadn't loaded his gun. No wonder there was no recoil. He thought it was an awakened talent. Get out of the way. Ryan pushed the Navy officer aside, his gaze coldly sweeping over the others, feeling frustrated. And you all, every single one of you, shot at the air. Were you trying to suffocate Monka or conquer the air? Ding. Justice executed successfully. The brutal warlord who ruled the town has been eliminated, ensuring the safety of the lives of weaker comrades. Reward: excellent standard saber 1 premium weapon chest, to choose 1 from 4. Ding. The new player lucky period in effect successfully executed justice, triggering a special reward: rare ancient saber soul. Wow, what a high drop rate. Monka, your death was worthwhile. It was not in vain that I rushed over to kill you. However, the ancient saber. What should I do with it? Is this still one piece? Ryan suppressed the excitement and slight hesitation in his heart. Although he wanted to check immediately, he knew now was the time to maintain the dignity of a corporal. Don't just look at me as a mere corporal. Wasn't Liu Bang just a village chief when he started out? You all possess extraordinary skills, not ordinary people. You miss targets at close range. Your bullets hit the air. You fire without chambering. Tell me honestly, are you really still human? Every time I talk to you, you don't listen, treating it as if it were just wind in your ears. I'm afraid to say too much lest I catch you a cold. So are you human or not? Not a single one is human. After such a scolding, the Navy crew lowered their heads in shame. Stifling laughter. I don't know why, but every time they heard Corporal Ryan's reprimands, they felt both ashamed and amused. Ryan rubbed his forehead. These guys were completely extraordinary in the Navy elite on the sea. None of them were human. Finally, Lieutenant Colonel Lipa rushed over in a panic. Now that Monka is gone, he is the highest authority in the Zierzi Navy branch, wielding great power. Lipa, with his dark skin dressed in a Navy uniform and wearing a standard military cap, appeared honest and down-to-earth. In his relief, he learned that it was Ryan who had shot Monka, ensuring the safety of the other Navy personnel, and he grasped Ryan's hand, expressing his heartfelt admiration and praise. "Ryan, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. I can feel your heart of justice, and I will ensure you have a better platform." Lieutenant Colonel Lipa: "I merely did what a Navy soldier should do in upholding justice. It's not something to boast about." Ryan freed his hand from Lipa's grip, saluted, and responded seriously. He had reached a point where he could accept such light praise without any emotional disturbance. The more humble he remained, the more satisfied Lipa became with Ryan. Indeed, a righteous Navy warrior. Back when he was still a major, Lipa noticed Ryan, only 15 years old, who was standing out in the ranks as he sought soldiers. Though his body was frail, his eyes seemed to burn with a flame, reflecting a resolute and pure soul eager for a baptism of justice. What reason was there to refuse such a youth? Looking back now, that once frail boy had grown taller and strong. Lipa had many times considered promoting Ryan, but the power of the Zierzi Navy branch was tightly held in Monka's hands, and he could only assist Ryan in ascending to corporal. But now, with Monka gone, the righteous warrior could finally shine. Lipa restored his serious expression, his gaze. "Ryan, I want to recommend you to the headquarters for further training. The branch just happens to have a spot available. What do you think?" This was said in front of the present Navy personnel, with no doubts about Ryan's qualifications. After all, everyone had witnessed Ryan's efforts and actions over the past 3 years. If not for Monka's suppression, he could have gone to the headquarters long ago. For Ryan, yes, definitely. The pirates of the East Sea had been swept clean by Carp, leaving only a few missed. The Grand Line is where one can truly shine. Ryan's expression was stern, embodying a sense of righteousness. "I am willing. I want to make a greater contribution to justice and execute justice. Justice will prevail." "Wonderful. I truly did not misjudge you." Lipa was so moved he nearly burst into tears, just short of blowing his nose. Lieutenant Colonel Lipa handled the aftermath, dealing with Monka's body and reducing subsequent impacts, as well as contacting the headquarters. Regarding Ryan shooting Monka, it was not only not a mistake, but also a great achievement, which would be noted for future recognition. The body of Barumabur was discovered, but no investigation yielded anything, and it was brushed aside. Monka's death stirred up the entire Zierzi town. Everyone was cheering, having freed themselves from the tyrant's rule, hailing Ryan as a hero. Meanwhile, Ryan, who had done all this, was sitting on the rooftop of the base, basking in the sun, a smile evident on his face. Excellent standard saber, comparable in quality to a good quick blade, quite nice. The weapon chest, offering a choice among 4 options, is not what Ryan perceives as weapons, but rather akin to techniques. Inside there are saber techniques, gun techniques, sword techniques, and staff techniques. With an excellent standard saber and the ancient saber soul, what else would he need to say about his choice? Ryan chose the saber technique, which had no name, merely a book of unnamed saber techniques, filled with fundamentals. The premium selection would not be so simple. After making his choice, Ryan directly integrated the fundamental saber techniques. While others spent over a decade struggling for superficial foundations, Ryan opted for a systematic boost, establishing a solid foundation. The difference was evident. The ancient saber soul is exactly what Ryan envisioned, similar to the ancient saber from the game Dynasty Warriors. It is not an item, but rather akin to a buff that directly integrates into the weapon. Basic effect: amplifies normal attack damage, significantly improves the quality of the weapon it is embedded in. Special effect: deals 1 damage to enemies in vulnerable or exposed states. 1 is multiplicative. How can it be this powerful? Need I say more? Positive feedback is given. He drew out the excellent standard saber, the blade wide, thick, and long, tapering from the tip down to the guard, heavy, resemble. Need I say more? Positive feedback is given. He drew out the excellent standard saber, the blade wide, thick, and long, tapering from the tip down to the guard, heavy, resembling a machete. He took out the rare ancient saber soul, a mini version of the ancient saber, affixed it to the blade of the saber, and the mini ancient saber merged into it. This excellent quality saber underwent a super evolution. Its color turned to dark blue, and while its form remained unchanged, it felt entirely different in hand. It felt as if an invisible force was surging, giving Ryan the illusion that if he grasped the flaw in the air, he could slice it in an instant. Having significantly raised its quality, this excellent standard saber currently had the quality of a great blade at 21 levels under system assessment. This is no longer a simple standard saber, it needs a new name. After pondering, he decided to name it Justice. I am not good with words, I'll let my justice speak for me. Swish. Ryan slashed horizontally with the saber, the blade slicing through the air, steady by his side, emitting a faint hum as it moved. As if extending his limbs, the techniques from the fundamental saber skills felt etched into every muscle, requiring no excessive thought. The blade in hand had already slashed out. This feeling. Ryan slowly closed his eyes. His heart moved, his hands moved, the saber moved, the blade swung back and forth in the air, each cut steady, each slash sharp. Swish! Suddenly a slash was directed at his side. The speed was so swift that only a flash of cold light could be seen as the blade came to a stop. Ryan opened his eyes, hearing a voice next to him. "You truly are not as simple as you appear, Noctis Ryan." The Navy Headquarters Marineford. Colonel Monka of the East Sea Branch 153 reported tyranny in joint name and was killed by the Navy in the base. "Isn't Carp on vacation in the East Sea? Let him go." "Huh? How did he go on vacation again?" "At Lobetown in the East Sea on the rooftop of the Navy base. You are indeed not as simple as you appear, Norkdy Lane." "Oh." Lane held the sword Justice, resting it against the neck of the man in Navy uniform. This Navy had brown curly hair and an unremarkable face, but his sharp eyes were exceptionally fierce and full of spirit, enhancing his appearance. Standing about 1.9 meters tall, he was quite muscular and appeared to be in his early 20s. Lane didn't care about these details. He did not respond to what the Navy said, his eyes flashing with wicked amusement. "Why didn't you dodge?" "Because I didn't react in time." At least he was quite honest. "All right, tell me what brings you here." Lane chuckled lightly, casually putting away Justice and placing it on the wooden barrel beside him. He had absolute confidence that without the sword he still had an American-style Iato technique. A 0.5 seconds was enough to empty a magazine. Upon careful observation of this Navy, his appearance was indeed unremarkable. Among a crowd, he would be completely unnoticeable, incomparable to Lane's striking looks. He had a revolver and a short knife at his waist, scars on his chest and neck, and a piece missing from his left ear. Although he was wearing a Navy uniform, he gave Lane a sense of incongruity, feeling out of place. The Navy shook his head and replied, "No, I just came to take a look and happened to see your superb swordsmanship. I was a bit curious." After saying this, the inquisitive Navy narrowed his gaze, simply watching Lane. "I want to see if the hero who saved Shellstown will become the next villain. I hope you understand, after all, I am also here at someone's request." "Someone's request, huh? Interesting." Lane sat on the wooden barrel in a thunderous pose, propping his face with his hand, wearing a teasing smile. "So how do you feel now?" The Navy remained silent for a moment, shaking his head. "For now, I will withhold my judgment." Lane's expression changed to an impassive one. Another withholding of judgment. But it didn't matter if he chose not to comment, so be it. Eventually, he would be shocked into silence. Based on Lane's years of experience at sea, this person was clearly a shady character. He somewhat resembled a bounty hunter. If he was a bounty hunter and was here at someone's request. Lane narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "You're not here to kill Monka, are you?" The Navy showed no surprise and admitted, "Yes, someone paid me to come kill him." Lane's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect someone else wanted to compete for Monka's head, and they were paying. It was really difficult to monopolize the experience. However, Lane lightly tapped the wooden barrel, pondering. Paying to take a life was an unjust act. Eliminating him might even yield an additional reward. With that thought, Lane's gaze narrowed slightly. "I guess Monka's head is worth 100 berries, right? If there's an extra 10,000 after, that'll kill him." The Navy shook his head, responding under Lane's hopeful gaze. "It's 86 berries plus 3 gene of water fish." Lane fell silent. 86 berries, 3 gene of water fish. That sounds like a righteous man. What can 86 berries do? You can't even buy a gene of oranges, a bottle of cola. You can't even buy rice. It would be a nuisance to keep in your pocket. And to this seemingly righteous Navy, it could buy Monka's head. The head of the tyrant who ruled Shellstown for 3 years, the life of a colonel from the Navy branch. "I see." Lane lowered his gaze, unsure of how to place his hands. It could have been 100, 200, 1,000, 2,000. But it was just 86 berries and 3 gene of water fish. Could someone really kill Monka for 86 berries? Yes. It suggests that what he cared about was not just 86 berries, but also 3 gene of water fish. But rather about the person who offered that amount. This righteous hunter had no hint of other emotions, just plain calmness. Perhaps he sensed Lane's thoughts or simply wanted to explain. "It's not cheap, that's all that family could offer." Was this 86 berries and 3 gene of water fish really all that family could afford? They were the impoverished. Lane remained silent for a long time, finally lifting his head to look at the righteous man who had an otherwise unremarkable appearance. In that moment, he looked more handsome than he had just gotten out of the bath. A sense of admiration for this person rose within him. For the sake of the impoverished common folk daring to harbor the intention to kill a branch colonel, he was a true hero, a chivalrous man. Seeing Lane fall silent, the righteous man put his hands in his pockets. "If you want to arrest me, you'll take my leave." Lane made no move. The righteous man turned around, and just a few steps and a sound of slicing air came from behind. The righteous man extended his hand to catch it, glancing at the object in his hand. A bottle of Plon wine. Looking at Lane, Lane also held a bottle, tilting his head to gesture for him to sit on the nearby wooden barrel. The righteous man stared at the wine in his hand, pondering for a moment. Pooey sat down with a snap, popped the cap, and took a huge gulp, letting out a satisfying sound. Ah, the familiar taste. Lane followed with a sip and smiling lightly asked, Hero, I still don't know your name. My name is Zophie Makiach. Zophie. The righteous man, or Zophie, seemed to be quite forthright, perhaps due to the wine, as he readily revealed his name. Zophie. Isn't that the name of that esteemed person? Could it be? What's wrong with you? Zophie, unable to comprehend Lane's gaze, asked in confusion. Given the invitation to drink, this was a potential friend. Lane suppressed his inner surprise and asked, Are you a human form? What form? Zophie tilted his head. It's nothing. Lane felt disappointed. It seemed he wasn't. But Ultraman definitely existed. The two of them sat on the barrel, drinking, perfectly able to gaze upon the vast sea. Lane looked at the sea, sipping his drink, a light smile gracing his lips, his gaze fixed on the distant ocean. I really like staying here watching the sea. He didn't like drinking, but he could drink for Zophie. Zophie had already emptied more than half the bottle, showing no signs of change on his face, as if he were drinking water. It's quite leisurely. This kind of life isn't bad. Yes, quite leisurely. Lane lowered his eyelids, his gaze unclear while his sight drifted further away. The sea was always so vast, so boundless, it wouldn't change because of who came or who didn't. The air fell silent once again. Zophie's eyes narrowed and his mood was good with wine. Zophie. Lane suddenly spoke. What is it? Zophie raised his head. What is your dream? Can you? Lane suddenly asked this question. Dream? What is it? Zophie held the wine bottle, unable to help but shake his head, a self-deprecating smile appearing. That word seems too distant for me. A so-called dream was okay to think about in dreams. He had completely seen through this world. The world would not change because of whether a person had dreams or not. This vast sea was so large that it could accommodate everything, yet so small that it couldn't contain the youthful blood of a boy. Zophie emptied his wine bottle, leaning against the wall behind him, looking up at the sky. Dreams I forgot, perhaps they disappeared long ago. Now I'm just a drifter, muddled and unaware of where to go. And wanting to assassinate Monka was just a whim. No. Lane denied. You are not a drifter. You are a chivalrous man who helps those in need and draws his sword against injustice. You need not belittle yourself. Helping the weak and helpless villagers, risking life to eliminate the source of tragedy in Shellstown, Monka. Such behavior is truly cool. Hero. Am I? Zophie's gaze was stunned, his eyes carrying a hint of joy at being recognized. Am I truly a chivalrous hero? But, as for saying something about not having dreams, Lane looked direct. A person's dreams never end. A person's dreams never truly end. Zophie was taken aback, remaining silent for a long time before a smile crept onto his lips. I can't believe those words came from your mouth. Ryan, unfazed, explained, I heard it somewhere too, but I can't recall where. I thought it was quite good, so I remembered it. It seems to have originated from this anime, but I've forgotten who said it. It's been too long. Indeed, it's a powerful... Zophie spoke with a tone of reflection. Not bad, huh? Yeah. Zophie shook the bottle. Such words should come from a man of experience in his 30s or 40s. Yet this Navy officer was too young, with the air of naivety written all over his face. Zophie shook the empty bottle. The joy of drinking is always fleeting. Perhaps it was the word hero that stirred a slight ripple in his lifeless heart. I don't know what my dream is anymore. What about you? What is your dream? It was probably something like justice, eradicating pirates, world peace, and so on. Young people are often like this, aren't they? Don't be fooled by his youthful appearance. He was actually 25. Ryan did not immediately reveal his dream. He was deep in thought, not spouting the kind of passionate topic Zophie had anticipated. Instead, freedom. After thinking for so long, his answer was freedom. By the way, does the Navy have anything to do with freedom? Perhaps. Zophie shook his head with a smile. That sounds like something a pirate would say. Ryan denied Zophie's viewpoint. Since when did pirates become synonymous with freedom? Are pirates synonymous with freedom? No, pirates represent chaos. Chaos cannot be equated with freedom. Do not tarnish the word freedom with chaos. Zophie exclaimed in surprise. It seems you have your own understanding of freedom. Think whatever you want, Ryan replied as he stood up. Zophie. My. Zophie looked up, his gaze uncertain. Ryan spoke earnestly, word by word. I will help you regain your dream. What do you mean? Zophie raised an eyebrow, confused. Help me regain my dream. You should accompany me to see the scenery atop the highest peak in this world. Ryan's gaze was resolute, devoid of any hesitation. It was as if he was stating a fact without questioning his ability to achieve it. This was the confidence that comes from youth. The kind of confidence and ambition that is typical for someone of that age. It was so dazzling. Zophie looked at Ryan, whose eyes were ablaze, and found himself slightly evasive, his heart racing. Through Ryan, he seemed to see himself at 18, full of vigor as he stepped into the sea. The confidence of wanting to compete with the heavens. Zophie lowered his eyes, gripping the bottle tightly. What does this mean? Is it an invitation once again from his once passionate 18-year-old self to the now lifeless him? Knowing full well he might crash and bleed, would he still choose to move forward? Zophie looked down at his palm at the bottle in his hand, reflecting the image of his own lifeless existence. I think there can't be a more boring life than this. Zophie raised his head, looking directly at Ryan. All right, let the boring days have a bit more turbulence. Even if it leads to death, it's better than living a dull life. Then let's go find it. Reclaim your dream, and together let's achieve it. Ryan smiled as he extended his arm towards Zophie. My own dream. Zophie grasped Ryan's hand and stood up from the barrel. He looked out from above Ryan's head, gazing at the horizon of the sea. Achieving justice, exterminating pirates, world peace. Yes, just like countless passionate youths, this was indeed his dream from back then. But he never expected that he too had become one of those who once mocked him. Now is it time to make amends with his former. A clear smile appeared in Zophie's eyes. Wonderful. The following morning at the small port of Shellstown, Colonel Ripa and many Navy officers along with Lily and her mother, as well as neighbors close to Ryan, gathered to see them off. After bidding farewell to everyone, Ryan and Zophie boarded a smaller warship and departed. The smaller warship was 8 meters long, used by Ryan to patrol the surrounding waters, and could accommodate 8 people. Having just 2 people aboard was indeed too spacious. Colonel Ripa was still too easygoing. Zophie was skilled with revolvers and daggers. He used the revolver for ranged attacks, the dagger for close combat, and he was also a navigator. Based on the nautical chart given by Colonel Ripa, Zophie glanced at it and understood it thoroughly. He boldly declared they would reach Rogtown in 3 days. Departing from Rogtown, they would follow the Navy from Rogtown to the naval headquarters in the Grand Line Marine Fort. Ryan had great faith in Zophie's navigational skills. Because he could navigate through various seas in the East Blue alone, how could he manage without some skill? However, the more he desired something, the more elusive it became. Some things always go against expectations. For example, where did this strong wind come from? And the currents are joining in on the fun. This is ridiculous. I haven't encountered a storm in my first half of life. Isn't sailing just a matter of wind or rain? Hey, Ryan, did you offend something? So what was expected to take 3 days now had an unknown deadline. Even Zophie wasn't aware of how long it would take. In an unknown sea area, a small warship was sailing through with one side of the sky overcast and the other side clear and sunny. Sunlight poured onto the deck where a drenched Ryan and Zophie stood. A sudden storm had turned them into drenched chickens. Ryan wiped the rain from his face and surveyed his surroundings where everything looked the same, just sea. So where is this? Zophie simply took off his shirt, revealing his muscular build, and responded with a grunt while wiping his face. I don't know. Are we going to die at sea? The food on the ship can last for half a month, and there are plenty of fish in the sea. You won't starve to death. Zophie tossed aside his shirt and returned to the helm, beginning some operations that Ryan couldn't comprehend. Ryan stood silently on the deck for a long time, brushing back his hair. In his mind, he opened the system panel and scrolled down. Length 18, found it. Newbie lucky period active. Ryan, is this what you call luck? System, tell me honestly, have you ever seen luck? 2 days later, Ryan sat limply in the lounge chair, his eyes devoid of light, looking as if his body had been completely drained. Zophie stood at the helm, one hand holding the map and the other gripping the ship's wheel, exuding a reassuring presence. The two of them had drifted at sea for 2 days and nights without encountering a single ship. Fortunately, while passing a small island, Zophie successfully determined their position and found the route to Rogtown again. Indeed, sailing requires a navigator. They would arrive in just half a month. Yes, Colonel Ripa, we will arrive in half a month. All right. We're fine, don't worry. Click. After hanging up the phone, Ryan wearily closed his eyes upon hearing the news. What was supposed to be a 3-day journey turned into torment, as if the heavens were playing tricks on them. With winds and rains along with inexplicable ocean currents, they were thrown off course to a place where even birds wouldn't dare to relieve themselves. For my first time traveling far, it has turned out like this. Ryan gazed at the clear blue sky, his eyes lost in thought, pleading for time to move faster. Hey, wake up, we've spotted pirates. Zophie's voice came through, and Ryan's eyes instantly lit up upon hearing, Pirates! Incoming. Ryan rolled off the lounge chair, kicking it aside, and with a clang he drew the broadsword, named Justice, from the table. With a fierce look he stood on the railing, shouldering Justice, scanning the sea. Where are the pirates? Pirates! Incoming. Ryan rolled off the lounge chair, kicking it aside, and with a clang he drew the broadsword, named, No. At 18, dealing with pirates is far more important than finding a wife. Because I must execute justice. I want to earn system rewards. Ryan was resolute, his killing intent palpable. The mission of executing justice, earning system rewards, could not be paused for a moment. In my eyes, there is no room for evil. So if executing justice is the goal, why do I look like I'm executing a death sentence? Zophie broke out in a cold sweat, left speechless, looking exactly like a villain. Was this hot-blooded youth planning to draw the blood of others to heat himself up? Oh, I see them. Ryan exclaimed joyfully. At the 3 o'clock position of the small warship, not far away, there was a pirate ship over 3 times larger flying a flag with a skull adorned with long horns. Sophie, seasoned by experiences from traveling far and wide, recognized this pirate crew at a glance. The Bison pirate crew, its captain Bull Knight Joff, has a bounty of 7 million berries, while the first mate Bison Coleman has a bounty of 3 million berries with over 100 members in total. Ryan, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why name the pirate crew after the first mate's title? This question left Sophie momentarily silent. Ryan thought Sophie didn't know either, but just as he was about to focus back on the pirate crew, Sophie spoke up. Because the captain is the Bull Knight. What does that mean? Oh. Ryan first felt puzzled, then his pupils constricted sharply, his dark eyes staring intently at Sophie. It couldn't possibly be. Sophie nodded. It's exactly what you're thinking. Ryan fell silent, and so did Sophie, as an eerie quiet enveloped the air. It turns out that this world has other uses for the posterior. An unchanging law. After a prolonged silence long enough to make Sophie uneasy, Ryan finally spoke in a serious tone. Sophie, promised me the posterior must be used for defecation. Nonsense. Sophie suppressed the impulse to kill, Ryan gritting his teeth. Even in death, he wouldn't use his posterior for such things. Ha, just kidding. Ryan chuckled, awkwardly stepping back slightly as he sensed the murderous intent. It was terrifying. Boom. A cannon fired across the vast ocean, launched by the pirate ship. A dark cannonball flew in a parabolic arc, heading straight for the small warship. Boom. The cannonball suddenly exploded midair, producing a loud bang and creating a shockwave. Not bad, your aim is quite accurate, Ryan remarked in surprise. Sophie blew the smoke from the muzzle of his revolver, his expression indifferent, glancing at Ryan without speaking. Hitting a fast-moving cannonball is no simple feat. It requires high-level shooting skills. All right, Sophie is no amateur. He hasn't embarrassed that esteemed figure. It seems that bringing Sophie on board had already exhausted the luck of a novice. All right, Sophie is no amateur. He hasn't embarrassed that esteemed figure. It seems that bringing Sophie on... Ryan raised an eyebrow, a broad grin stretching across his face, and shouted, what else can we do? Do you think I am? Steer the ship closer. The opposing side has quite a number of people. Sophie smirked slightly. Are they coming? A long-lost heated battle. Ryan ignored all that, and no one could stop him from earning system rewards. With the broadsword raised high, its blade glimmered in the sunlight, just like his current heart. A mere few hundred pirates, watch me extinguish them with a single blow. All right, let's go. The small warship turned around, heading straight for the pirates. Seeing that the Navy not only dared to approach, but also to attack, the pirates erupted in continuous laughter. On the deck, a muscular man with horns on his head laughed loudly, his laughter quite peculiar. Huh. A mere patrol team dares to attack us. They truly do not know the meaning of death. The other pirates on deck echoed his laughter, all of them looking eager. Bison, hurry and lead us to annihilate. I can't wait to taste the blood of the Navy. Navy. Hissa. The first mate Coleman, known as Bison, waved his hand and shouted loudly. What's the rush? Isn't it better to wait for them to come and deliver themselves to death? We are the Bison pirate crew. Huh. While the pirates laughed, Ryan and Sophie were drawing closer. As the two approached in the small warship, the pirates not only refrained from firing to stop them, but also yelled and hollered on deck like wild monkeys in spring. Seeing this scene, Ryan was quite surprised and couldn't help but exclaim, the EC pirates have grown so bold, seeing the Navy is like a festival for them. Perhaps they see our ship as small. Sophie replied, one hand steering, while the other expertly loaded bullets into a flintlock, moving faster than ordinary sailors. As the small warship drew closer, Ryan could hear the pirates spouting completely inhuman remarks. He walked from the helm to the bow, standing at the very front. He held Justice the broadsword in one hand, a revolver loaded with bullets strapped to his waist, a manic smile creeping onto his lips. At the helm, Sophie slowed the ship, climbing up the mast after ensuring it could stop steadily, carrying the flintlock on his shoulder, his belt packed with bullets. Oh, this Navy looks so fair-skinned, I like it. Coleman's face turned red when he saw Ryan, his nose snorting hot air. The pirates below teased, even Lord Bison has Captain Joff, yet he's still so greedy. Huh. After all, I also want to experience the thrill of attacking. Impressive, I have no words to say. A group of bastards who don't know their place, go talk to my Justice. The small warship slowly came to a stop, the bow less than 10 meters away from the pirate ship, as Ryan took a few steps back to gain momentum. The cocky Coleman became even more arrogant, directly starting his victory declaration, instructing his subordinates, don't break my toys. Whoever breaks it will become my toy. Understood. Hearing the response from his subordinates, Coleman nodded in satisfaction, lifting a spiked club high and shouting, all right, prepare to board. Before he could finish, a subordinate suddenly exclaimed in horror, look behind. What? Coleman turned around abruptly, seeing a terrifying face and a scene charged with tension. The one he regarded as a pretty boy. Ryan held Justice the chopping sword with both hands, slashing down towards him in midair, his expression fierce and mad, his eyes like those of a hellish demon. You've shown your flaw, pirate. Soul of the Ancient Blade special effect. If the opponent is in a guard or flaw state, damage dealt 1/1 is a multiple. Watch closely, Zophie. This strike will be very satisfying. Huh. Yeah, I am. Before Coleman could finish, Ryan descended with a thunderous crash accompanied by that satisfying strike. Boom. A loud noise reverberated throughout the pirate ship, splintering wood and dust rising. Tin cracks spread across more than half the deck, and even the ship tilted to the side, the residual force toppling nearby pirates. What happened? Are you kidding me? Is this even human? The morale of the pirates was shattered by Ryan's strike, fear spreading among them. A pirate climbed up from the ground, touching his face, which was wet. Is this blood? Another pirate glanced at the yellow, unidentified substance on his body. I've got some yellow stuff here, not sure what it is. The pirates chattered as the dust around Ryan gradually cleared, revealing the scene, without reserve, shocking the pirates. What? Just one strike and turned into meat paste. Ryan stood tall, holding Justice, his gaze fierce. At the same time, a neutral mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Successfully executed, slaying the evil dragon. Young pirates guarding the beauty and justice of the sea. Reward: normal non-slip gloves, X1 non-slip gloves, better grip, exceptional experience. Effect: increases wearing arms attack speed by 5. Oh, this thing is nice, it adds 5 attack speed. Ryan was satisfied now, he could swing his sword faster. The system was quite solid. Everyone was not looking at Ryan, but at the ground beneath him. There was a large pit several meters wide with a pile of Coleman. This was entirely Ryan's fault. Ryan, my bad. Because it was the first time using double burst, he got carried away and failed to control the swing, turning a slash into a smash. The result was, well, there was no saving it. This scene became the most shocking and terrifying image for the pirates present in their lifetime. The first mate Coleman, who had just been bragging with them now. Lord Coleman has been turned into minced meat. That was a pirate with a bounty of 3 million berries. Quick, go summon the captain. At the top of the small warship's mast, that strike was very strong. Zophie was taken aback at the sight. He thought even if it was Monka facing, that strike would leave no complete corpse. Thinking along this line, Zophie couldn't help but sigh that Ryan was too kind, at least leaving a complete corpse for the person. On the deck of the pirate ship, Ryan pretended to take something out of his pocket, but actually produced the non-slip gloves, pure black with openings at the fingertips. After thinking for a moment, he put them on his left hand, just exposing the second joint of his fingers. Hey, it fits well, quite stylish. At that moment, the door to the captain's room at the top of the ship's cabin was flung open with a loud bang, accompanied by a roar. What are you doing? Do you know you're disturbing me? Do you want to die? All the pirates and Ryan Zophie turned to look in the direction of the voice. They saw a muscular man over 2 meters tall with no shirt on. The strong man was also embracing a chubby dark pirate who also had no shirt on and looked quite dependent. Ryan. Worldview reconstruction in progress. Reconstruction failed. You bastard. Ryan's fist clenched unexpectedly, allowing such an eerie scene to enter his mind. Sometimes having too good of eyesight is not a good thing, as it leads to seeing eye-bleeding scenes. Now great, he didn't dare to die, fearing that he'd see it again in a reincarnation, dying with eyes wide open. The pirates pointed at the pile of minced meat, pleading for help from the captain. Captain, the Navy killed Lord Coleman. Look, Lord Coleman is right there. What? Coleman? That lump? Yes. Joff the pirate with a bounty of 7 million berries widened his eyes in disbelief, pointing at the minced meat. What? Coleman? That lump? Yes. Joff the pirate with a bounty of 7 million berries widened his eyes in disbelief, pointing at the minced meat. The pirates looked at each other in confusion. This expression was not right. Moments later, Joff exploded. Coleman. Now it was right. Joff shouted loudly, pointing at Ryan. Everyone attacked together. Kill him. The pirates rushed to attack Ryan, those with guns fired first. Fire. Bang. Arg. A pirate fell to the ground, holding his head, struggling for a moment before dying. Who? Bang. Arg. The pirate who clutched his heart and collapsed, bleeding profusely. Now everyone realized what was happening. There's a sniper. Exactly. Zophie sat at the top of the mast, holding a flintlock, aiming at the many pirates below. The corner of his mouth curled up as he continued shooting. Bang. One shot, one kill. Now Ryan was getting anxious. No, don't aim for the head. Without waiting, Ryan charged towards the nearly 100 pirates in front of him, wielding Justice. They're coming. The pirates shouted, and then fell silent. Bang, 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 bang. A rapid 6-shot barrage erupted in less than 0.5 seconds. The first 6 pirates fell to the ground, each shot hitting their heads. Instant kill. Ding. Slaying the evil ones. Reward: a box of compressed biscuits. Ding. Killing the criminal, an unjust reward. Parachute. Ding. Killing. What's going on? The pirates were completely caught off guard, not even knowing what had happened. American style, Iato, anyone. Ryan threw his revolver, smashing it into a pirate's face. Ouch! Then he charged into the crowd with the chopping, sorta mad grin on his face. At that moment, whoosh! Ryan charged into the crowd like a freight train, blood splattering in his wake. Pirate, die for me! Ryan gripped the justice saber, tightly slicing forward with a swift and precise strike. The pirates had no time to react. Their hesitation became a flaw, and that flaw triggered the soul of the ancient blade. The blade glowed with a dark blue light, triggering a damage increase once more. Whoosh! The blade sliced through, cleaving the pirate and his weapon in two, blood spraying onto the faces of the surrounding pirates. What? He was cut in half. Ding! Slay the wicked and uphold justice. Reward, 3 grenades. The pirates around him were shaking their hands, trembling around their weapons, too afraid to wipe the blood from their faces. A pirate that looked like an elite held back his fear and shouted, "Don't be afraid. He's all alone. If we swarm him." Before he finished, he was shot in the head. "Don't forget about me." On the mast, Zophie smiled, ready to take out anyone who dared to show their face. Panic spread among the crowd. Ryan's blade had cut down half their fighting spirit, and fear was evident in their eyes. Ryan surveyed his surroundings, taking in the terror on the pirates' faces and the numerous mangled corpses on the deck. I might be a bit too excited. The pirates dared not voice their anger toward Ryan, only encircling him without closing in. No one wanted to end up like a pile of mush, unable to even leave a complete corpse. The captain above Ox Knight Yofu couldn't take it anymore. He pushed aside the chubby pirate and leaped down with a large machete. Standing on the deck, he yelled at the pirates, "A bunch of useless fools. You let a single Navy soldier get the better of you." Saying this, he aimed his machete at Ryan. "Whoever can take down that Navy soldier, I'll reward handsomely." Yes, a hefty reward. With the captain backing them, surely brave souls would emerge. The pirates suddenly seemed pumped with adrenaline, crazily charging toward Ryan. "Kill. Cut down that Navy soldier. He's just one person. We have dozens. The advantage is ours." "That's right, let's gather to strike." Ryan, instead of feeling alarmed, was delighted, a cruel smile on his face as he brandished justice against the multitude. With a thud, the deck cracked beneath him as Ryan charged out, slashing directly at the foremost pirate. Whoosh! Splurt! In an instant, the pirate was cleaved in two, blood spraying into the air. Ding! Slay the evil and execute justice. Reward, 1 human skin mask. Ryan didn't pause, turning to slice down another pirate attempting to ambush him. Only attack, no defense. Ooh, unparalleled in the world. Ryan danced like a performer, his long blade swirling like a ribbon among the pirate crowd. Whoosh! 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 The heavy saber was wielded with grace, as if it were an extension of his body. With each strike, the blade flashed, and every pirate nearby fell, the blood splattering as if it were mere water. In no time, over a dozen pirates had fallen under Ryan's blade, while several others were shot in the head. Mangled corpses littered the deck, pooling blood, forming several blood pits, the sky darkening in response, the air thick with the scent of blood. The pirates' psychological defenses were utterly shattered. The remaining 10 or so pirates panicked and fled in all directions. "A demon, he's a demon. Run. Jump into the sea, jump into the sea. Mommy." Useless trash, as expected, no good. Ox Knight Yofu's face darkened, striding forward with his machete in hand. These pirate subordinates were given to him. How good could something given be? He had to rely on himself, and his first mate had turned into a pile of mush, leaving him to pick up the pieces. Not killing this Navy soldier was a grudge he couldn't let go. Ryan ignored the pirates, leaving them to Zophie for precise shooting. The items dropped from the smaller pirates were somewhat underwhelming. Standard fishing rod, standard military knife, Navy cape, shuriken, Ichiraku ramen. Better than nothing, I suppose. Most of the evil points would gather from the pirate captain. Taking him down would surely yield a huge reward. Ryan slung justice over his shoulder, grinning. A pirate with a bounty of 7 million berries is considered above average in the East Sea. Ox Knight Yofu gripped his machete tightly, anger evident on his face. "A nameless little Navy soldier dares to provoke me. Living too impatiently, aren't you? I'll send you down right now." With that, he charged towards Ryan, his large blade swinging menacingly. Ryan gently shook his head, switching to a two-handed grip on his sword. Doesn't understand the gap in strength. Since joining the Navy, he had never let up, training hard every 3 days and pushing himself every 5. Unfortunately, his talent was average, only allowing him to enhance his physical strength a bit. But now that he had the system, can talent compete with system upgrades? If it could, that means he hadn't leveled up enough. Hiya! Yofa leaped high, over 2 meters tall, and weighing over 200 pounds, the machete looking heavy as he aimed a powerful chop at Ryan. One strike could turn a person to mush. So what? Can I avoid his edge? What a joke! Ryan surged forward instead of retreating, keeping pace with his blade. Clang! The blades clashed, sending sparks flying. In an instant, Ryan quickly moved forward, angling his blade so that Yofu's machete fell harmlessly to the side. Bang! The blade embedded into the deck, cracking several meters wide as Yofu's pupils contracted. The seemingly weak frame held immense strength, wielding his finesse with precision like a master swordsman who had practiced for decades. This kid is no ordinary person. He exposed a flaw. Ryan adjusted the angle of his blade, slicing diagonally from the upper left to the lower right, doubling the damage. Splurt. Arg. Blood sprayed forth. Yofu rolled his eyes back, spitting blood, and was sent flying 10 meters to crash onto the deck. This guy is truly strong. Zofi sighed, putting away his flintlock, slinging it over his shoulder, and walked down to regroup with Ryan. Victory was already assured. The isolated pirates had all been shot down by him in under 2 minutes. Ryan walked forward slowly while Yofu struggled. Taking double damage from a single strike, he actually managed to get back up. Indeed, one must never underestimate anyone, even those who seem like cannon fodder. A bounty of 7 million is still too low. Taking one of my strikes and not dying, he must have at least a bounty of 10 million. Before Ryan could finish, Yofu's head tilted and he collapsed. Ryan. Dead. Zofi approached from the direction of the warship, seeing Ox Knight Yofu, who was in a state of uncertainty. Not dead, just unconscious, I believe. Ryan took out a tissue, wiping the blood from his blade, and responded. Zofi spoke calmly. With him as a stepping stone, the journey to the headquarters should go a lot smoother. Who knows? Ryan shrugged, putting away Justice and loading bullets into his revolver. Zofi glanced over, loading bullets at this moment. Does that mean? Bang! A gunshot rang out, blood splattering from the back of Ox Knight Yofu's head, signaling his death. Ryan tucked away his revolver, maintaining a calm expression. Zofi looked astonished. Truly, having killed a captive, isn't the Navy supposed to spare pirate prisoners? Without changing his countenance, he shot and killed the defenseless pirate. It was indeed superb. That's right. Just like that. Pirates, such a vile existence, should be treated this way. Ryan paid no attention to Zofi. He was wholly immersed in his mind as a melodious mechanical voice echoed. Ding. Justice successfully executed. In the name of upholding justice, slay the evil captain of the Lyon pirate ship. Reward: Premium Body Enhancement Potion 1. First kill of a pirate captain triggered the newbie lucky period active. Reward: Premium Individual Buff Skill Feigning Mastery, Stay Still and Appear Formidable. First extermination of a large-scale pirate group triggered the newbie lucky period active. Reward: Premium Group Buff Skill, Everyone I Love War. Oh my. Ryan was genuinely astonished, bursting forth with 3 rewards at once. Body Enhancement Potion. As the name suggests, it is a potion that enhances the body. Ryan, this is great. For the monsters at sea, his body was too weak. This would enhance it a bit. One could say it came at a very opportune time. Feigning Mastery, Individual Buff Skill that significantly enhances intimidation when you remain silent and unmoving. Ryan, why is my starting skill from back then being used now? Alright, not bad. Ryan understood the intimidation effect of this move. It directly pressured the opponent into revealing skills. The only downside is that there's no illusion effect. Everyone I Love War Group Buff Skill that boosts morale by 10 when the host leads an army of more than 10, but fewer than 100. Ryan stroked his chin. It wasn't needed now, but it might be useful in the future. Hey Ryan, what are you daydreaming about? Clean up the battlefield. Zofi shouted, showing a complete lack of awareness. He had been bending down to tidy up for so long and didn't even come over to help. Oh, I'm coming. Ryan jogged over to join Zofi in rummaging through the corpses for treasures. And half an hour later, Ryan and Zofi returned to the warship while the pirate ship burned fiercely, incinerating the corpses aboard. The fate of pirates is to die at sea, providing some nourishment for the ocean. Of course, the head of the cow Knight Yoff had to be taken as proof. There were also some treasures, not many, but worth around 1 million. Ryan didn't care for the firearms or swords. He took away most of the food. He also discovered a journal detailing how many times villages were looted, how many times betrayals occurred, and collusions with certain royal families. Designated village looting, then the royal family would drive them away to gain prestige. Cleaning up disobedient citizens, merchants, and the like. Hiss. Ryan put down the journal, lowering his eyes, lost in thought. Zofi fell silent for a moment, then spoke. This world is so dark, you must get used to it. This country is still a member of the world government. For the sake of profit, they will do anything. Justice is sometimes merely called justice. I hope you'll understand it soon, or maybe saying it will make you feel. A passionate young man of justice may one day discover that what he protects is not justice, but rather serves as an accomplice to evil. Sigh. This can only be comprehended through one's own experience and path. He could do very little, for his experience was not much better. What are you talking about? Ryan blinked, looking at Zofi with a puzzled expression. What is this guy trying to convey with his experienced demeanor? Zofi blinked, realizing Ryan indeed looked confused, showing no signs of uncertainty about the future or about justice. At that moment, Zophie felt a bit of heat in the air. His hands and feet became somewhat restless, though he didn't know why. He pointed outside, maintaining a blank expression. It's nothing, I'm going to take the helm. After saying that, he calmly walked out. Strange. Ryan couldn't understand it. Perhaps there were just a few days like this every month. He had just been thinking, if pirates are evil and the cruel navy is also evil, then what about the nobles, the royals, or even that group of lofty celestial dragons? Seeing that journal, a royal family could commit acts worse than beasts, this was merely a part of the records. The system's judgment on justice has always centered on innocent civilians. And the royal family that commits such heinous acts enforces their justice, isn't that? Ryan considered this. However, it's not yet the right time. He still wants to linger in the Navy. In the future, he might have a chance to deal with a foolish tyrant. Right now, the key is the body enhancement potion. Ryan took out the potion, a bottle of oral solution, not even as long as his finger. Drink. He opened the cap and gulped it down. It was bitter. Just as he sat obediently in the chair blinking, he wondered when it would take effect. Suddenly, a surge of warmth rose within his body. It's here, it's here. Warmth flowed from his abdomen throughout his body. His muscles first relaxed, then tightened, not increasing in size, but in density. Muscle density, bone density. Not only muscles and bones, but also his organs were changing, steam rising from the surface of his body, as if being tempered. In simple terms, he has become stronger. His physical strength had risen to a new level. In less than 5 seconds, Ryan's body underwent earth-shattering changes. My goodness. Ryan gaped, unable to close his mouth for a long time. Only after confirming this was indeed his body did he manage to calm down. After calming down, he tried to get up, but stumbled. An unprecedented hunger surged within him, as if he hadn't eaten for dozens of days. I want to eat. An hour later, Zophie's worldview was once again rewritten, for he witnessed someone devour at least 50 people's worth of food before his eyes. Zophie stroked his chin, then his face hesitated and finally asked, "Were you starving just now?" Ryan, clutching his big belly, slumped in the chair, panting heavily in response. Almost, I nearly starved to death. He never expected that taking a body enhancement potion would almost lead to starvation. It could also be that upon arriving in this world, his body suffered severe nutritional deficiencies, causing irreversible damage. This body enhancement potion seems to have compensated for the previous losses. Awesome. In the East Sea in Shell's town, Major Lipa slowly put down the phone, scratching his head. Humph, humph, humph. 997, 998, 999, 1000. On the deck, Ryan bare-chested completed 1,000 standard push-ups, sweat dripping from his body and soaking into the deck, forming a damp black circle. Prior to this, he had already completed 1,000 squats, 1,000 hanging sit-ups, 1,000 draws and sheaths of his sword, and 1,000 kicks. He practiced from midday until the sun sank beneath the horizon, with half the sky enveloped in night. Zophie, who had been watching for quite some time, could no longer hold back and spoke up. What are you going crazy about now? Could it be that he was stimulated by something? Did he get dumped? Huff, huff. Can't you tell? I'm training. Ryan lay on the deck, sweat streaming down his muscles, panting heavily, yet still wore a smile on his face despite the fatigue. To fully absorb the effects of the medicine and compensate for his previously weakened body, this level of training was nothing. Previously, his body had given him a rather disheartening response to his efforts. Now, after just a frenzied afternoon of practice, he felt his body brimming with strength, every inch of muscle harboring terrifying power. With one punch, he could shatter a cow. No, he could obliterate 5 cows in an instant. Training leads to strength, and this immediate feedback on his progress was simply irresistible. Seeing tangible improvements could captivate one. How wonderful it would be if this ability was applied to the math from his past life. Ryan walked to the table, picked up a towel to wipe off his sweat, and then took a big gulp from the water bottle on the table. There was no sign of sadness. He was genuinely happy. Had training messed with his mind? Zophie asked curiously, why the sudden desire to train? As Ryan wiped away the sweat, he replied, to reach the pinnacle of the world, a strong body is essential. In this new world, monsters can easily destroy everything. Their bodies are as resilient as if they were drinking water. To contend with such monsters, one must possess strength. At the very least, he needed to endure longer, otherwise how could he engage in prolonged battles? Zophie fell silent. Indeed, Ryan was striving for his dream. What right did he have to just sit back and watch? All right, I understand now. Zophie's eyes were resolute. He too would start training. Anyone can shout with their mouth, but only actual action can test one's sincerity. Zophie left his steps unusually firm. Ryan didn't look at him, simply lying on the chair as night fell, the air still filled with a sense of heat. Gazing at the night sky, the twinkling stars heralded the arrival of the constellations. System, open the panel. A blue translucent panel appeared in Ryan's mind. Host Ryan. Age 18. Position Navy Corporal. Height 182. Weight 78. Length 18. 2. Passive Beginner's Lucky Period Active Body Enhancement Potion, 3 hours and 32 minutes remaining. Individual Buff Elite Motionless Master. Group Buff Elite Everyone I Love War. Skills Elite Sharpshooter Elite Martial Artist Elite Swordsman Apprentice Fisherman. Items Rare Soul of the Ancient Blade Elite Saber Elite Nameless Sword Technique Common Non-Slip Gloves 1 Ramen 7. Ultra Thin Bags 2 Masters Instant Noodles 3 A Shuriken. Evaluation Passable. Good. It has already transformed from a blank slate 4 days ago to a slightly enriched panel. Even the system commented on it being passable. Previously, the system couldn't even be bothered to provide an evaluation. A small step for the system is a giant leap for me. Ryan felt a surge of excitement in his heart and immediately pulled out 2 packs of ramen. Let's eat first. Oi, Zafi, come over for ramen. Coming. Zafi quickly returned. After simply eating a bit and resting a moment, Ryan began training again. With less than an hour before the body enhancement potion expired, he had to train like crazy. And the most effective exercise to mobilize the whole body was to swing the sword. This was not a simple training. Every swing had to be executed with full force, each strike a powerful blow. The body must remain still, the movements unchanging, harnessing the entirety of one's strength, mind, and body unified, all focused on the action of swinging the sword. Swish! Ryan held the sword with both hands and brought it down in a forward slash, causing a slight cloud of dust to rise from the ground, spreading out several meters before dissipating. There was a strange sensation. Ryan ignored it, continuing to swing the sword repeatedly and mechanically. Can the system give me muscles like a finely chiseled sword? Yes, but it is not enough. Still not satisfied. Above him were the stars and the bright moon, surrounded by the twinkling sea where fish occasionally leaped out and a small warship gently swayed on the water. Ryan paid no attention to his surroundings, nor did he have the time to do so. He was merely repeating the action of swinging the sword on the deck, producing a series of whooshing sounds, and everything felt so serene. This continued until 11 p.m. Ryan was gasping heavily, using the last of his strength to control his hands and stop swinging the sword. His arms felt as if they were filled with cement, unable to lift, and he could see the sweat reflecting the moonlight on the deck beneath his feet, making it indistinguishable from bathing in sweat. Every slash required full effort, swinging the sword for several hours. Even he was starting to struggle. Ryan lowered his eyelids, sweat obscuring his vision. In truth, he had wanted to stop long ago, but his body seemed to have a mind of its own. His hands continued to swing the sword uncontrollably, still, with every strike being full force. Is this sensation what it means to enter a trance? Ryan savored the wonderful feeling, reaching a mysterious state of forgetfulness. He only wanted to swing the sword, forgetting everything else, even the physiological instincts of being human. He had initially planned to stop when the effect wore off, yet several hours had passed, and he was still swinging the sword. This was somewhat alarming. He almost swung the sword to the point of self-destruction, becoming the most comically tragic figure among all travelers. Such a death would be featured in the worst traveler compilations. From heavy blows to swift strikes. Ryan shivered, planning to lift his hand, but found it impossible. Trying to let go of the sword was equally futile. He tried to move his legs, but found they were nailed to the ground. Oh no! Ryan sighed helplessly and shouted hoarsely. Zafi! Zafi! Fei! Shut up! Hurry and save me, I'm about to capture the stars. Are you an idiot? For days passed in a blur, with 9 days remaining until they reached Rog Town. Passing through several small towns, they sold some gold and silver treasures in exchange for food. Both Ryan and Zafi were undergoing intense physical training, their appetites becoming monstrous with an immense demand for food. During this time, they also passed by a naval base, quickly resupplying before moving on. And their current location was Gryffindor, a town known for its flowers across multiple seas. Ryan and Zafi planned to take a brief rest here. However, someone seemed unwilling and even intended to take lethal action against Ryan and Zafi. On a stretch of muddy land, a man dressed in a suit wearing round-framed glasses curled his lips into a cruel, bloodthirsty smile. Navy, I didn't expect you to find me even while I was hiding here. But you two are just a pair, and you think you can take action against me. It seems killing you before I leave won't be too late. Saying this, he pushed up his glasses with his palm, the murderous intent in his eyes growing stronger. Ryan and Zafi stood on the muddy land, looking at each other, speechless. In the East Sea, at the shores of Grand Fenduo, on a muddy flat one side, is the vast ocean with a small naval ship anchored upon it, while the other side features rocky shores behind, which lies a forest with 3 figures standing on the sandy ground in between. They are Ryan, Zafi, and a man in a suit with glasses. The man in the suit adjusted his glasses with his palm, revealing a pair of sharp eyes beneath. I've hidden myself here, yet you still found me. It seems this place is no longer safe. The naval forces must be on their way. Ryan furrowed his brows, having no impression of this man, who looked like an insurance salesman, and called out lightly. The man in the suit sighed and shook his head. I just wanted to live an ordinary life, tired of the fighting and killing, yet you Navy forces are forcing me, so there's nothing I can do, it's all your fault. What nonsense is this insurance salesman babbling about? Ryan's patience wore thin, and he raised his voice. Hey. The man in the suit flashed a glint of malice in his eyes, his lips curling into a cruel smile, as he took down a black box from behind him. You two can stay here, only with your deaths can the fury in my heart be soothed, only with your corpses can. Hey. Ryan could no longer tolerate it, and shouted, successfully interrupting the man in the suit. Huh. The man in the suit stood frozen, staring blankly at Ryan. You dare to shout at me? Who exactly are you? Ryan, looking impatient, pointed a finger at the man in glasses and began to vent. You keep rambling on and on your mouth like a machine gun, not considering whether others can tolerate it. Do you know how annoying that is? You actually said him annoying. Cough no. The man in the suit was momentarily stunned before anger surged in his heart. The Navy. You dare to humiliate me like this? I must take down. Ryan ignored him and turned to Zafi, asking, Zafi, who is he? Zafi shrugged and casually replied, I don't know. He looks so pitiful that I thought he was your ex-lover. Ryan's forehead twitched. Are you an idiot? How dare you ignore me? Crow was nearly driven mad. The plan he had maintained for 3 years was about to be realized, but was disrupted by a few kids. So annoying. So furious. He had hidden in a flower town, yet the Navy still wouldn't let him go, even daring to ignore him. Damn it. Ryan looked at him expressionlessly and said, Nameless nobody. Crow was so enraged that he pointed at himself in disbelief. Nameless nobody. When did he become a nameless nobody? Crow, filled with fury, introduced himself to Ryan and Zafi. My name is Crow, by G. Crow. With a bounty of 16 million, feared by countless Navy men and making countless bounty hunters weep in the Northwest, by G. Crow. How could the notorious pirate of the East Sea who was once feared be belittled one after another by nameless nobodies? How infuriating. Ryan stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Crow, I have a vague impression. After a brief recollection, he finally remembered, though with some discrepancies. I thought he was captured, wasn't it done by Monka? Otherwise that fool Monka wouldn't have been able to rise to the rank of branch colonel. Zafi also recalled and said thoughtfully, I remember he was caught by some nameless Navy, laughed at by bounty hunters for a long time, saying he looks good, but is useless. Bastard. As a former Dominator-level pirate, Crow couldn't tolerate being disparaged in front of him and shouted, That's a lie. I faked my death because I was tired of the pirate life. Do you understand fake death? So it was a fake death. How could Monka, that fool, possibly capture a pirate with a bounty of 16 million berries? It's laughable. A dying has even lower room for a bad reputation. What a way to go. Ryan nodded slightly, somewhat convinced, but still asked politely, All right then, how can you prove that you are the real by G. Crow? What if he mistakenly killed a good person? That wouldn't sit well with his conscience. Proof. I have to prove I am me. Good-natured temperament he had built over 3 years had vanished in these past few days. Damn it, he had been provoked all along. I prove you. When did a strong person need to prove anything to a weak one? Killing you is what by G. Crow does. Remember my name when you go to hell. After saying that, he stopped the chatter, opened the box, and took out a pair of claws glistening with a cold light. 10 blades, cat claw. Each claw had 5 finger sleeves with 5 sharp blades extending from the fingertips. Wearing this pair of claws, he supported the sliding glasses with his palm, his eyes filled with ferocity. He was a man of few words, ready to finish off Ryan and Zafi. Ryan raised his hand and shouted, Stop. Crow instinctively halted, then realized why he should listen to him, but since he had stopped, he couldn't. What now? Crow looked displeased. Ryan nodded and patted Zafi's shoulder. Zafi, you go down first. I'm afraid you might. I want to enjoy the experience myself. Oh. Zafi looked at Ryan with indifference. After these few days of getting to know him, he basically understood that this guy was possessive regardless of what kind of food it was. Finding a possessive Captain sigh. Captain. A mocking smile appeared on Crow's face as he cruelly grinned. Hey, useless, after I finish you can go kill him. Ryan said nothing and merely raised his hand, beckoning. Hmph. Unaware of the danger, Crow bent his knees, springing into action, his speed creating an afterimage in the air. Whoosh. The 10 blades glimmered with cold light, swiftly approaching Ryan, crossing to deliver a slash. Die. Crow's eyes were ferocious as he envisioned Ryan's demise. Naive. Ryan lifted his gaze, his body slightly bending as he swiftly drew the justice saber from his back, slashing out without any avoidance. Swish. The 10 blades clashed with the saber, creating bright sparks. Clang. The tremendous force sent Crow flying back, tracing a graceful arc in midair before landing. Rolling twice before stopping, he got up, shock replacing his earlier ferocity. How could he react to that? What a joke. Just a Navy man, not even worthy of wearing a cape, could withstand his attack. Ryan raised Justice and stepped forward, his expression calm, a gentle breeze tousling his hair. Those were eyes devoid of emotion. Crow instantly understood. I see now. Such strength couldn't possibly belong to a mere sergeant. There was only one possibility. Crow gritted his teeth and said coldly, "You are a cunning Navy man." Ryan paused, hesitated for a moment, and tilted his head to look at Crow. What do you think I am in your twisted mind? Think whatever you want, just don't take it too seriously. Meanwhile, in the East Sea at Shellstown, a dog-headed warship slowly sailed into the harbor, where Ryan's old acquaintance Colonel Lipa led most of the Navy from the base to welcome them. The arriving Navy was a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters, the pride of the East Sea, a naval hero, master of explosive fishing, and the initiator of the countermatching mechanism. Monkey D. Garp. On the tidal flat, Kalu raised his hand to hold up his glasses, glaring at Ryan with a fierce expression, his face extremely grim. You are not an ordinary Navy officer at all. Maybe a little over $1 billion. You can't fool me. I am not lying. You came from the Navy headquarters. I was just about to go there. Enough. Kalu swung his arm, his expression growing worse. If this young Navy officer was indeed a talent from the headquarters, there would definitely be a powerful guardian protecting him. The Navy would never allow a young genius to roam freely. Who could it be? Is it that seemingly ordinary person? Impossible, too ordinary, lacking any presence of a strong individual. Zophie? Not yet. Or is it just watching from nearby? Kalu felt cold sweat on his forehead, his muscles involuntarily tightening. He was definitely nearby. He could already feel a suffocating sensation wrapping around him like a constrictor. Such despair. Why do I just want a peaceful life? I don't want to continue this cycle of violence. What have I done wrong? Why is everyone targeting me? Why won't anyone let me go? As someone with an intelligence only second to Ben Beckman, even if he remained rational and calm, he couldn't withstand the continuous critical hits landing upon him. Losing inexplicably to a rookie pirate like being cursed, he just wouldn't die no matter how hard he fought. Now another overly young Navy officer had appeared, able to keep up with his speed with powerful guardians around. Damn it. Why is this world treating me like this? Kalu's pupils seemed ready to burst, almost overflowing with blood like a feral wolf about to die, yet still wanting to take a bite. Even in death, I won't let you have your way. Kalu lowered his arms, half bowing his head, raising his fierce eyes to stare intently at Ryan. Even if you are a genius of the headquarters, so what? Today, you will still die even if there are guardians protecting you. As long as that move is used. Even he cannot control the direction and the manner of death for his opponent. Then before the guardians can react, kill him. Ryan sighed helplessly. This pirate truly was completely unmovable, looking wise and astute, yet was just a foolish bird. As long as you're happy. Let's die. Kalu silently chanted in his heart. His body moved, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye, completely untraceable, not even leaving an afterimage. What? So fast? Ryan was suddenly alarmed. He could not keep up with that speed. Not far away, Zophie's heart raced with alarm, as in the instant Kalu vanished, a nearby reef cracked open, revealing 5 fissures from which violet smoke emerged. He couldn't react at all. The area covered was the entire tidal flat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The surrounding reefs, ground trees, and sea bore slashes almost instantaneously, an indiscriminate attack. Not good. Zophie's eyes widened, arms crossed. Puff. Ugh. Zophie grimaced in pain, flying backward with 5 streams of blood splattering in the air. What? He could hit from this far. Ryan gripped his sword, Justice frowning tightly. This was not the whoosh. The ground beside him split open with 5 fissures, rising violet smoke. Too fast. Ryan's expression turned serious, his focus heightened, attentive to every movement around him. With such power, it's no wonder he could wipe out an entire Navy ship. 3 years ago, the Navy that fought against an entire ship was defeated by Kalu. Now it seems that Kalu single-handedly killed all the Navy members, all for his fake death plan. A bounty of 16 million, too low, far too low. Whoosh. A faint sound of something slicing through the air rang in Ryan's ears, and he immediately dodged sideways, rolling away, his shoulders, clothing torn, leaving 2 blood trails. Ryan. Zophie shouted anxiously. Don't panic, trust me. Ryan replied without turning his head, slowly crouching, standing upright, sweat sliding down his brow, his eyes filled with excitement beneath his disheveled hair. This is what battle is. Nerves taut, adrenaline surging, heart racing. Here. Ryan suddenly slashed his sword towards the left front, delivering a powerful blow, sending sparks flying in the air, quickly dissipating, leaving a few bloodstains on the ground. He hit. Ryan felt a surge of joy in his heart. This strike had unsettled his opponent's aura. The space around them once again echoed with slashing sounds, violet smoke billowing, the air thickening. He was angry, furious, or perhaps even more rational. Ryan closed his eyes, gripping Justice with one hand, while the other rested on his waist. At this moment, his eyes were of little use. Whoosh. A sound sliced through the air from the side. Ryan raised Justice. With a loud clang, immense force struck the blade, forcibly pushing Ryan back. From the rear side, another sound sliced through the air, aiming for Ryan's head. Bang, 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 bang. Ryan's waist released a series of fire tongues. Gunshots rang out. Cough. A scream suddenly echoed in the air, blood splattering. An American-style Iato experience. After all, slow draw out. Ryan's lips curled slightly as he steadied himself, looking towards Kalu, who had reappeared not far away. At this moment, Kalu had been shot twice in the abdomen, bleeding profusely, looking pained. A total of 5 shots, the last 3 he had managed to react to. This strength was indeed formidable. Damn Navy. If you don't come, I'll go to you. You think you can get away with this? Ryan lunged at him, raising Justice for a horizontal slash. Kalu was forced to rise and counter, enduring the pain from the gunshot wounds. Bang! A slash was unleashed, forcing Kalu back several steps into the sea. Adjusting the blade, Ryan struck downwards, but Kalu sidestepped the blade, cutting through the water, leaving an invisible tunter-long slash. Kalu's expression turned fierce and resolute, changing his slash into a thrust. 5 sharp blades lunged forward. Clang! Ryan pulled back Justice just in time to block the thrust, kicking towards Kalu's abdomen. Whoosh! The kick missed as Kalu activated Let's Die. You won't have it easy either. This time I will take your head before your Navy can react. Kalu's furious voice echoed from all directions, accurately reaching Ryan and Zophie's ears. Ryan fell silent, and Zophie followed suit. Protect my Navy. Zophie. Protect Ryan's Navy. Me. Whoosh. 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 Countless slashes rained down densely, providing no breathing space. Ryan responded to the changes with unwavering resolve, wielding his sword to block all the slashes aimed at him. Even the most meticulous plan will have a flaw, and every defense will have a breach. Moreover, passive defense had never been Ryan's style. Hey! In the ongoing battle, the flashes of blades and swords continued to flicker, the fissures around them multiplying, dust swirling, the sounds of slicing through the air ceaseless. Suddenly, 10 blades broke through Ryan's defenses, or rather, Ryan had relaxed his guard. Whoosh! The cold light from the 10 claws flashed past Ryan's side, the sharp blades aimed directly for his vulnerable neck. Kalu's face twisted with malice as he accelerated. Go die now. Ryan, however, made no move. Suddenly, his eyes darkened. Thud! A rush of trepidation surged through Kalu's heart, a voice within him constantly shouting, this is a top-tier powerhouse. A true master. He will die. He will definitely die. Shut up. The voice drowned out reason, causing his movements to become sluggish and distorted. However, Ryan smirked, raising his eyes. Plan successful. The motionless mastery: when you do not speak, do not move, and only breathe, standing still, your deterrent power increases significantly. So what if I use this ability suddenly during combat? Therefore, a flaw has been revealed. Kalu. The sword flashed with dark light, triggering the soul of the ancient blade, dealing 1 damage during the flaw phase, 1 being a multiplier. The flaw has been exposed. Kaluo. Ryan seized this moment of vulnerability, raising the Justice high above his back to the sunlight, obscuring his face and expression, leaving only the faint glow of indifference in his crimson eyes. Damn! What the hell was that just now? Kaluo's expression changed drastically, but there was no escape. So I want dodge. Can this Navy soldier really kill me with 1 strike? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If you can't kill me, then I shall pierce you with 5 bloody holes. A life for a life. Hey! Ryan, expressionless, brought his sword down, while Kaluo defended with his 10-blade cat claws in one hand and aimed at Ryan's heart with the other. Swish! Clang! Pf. The Justice's slashing sword severed the 10-blade cat claws, cut through Kaluo's arm and plunged into his chest, breaking bones, intestines, and spine. Blood rained down, blood mist sprayed, and with 1 strike his body was nearly split in 2. Ugh! Ugh! Kaluo's face turned deathly pale, losing all color, his pupils shifting from fierce and brutal to fear, helplessness, and disbelief. Is this just 1 strike? Why does this strike hurt so much? You deserve double damage. Just kidding, it would still be a major injury, even without double damage. A strike of 5,000 blood and a strike of 10,000 blood are equally effective against a fragile target with only 4,000 health. Ryan slowly straightened up, exhaling a breath of foul air, his gaze calm. Kaluo's body trembled uncontrollably, a torrent of blood flowing from the wound that pierced his body, unable to utter a single word. Kaluo, you are too dangerous, so I can only swing my sword in despair. You. Kaluo's eyes gradually lost focus, his mouth opened, but he could only utter 1 word before losing strength and falling straight back. Dead, unable to close his eyes. Even in death, he could not comprehend that swinging a sword in despair could truly deal such high damage. Huh. Ryan sighed in relief. This guy was really hard to fight, as agile as a monkey and so fast that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. If he wanted to escape, he truly couldn't be stopped, yet I don't understand why he didn't run. Well, this guy has some guts, preferring to die rather than flee. Gotta give him credit. Credit or not, death is a must. Forget about retreating, forget about living a peaceful life, don't even think about it. Destroying others' peaceful lives while wishing to live your own. Go to hell then. At this moment Ding successfully killed the fake death retreating executioner pirate captain. Justice is served. Any evildoer shall be brought to justice. Congratulations on receiving rewards: Premium 6 Styles, Shave Mastered, Premium Dandy Gold, Wire Glasses, Premium E Forward, Without Fear. Oh. Ryan's eyes lit up instantly. 3 of them popped out. The drop rate is good. It's just a pity that the newbie lucky period didn't trigger. It used to trigger all the time. Atong, remember to make it up for me next time. The system paid him no mind, a heartless justice execution system. Ryan was used to it. Opening the panel. 6 Styles, Shave. Mastery of the 6 Styles, Shave allows for brief, instantaneous movement. This seems to be content that the Navy headquarters trains their soldiers on, and I've mastered it immediately. It feels as if it has been practiced 1,000 times, deeply ingrained in his muscles, capable of instant activation with just a thought, though it consumes stamina and physical strength. This is good. It compensates for his awkward situation as a warrior without mobility. Dandy Gold Wire Glasses. Wearing these increases charm, enhancing persuasion during conversations, and improving likability in interactions, self-adjusting for degree and astigmatism. Ryan stroked his chin as if he had discovered a blind spot. This system is clever, intentionally not disclosing specific values, just stating that there is the exact amount unknown. All explanations lie with the system. Forget it, better to have something than nothing. Next. E Forward Without Fear. Shouting. E Forward Without Fear consumes stamina to surge forward a distance, dealing damage to people or objects along the way during the surge period. Cannot be targeted during this time, does not take damage, lock, or negative effects. What? Ryan held his forehead with one hand, his pupils constricted sharply, unable to hide his surprise. This skill. Is it real? Wow, I hit the jackpot. Even Yasuo's skills have been borrowed. Someone please type the words "the system is awesome" on the public screen. E Forward Without Fear. The more the happier the more. As for shouting E Forward Without Fear, it doesn't matter, it pales in comparison to getting stronger. This divine skill is merely premium. I see it as superior to a treasure. Speaking of what is above a treasure. Hey. You're zoning out again, you need to change this habit. Zofie's exasperated voice sounded nearby. Ryan withdrew his consciousness from the system, his face filled with joy. Indeed, having taken down a pirate with a bounty of 16 million is worth celebrating. Zofie nodded in agreement, recalling how excited he was the first time he killed a bounty pirate just like Ryan. Truly just a boy. This made him reminisce about his lost youth. After the joy, Ryan felt emptiness, sigh, invincibility, and all that really annoying. Alright, let me first behead this guy, then we'll go stroll around town. Ryan hefted justice, walked over to Keluo's corpse, looked down at him, and smiled. You did not die in vain. Ryan, we. Zofie's words were cut short as his hair suddenly stood on end. Ryan also felt a chill run down his spine along with a sense of death's threat. Turning his head, a dark green flying slash came soaring from the small cliff, slicing through the air, heading straight for him. Hey, what kind of joke is this? Ryan's pupils constricted violently, his eyes nearly filled with that dark green slash panic unmasked. How could such a person appear in the East Sea? How could such a person appear in the East Sea? Ryan's pupils trembled, but there was no time to think further or to shout E onward, as he barely uttered an E. The strike was already upon him. His hands instinctively tightened around the hilt of the sword, muscles instantly surging, relying solely on muscle memory to unleash a powerful slash, meeting the oncoming dark green strike. Heaton. Oh. Ryan named this strike. Break Army. The Justice Saber clashed with the dark green slash in an instant. At that moment, boom. A dull roar reverberated across the marshland, an invisible wave of energy spreading outwards. It sent Klau's corpse flying, pushed Zofie aside, and raised a massive cloud of dust, pushing back the waves, causing the ground to tremble. Blood trickled from Ryan's clenched teeth as he had already exerted all his strength. Yet that powerful strike still grazed his cheek and ear, leaving fine wounds. After barely holding it for a second, Ryan's legs sank into the sand, and he was pushed back into the sea by the strike. Then, boom, the strike shattered, and the resulting shockwave sent him flying into the water. This scene lasted only 2 seconds. Everything took a sharp turn, and the two who had just been laughing now left everyone utterly unresponsive. Ryan. Damn. Zofie's pupils widened in horror, blood bursting forth, disregarding everything. Damn bastard. She raised her flintlock, aiming at the man standing on the cliff, pulling the trigger without a second thought. Bang! The bullet shot out, aimed at the man's head. The man did not dodge. He simply raised the excessively large black blade in his hand, skillfully splitting the bullet in two, striking the trees behind. Having failed to hit, Zofie did not stop. She was preparing to shoot again when Zofie. Ryan's voice echoed from the marsh's edge, halting her hand just as she was about to pull the trigger. Don't attack him. He's very dangerous. Ryan, drenched and walking from the shallow water, looked extremely grim. He held the saber in one hand and tossed his clothes aside with the other. He had a standard wide shoulders and narrow waist, a perfect inverted triangle with muscular lines prominent, resembling a character from a fighting game. Also, calm down. I'm fine. Standing on the sand, Ryan first reassured Sophie, then raised his head to look at the man on the cliff. The man wore a black top, had his sharp eyes like those of an eagle gripping the Black Blade Knight. He had seen illustrations of famous swords and had a deep impression of the Black Blade Knight because it had a definite master. Knight, the supreme great sword, one of the only 12 in the world. Its master was the world's #1 swordsman. If the world's #1 swordsman had not been killed and had his sword stolen, then the identity of the person before him could be confirmed. Eagle-Eye, Dracul Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, comparable to the 4 emperors, ranking among the world's top powerhouses. Ryan did not understand why such a powerful figure would target him, but judging by the force of the attack, it was not meant. There was still room for negotiation if Sophie were allowed to attack. The situation might develop to an uncontrollable level. Ryan furrowed his brows. Facing such a monster, he felt too weak. Weak to the point of having to suppress his anger. On the cliff, Eagle-Eye stood with the black blade, looking down at Ryan, the corners of his mouth slightly curling into a grin. What an interesting little guy. He had witnessed the entire battle just now. The solid swordsmanship of this young navy was increasingly rare in this restless sea. Moreover, he was very young, indicating he had probably started practicing the sword at a very young age. For a young man dedicated to the sword path, he was very willing to offer guidance. Standing atop the peak for too long could get quite cold sometimes. As for whether the other party was willing, that was beyond his consideration. Ryan stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Eagle-Eye, speaking bluntly. Dracul Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman, ambushing a mere little navy, isn't that an unglorious deed? Eagle-Eye did not respond quickly, merely leaping down from the cliff. Standing on the sand, he lowered the brim of his hat, making it difficult to discern his gaze and expression, his voice calm. If you die, who would know? Sophie's heart suddenly halted, her eyes widening as she gazed at Eagle-Eye, feeling a chill run down her spine. I just fired at the world's #1 swordsman. Hiss. I am truly impressive. Sophie's eyes instantly brightened. Ryan faced Eagle-Eye directly, confronting the aura of the world's #1 swordsman, making every effort to maintain a composed expression. You are one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Aren't you afraid of the world government holding you accountable for attacking the navy? Upon hearing such a parental warning, Eagle-Eye could not help but chuckle, tilting his head slightly. Do you think the world government will act against me for you? A world #1 swordsman against a little navy? No. Who holds more weight? Could the world government really fail to judge? So realistic. Ryan closed his eyes, his back teeth nearly grinding to dust. Without strength, there is no voice. Even life can be arbitrarily taken by so-called strong individuals. But this damned matchmaking mechanism is truly harmful. And this damn heaven calling you old man, do you really take me for a fool? I am just a newbie embarking on the path of swordsmanship, and what do you mean by the final boss blocking the entrance to the novice village? You tell me to participate in a first-grade race, and my opponent is also first grade. Where did the year go? What does it mean for first grade to have an age if first grade is also very clingy? Ryan, not believing in evil, opened the system panel again and scrolled down. 18. 2. Newbie lucky period active. Ryan. Impressive. I have nothing to say, you win. All explanation rights belong to the system, huh? Eagle-Eye raised his eyes slightly, changing face. That's a long-lost skill. Eagle-Eye looked directly at Ryan, his tone flat. You're very angry, then attack me. Perhaps if I feel good I might let him about to explode with rage, haha. Ryan smiled. Sophie looked worried. Ryan raised his hand, signaling Sophie to remain calm. Everything was under control. He dispelled his smile, fixed his gaze on Eagle-Eye, and said in a deep voice, you said it, but don't go back on your word. Eagle-Eye gripped the black blade, standing quietly in place. This little navy, based on his deep foundational skills, was sufficient for Eagle-Eye to respect him with the Black Blade Knight. At least he was stronger than Rorinoa Zoro he had met a few days ago. He just wasn't sure about his ambition. Give me another surprise, EC person. Ryan gripped the hilt tightly, his eyes fierce as a tiger. Don't die. Ryan, a man of few words, raised the Justice Amadeo and charged towards Eagle-Eye. In the blink of an eye, he crossed several meters and appeared before Eagle-Eye, swinging his blade towards his neck. Oh, 6 style shave. Eagle-Eye flashed with surprise, having not seen him use it before, concealing his strength. Interesting. Clang. The Justice struck against the black blade, sparking, yet failing to force Eagle-Eye to move an inch. The blade is heavy, Eagle-Eye commented. Gulp. Ryan's forehead pulsed with veins. This was a battle. He adjusted his grip on the hilt, sliding forward sideways, the blade aimed at Eagle-Eye's chest, intent on cleaving open his torso. Clang. The Zamadeo was unexpectedly repelled by Eagle-Eye's counter. Such a supple blade. How could this incredibly rigid sword become so flexible in Eagle-Eye's hands? Ryan was startled, yet unwilling to show weakness. Supple. He gripped the hilt tightly, his gaze rested. He unleashed the foundational nameless sword technique enhanced to the peak by the system, combined with his understanding, launching a fierce onslaught against Eagle Eye like a tidal wave. Swish. A downward slash cleaved through the air, the blade slicing towards Eagle Eye's face only to be deflected with a clang. Ryan skillfully pivoted the blade, transforming his horizontal slash into a thrust aimed at the heart. Yet though Eagle Eye wielded a heavy blade, it moved as nimbly as a serpent in his hands. The tip of Ryan's blade struck the side of the black sword, making no progress. Not possible. Is this how a heavy blade is wielded? Oh. Ryan's arm muscles bulged as he wielded his blade again and again, like relentless waves crashing towards Eagle Eye, ceaselessly slashing and thrusting. From all directions the speed increased, and the angles became ever more cunning. The blades gleamed dazzling. Has he really become this strong? Zophis' eyes widened in shock. After all, this was the world's greatest swordsman. He couldn't help but clench his fists, feeling the weight in his heart. Ryan had to protect everything. How could he go to the pinnacle of the world with him? He didn't want to fall behind. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of blades revealed their sharpness. Sparks flew from their collisions, the blade light cold and fierce, the murderous intent manifesting vividly in every move. Yet regardless of how Ryan swung or attacked, his moves were always seen through Eagle Eye would counter him in a matter of seconds. Ryan swung nearly 100 strikes, yet none could break through Eagle Eye's defenses. He could even engage in conversation, appearing utterly unfazed. The blade is too rigid. Let's change our approach. A blade that only strikes broadly won't go far. Indeed, just as a person breathes, a blade also breathes. The more urgent, the more chaotic. Very well. Enough. Shut up. Ryan's face flushed red, synchronizing his waist and horse, delivering a powerful slash. Clang. The Zamadeo clashed with the black blade, sending plumes of dust soaring from the ground beneath Eagle Eye's feet. This time the Zamadeo did not bounce off, but became entangled in a struggle. Eagle Eye's smile deepened, having learned to wield the blade with gentleness, blending rigidity and flexibility. With profound foundation and solid fundamentals, it became clear with just a little understanding. Excellent. Perhaps Ryan himself couldn't perceive it, but Eagle Eye, engaged in battle, could clearly sense it. The boy's own sword intent, no sword path, was gradually taking shape. Such depth of foundation in a young man was something he had only seen in sword masters who had practiced diligently for decades. To witness a sword genius grasp his own sword path, wasn't that a matter worth celebrating? Eagle Eye nodded in satisfaction at Ryan, who, despite appearing ready to explode with rage, the facts spoke for themselves. Whether pirate or navy, he only recognized the blade. As a swordsman, if he could cultivate a swordsman surpassing himself, that would truly define a great swordsman, wouldn't it? Damn pirates. Turn into a warm reward for me. Advance without fear. Ryan took a step back, sheathing his blade, bending forward and shouting. Eagle Eye frowned, his eyes flashing red as he raised an eyebrow. Whoosh. Ryan's body transformed into an afterimage, a phantom lacking substance, yet capable of inflicting damage. What? Eagle Eye sidestepped, but his shirt was still grazed a cut barely 3 centimeters long. Yet it was there. Impossible. Eagle Eye's pupils constricted, surprise flashing in his eyes as he turned to see the panting Ryan behind him. In his judgment, even if the Navy before him had their brains beaten out, they couldn't possibly affect him. But now, he suddenly vanished, slipping through a devil fruit user. No, he had just submerged in the sea. How did he achieve that? Humph. Ryan panted lightly. Indeed, a premium product was truly premium. The stamina consumed was enough for 10 uses of shave. Eagle Eye was indeed no joke. His strength was formidable. He had launched a surprise attack without any frame, yet still managed to respond. No wonder he was the man bound to red-haired Shanks. The stronger Shanks became the stronger Eagle Eye grew. Ryan looked at Eagle Eye, his voice slightly hoarse and low. I am here to kill you, Eagle Eye. I only want to kill you and obtain the system's reward. That's what I seek. Eagle Eye smirked, satisfaction evident in his eyes. The three looked over to see hundreds of Navy soldiers emerging from the woods, all dressed in Navy uniforms. The three looked over to see hundreds of Navy soldiers emerging from the woods, all dressed in Navy uniforms, armed to the teeth. Leading them was a mustached Navy colonel who shouted at Eagle Eye, pressing his sword with one hand and sporting a fierce expression. Pirate, surrender at once. Otherwise I won't be able to hold back from killing you. We are the Navy of East Blue's 177th Division. You brave Navy brothers have suffered, oh, leave the rest to us. The 177th Navy Division was stationed in this flower town, and with a small number of personnel, these 200 or 300 were the entirety of their forces. Reports had come in of battles erupting in the mudflats, and rumors of naval ships had surfaced. Without hesitation, the mustached colonel gathered troops for support, leading to this scene. Please don't come over. Ryan panicked, shouting urgently. Aren't they just delivering themselves? With just over 100 people, a single strike could leave half a head for them to use as a toilet. Yet the mustached colonel waved his hand, grandly laughing heartily. Brother, don't worry. Reinforcements have arrived. The navy behind him echoed in agreement. That's right. You can rest assured with us here. We will definitely rescue you. Leave it to us, you can rest assured. Zophie covered his forehead, sighing coldly, stating, He is Eagle Eye, the world's greatest swordsman. Listening intently for the sound of breaking defenses. He heard nothing. Zophie opened his eyes, not retreating as expected, but rather growing more resolute. Thank you for your reminder, brave soldier. The mustached colonel nodded in affirmation to Zophie, then replied, I know him, otherwise I wouldn't have brought, even if it means total annihilation. If I have to watch 2 brave Navy men die at the hands of the enemy, my sense of justice does not allow me to do so. That's right. As a Navy man, I have long been prepared to fight to the death against pirates. My children will understand their father's decision and take pride in it. If I die in battle, I die with honor, but if I flee, then I am guilty. Cowards are to be shamed. To fight to the death is glorious. Cowards are shameful. Fight to the death for glory. The Navy soldiers displayed fearless expressions, embodying the spirit of fighting to the last breath, with the mustached colonel standing at the forefront. A commander unafraid of death led a group of soldiers who also feared nothing. Ryan's heart sank. There were indeed such Navy men in the East Sea. Zophie was equally astonished, realizing that there were many true warriors among the Navy. No, this is already enough. Eagle Eye noticed the resolve to die in Ryan's eyes, although he still wanted to test Ryan's limits further. However, continuing the fight would lead to casualties. This was not what he desired, and besides, he had initiated the ambush. The mistake lay with him. After retracting the black blade to his back, he felt he had done what he set out to do. He was very satisfied with Ryan's performance. As for the way forward, this young Navy man had his own ideas. He did not wish to interfere in another's life. Eagle Eye sheathed his sword, leaving Ryan momentarily stunned, raising an eyebrow in confusion. He put away his sword. No more fighting. He had just readied himself for a desperate battle, but that was fine. Please, who would want to die if they could live? Even if his head were severed, he couldn't possibly defeat Eagle Eye. He hoped the matching system wouldn't bother him again. Could it wait until he had killed more pirates to level up first? Everyone, do not move yet. The mustached colonel ordered the soldiers to halt, preventing any accidental discharges of their weapons. He himself did not loosen the long knife at his waist. There might be a trap inside. Pirates are cunning and treacherous. They might be trying to attack when the soldiers let down their guard. Zophie let out a sigh of relief, resting his flintlock on the ground, his legs feeling a bit weak, but at least he was alive. If Eagle Eye wanted to kill them, they wouldn't have lasted even a minute. My name is Dracula Myhawk. Eagle Eye looked at Ryan with calm eyes and said in a deep voice, State your name, Navy. Ryan paused for a moment before replying, Nocti Ryan. He had originally intended to say he was Zophie, but it seemed they had already exchanged names, which was a bit regrettable. Zophie. Eagle Eye raised his head, revealing his eagle-like eyes, fully a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Strive to become stronger, and come find me later when you have. Come take the title of the world's greatest swordsman from me. I will wait for you here. Do not disappoint me, Nocti Ryan. During his journey in the East Sea, he encountered 2 promising talents, one a pirate and the other a navy. Will they cross paths in the future? That is truly exciting. The title of the world's greatest swordsman. I will go, it won't be long, and I will personally pull you down from the throne of the world's greatest swordsman. Ryan's palm revealed blue veins, his voice heavy and powerful, his gaze firm with boundless confidence. All right, I will wait for you. Eagle Eye's lips curved into a smile as he raised a hand to lower his hat brim and turned to leave. The Navy automatically parted to create a path, and everyone present watched him disappear into the distance. He's gone. He really left. With Eagle Eye's departure, the suffocating feeling that felt like a constrictor snake gradually dissipated. The pressure suddenly lifted, unleashing a buoyant freedom. One Navy soldier smacked his thigh, filled with regret. Damn, I wanted to test if the world's greatest swordsman's blade was sharp. Another Navy soldier displayed a look of regret. What a pity, I wanted to kill Eagle Eye. Yet it seems even Eagle Eye avoids my sharpness. Let him be. After all, he is one of the 7 warlords the world government still has to give him face. Ryan remained silent, fine, as long as they were happy. At least it was just throwing around some idle talk, was no big deal. Zophie felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. If they heard him, he would be chopped to pieces. On the sandy ground, Ryan's spirit seemed to be drained, and with a thud, he lay flat on the ground. His eyes stared blankly at the azure sky, his chest rising and falling as he murmured. So the system old thief was waiting for me here. But not bad. But what? Zophie approached, sitting cross-legged beside Ryan, asking curiously. Ryan responded weakly. Nothing, just think this is quite good. In terms of sword techniques, it was a visibly noticeable improvement. However, this somewhat tested the heart's capacity to endure. Who encounters the world's greatest swordsman right after they start practicing sword techniques. Next time don't come or wait until he levels up more, thank you. The mustached colonel saw Ryan lying on the sandy ground, as if dead, panicking. Hey, little brother, what's wrong with you? He rushed over and smoothly knelt beside Ryan, his face filled with other Navy soldiers gathered around, forming a circle around Ryan, each face showing worry and curiosity. This young man had single-handedly blocked the terrifying pirate Eagle Eye before they arrived. He had even been evaluated by Eagle Eye as someone capable of shaking the position of the world's greatest swordsman in the future. It was truly astonishing. With such talent among the Navy, how could justice not thrive and pirates not be eradicated? Alas, the azure sky was gone, replaced by curious faces. Ryan felt helpless and raised a hand to wave. I'm fine, I just want to lie down for a while. Having experienced life and death, he now just wanted to lie down, gaze at the sky, and feel the world. The sea breeze was cool against his face, the discomfort of the sand digging into his back, the sensation of gravel rubbing against his shoes and pants. He also imagined in his mind the scene of him defeating Eagle Eye. At this time, not disturbing him was the best courtesy. But unfortunately, the mustached Navy soldier waved his hand excitedly. It's dirty to lie here. Come, let's go to the base to lie down. Actually, The mustached Navy soldier stood up, wrapped an arm around the dazed Zoffy, and ordered the other Navy soldiers. Come on. Let a few people carry our little hero to the base to rest. I can do it myself. Cold sweat appeared on Ryan's forehead, but he couldn't finish his sentence. I'll do it. I'll do it. Don't crowd, let me carry the little hero. The Navy soldiers surged forward, directly lifting Ryan off the ground and holding him above their heads. Ryan, does this definitely not mean they are going to lift him up for execution? Although he was being carried, the Navy soldiers all competed to get closer. Some even offered high prices. Everyone step aside. Whoever lets me carry him, I'll give him my treasured little emperor uncle that I've kept for years. Get lost, I've seen it long ago, it's nothing special. You. And so one arm was lifted by 2 people, one leg by 3, while 4 people supported his body. Thus they swaggered toward the Navy base stationed in Flower Town. The mustached colonel wrapped his arm around Zoffy, the two, having met late, chatted excitedly along the way. Although it only needed a 10-minute walk, this group of Navy soldiers, whether lost or not, insisted on walking through most of Flower Town, taking over an hour to return to the base. They praised Ryan to everyone they met. This is our Navy's little hero Ryan, who single-handedly defeated the bounty of 16 million, the 100 Plans Kuro. Did you see that? This young Navy just fought against the world's greatest swordsman. The spirit of fighting to the death is that of a true warrior. The future Navy general. It must be true, the world's greatest swordsman said it. The future #1 in the world will definitely be little hero Ryan. What would I lie to you for? Just ask Eagle Eye and you'll know. Little hero Ryan. The entire Flower Town Gryffindor knew about Ryan. The current world's greatest swordsman. Eagle Eye personally appointed the next world's greatest swordsman. Colonel Jester appeared to be a middle-aged man, yet he was only 28 years old. He was once a righteous... Colonel Jester appeared to be a middle-aged man, yet he was only 28 years old. He was once a righteous knight of a kingdom, but for reasons unknown, he joined the Navy. He continuously achieved merit, rising to the rank of branch colonel, proving to be a true Navy colonel, unlike Monka, who was inept. When he took over Huajin, due to its proximity to the doldrums, many pirates came here to evade the Navy's pursuit, making it a haven for piracy. However, he did not give up. Leading the Navy, he fought fiercely, carving out a peaceful territory in the pirate town, nurturing the land with the corpses and blood of pirates, allowing the flowers here to become famous in the East Sea. Perhaps it was for this reason, or perhaps because of the iron-blooded soldier, Jester. The Navy here was different from elsewhere, exuding a sense of grim determination, a true iron-blooded army. After spending a night in Huajin, everyone sang and danced with joy, and Ryan found himself drinking several bottles of liquor, eventually being pushed to sit at a table with the children. Meanwhile, Jester and Zophie drank to excess, losing track of their surroundings, speaking incoherently. By the end, they even stripped and danced, competing to be the celestial dancers. To commemorate this moment, Ryan deliberately took dozens of photos with his camera, planning to deliver a soul-crushing blow to Zophie later. The banquet ended deep into the night. Ryan adhered to the maritime traffic laws, refraining from sailing while intoxicated, and thus did not leave that night. It was only the next day at noon that they departed after Zophie sobered up. On the sea aboard the small warship, Zophie crossed her arms and slowly opened her eyes, her expression serious and solemn. Jester is quite a remarkable fellow. No kidding, Ryan replied, forcing himself to suppress the urge to punch him in the head. He had thought that with such a serious demeanor, Zophie would have something profound to say. Zophie crossed her legs, took a swig from her cola, and continued seriously. I believe if you want to develop within the Navy headquarters, Jester will be of great assistance to you. Oh, you're finally speaking some sense. Ryan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Zophie smirked, shook her cola bottle, and smiled faintly, as if everything was within her grasp. He is quite skilled in training troops. The soldiers under him are high-spirited and can disregard death in battle. Do you know why? It's faith. Ryan pondered for a moment, recalling the scenes from yesterday, and replied, Exactly. Sophie set down her cola and leaned on the table. They firmly believe in justice, defend it, and are willing to sacrifice their lives for it. Everyone says so, but all I've seen is here. At least in the East Sea, his years of travel across the ocean have instilled a fervent belief in justice among the Navy at the entire base. One could even say it is a faith. Nowhere else is there such a thing. If in the future Ryan becomes a base commander or leads soldiers, having a fearless army with unwavering faith and extreme loyalty to Ryan will be exceptionally important. Ryan rested his chin on his hand, contemplating, realizing the significance of this step. Going solo would not suffice to establish a firm foothold in the Navy headquarters. Loyal subordinates were also indispensable. Seeing Ryan lost in thought, Sophie nodded in satisfaction and said, Of course, right now you are not qualified. Don't think too much about it. You are still in the position of being someone's subordinate. Ryan, damn you. The sun was bright and the sky was blue. There were no storms, no strong winds, no inexplicable currents. Everything was normal heading toward Roguetown. According to the law of non-conservation, if the environment is normal, then the people must be abnormal. For example, onward. Whoosh. Ryan flashed from one end of the deck to the other, slicing through wooden posts along the way, leaving smooth and neat cuts. So it turns out one can truly be this happy and this free. I can't get enough. Ryan turned around, gripping his sword with both hands. Onward. Whoosh. He flashed again, appearing at the other end of the deck, leaving a trace in the air. Refreshing. Onward. Whoosh. Onward. Whoosh. Ryan, shut up. It was Sophie's voice. Ryan covered his mouth, blinked silently, took 2 steps back, then softly exclaimed, onward, woo. Meanwhile, in the office of the naval base in Sheltertown, Colonel Hmph stood in front of a strong old man, wearing a dog hat, having just finished his report. This strong old man was Carp. While eating a donut, he laughed heartily without restraint. Ha ha ha, he actually ran so far. This kid never seems to rest. Colonel Hmph quickly explained he lost his direction due to a storm, but has found it again. Beside him, Bogart made a no sound as he held the facts. He wiped out the bullhead pirates along the way, killed the dead fake Kuro who had escaped, and fought against Hawkeye, who remarked that he could challenge the title of the world's greatest swordsman. He didn't care about the other details, nor did he know them, but fighting Hawkeye and receiving such high praise. Bogart looked up at Hmph and asked, Is this true? Colonel Hmph nodded affirmatively. Colonel Jester reported it. He witnessed it himself and has photographic evidence. A young man of only 18 is actually capable of battling against Hawkeye in swordsmanship. Bogart furrowed his brows tightly, and Carp also lost his composure, a look of surprise on his face. My hawk, that guy wouldn't make such grand claims unless it's true. A genius like this has emerged from the East Sea, finally, not a pirate. Wonderful, just wonderful. Carp looked at Bogart and said, Have Smoker keep an eye on this young man and don't let him run around until I get there. Yes. Only I can rest assured about a genius like this. After saying this, Carp asked Hmph for information on Ryan and Kobe. Stretching and appearing quite content, he said, we should be on our way too. Speaking of which, I remember it takes quite some time to get from Huajian to Roguetown. Bogart replied, About 6 to 7 days for warships. Then there's no rush. Let's go back and check on my lovely grandson first, haha. Carp laughed heartily, his voice booming. Bogart lowered his hat's brim to shield his eyes. In fact, the document mentioned that a boy wearing a straw hat looking about 17 or 18 claimed he wanted to become the Pirate King, had defeated Monka. Who could it be? It's so hard to guess. Time jumped to 3 days later. The sea remained the sea, the sky remained the sky, nothing would change, everything was meaningless, and all would eventually fade away. A stunningly beautiful man with waist-length black and white hair kicked a young boy away, throwing a small notebook onto the boy's face. What kind of nonsense is written in this book? The sea is mine, the sky is mine, and One Piece will also be mine, do you understand? The beautiful man's delicate face was filled with dissatisfaction and anger, and the pirates around him were almost captivated. The captain truly was adorable, even though he was a man. The boy crawled back with a flattering smile on his face. I understand, everything is for the most beautiful Melon Dabin. Melon Dabin is the captain of the beautiful pirates with a bounty of 11 million berries. It is said that he was once the lover of the East Sea overlord Click, and they are still in contact. He commands over 100 ruthless subordinates, being the second most brutal pirate in the East Sea after Click. He has a sister even more beautiful, with her black and white long hair tied into a high ponytail, a slender waist, and skin as translucent as white jade. She is the vice-captain of the beautiful pirates Melon Daffin. They are currently in a small coastal town where smoke fills the air and cries and wails are heard continuously. The pirates, some clutching gold and jewels, others wielding knives and swords, some carrying crying women, and others embracing despairing men. Each person laughed heartily with their loot, completely unconcerned about the burning town behind them. It was evident that they had ravaged and slaughtered this coastal town, a normal occurrence for pirates. They stopped at the port because a boy blocked their path, crying and shouting that he wanted to join them. The boy's clothes were tattered, his face covered in dust and dirt, but his dirty face bore a pair of bright blue and white eyes. At this moment the boy appeared to be full of flattery and eagerness to please. Dabin became interested, covering his mouth with his hand and laughing delightfully. Hee, this little brat speaks so nicely, I like him. The surrounding pirates remained unmoved while Daphne showed a hint of mockery. Being targeted by her brother was worse than death. If it were me, I would have fled by now. The boy continued to bow his head in submission, displaying his flattery. So cute. Dabin's eyes glinted with mischief as he leaned closer to the boy, chuckling lightly, finding some rare interest in him that couldn't simply disappear. Boy, you want to join my pirate crew, but just being charming isn't enough. Suddenly the boy looked up and lunged with a knife aimed at Dabin's neck, his eyes filled with ferocity. What the hell? An assassin? But a pirate with a bounty of 11 million berries is not so easily killed. You? Dabin felt a moment of shock followed by anger. Bang! He turned and kicked the boy in the chest, sending both the boy and the knife flying. Cough, cough. The boy traced an arc as he hit the ground, covering his chest, blood spewing from his mouth, staining the ground. The nearby pirates not only did not feel tense, but instead laughed even louder. The captain almost got ambushed. Ha ha ha, what a loser. This little brat has some guts, I like it, he. Poor brother deceived in love. Shut up. Dabin's fair forehead pulsed with veins, his fists unconsciously tightening. How embarrassing, utterly humiliating. He almost fell for this little brat's trick, what a disgrace. Damn it. You little brat, you're something else. Dabin strode forward with long legs, gritting his teeth, his pupils dilating in anger, ready to lift his leg to finish off this damned brat. However, I'm sorry. So loud. The boy knelt on the ground, shouting, banging his head like a drum, bleeding from his forehead. I'm sorry, spare me, I was possessed, I want dare again. Please spare my humble life. He was quick to admit his mistake, his attitude extremely sincere and terrified, as if he had not just attempted to stab. This scene made the previously furious Dabin feel a sense of discord and surprise. The tip of her high heels moved away from the boy's head, and her long legs slowly lowered. He wasn't showing mercy, he needed this boy to erase the embarrassing moment he just experienced. Knowing he was about to die and begging for mercy, what a coward. Dabin covered her mouth with her hand, casting a flirtatious glance at the pirates behind her, letting out a laugh like wind chimes. He, it seems that the captain's authority is still intact. Look, even if you dared to ambush, what can you do? You're still afraid of death and begging for mercy. Wow, brother is really amazing. Daphne placed her hands by her mouth, using a voice so sweet it could kill. Other crew members rolled their eyes, weakly echoing. Captain, you are invincible. The captain is too strong. The captain is stronger than Click. Hmph. Dabin's lips curled into a beautiful arc as she smiled and turned to the boy. She discovered the boy was raising a knife towards her abdomen. Damn it. Bang. I'm hungry. Dabin swung a leg, striking the boy, sending him flying. The boy's features twisted as he fell to the ground, spitting blood, the knife dropping to the side. Dabin, having been attacked for the second time, was now entirely furious. The pirates behind her looked constipated, wanting to laugh, but not daring to, as the captain was truly angry. Daphne quickly covered her mouth, not daring to meet Dabin's gaze, fearing she would completely lose it. A pure little brat. An utterly shameless brat. Dabin was done playing, pulling out her pistol and aimed. Die. I have a treasure map. Who would have thought? The boy suddenly pulled out a crumpled sheepskin scroll from his bosom, shouting loudly, even spewing blood. The boy gasped for breath, his face filled with fear of death, no longer daring to hide. Treasure map. Is it real? What treasure map can a little brat have? I don't believe it. The pirates shook their heads in denial. Treasure maps like that couldn't just be stumbled upon. Stop joking. Dabin laughed in anger, one hand covering her forehead, the other pointing her gun at the boy. I think you're confused. Killing you would make the treasure map mine anyway. No. The boy, unafraid, boldly said, my grandfather is a historian, only I can understand the text on it. If I die, you will definitely not get this ancient treasure. Ancient treasure. Melon. Dabin and the pirates behind her couldn't help but gasp. In these seas, no one could refuse those 4 words, ancient treasure. If it were true, then who would still be a pirate? Under the expectant gazes of everyone, Dabin furrowed her brow. After some thought, it was better to believe it than to dismiss it. Hand it over. If it's real, I won't kill you. Yes. The boy crawled on the ground towards Dabin, and this crawling made Dabin feel once again high and mighty, her lips slightly curling. Now you know the fear of death. I will present the map. The boy knelt on the ground, lowering his head, holding the map high, hoping Dabin would take it. It could be a trick. Dabin didn't reach out. Who knew if this cunning brat would poison the map? Open it. The boy took a deep breath, slowly unfolding the map under Dabin's watchful gaze until it revealed a dagger. Dabin. I knew it. The boy grabbed the dagger and attempted to spring up, but before he could, he was kicked away. Very good, you've successfully worn down my patience, little brat. Die. Dabin aimed her gun at the boy and without hesitation pulled the trigger in the boy's terrified gaze. Bang. Bang. With a gunshot, a bullet was expelled from the muzzle. The young boy widened his eyes as the bullet grazed past his ear, narrowly missing him. Blood dripped down as the gun fell to the ground. Dabin clutched his shoulder, letting out a painful scream. Oh, it hurt so much. Blood gushed from Dabin's shoulder, causing the surrounding pirates to widen their eyes in shock. Captain, brother. Some pirates immediately raised their guns and knives, clearly not out of any masochistic tendencies from the captain, but rather, enemy attack. Enemy attack. At sea. There are warships at sea. How is that possible? How could they shoot the captain's wrist from so far away? Are they sharpshooters over there? The pirates were thrown into chaos, chattering with curiosity and hostility towards the sudden appearance of the warship. Many captives seized the opportunity to flee, and the young boy was also carried away by one of the captives. The boy looked up at the sea from the shoulder of the captor. A warship cut through the waves, heading towards the port with unwavering determination. We survived. Yes, we survived, so we must run fast. The man carrying the boy ran while loudly praising him. Dart. You did great. That's right. Thanks to you, Dart. Let's hurry, the Navy might not be able to hold them off. The captured residents re-entered the town, but the pirates were too occupied to pay attention to them. If necessary, they could just expend a little more effort to recapture them. What mattered most now was that the Navy was attacking. Damn it. Who could it be? Dabin grimaced in pain as a line of pirates blocked his way, while a ship doctor helped bandage his wound. Duffin stood behind Dabin, showing not a hint of fear, but rather intrigue and curiosity. What was so terrifying about the Navy? All the same. Who? On the speeding warship, Ryan and Sophie stood at the forefront, the sea breeze howling past their ears. Ryan wore a white short-sleeved shirt on top and black wide-legged pants below, his posture tall and elegant, exuding righteousness. Sophie wore a jacket over a black tank top and black trousers, his frame imposing. That shot earlier was fired by Ryan. At a distance of over 1,000 meters, he successfully hit the target, saving the young boy's life. Who? Ryan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and slowly exhaled. Your shooting is impressive. Being able to hit from such a distance is simply extraordinary. Sophie raised an eyebrow, praising Ryan's shot. If it were him, he wouldn't be confident in hitting accurately. That shot definitely surpassed the capabilities of most in the East Sea. Ryan shook his head and fell silent, silently returning the flintlock pistol to Sophie. Huh, what is this? Sophie looked at Ryan with a strange expression. Usually he would be showering him with compliments, but now he was so quiet. Following Ryan's gaze, a town shrouded in smoke appeared with residents wailing and cruel pirates, but the one thing missing was the glimmering white. Where's the Navy? Yes, where's the Navy? Why hasn't the Navy, which represents justice, appeared after the pirates finished raiding and were about to leave? Sophie clenched his fists, sighing inwardly as he had already guessed. Not all navies are just. Not all will sacrifice their lives for justice, and not all navies deserve to be called the Navy. If you want to change, then strive to become stronger. The world does not heed the voices of the weak. Sophie patted Ryan on the shoulder and spoke softly. Huh. Ryan looked at Sophie curiously. Why did you suddenly say that? I know that the weak have no voice. It's nothing. Sophie discreetly retracted his hand, his gaze fixed on the pirates at the port, feeling a bit restless. The reason Ryan remained silent was because in truth he had intended to aim for the head with that shot. However, it went a bit off course and hit the shoulder. That shot was truly unworthy of the title of sharpshooter, so he kept quiet. Nevertheless, the outcome wasn't bad, or at least he had saved the boy's life. It seems Sophie's mind began wandering again. The warship advanced at full speed, rapidly approaching the port. The pirates could not help but feel surprised and puzzled. The Navy? How could the Navy come? Was this something a pirate should say, questioning why the Navy would arrive? However, this was their daily routine. A pirate captain frowned and said, how could the Navy appear here? Didn't we already have a deal? It seems the Navy is also untrustworthy. No, wait. Duffin spoke up at this moment, having already recognized the two unfamiliar figures standing at the bow. This Navy doesn't belong to them. They must be passing by. The captain inquired, what should we do? Dabin gritted his teeth and shouted in anger, kill them. But Duffin shook her long finger and smiled, charming. Brother, we can't act impulsively at this moment. If we take action against the Navy, then the agreement will be broken. Dabin clenched his fist. The gunshot wound on his shoulder still throbbed painfully, his anger intensifying. It's better to be cautious. Let me talk to them. Hmph. As they gradually approached the port, the warship began to slow down, but Ryan couldn't wait any longer. I'm going. He took a running leap from the deck, flying several dozen meters from the warship to the port. Whoosh, bang. His legs landed heavily on the ground, kicking up dust, but he controlled his landing perfectly, appearing stylish. Clang. He brushed back the stray hair from his forehead, drawing out the justice saber, facing the mass of over 100 pirates, without flinching, his gaze fierce. If you don't run, then this thumbs up. If I let you run, then this thumbs down. Such wildly arrogant words enraged the pirates, after all who was surrounding whom. How could one person dare to speak like that to over 100? Was he out of his mind? This navy is so arrogant. There are only 2 of them, should we just kill them? No, don't. He's so handsome, it would be a waste to kill him. They were truly handsome, just looking at them made one unable to resist excitement. Dauphin's long legs unconsciously squeezed together as she tiptoed, her eyes nearly turning into hearts as she gazed at Ryan. This navy is so handsome and manly, he's my type. Dauphin blushed, taking small steps forward, her voice almost turning into smoke. Navy brother, don't be so aggressive, we can. Shut up. Ryan raised his hand, interrupting her spellcasting, and stated directly, I don't want to hear pirates talk, I just want to send you to meet Roger. What? How dare he? Ryan gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, raising his head to shout loudly. To E is to go forward without hesitation. E onward without hesitation. With a swift movement, Ryan vanished from his spot, plunging into the crowd of pirates, leaving a dark azure slash in the air. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, 6 or 7 pirates blocking the way were decapitated, blood spraying into the sky. They didn't even have time to scream, unaware of why they had died. Ding. Execute justice, slay the bandits. Reward command knife 1 ding. Successfully executed justice, eliminated the bandits. Reward human skin mask 1 ding. Executing justice. No one reacted, merely staring blankly at the scene. What was happening? Daifeng's pupils widened, his eyes filled with headless corpses and pools of blood, unable to control his scream any longer. Oh, brother. Daifeng's pupils were about to burst, roaring in anger. Kill him. Kill him. Kill. The pirates responded one after another, letting out furious roars. Yet instead of fear, Ryan felt increasingly exhilarated amidst the pirate horde. Come. With a swift slash, he cleaved through a pirate along with his weapon, blood splattering everywhere. Ah. Come, pirates. The navy shall perish. Ryan was in a state of excitement, feeling as if holding the knife meant holding the entire world. A massive pirate towering at 3.5 meters charged at Ryan like a freight train. Captain, kill. Daifeng is watching you. Hearing this, the 3.5-meter pirate's blood rushed to his head, gripping his massive sword tightly and swinging it down at Ryan. Daifeng, please watch me. Breakthrough. Ryan's muscles tensed as he leaped into the air, the blade angled downward for a strike. In midair, he unleashed a dark azure blade of light, painting the air with ink. Puff. The 2 exchanged positions, Ryan unscathed, continuing his charge. Ah. The 3.5-meter brute rolled his eyes back, blood spewing from his mouth as he let out a pained howl. Ryan's blade had drawn forth a deluge of blood, nearly splitting him in 2. Ding. Execute justice, eliminate the pirate. Reward at 4 and a tank rocket launcher 1. Ryan's eyes gleamed like a tiger, surveying the dozens before him, his heart sinking yet rising with determination. Breathe. Breathe. Not only do people breathe, but the knife breathes too. The words of Eagle Eye echoed in his mind, the special sensation of battling Eagle Eye resurfacing. A knife that breathes. A knife that breathes deeply. Yes, 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 it's the breath of a dragon. Dragon breath. Ryan's eyes flashed with a fierce glare, gripping the knife horizontally, behind his back, squatting in a horse stance, the sunlight, cold, the wind cutting through bones. In the next moment, the ground beneath his feet cracked, the fissure extending for dozens of meters, as if crushed by a heavy object, the sharp intent almost materializing. Huh. With a sudden draw of his knife, he sliced through the air in an instant. Buzz. At that moment, the air emitted a sharp explosive sound, a visible wave of air erupting. Boom. Clearly the blade did not strike the pirates, yet the dozen in front instantly turned to a mist of blood, while several behind were cleaved in half, stretching for dozens of meters, with only injuries left to push back the pirates. This strike caused nearly 50 casualties. Ding, 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 ding. It's so noisy. System. Ryan gasped heavily, staring at the nearly decimated pirate group before him, bodies strewn everywhere, blood flowing like a river. Though weary, he could not suppress his ecstatic joy. I've made it. I have succeeded. So this is what Eagle Eye meant by breathing. Breathing is so good, it's exhilarating. Eagle Eye, is this how I taught you? Good. Zophie exclaimed excitedly, raising his arms in jubilation. That strike was exhilarating. Even he felt invigorated. The pirates, on the other hand, were terrified by that strike, their eyes bulging. Daifeng sat on the ground, trembling completely, losing the arrogance from before. How is this possible? This can't be true. Tell me, this isn't real. Daifeng's face turned as pale as paper, his legs shaking, utterly frightened, unable to utter a word. Run. The pirate who uttered the word run was shot in the head by Zophie from a distance. Ryan turned to face the remaining pirates, a slight smile, curling his lips, his voice deep, unmasking his murderous intent. You all won't escape, everyone will die here. Gulp. Various sounds of swallowing echoed among the pirates. Each face was marked with terror, their color-drained throats constricted, as if gripped by a ghost, making it hard to breathe. Don't be afraid. I don't believe he can kill us all before exhausting his strength. Doffing stood up from the ground, his expression grotesque and terrifying. He realized, if they did not kill this navy, their beautiful pirate crew would lose all cohesion and perish completely. Now they could only fight desperately to kill this ghost-like navy. That's right. This move must consume a lot of stamina. Everyone, let's go together, kill him. Kill. Everyone shouted this, yet no one approached. A shouting was enough. They would rather not walk to their death. Ryan's lips curved up, pointing his blade at the crowd, grinning. Onward without hesitation. Whoosh. He's coming. Puff. Another 6 or 7 lives were snuffed out in an instant, the pirates fleeing in the opposite direction, unwilling to approach. Don't run, pirates. Aren't you all so arrogant? Don't you love slaughter? Why are you running? Shave. Puff. Blood-splattered wails filled the air. Endless pirate heads, unending bones of justice. Swish. 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 Ryan continuously utilized shave, crazily slaughtering within the crowd, blades flashing, killing intent surging, directly shattering the pirates' courage and severing their lifelines. Wails and cries, blood and severed limbs, despair and fear all together constructed a breathtaking tableau of the slaughter of pirates. Spare me. I want dare again. I want dare to hunger again. Help. Help. Hurry and run. He's gone mad. He's gone mad. He's a madman. Ah. Ha ha ha. Ding. Detected that the host's determination to execute justice has reached its peak, intolerant and unforgiving towards evil, killing until the wicked are utterly despairing, rewarded. Rare heart of calmness. Heart of calmness active effect: remain absolutely calm during combat, for example, exempting from entering a frenzy state after consecutive kills. Passive effect significantly enhances mental strength, cognitive responsibility, and mental clarity. What the hell? Why did it suddenly get cold while we were killing so well? Calm heart. What a joke. I need that thing. Rare item. Ryan raised his eyebrows high, the frown on his face instantly relaxed, a flash of wild joy appearing in his eyes. If it's a rare item, then I shall gladly accept it. In his mind, there was a translucent panel clearly indicating. Rare item, calm heart, a rare item. The last rare item was the soul of the ancient ingot knife, which was simply incredible. This calm heart is no less impressive. The system is quite generous and sincere. Ryan couldn't help but smile, appearing sunny and warm. Of course, this was assuming one ignored the current environment. He was surrounded by a true sea of corpses, with dozens of bodies piled up into a small mountain of corpses. And he was standing atop the mountain of corpses, displaying a sunny and gentle smile. Forget about the pirates. Even Zoffi felt a chill rising from his feet to the crown of his head. All the pirates present had been killed, leaving only the frenzied Dabin and the terrified and weak-legged Doffing. Maluan Dabin stared blankly, his face twisted, his complexion an abnormal purple, as if poisoned. He scanned the surroundings, looking at the corpses. Those who used to laugh and joke with him, who looted and plundered together, who explored and sought treasures. All the memories flooded into his mind, now transformed into endless blood and smoke. All fell beneath the damned Navy's butcher's knife. Bastard, bastard. Dabin's pupils were about to burst, blood spewing from his mouth as he screamed hysterically at Ryan. Devil. You are a devil wearing human skin. Bastard. Ryan stood high above the mountain of corpses while Doffing cried tearfully, and Dabin was enraged to the point of spitting blood. Have I become the villain? Ryan raised an eyebrow, brushing aside the damp hair, soaked with sweat, unable to help but laugh. Hee ha ha, interesting. The first time being a villain is a bit uncomfortable, but wait, it seems it's not my first time. Hearing Ryan laugh again, Dabin went mad, raising his firearm and pointing it at Ryan, roaring. What is so funny? You demon, what is so funny? What do you take the lives of my companions for? Brother. Doffing knelt on the ground, crying like a child, her eyes red and swollen. Ryan stepped down from the pirate's corpse, carrying justice on his shoulder, walking with a flamboyant and arrogant stride, a mocking smile on his lips. It's quite funny, don't you know? The civilians you killed, isn't this the feeling? As he spoke, Ryan paused, shaking his head and letting out a sigh. Forget it, I can't be bothered to reason with you pirates. You're not worthy of listening. Die. Dabin screamed, unable to bear any more words, raising his firearm to shoot at Ryan continuously. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets came flying, yet in Ryan's eyes they seemed to move incredibly slowly. Calm heart significantly enhances reaction speed. That means he can react to the bullets. Ryan moved forward leisurely, effortlessly dodging the bullets with slight movements of his head, shoulders, and body. Such bullets couldn't even make him stop. Whoosh. The last bullet shot towards his forehead. Ryan calmly lifted his long knife, pointing the blade at the bullet. Clang. The bullet was split in two as it grazed the blade, flying to either side. Eagle Eye, this scene should look familiar to you. Ryan smirked, blending strength and gentleness. It wasn't so difficult after all. How can it be? Dabin's eyes widened. He had already run out of bullets, yet he couldn't even touch the devil's. Damn it. Shave. Ryan vanished from his spot. Where is he? Too slow. This voice rang out. All he felt was the world spinning, seeing a corpse standing straight and Ryan passing by without stopping. Blood sprayed from the neck like a fountain of crimson. Ryan listened to the pleasant sound ringing in his mind, a smile reappearing on his face. Ding. Successfully executed justice, upheld the authority of justice, and killed the seductive pirate. Reward: premium charm potion. Charm potion enhances the user's charm. Charm includes, but is not limited to, attractiveness, making one convincing, gaining loyalty. Originally handsome, now even more so, getting closer to the reader's ideal beauty. Not bad, at least it's premium, quite good. Brother. Daphne covered her mouth, her legs flailing backward in fear, almost materializing her terror. Brother. No. Please don't kill me. Ryan stopped in front of Daphne, sheathing justice and looking down at her. Zoffy walked over from a distance, coming to Ryan's side and saying 7 pirates have run into the town. He was sniping the escaping pirates outside, but the number of pirates was still too many. After killing about 10 pirates, a part still rushed into the small town. We must eradicate them, find them, and kill them. Ryan did not intend to let these pirates go. They had to be killed. Taking some time was no problem. All right. After saying this, the two finally turned their attention to Daphne, who looked pitiful. Daphne crossed her arms over her chest, her voice trembling. I Navy Lord, please let me go. I will do anything. I will never be a pirate again. I won't anymore. Tears continuously overflowed from her eyes, her long hair sticking to her pale face and slender neck. Anything. Actually, just saying she would do that one thing. Ryan shook his head, his tone flat. Once a pirate, always a pirate. After saying this, he took out the revolver and turned off the safety. Daphne looked at the black muzzle, her pupils shrinking. How could this be possible? No. Bang. Ding. Successfully executed justice, killed the alluring and seductive pirate. Reward: premium strength potion. Strength potion significantly enhances physical strength. Strength. Ryan's forehead raised a question mark. Did these two siblings get it? TSK. Zoffy looked at Daphne, who was dead, in disbelief, shaking his head. To think she believed that having 5 points of beauty would make the world bow down. Unfortunately, she ran into Ryan, who was solely focused on his career. Zoffy crossed his arms. I thought you would show mercy, TSK. Tisk. She is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Upon hearing this, Ryan fell silent again, a silence that made Zoffy feel uneasy until he said, Sorry, it's still warm, so hurry up. Your mother. Just as Ryan and Zoffy were about to go to the town to catch pirates, they saw a crowd of residents pouring in at the end of the road, a sea of faces. In front of the residents were those 7 fleeing pirates, bound hand and foot, being carried over. The residents had excitement and elation on their faces, proudly shouting to Ryan and Zoffy, as if claiming credit for capturing the pirates. Navy Lord. We caught the pirates. Navy Lord. Navy Lord. As the residents reached the port, their excited expressions suddenly changed to silence, calmness, and awe toward Ryan and Zoffy. They initially thought it was a Navy fleet, only to realize it was just 2 people. And these 2 had killed an entire pirate crew of hundreds. Too impressive and too frightening. It's impossible not to feel awe. It's impossible not to keep a distance. Sometimes the difference between people is greater than that between people and insects. Normal. Ryan smiled gently, his eyes curved. Thank you, just put them on the ground. It's nothing, we are all in this together. What are you being polite about? It's the least we could do. The residents quickly and neatly threw the pirates on the ground, then retreated in unison, looking at the 2 with eyes full of awe and gratitude. Ryan said no more, pulling out the revolver. Bang, bang, bang. 5 shots for 5 people. Reloading bullets, continuing to shoot. Bang, bang, bang. 7 shots, killing all 7 captured pirates. What a relief. They thought they would be captured again and then released. Exactly. It should be like this. The residents looked at Ryan with an added sense of approval. Ryan put away the revolver and explained to the crowd. Everyone, don't misunderstand. Our ship is too small to hold prisoners, so we could only execute them with tears in our eyes. I see, huh? The residents immediately understood, nodding and laughing. So that's how it is, ha ha ha. These pirates are truly something, knowing the Navy Lord's ship couldn't hold them, yet they didn't jump into the sea to commit suicide early. Yeah, unacceptable. The pirates just don't understand. Zoffy, are you really human? Eliminating the heinous criminal gang. Special reward: premium will of fire. Night falls at the port of a coastal town, where during the day there were corpses everywhere. Now a banquet has commenced. Bright lights and laughter fill the air. The brightest sight at the banquet was not the bonfire, but the pirate ship at the port, engulfed in roaring flames alongside the hundreds of pirate corpses burning. Everyone brought out their best food and drink to entertain Ryan and Zoffy. The entire banquet revolved around the 2 of them. Ryan took the lead, distributing all the gold, silver treasures, and berries seized from the beautiful pirate crew to this small town for reconstruction and to ensure the livelihood of its people. Zafie had no objections. She raised both hands in approval and gave Ryan a thumbs up. Neither of them had much interest in money, enough to spend was all that mattered. Moreover, after going to the Navy headquarters, was there any worry about not having berries? The world government is vast, the Navy headquarters is affluent, and the Navy constantly navigates danger, offering decent salaries. Zafie and the others drank, ate meat, and laughed heartily, creating a lively atmosphere. In contrast, Ryan's side was quieter, with only a dozen beautiful women surrounding him, flitting about with flirtatious glances, no rather obvious ones, their eyes nearly sparkling. As long as Ryan nodded, they could even start a grand celebration, but unfortunately Ryan was not that kind of person. However, he did not send them away, allowing them to whisper and joke around. Seeing them was much more comforting than watching the group of older men who only drank and smoked. A slight smile appeared on Ryan's lips as he took a sip of red wine, savoring it. He opened the system panel. Wall of fire, you can ignite your sword with flames, launching fiery attacks, growth type. Ryan fell into silence to let the sword burn with flames. This inevitably brings to mind a devil fruit. The name is rather strange. Oh, what does it have to do with Naruto? It would be better called breath of fire or flowing blade like fire. That's fine whether it adds damage or not, as long as it adds to the appearance. Ryan checked all the information. Host Noctis Ryan, age 18 years, position Navy, corporal height 182 centimeters, weight 78. 2 kilograms. 18. 2. Passive novice, lucky phase, active strength potion, active charm potion, active individual buff, motionless mastery group, buff, everyone I love, war skills, elite, gunslinger, apprentice, fisherman, elite body technique, swordmaster techniques, 6 forms, shave, forward items, rare soul of the ancient blade, rare calm heart, premium horseslaying blade, premium will of fire, premium nameless sword technique, premium gentleman's glasses, common non-slip, gloves, non-jam, revolver, basketball shoes, basketball suspenders, life-severing bag. Evaluation acceptable. Ryan discovered one thing: the cultivation he had undergone would not be counted in the system panel, which was somewhat unfortunate. Another change was that he went from elite swordsman to swordmaster, which was evidently a localized title. And before today, he was still an elite swordsman, meaning it was today at that time. Clearly without prior contact, yet he could slice through nearly 100 people. Oh, at that moment he felt as if he had achieved enlightenment, the world becoming clear, able to distinctly hear various breathing sounds. Among them, the breathing of the sword was the most intense. Ryan clenched his fist. Once that feeling was confirmed, it felt as if his body was locked in place. In a moment of enlightenment, it turned out to be true. He even created a move called Dragon Breath, truly a genius. Pure strength. Even the system rated it as acceptable. He remembered it used to give no rating, and look how little time has passed. This sudden power felt strange. Having been an honest person for so long, he was somewhat unaccustomed. While others took steady steps, slowly growing, he system, you make me feel no sense of experience. Lord Ryan, you look so happy. Are you thinking of something joyful? Can you share it? A beautifully dressed woman approached Ryan, playfully smiling and giving him a wink. Ryan nodded, lifted his glass, clinked it with the bowties, and smiled gently. Yes, my wife is about to give birth. Boom. The sparkle in the beautiful woman's eyes was drained, turning her into a soulless shell, responding unconsciously. Oh, that's good, very good. Haha, may you have a prosperous son. She left, her steps heavy. The surrounding young women and beauties also left dejectedly after hearing this. They would never have feelings in this lifetime. Ryan smiled, helplessly shaking his head at the group of young girls who were always thinking about such things. Although he appeared to be 18 years old, in his past life, he was also 18, adding up to 36 years. His soul was no longer young. Sigh. Ryan swirled the glass of red wine, gazing up at the moon, pouring his feelings into it, reminiscing about Earth. At that moment, Zafie suddenly appeared behind Ryan, sitting at a nearby table, glancing at him. What are you doing, missing home? Well, it's about time to miss home. Ryan did not answer directly, but shook his head, speaking with a tone of old wisdom. You'll understand when you reach my age. Zafie paused in her drinking, looking at Ryan with an expression of disbelief. Are you out of your mind? Ryan continued swirling the glass of red wine, saying lightly, you don't understand, Zafie. Bang. Thank you for saving me. Suddenly, a muffled sound and shout startled both Ryan and Zafie. Looking toward the sound, the person who spoke was kneeling before them, banging his head against the ground. Ryan recognized him as the boy from the 3 consecutive assassination attempts during the day, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. All right, I accept your gratitude. Get up. After Ryan allowed him to rise, the boy stood up neatly from the ground. He was well-groomed, dressed in white, looking much better than during the day. With short dark red hair, a round little face, fair and cute, not very tall, probably around 1.6 meters. This boy gave Ryan a good impression. At least among the boys he had seen, this one was the bravest. Ryan curiously asked, what's your name? My name is Dart, the boy replied. Dart. How old are you? I'm 15 this year. Ryan nodded, gently remembering being 15 himself, then said, Do you want to join the Navy? Cough. Zafi nearly choked, surprised at how direct that was. No, it seemed like it had always been this direct. The boy named Dart's eyes widened. Huh. In the waters surrounding the coastal town, a normal-sized military ship appeared several times larger than Ryan's small warship, with only 200 or 300 Navy personnel on board. They did not dock, but simply looked at the coastal town from afar before leaving. Me. Dart pointed at himself, his mouth agape, his jaw dropping to the ground, shock written all over his face. Such a standard anime-style surprise. Lane internally scoffed, but maintained a serious demeanor. Yes, Dart, it's you. Would you like to join the Navy and serve under me? This scene caused the lively atmosphere around them to pause, and everyone turned to look. Dart lowered his head slightly and shook it, denying the offer. I can't do it. Lane stood up and looked at Dart earnestly. Who says you can't? I've seen your performance first. The surrounding residents immediately chimed in, persuading him one after another. Yes, we've seen it too. Dart. Exactly, if you hadn't stopped those pirates during the day, they would have gotten away long ago. And you gave us the courage to capture those dozen or so stray pirates. Staying in this town will bury your... Let's go. Hearing everyone's encouragement, Dart felt moved, his fingers gripping the hem of his clothes as he looked around at everyone. Everyone. They were all good people, very sincere, encouraging him to bravely pursue his dreams. He was so touched. Though he was moved, Dart said, but... He glanced at Lane, met his gaze, then quickly looked away. Lane didn't understand, but Zafi did. Worry, concern, fear. Why was this the case? Perhaps one could ask the Navy responsible for this sea area. Zafi stood up from the table, scanning Dart and the others present, showing no regard for the Navy. Because of the actions of the Navy here, you have been let down and have lost faith in them. Hearing this, the residents' expressions tightened. Indeed, they no longer wanted to believe in the Navy except for Lane and Zafi. They knew who was doing the real work and who was protecting them. It wasn't the Navy that protected them, it was Lane, and this was exactly what they were thinking. It seems so. Zafi sighed, truly speechless about this group of Navy. I see now. Lane's heart sank. The evil caused by pirates was the slaughter of civilians, while the evil caused by the Navy was the loss of civilians. Building is always harder than destroying, especially when it comes to winning hearts. To regain what was lost requires efforts that are at least tenfold. Lane looked around, seriously, speaking frankly. I can't manage the affairs of other navies right now, but as long as I see it, I will take action. What I need to do is to expand my influence to see more places and to be able to manage more areas. The residents were deeply moved, seeing Lane shining in their eyes, making them want to draw closer and believe. He was different, unlike other Navy members. He was a true, righteous Navy. Dart was also inspired by Lane's words, unable to help, but want to assist Lane further, yet he fell into but I'm useless, I can't help you. This time, before Lane could speak, the surrounding residents all chimed in. No, Dart, don't you remember? Your poison skills are praised even by Dr. Lilith, the kind that can't be saved. That's right, Dr. Lilith is from the country known as the medical powerhouse Xigu Kingdom. Dart, you are very brave. You can definitely succeed. Poison the pirates, stop persecuting us. While even the doctor from the medical powerhouse praised him. Wait a minute. Poison skills. Lane, it's fine, poison skills are poison skills. No wonder that pirate looked like he was about to die, or it turns out Dart had poisoned him in advance. Almost got my head stolen again. Lane chuckled, hands in his pockets. On this warship, it's just me and this guy. If you come, that makes 3 of us. Actually, he wanted to say, come be my ship's doctor. But since this kid is good at poison, he should stay away from the profession of ship doctor. Zafi raised an eyebrow, coldly looking at Lane. This guy? Before getting on the ship, he called me sweetie. Now that I'm on board, he refers to me as that guy. His attitude changed so quickly. Dart looked up at Lane, his face making it hard to refuse. He didn't want to refuse. He had 2 dreams. One was to become a doctor who could use poison skills to heal others. If this town cannot provide that, then he would go out to sea to find it. The other was to find Dr. Lilith and tell her that he had not given up on studying medicine. Please give up. Now he had a 3rd dream. To help Mr. Lane become the king of the Navy and spread true justice across the seas. Dart nodded vigorously, his eyes trembling with tears. Mr. Lane, please take me out to sea. Damn eagle-eyed. Damn straw hat kid. I will definitely kill you all. Wait for me. On the vast sea, a small warship slowly approached a small island, which according to intelligence was an uninhabited, deserted island. Due to its small area, it was unsuitable for habitation. It was relatively close to Rog Town on the shipping route and occasionally attracted pirates, which was also the reason why Ryan chose to rest here. What if they encounter pirates? That would be a live reward. It has been 2 days since the revelry at the coastal town, and Dart had somewhat adapted to life on the ship. However, he noticed that Mr. Ryan tended to do some unexpected things which would then earn him a stern reprimand from Mr. Zofi. It was a rather strange combination. As the small warship gradually neared the nameless, deserted island, some situations on the island came into the view of the three. There are indeed pirates on the island. Ryan shouted excitedly from the observation deck. On the beach of the small island, a group of ferocious pirates was confronting a man who also looked quite fierce. Dogs biting dogs. No way. Absolutely not. Even if someone has to die, it should be by my hand. Whoever dares to die on their own, I will kill them. Ryan jumped directly down from the observation deck and shouted at the bow of the ship. Sophie, full speed ahead. So did he discover why the pirates were so excited? Dart tried to understand Ryan's various actions and ultimately reached a conclusion. That is Mr. Ryan wanted to advance through the heads of the pirates to become a naval captain. I will definitely help you. Mr. Ryan. Dart instantly shifted to a combat face, pulling out his revolver and loading it with poisoned bullets. One shot to take your life. Oh, I see. Sophie had already become indifferent, having seen much. I don't know what's going on with these pirates. The East Sea is so vast, yet Ryan repeatedly runs into them. It seems that this calamity is destined to happen. On the beach of this nameless, small, deserted island, a tall man clad in tattered golden armor glared angrily at a man wearing a headscarf. Akin, daring to defy my orders, you are unworthy to be my subordinate. The man in the headscarf, Akin, was the most mysterious man in the pirate crew. Facing the captain's reprimand, Akin stubbornly stood his ground, speaking earnestly. Captain Clyke, even pirates must have loyalty. The tall man named Clyke was once the overlord of the East Sea. Behind Clyke stood dozens of pirates, each with grim expressions, their clothes ragged and bodies dirty. They were once the overlords of the East Sea, dominating the region, even venturing into the so-called pirate graveyard of the Grand Line. However, they escaped natural disasters, but could not avoid man-made calamities. A fleet of 50 ships and 5,000 men was decimated by the warlord Dracul Mihawk. After making the long journey back from the Grand Line to the East Sea, everyone had perished, leaving only a few stragglers. Mihawk, you have no heart. In one night, Clyke went from being the admiral of a 5,000-man fleet to becoming a mere beggar on the roadside. The disparity was so great that his current sanity was a testament to his inner strength. Faced with Akin's refusal to repent, Clyke grew more furious and roared, "Shut up. My orders." Akin's heart trembled, and he raised his head. Captain Clyke. The Clyke of old was not like this. He was bold, loyal, with grand dreams, yet now he had become this way. The surrounding pirates felt helpless, and one stepped forward to persuade him. Admiral Captain Akin also. Do not speak for him. Clyke turned to glare at the speaking pirate, like a lion gone mad, ready to pounce. The pirates instantly fell silent, as if frozen in fear, not daring to persuade Clyke any further. The title of East Sea Overlord was not just a boast. His own strength was also of monstrous caliber. The environment grew quiet, with only the sound of waves crashing and Clyke's heavy breathing. After a long silence, Clyke clenched his fists, glaring at Akin, while Akin lowered his head, silent. During this silence, Clyke pondered many things. If he killed him, now the Clyke pirate crew would fall into an awkward situation of having no one to rely on. Since he had decided to abandon him, why not first extract the remaining value? Wasting is not acceptable, ha. Clyke's eyes flickered and a sinister smile crept onto his lips, fleeting as he stepped forward and spoke. Akin, you. Admiral, pirates approaching. Before Clyke could finish his sentence, a pirate ran up, shouting, interrupting him. Clyke's pupils contracted as he exclaimed, "What? The Navy?" Truly, it was a case of misfortune coming in droves. Even the Navy dared to intrude. At this moment, a pirate, observing the situation, shouted again. A very small warship. There are only 3 Navy personnel on board. The last sentence rose sharply, excitement unmasked. Hearing this, the many pirates present turned their shining eyes towards Captain Clyke, buzzing with excitement. Clyke laughed heartily, his voice booming and bold. Ha 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 ha, it seems the heavens want me to rise again. Boys, capture that warship. This is a new starting point for our revenge. Clyke's face flushed with excitement, and the despondent emotions of the dozens of pirates around him vanished, replaced by fervor. Roar, take them down, rise again. Smack, good job. This is how it should be. Ryan clapped his hands, giving a thumbs up to the pirates. Not only did they not flee, but they seemed intent on attacking. This is more like it. If they had fled, he would have to chase them down one by one. Now, they willingly grouped together, making things so much easier. Sophie put down his binoculars and recognized the identities of the dozens of pirates on the beach. The captain of the Clyke pirate crew. Clyke has a bounty of 17 million berries, nicknamed the Admiral of the East Sea, the Overlord of the East Sea. Akin, the Demon Man, has a bounty of 12 million berries and is the captain of the 1st Division. And then there are some miscellaneous pirates. 17 million berries. Perfect. Ryan's eyes sparkled. He finally had a big opportunity. My big knife is already itching for action. Ryan instructed Sophie. Sophie, you stay outside to snipe those pirates trying to escape. It don't kill them if they don't run. Dart leaned in eager. What about me? What about me? You go with Zophie. I'll listen to his instructions. No one is allowed to steal my kill. Ew, I want to enjoy the experience, all to myself. As the warship drew closer, neither side had fired a single shot. However, the pirates' expressions grew increasingly fierce while Ryan's face became increasingly excited. Zophie looked speechless, and Dart appeared shocked. Although they did not understand the situation, it felt quite impressive. Ryan and Clyke could no longer contain themselves, both breaking into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! Pirates! Ha ha ha! Navy! I'm coming! Come here, you bastards! The king descends from the heavens. Ryan leaped from the warship, crashing down onto the beach like a cannonball, kicking up a cloud of dust. This explosive entrance left the pirates momentarily stunned. He looked so powerful. Tap! Ryan stepped out of the dust cloud, standing before them with a radiant smile on his lips. Anyone would be unable to resist a smile when rewards beckon. Are you the only one here to seek death? Ha ha ha! But Creek showed no sign of worry, laughing heartily, believing he could make such an entrance too. It was no big deal. Ah yes, I am here to seek death. Ryan slowly drew the blade named Justice from his waist, his smile stretching almost to his ears. The sun, once bright, turned ominous, as if the brilliant rays now carried a chilling, murderous intent, instilling fear. Creek remained unfazed, truly believing everyone was as formidable as Hawkeye. Oh, what a joke. Hmph. He had been in poor shape that day and was deliberately worn down by that bastard Hawkeye. How could he possibly lose to a little brat in a straw hat? As for the Navy brat before him, he had barely sprouted hair. How strong could he be? Ha ha ha, this little Navy has some self-awareness. I almost feel reluctant to kill you. Creek had already locked in his victory. If he lost to a brat, he might as well jump into the sea. The surrounding pirates continued their mocking jeers. Ha ha ha, why not just capture him? Let him join the pirates to kill the Navy. This would be amusing. Unaware of his own impending doom, Zophie sat at the bow of the ship, shouldering a flintlock, shaking his head as if lamenting the upcoming scene. Dart seemed to sense something too, tightening his grip on the gun, watching seriously and saying nothing. Sure enough, Ryan's gaze turned fierce, yet his voice was gentle and soft. I am here to send you to your death. Buzz. The blade emitted a resonant hum, its sharpness instantly spreading, piercing the very souls of those present. Not good. This Navy is a master. Aiken's eyes widened, his actions quicker than his words as he rushed towards Creek. Captain Creek. Be careful. Creek still wore a defiant expression, unaware of what was about to happen next. Shaved. Whoosh. The dust swirled at Ryan's former position, his figure vanished. He had already appeared before Creek, or rather in front of Akin. Bang. Creek was knocked aside by Aiken's charge, and Ryan's blade naturally swung towards Akin. Swish. Akin, in a panic, raised an iron rod to defend himself, but he couldn't even block for a moment. His arm along with the rod was severed, and he suffered a wound to his chest. Cough. The severed arm flew, blood and flesh splattering as Akin was struck hard, sending him flying backward. This sudden scene left the pirates in shock. Captain Akin. Ryan stood where Creek had just been, raising an eyebrow as he looked at Akin, who had nearly died, shielding Creek, a smile on his lips. Oh, this pirate has some depth. The bounty of 1,200 berries on Akin could not withstand a single blow. The pirates were in a panic, tensed up. Creek stood up, gritting his teeth, not even glancing at Akin. Damn it, kill him for me. With Creek's command, even the most frightened pirates charged at Ryan. Kill him. He is just one person. Exactly. If we kill him, we'll take the warship. Seeing the pirates rushing at Ryan, Dart bit his lip, unable to resist, asking, Are we just going to watch? Yes, it's fine to just watch. Zophie picked up a jug of liquor, taking a small sip, looking relaxed and at ease. Dart nodded thoughtfully, his gaze shifting to Ryan, only to find Ryan was once again not in place. He was amidst the swarm of pirates, holding a sword, flames dancing atop it, slicing through them, as if he were chopping vegetables, each strike igniting fire and slaying pirates. No pirate could withstand even a single blow from him. With one strike, their bodies shattered, and after being torn apart, flames erupted from the remains. Indeed, they were dismembered, and their corpses burned. Dart's eyes widened, gripping the railing tightly, his body trembling slightly. So fast, so cool, so powerful. So that was what the scene at the port looked like. He felt no fear, for Ryan would not harm him. He felt no dread, for he was certain Ryan would not strike against the innocent. He could only be amazed at Ryan's power, astonished by his valor and decisiveness. Watching Ryan rampaging through the enemy's, infinite longing surfaced in his eyes. Using his long blade to eradicate evil and safeguard peace, wasn't that a very cool and impressive thing? Mr. Ryan was like a capricious brush of a god, wildly painting through the crowd of pirates. Wherever he passed, the pirates all perished, their corpses consumed by flames. Gurgle, gurgle. Zophie took another sip of his drink, catching a glimpse of the excited and yearning Dart, a faint smile playing on his lips. Very nice. Not the kind of ignorant, fragile child. Indeed, if he were fragile, he wouldn't have played with poison. How could this be? Creek's mouth fell open, instinctively taking a step back. Dead. All dead. In less than a minute his remaining subordinates, even the second-in-command Captain Palu, not even able to withstand a single blow. No, he couldn't even see the person. Creek gritted his teeth. So what? I don't believe that after killing so many he still has the strength to face me. I refuse to believe it. Ryan pulled the blade from the chest of a pirate who claimed to have absolute defense, unable to hold back a shake of his head. Claiming to have absolute defense while being bound with iron shields, this so-called absolute defense was truly worthless. Now the entire beach was occupied by burning corpses, the air filled with the scent of roasted meat. Among the surviving pirates, only Creek and the ghostly Akin remained. Unsatisfied, very unsatisfied. Ryan furrowed his brow, extinguishing the flames on his blade, surveying the surroundings to confirm there were indeed no hidden ambushes. What the hell is going on? So the so-called tyrant of the East Sea Admiral Creek, only commands this force of less than 50 people. Is this really the East Sea tyrant you boast about? With such a meager force it would be tough to attack even a town. Or is it that the East Sea tyrant is just that worthless? Ryan hefted the blade, questioning Creek right in front of him. Hey, you didn't buy the title of East Sea tyrant, did you? With this little crew at most you could be called a sub-tyrant of the East Sea. How could he still have the face to ask this? Damn it. Creek's anger surged upon hearing this, veins bulging on his neck. Shut up, damn Navy brat. Oh, getting anxious are we? Huh. Creek was about to faint from rage, his face turning an abnormal red as he pointed at Ryan and shouted. If it weren't for you, Navy. What the hell is the warlords of the sea? My fleet, it's all because of Hawkeye. My pirate fleet of 5,000. 5,000 people. How could it possibly just be reduced to this? What? The blade fell to the ground. Ryan clutched his head in disbelief, his eyes bulging out. 5,000. All 5,000 have been killed by that bastard Hawkeye. His face showed not only shock, but also anger, even a hint of frustration and sorrow visible. Most of them, yes. Creek's trash talk was caught in his throat, neither up nor down. In shock, he instinctively replied. Clap. Zafi at the bow of the ship slapped his forehead, covering his eyes, unable to bear to look. Has the protective instinct developed to this extent, even guarding what's in others' bowls? Dart asked curiously. What happened to Mr. Ryan? Zafi. After a moment of contemplation, Zafi explained. Ryan has a few days each month like this, you just get used to it. Tap. Dart's revolver slipped from his hand and fell to the ground, his pupils narrowing sharply. Ms. Ryan. 5,000 people. 5,000 people. Ryan gritted his teeth, his voice squeezed out between clenched jaws, his palm splayed with 5 fingers, his face contorted in rage. No, don't be like this, calm down. Click hesitated to speak, unsure of what to say, feeling that whatever he uttered would be inappropriate. It could be called mockery, but it was utterly transparent, a true manifestation of his seething fury towards Eagle Eye. It was genuine anger, yet he even questioned himself for a moment. Could those 5,000 people not be his, but rather his? Damn Eagle Eye. He truly deserves to die. Yes, Eagle Eye truly deserves to die. Click swallowed hard, his voice unevenly echoing the sentiment. What on earth was happening? Akin climbed up and squatted on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, blood flowing freely, yet he was a bit unclear about the situation. Click was at a loss, wondering why the Navy before him was even angrier than he was. Ryan was so furious that he pounded his chest with both hands. If all 5,000 were killed, he dared not imagine how lavish the rewards would be. A few hundred could trigger a total annihilation reward, a premium one. What about those 5,000? Surely that would warrant a rare reward, perhaps even something above rare. Click was silent for a moment before speaking. Calm down, they are my men. Triggering the passive skill Heart of Calm, he restored his usual mindset. Gaining from this is my fortune, losing is my fate. Ryan rolled his eyes, looking utterly speechless. Nonsense, it's precisely because they are your men that I am angry. It's all rewards, 5,000 rewards, surely something interesting will drop. Forget it, I can't be bothered to discuss these trivialities with you, just die. Ryan picked up the Justice sword and walked towards Click. Click immediately shifted to combat mode, raising his machine gun to aim at Ryan, a sinister grin on his face. Do you think you can kill me? As he said this, the machine gun spat fire bullets raining down like a storm. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. It was useless. Ryan gripped the hilt tightly and shouted. He forwards without end. In an untargetable state, the bullets passed through Ryan's body, causing no harm. Whoosh. In an instant, he flashed behind Click, maintaining the motion of swinging his sword, blood splattering in the air. PSCHHH. Ah. Click's eyes turned white. That set of golden armor, invulnerable in battle, was now shattered by a single blow. A gaping wound opened on his chest, exposing his innards. Facing an enemy with a bounty of 1700 berries, he had already grown to the point where a single strike was sufficient to settle the matter. Captain Click. Akin shouted hoarsely, but due to blocking the blade for Click, he was now in a near-death state, left with no options. Almost forgot about you, don't worry, your turn will come soon. Ryan shifted his gaze, raising his revolver to aim at Click's forehead, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Ding! Justice executed successfully. Slaying the notorious pirate. Reward 6 styles, Iron Block 6 styles, Moonwalk 6 styles, Stormleg. Ding! Slaying this notorious pirate is an act of absolute justice. Triggering the beginner's lucky period active critical hit. Reward rare, Lazy to Not Die. Wow! Ryan's eyes lit up. This guy was truly heinous. The rewards were unexpectedly generous. Click Captain. Akin stood, frozen tears streaming from the corners of his eyes, his mouth trembling. The recruitment when they first met, the watchful assistance during crises, the times they fought together, those past moments seemed to resurface in his mind. Captain Click. I am Akin of the Click Pirate crew. Bang. Ugh. Surprise flickered in Ryan's eyes as the bullet missed. Akin dodged the bullet, halting his steps, grabbing the remaining arm of his mace, and charged towards Ryan. I absolutely will not let you go. Bang. Bang. 2 bullets were fired. Akin managed to evade the first with his agile body. But what about the second bullet? PSCHH. Ryan had predicted Akin's dodging direction, hitting him in the chest with a shot blooming a flower of blood. Akin's eyes widened, his body staggered back a few steps, raising his head to face the black muzzle aimed at his forehead. Be a good person in your next life. Bang. Ding. Justice executed successfully. Slaying the loyal pirate. Reward premium dog bashing stick. Ding. Completely obliterated the evil gang that had oppressed a marine area, having a severely detrimental impact. Firmly upholding justice. Special reward rare, Offer Your Heart. Thus the Click Pirate crew was annihilated. Crack. A news bird flew overhead. The weather was clear with a gentle sea breeze. Sizzle sizzle. By the beach the flames gradually diminished, but the faint crackling sound of sizzling still lingered. It was the corpses of those pirates from the Click Pirate crew. The heads of the pirate leader Click Akin and a few other captain-level officers were preserved. These would be used to claim credit. Ryan and his companions sat in a forest in a makeshift clearing. There was also a fire here roasting meat. Dart was eating happily, Zophie was drinking merrily, and Ryan was joyfully claiming his rewards. The rewards for killing some minions were not much. A fancy dagger was given to Zophie, and a non-jamming revolver was given to Dart. The rest is all mine. 6 styles, Iron Block, Storm Leg, Moonwalk mastered. A rich skill set. I can now fly and fight. Not bad. Ryan continued, scrolling down. Dog bashing stick. The higher the degree of evil, the more damage inflicted. A stick? I'm not used to it. Better keep it. Maybe it will come in handy later. Okay, next. Lazy to Not Die. The lower the health, the higher the damage reduction, received up to 20. Wow. Ryan's eyes brightened. There's still a glimmer of hope in dire straits. It works wonders in desperate situations, a life-saving skill. I can also do sit-ups in battle now. Offer Your Heart. A group skill that boosts the fearless morale of soldiers under your command, increasing combat power, raising morale by 10, with a limit of 10,500 people. Hiss. Ryan inhaled sharply, unable to resist, stroking his chin. On top of the previous skill, everyone, I like war. Is the system trying to steer me towards becoming a commander? A commander of one faction? It seems not impossible. Rogue Town. 20 years after Roger's death, another Straw Hat pirate was about to be executed at the execution platform. Sorry, I'm about to die. A shocking headline. The East Sea's dominator clique shot dead. The world's greatest swordsman criticized. The most daring person in the East Sea. The dashing naval warrant officer. The article, accompanied by high-definition images, spread throughout the East Sea by afternoon, just hours after being printed at noon. On an unnamed island, some dismissed it with disdain. Just as a 30 million bounty was placed on that Straw Hat kid, Luffy, the Navy couldn't wait to announce one for their warrant officer. This newspaper's content gets increasingly outrageous by the day. Did he really kill Clique? Is that for real? The photo is out. How could it be fake? Good riddance. In the bustling kitchen of the Barity chef, Shifu put down the newspaper, a worried expression on his face. Some, however, were envious of Ryan's handsome looks, snapping a photo of the newspaper and loudly proclaiming, "Isn't this just staged? Which good person looks that dashing when caught off guard? Yet putting a Photoshop picture on a pirate-killing news article is just chaotic. It's obvious a wealthy kid bought the hype for attention. Meanwhile, on a sailing, dog-headed warship. This kid isn't bad. He's bringing glory to the Navy of the East Sea." Kapu laughed heartily after reading the newspaper, realizing this was the new generation of the East Sea. Bogut raised his head and asked, "Vice Admiral Kapu, aren't you angry?" Hearing this, Kapu's expression stiffened. He crumpled the newspaper in frustration, his teeth grinding. He returned to Windmill Village, hoping to see his adorable grandson, only to hear the news that Luffy had set sail to become a pirate, even receiving a bounty notice. Kapu's fists clenched, the bones grinding together. Both of his grandsons had disobeyed him and run off to become pirates. Of course I'm angry. He had been angry for 3 or 4 days now. Whenever he was upset, he craved donuts, and had already broken his own record of eating donuts 3 times in a row. But being angry wouldn't change anything. The events had already unfolded. Kapu pressed his forehead resigned and decided to practice on a smaller scale. Looking towards the deck, he saw a little kid with pink hair, gritting his teeth, training alongside the sailors. His name was KB. Kapu's gaze softened a bit. In KB, he saw the future of the Navy. Mr. Kapu, we will reach Logtown tonight. On a small warship heading to Logtown. Wait, when was this? Ryan put down the newspaper, scratching his head in confusion. Zophie took a sip of rum and replied lightly, it should be from that island. Ryan frowned. Newsbird, Zophie added. Ryan raised an eyebrow. The Newsbird has that capability, Zophie said again. How impressive. Dart felt amazed. Does Mr. Zophie have mind-reading abilities? Ryan stroked his chin, carefully examining the newspaper. To be honest, this was his first time appearing in a newspaper in 36 years across 2 lifetimes. It's quite refreshing. I wonder what reactions people will have upon seeing the newspaper. They must be crying tears of envy over this handsome face. Ah. Ryan felt secretly pleased for a moment, then stroked his chin, hesitating. Am I really that arrogant? Zophie took another sip of his drink and nodded. Just a bit. Shouldn't I, with the system, be arrogant? I must be. Ryan raised his head, glanced at the newspaper again, and smirked knowingly, asking, why add the descriptor handsome? Zophie shot Ryan a glance, remaining silent. Dart pondered for a moment before answering earnestly. I think it's a statement of fact. Exactly. That's right. Ryan's lips curled upwards, unable to contain himself. He clapped. At that moment, a loud sound of water splashing emerged from beneath the ship, abrupt and startling. Ryan and Zophie exchanged a glance, both standing up simultaneously. Ryan walked towards the deck, while Zophie grabbed the flintlock nearby, and Dart, slightly slower to react swiftly, drew his revolver from his waist. Thud, thud, thud. The sound came from the exterior of the warship, getting closer and closer. Ryan steadied his grip on the hilt of his sword. Zophie aimed his musket, and Dart readied his gun, waiting for the intruder. After a brief moment, the thudding noise ceased, and then, bang! A shadow leaped from the side of the ship, crashing heavily onto the bow, a towering figure with 8 arms and 2 heads resembling a monster. Zophie's forehead twitched as he bluntly remarked, those 2 are stacked on top of each other, idiot. Ryan scowled, saying loudly, have you ever seen someone with 4 arms? After a moment of contemplation, Dart explained, Mr. Ryan, that's a 6-armed fishman and a 2-armed woman. Exactly. Standing before the trio was a 6-armed octopus fishman and a woman with long hair. Clap. Ryan clapped his hands together, his voice rising with excitement. Oh, so this is a mermaid. But why does this mermaid look a bit ugly? She bears no resemblance to the mermaids in his imagination. Not only is she unattractive, but she looks rather masculine. I can hear you, you know. Also, I'm a fishman. The creature that wasn't a mermaid shouted loudly, attempting to change Ryan's perception. Ryan stroked his chin, realizing there indeed are distinctions between fishmen. Tisk, why isn't he a mermaid? What a pity. Zophie and Dart stood beside Ryan, scrutinizing the 2 unexpected intruders. The fishman was entirely pink, resembling an octopus, towering with a muscular build adorned with tattoos. With 6 arms, each arm bristling with numerous suckers, and a mouth elongated like a straw, he was certainly not human. The woman was quite beautiful, sporting a high blue ponytail, with 2 long strands resembling dragon whiskers framing her face. Her blue and white eyes held a fierce determination. Dressed neatly in fitted garments and cargo pants with sleeves rolled up and hands on her hips, she appeared confident and full of vigor. Hey, you all are the Navy, right? The beautiful girl with blue hair called out, hands on her hips. Yes, Ryan replied, a smile creeping onto his face as he nodded gently. Quickly say that line, hurry. Navy, this warship has been seized by this pirate. Just say it, and I'll show you my big treasure. Sword, it's very nice, and you can travel to the west without a fare. The blue-haired girl tilted her head back, her voice clear and pleasant, flowing without a hint of stage fright. My name is Alice. I'm 20 years old, unmarried, 178 centimeters tall, weighing 67 kilograms, with measurements of 86, 64, 92. I excel in combat, enjoy cooking and adventuring, usually sleep at 10 p.m. and wake up at 8 a.m. I like to have a glass of warm milk before bed and after waking up, as I believe it's good for health. Everyone who knows me says I'm quite normal. Oh, and this is Xiaoba. Ryan. Zophie. Dart. Well, at least her schedule is quite normal. Zophie nodded and then turned to Ryan. I can't tell. Coincidentally, I couldn't see how normal she is either. Ryan spread his arms, holding the audience's attention, and spoke up. Okay, Miss Normal Person, may I ask what brings you here? Ryan raised a finger, pointing to the ship, speaking to the one who called herself Alice in a guiding tone. Let me guess, you all are here to seize this ship. We want to join the Navy. What? Alice suddenly dropped into a hoarse stance and shouted. Xiaoba. The fishman named Xiaoba trembled and followed suit. Alice pulled back her fist, gathering her strength, and then threw a punch. Alice's charging fist The luminous punch landed on Xiaoba, who trembled. Alice pulled back her fist, gathering her strength, and then threw a punch. Alice's charging fist. The luminous punch landed on Xiaoba, who trembled and uncontrollably flew off. I'm hungry. Thud. He crashed to the ground, lying there in a backhanded position, unconscious. Ryan. Sophie. Dart. Oh, what's going on here? Huff. Alice exhaled a breath and then burst into laughter towards the sky. Huh. Today's punching feel is a bit off. Sophie remained silent for a long time before turning to Ryan. They must be idiots, right? Ryan found it hard to disagree, simply nodding in agreement. I think you are right. I even doubted whether these two in front of me were truly human. Alice placed one hand on her hip, the other gesturing at her pitifully small arm muscles, wearing a confident smile. Sophie wanted to say something again, but was stopped by Ryan. All right, you don't need to speak anymore. Isn't it just adding chaos while others are performing here? Ryan closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and composed himself. Okay. He pressed his hands down to regain control of the situation and looked at Alice. All right, this normal girl who wants to join the Navy, please calm down a bit. He then turned to the girl who had fallen to, and this Mr. Fishman sleeping here isn't allowed, please get up. Xiaoba trembled slightly, stubbornly continuing to lie down. He was just unconscious. Alice spoke, urgently stepping forward. Did you see my strength? Let me join the Navy. Ryan spread his hands, pressed them down, indicating for Alice to calm down while acknowledging her talent. I saw your performance skills, they're indeed impressive. If you debut as an actress, you could win the Best Actress award. Alice stroked her chin and curiously asked, Then do you think I could win a Grand Slam for Best Actress? If you paid more attention to the details. You're straying off topic. Ryan pulled the conversation back, just in time, looking helpless as he almost got sidetracked. Hee. Alice chuckled, awkwardly realizing she had been seen through, and got Xiaoba to get up from the deck. Then they entered a state of trial. On the deck, Ryan sat in the center on a chair. Sophie stood on the left, arms crossed, while Dart stood on the right. Alice and Xiaoba stood in front of the three, looking a bit nervous. Why do you want to join the Navy? Ryan crossed his legs, intrigued. Both Alice and Fishman Xiaoba were quite interesting. However, having just a bit of interest wasn't enough. Joining the Navy requires commitment. Alice stepped forward, her expression serious. For justice. For justice. Xiaoba shouted in support of Alice from the side. Sophie lazily opened her dead fish eyes, blandly pointing out the unbearable truth. I think you were lying. Boom. Alice was petrified for a moment, while Xiaoba stared wide-eyed at the petrified Alice, wondering how this happened. Clap. Ryan snapped his fingers twice to attract attention and explained to the two. You see, our Navy doesn't accept people of unknown origins. What if you're spies? Alice waved her hand dismissively, laughing lightly. Hey, don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. Ryan rubbed his forehead and sighed. He was at a loss for words. All right, tell me your background, to be honest, or you'll be getting off the ship. Alice looked at Ryan's serious face and stopped joking, beginning to recount her story. 20 years ago. Ryan interrupted Alice, a black line appearing on his forehead. Do you want to start from when the world government was established 800 years ago? 800 years ago. Just talk about 20 years ago. 20 years ago, a prodigy arrived on this sea. She was born into a noble family, learning etiquette every day, how to be a proper wife, a qualified queen. But these things were far too dull and boring. She was born to belong to the sea, absolutely unwilling to be shackled by such things. She ran away from home, but was brought back. She punched her etiquette teacher and was punished. She freed the slaves at home, but it only brought them greater harm. Because of this, her family seemed to find a way to control her. If she made a mistake, all the slaves would bear the punishment together. She became obedient and her family was satisfied. But they forgot, as the daughter of the sea, how could she compromise? This period of endurance lasted a full 3 years. 3 days ago, she finally faced her wedding, marrying a prince she had never seen. She took all the slaves with her as a dowry, designed to escape midway, and released all the slaves. However, some slaves seemed to have knelt for too long, their legs weak, their hearts enslaved. They wanted to awaken her empathy by sacrificing themselves to get her married. What a joke. She left without taking anything, not even her clothes, which she snatched from a maid. She was going to start her own adventure. While swimming across the sea, she met Xiaoba, and they hit it off, discovering the Navy while evading her families, and thus the scene unfolded. I see. Ryan nodded gently, although he didn't absorb a single word of her. Sophie was quite satisfied with Alice, as her refusal to be morally shackled was commendable. Dart slightly opened his mouth, giving Alice a thumbs up, as she was amazing. So you still haven't said why you want to join the Navy? Ryan stated directly. Alice took a deep breath and replied, I want to join the Navy to avoid being taken back. What about you? Ryan looked at Xiaoba. Xiaoba hurriedly waved his hands, 6 arms flailing. I'm not joining the Navy. Okay. Ryan nodded slightly, stood up, and smiled. Welcome to the Navy. He didn't mind, he just found Alice quite interesting along with Xiaoba. Let them join if they want. Alice's eyes brightened, bouncing up and down. Really? That's great. That's great. Xiaoba cheered along, then came to his senses. But I'm not joining the Navy. Why not? Ryan asked. I'm actually a pirate. Ryan. Sophie glanced at Ryan, her fingers already resting on the hilt of her knife. Alice looked nervous, shielding Xiaoba. Tisk, why didn't you say it earlier? Ryan hesitated for a moment, meeting Alice's gaze. Give it a chance. Ryan's gaze sharpened, intensely focusing on Xiaoba, speaking rapidly and gravely. If a human falls into the water and is about to drown, what would you do? 321 answer. Right now. Save him. Xiaoba's first reaction was to respond. Good. Ryan smirked, saying, all right, you can join the Navy now. Xiaoba still shook his head. I don't. Clang. Ryan drew half of his sword, his gaze icy. If you don't join, I'll turn you into takoyaki without teriyaki sauce. Alice turned to look at Xiaoba, and after a brief hesitation he agreed. I'll join. Takoyaki cannot be made without teriyaki sauce. On the small warship sailing through the waves, the sun slowly approached the horizon and dusk began to settle in a corner of the sky. Ha! Kill! Kill! Alice stood beside Sophie, her feet on the railing, blue hair flowing in the wind, laughing heartily with a radiant smile, exuding confidence. Xiaoba was making takoyaki on the deck, sizzling with a delightful aroma that made Dart drool. Ryan was practicing his sword techniques on the deck. Sophie was at the helm, her forehead creased with annoyance as she glanced at Alice. You're too loud, Alice. Alice tilted her head back, her face beaming with joy. You don't understand, life is about movement. Sophie sighed and replied casually. Indeed, life does come from movement. That's called the movement of love, Alice said with a playful scratch of her head, giggling without a hint of embarrassment. After all, they were both already 20, they should understand. Sophie stopped talking, ignoring Alice, but Alice, being a chatterbox, wouldn't be silenced. Xiaoba was barbecuing wine to eat. Dart, being a child, couldn't resist her chatter. Ryan's swordplay was too cool to interrupt. Only Sophie, who seemed to be doing nothing, spoke up. In a moment, I'm taking the ship to the North Pole. Alice leaned against the railing, her fingers pinched into a tiny gap. Actually, I've read quite a few books on this topic, like techniques for pleasing men in bed. Oh, it's something to learn about. Moreover, one should start learning from a young age. I was already late when I learned. Alice placed one hand on her hip and pointed at herself with her thumb. So don't be fooled by my pretty looks and innocent charm. I actually know more than you do. Sophie, steering the ship, replied indifferently, I don't think so. Alice frowned, clenching her fists, excitement clear on her face. Are you challenging me? I accept your challenge. Sophie yawned, glancing at Alice, and said this monotonous, I just feel that you don't even come close to those 3 words, innocent, cute, and pure. Huh. Alice was thunderstruck, petrified on the spot. Sophie ignored her. The warship continued forward, speeding towards Lobetown. Until half the sun sank below the horizon, the small warship finally reached the port of Lobetown. This journey, which was originally supposed to take only 3 days, unknowingly stretched into 10 or even 15 days. However, Ryan was extremely satisfied with this. Without all the killing along the way, he would still be a blank slate, unable to roam freely in the naval headquarters, a place akin to hell. All he could say was thank you for that storm. They docked and disembarked. While everyone else walked off, Alice stood out by leaping off the bow, showcasing her boundless vitality. Ryan and his companions, along with a fisherman, set foot on the land of Lobetown. Alice looked around curiously. It wasn't long before someone from the Lobetown Naval Base came to greet them. The leading naval officer looked plain, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, wearing a military cap and maintaining a stern demeanor. Dressed in a justice coat, he was followed by 10 sailors walking with an air of authority. Judging by the number of stars on his shoulders, he was a major from the naval headquarters. In terms of rank, that made him equivalent to a brigadier general here. Hello, I am Major Kfiley from the naval headquarters. The major halted in front of Ryan and spoke with a He seemed to be a Navy officer who was reluctant to smile. Ryan returned the salute and said, Major Kfiley. I am Sergeant Nocti Ryan from the Shellstown Naval Base, here to report with my men. Kfiley nodded, looking quite spirited as he glanced at those behind Ryan. One was Sophie, whom he recognized from a photo, no problem there. The other was a rather youthful-looking child he did not know. There was also a woman with a lively demeanor who seemed a bit comical, and a fisherman who looked somewhat familiar. Bringing a family along plus a fisherman. Kfiley frowned and asked in confusion, wasn't it said that there were only 2 people? At first there indeed had only been 2. Ryan answered honestly. These are all righteous individuals I encountered along the way who wish to join the Navy. Come with me to the headquarters. Ryan added, joining the Navy is fine, but going to the naval headquarters for training does not comply with the rules. Kfiley shook his head in rejection. Not to mention that the slots for training at the headquarters are limited, but these people hadn't even joined the Navy yet. How could they just go to the headquarters? Ryan didn't elaborate further, he simply snapped his fingers. Xiaoba, open it. Kfiley frowned, wondering what was about to happen. The port was bustling with people, and many were drawn to this scene, their eyes filled with curiosity. Mainly because Ryan and Alice were both quite good-looking, along with Xiaoba's fisherman appearance. Perhaps it was also due to the human tendency to gather around commotion. Neo Xiaoba opened the sack he was carrying, dumping its contents onto the ground. That was human heads, a total of 9. What? Phyla's eyes nearly popped out, his expression frozen in shock. Others were similarly taken aback, their expressions dazed. Anyone who suddenly saw a pile of human heads pouring out of a sack would have their mind short-circuit. The entire scene fell silent, leaving only hurried breaths. Ryan's expression remained calm as he chuckled softly and explained in a flat tone, "These are the heads of the pirates I've encountered along the way. They are all here. Major Kfili, you can count them or verify their identities." Gulp. Kfili swallowed hard, looking at Ryan, his pupils betraying his shock. Heads. After a brief moment of collective silence at the port, it finally erupted. Most people had not heard Ryan's explanation, which had been so casual. "Those are heads. Ugh. Damn it, why are there heads here? Hey Navy, quickly catch that guy. Ooh, he's a psychopathic killer. So disgusting." Most people were cursing and berating Ryan and his group, while some discovered, "No, these are not just any heads, they are pirate heads." This phrase seemed to trigger some keywords, and the people at the port transformed into forensic experts, stripping off the clothing of the heads to check their identities. That one is the Bull Knight Joff with a bounty of 7 million berries, captain of the Muniu pirate crew, a killer of men on the sea. My God, he's finally dead. And his deputy, the second-in-command Muniu. That one is unmistakable. He has been in hiding for 3 years. Captained by G. Clo of the Black Cat Pirates with a bounty of 16 million berries. With a bounty of 11 million berries, Maluin Dabin. So beautiful is that corpse still intact. He'll pay double the bounty for it. That's the head of Klee, the tyrant of the East Sea. Ooh, I can't believe it was actually severed. The 1st Division Captain Demon Mannequin and the 2nd Division Captain Absolute Defense Palu, these two are also here. Wait a minute. One person suddenly recalled something. That news. Someone pulled out a newspaper from their pants, opened it, and compared it to Ryan standing there. It was unmistakable. That's him. The most audacious and handsome sergeant in the East Sea. My God, he looks even more handsome than in the newspaper. A Navy officer finally couldn't help but shout loudly. But that's not the point. He has taken down at least 3 pirate crews, and the total bounty of the pirates he has eliminated exceeds 70 million. Gulp. The sound of synchronized swallowing echoed through the port, and all eyes in the square were focused on Ryan. Ryan wore an expressionless face, and at some point he had a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on. Elegant scoundrel gold-rimmed glasses, wearing them enhances charm, persuasiveness, and likability. He looks so refined, a wow, so desirable, so likable. I've decided. He is my target for tonight's rendezvous. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel no jealousy towards his handsome face. If I could have dinner with him, I'd be willing to stay with him for 10 days and nights without any problem. Wait, why are you being so greedy? Sophie stared intently at Ryan, her expression like she had eaten something unpleasant. Was it those glasses? It had to be those glasses. Because just a moment ago she had felt a fleeting moment of intrigue towards this guy. Am I going to die? The port of Rogtown had unexpectedly become the runway for Ryan's showcase. Although Ryan did not walk the runway, he had already dazzled everyone. Kefiri took a few deep breaths. His gaze toward Ryan was no longer calm, but rather as if he had discovered a treasure. It was indeed a rare find. Young and powerful, he naturally elicited goodwill. Such a small request must surely be met. Kefira's cold, zombie-like expression transformed into a cheerful one. I was just joking earlier, ha. The Navy certainly welcomes those with a sense of justice to join. Ryan smirked, charming a group of young women whom he paid no mind, as he only wanted to know. As for my subordinates going to the headquarters, no problem. I will approve the quota for you. Kefiri replied decisively with a wave of his arm. Having slain so many pirates and decimated over 3 pirate crews, it was reasonable to ask for a few quotas to the headquarters. Was there any issue? Not at all. Moreover, it was merely a 3-month training program. Whether one stayed or left afterward depended entirely on their capabilities. Those who thought they could coast along hoping to soar to new heights just by going to the headquarters were merely dreaming and would find only hardship. Kefiri beckoned the soldiers behind him. Pack up, let's go check out the base. He then led Ryan and the others towards the base. The crowd at the port did not dare to intercept the Navy, only gazing longingly at Ryan as he departed. They would forever remember this day when a ridiculously handsome Navy officer dumped a sack of pirate heads onto the ground. The group returned to the base, and then over 100 Navy personnel aimed their guns at Xiaoba, intending to capture him completely. Ryan covered his face. Sophie lowered her head slightly. Dart's expression changed, and Alice looked tense. So it was ultimately exposed. Fear and unease washed over Xiaoba's face as he instinctively glanced at Ryan beside him. Captain Ryan. Pirate, surrender yourself. Kefiri stood ready, his expression serious, as he said to Ryan, Ryan, you have been deceived. This fishman is a pirate with an 800,000 berry bounty. Xiaoba. Ryan said nothing, merely letting out a sigh. Neo. Xiaoba trembled slightly, revealing his inner. Sophie and Dart remained silent. Alice looked at Ryan, her gaze unusually filled with plea. Ryan. Although she was confident she was not foolish at this moment, only Ryan could save Xiaoba. Ryan scanned the surroundings, essentially surrounded by the Navy with guns pointed at him, all aimed at Xiaoba. He thought for a moment, opened his arms to signal everyone to remain calm, and looked at Kefiri. He truly wishes to join the Navy, I am certain of it. How about this? I will vouch for him. Kefiri's eyes narrowed as he raised his head to deny Ryan's proposal. This is not something you at your level in the Navy can vouch for. Ryan, your future is boundless. Do not leave a stain at this point. His voice was heavy and powerful indeed, considering Ryan's future. Vouching. That meant demotion. With 9 pirate heads, Ryan could easily be promoted from sergeant to lieutenant at the headquarters, or even to major. Once entering Judicial Island, it was not just the lieutenant or major rank that awaited him. Even third-class soldiers would be there for him. Xiaoba had already acknowledged him as his leader, and abandoning his subordinate at this moment was not what a leader should do. Ryan pondered for a moment, stepped forward to stand before Xiaoba, and met Kefiri's grim gaze directly. I will use my merits. Kefiri, Major. Suddenly a loud shout interrupted Ryan's calm words as a Navy officer rushed out of the base, panic written all over his face, stumbling towards them. Pirates. The pirates have revolted. Kefiri tensed his expression, turning extremely grim. Where? In 2 places, one at the execution platform and one at the eastern port. Damn it. Of all times. Kefiri gritted his teeth, glancing at Xiaoba, then at Ryan before retracting his gaze. Everyone gather. The sailors quickly assembled in the base's training ground, moving swiftly and efficiently, a stark contrast to other Navy units. Who dares to riot in Rogue Town? Ryan wondered if his memory was confused. Rogue Town was a heavily guarded Navy stronghold, with Colonel Smoker stationed there. Unless a pirate had lost their mind, how could they dare to riot? Kefiri's adjutant passed by and explained to Ryan, Colonel Smoker, who was originally stationed in Rogue Town, left for the Grand Line a few days ago. Colonel Smoker made Rogue Town the most despairing place for pirates in the East Sea. No pirate could leave here to enter Reverse Mountain. Smoker left. Ryan covered his forehead, his eyes widening as he realized it was indeed the case. He then asked, how many troops are left at the base now? The adjutant sighed, shaking his head. Fewer than 500. Smoker took some troops with him. Moreover, due to Smoker's strength, the troop requirements are not as high as when the other colonels were in Rogue Town. So it was the weakest period for Rogue Town. Reinforcements were supposedly arriving tonight, but it was precisely at this moment. I will go. Ryan stepped forward, followed by Sophie and Dart, with Alice and Xiaoba closely trailing behind. You? Kefiri frowned, staring intently at Ryan. Ryan's gaze was resolute as he looked directly at Kefiri. Give me 100 men, and I will quell one of the riots. If I fail to do so, I am willing to accept military punishment. In the military, there are no empty words. Give me 100 men, and we will surely conquer the city and defeat its master. Well, actually, there's no need to attack the city. Rogue Town on the street leading to the execution platform square. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sound of cannon fire could be clearly heard from the direction of the execution platform, along with the sound of dense gunfire and the rising smoke. Many residents on both sides of the street fled in a panic, howls and cries filling the air. Keep up. Sophie shouted to the Navy behind while running. Ryan was at the forefront, donned in a coat of justice, with Sophie Dad on his left and Alice Xiaoba on his right. 100 Navy followed closely behind, their footsteps pounding like drums. Sophie carried a flintlock rifle over her shoulder, holding intelligence reports to brief Ryan. According to the reports, there are 4 pirate crews in the square, totaling over 500 men, while the number of Navy engaging in the standoff is less than 100, a significant disparity in numbers. The other Navy were taken by Major Kefi to support the East Port, where the number of pirates exceeded 1,000, making it even more dangerous. Most pirates trying to reach the Grand Line from the East Sea were under the oppressive rule of Smoker and simply couldn't fight back. Many pirates lingered outside Rogue Town, while some even forced their way into the upside-down mountain, driven to madness. Now that Smoker is gone, there is an immediate rebound. The long-suppressed madness of the pirates is unleashed without reservation upon the town that has lost its guardian. I understand, Ryan said, drawing his revolver and shooting at 2 scout pirates 100 meters away. Bang, bang. Successful hits. This display surprised many of the Navy, albeit just a little. More than half of the 100-strong Navy did not recognize Ryan, and naturally, they were quite resistant to being led by a mere petty officer. However, military orders are as solid as a mountain. No matter how dissatisfied they were, they had to accept it, hoping not to be misdirected. This was the unvoiced thought of most of the sailors. As they gradually approached the square, the acrid smell of gunpowder and the heat waves intensified, making everyone involuntarily tense. At this moment, Ryan at the forefront drew his saber. Clang. Under the watchful eyes of the Navy, Ryan raised the justice saber high. The will of fire. As the blade ignited in flames, the Navy looked on in confusion, while Sophie was equally astonished. Ryan's pace did not falter, nor did he turn to face the Navy behind him. Instead, he shouted in a passionate voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for justice and the people's test." At these words, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Then the heart began to pump blood rapidly, the brain became increasingly flushed, and an invisible force surged from the heart to every part of the body. The feeling was exhilarating. I want to follow Ryan. I want to fight. Ding. Triggered the group, buff, everyone I love war. Selected 100 people, increasing morale by 10. Ding. Triggered the group, buff, offer your hearts. Selected 104 people, increasing morale by 10, boosting fearless emotions and enhancing combat power. As Ryan charged forward, his voice echoed in the minds of every Navy. Ladies and gentlemen, eliminate the pirates. Protect the civilians. I am with you, justice is with you. For justice. Offer your hearts. Boom. The Navy's spirits were ignited, flames burning in their eyes, and a surge of high morale and fearless emotions erupted within the ranks. Roar. Kill. Justice is with me. Eliminate the pirates. Protect the civilians. Justice will prevail. Justice will prevail. Ryan led the charge, rushing to the front with Sophie and her 3 companions along with the 100-strong team closely following. The 100-strong army roared with the momentum of millions, shaking the pirates in the square, making them feel the Navy's madness, causing their sanity to plummet. What the hell? What is that thing? Navy. This can't be right. Why do I see the air above their heads twist? Are they really human? Under Ryan's leadership, they charged into the square like 100 bloodthirsty beasts. Great reinforcements have arrived. The Navy stationed at one side of the square were shocked and astonished, and their hearts were filled with immense joy. Tap. Ryan took a step forward, his eyes sharp. Soru. Whoosh. In an instant, he crossed over 10 meters. Before the pirates could react, he appeared in front of a group of them. Holding the saber, his muscles and veins bulged, his face contorted in ferocity. Break the army. Swish. A single strike unleashed a deep azure blade light among the pirate crowd. Blood splattered limbs flew directly, tearing a gap in their ranks. Ding. Slain the sea bully. Reward 3 tubes of sunscreen. Ding. Slain the selfish rogue. Reward a national cloak. Ding. Ding. 1 strike to restrain arrogance and impetuosity. 1 strike to sever the wicked hearts of the thieves, successfully executing justice. Reward premium shoes of walking on thin ice, walking on water like walking on thin ice. Help. My hand is broken. Why did I suddenly appear here? What a joke. Why are there monsters in Rogtown? The collapse of the pirates brought forth the frenzy of the Navy. Under Ryan's influence, the Navy drew their long swords and raised their firearms, launching the most frenzied assault of their lives against the pirates in the square. Kill. Follow Lord Ryan's lead. Eliminate these pirates. Protect Rogtown. Bang. 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 Splash. Inside, so exhilarating. Sophie felt her emotions suddenly soar, but there was no time to think more as she raised her flintlock rifle in a corner and began picking off pirates. Kill. Kill the pirates. Xiaoba charged into the crowd of pirates with 6 arms, wielding 6 large knives, as if intoxicated by blood, swinging the knives to reap pirate lives. No way. The 8 million bounty fishman pirate Xiaoba. Why are you hungry as a pirate? Bang. Dat drew her pistol filled with poisoned bullets, firing madly at the pirates. Even a graze would mean death, and a direct hit was guaranteed to kill. I kill, kill, kill. I kill, kill, kill. Alice had completely lost her mind, wielding a dog-beating stick, smashing one pirate after another, capable of bursting their brains with a single blow. Faced with such a bloody scene, whether it was due to her strong heart or the fearless emotions Alice showed, is it an illusion? I feel so powerful. My strength has become so great. My reflexes are so quick. I took a blow and it didn't hurt. My wound has already healed. Lord Ryan, we adore you. The Navy's overall strength was already superior to that of the pirates, and with Ryan's group skills boosting them, they were utterly overwhelming. Ryan showed no mercy to these pirates, striking them down with one blow after another, leaving no room for resistance. Soul of the Ancient Blade enhances regular attack power with body enhancement potions and strength potions stacking values. Calm Heart grants an exceptionally high reaction speed, while Will of Fire causes the blade to burn and break through the pirates' psychological defenses. In the presence of Ryan, no pirate could withstand his second strike, whether they were captains or crew members. In his eyes, they were all trash. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. The sounds of shouting and killing echoed ceaselessly at the eastern port of Rogtown, with the roars of cannon fire deafening. The once bustling port had completely descended into a battlefield engulfed in flames and smoke. The pirates launched their attack from the sea, intending to land at the Rogtown port, with dozens of pirate ships firing their cannons in succession. Shells fell like raindrops on the port and residential areas, destroying large numbers of houses and causing widespread fires resulting in countless casualties. The pirates had originally succeeded in landing, but were pushed back by the navy led by Hmph, leaving behind numerous pirate corpses. The navy suffered nearly 100 casualties, and with their already limited numbers their ranks were further decimated. The pirates knew that the navy was outnumbered, which is why they resorted to suppressive fire to eliminate the navy's remaining forces. Such a situation was quite rare. Most of the time the pirates' main goal was looting, not killing the navy. But now their intention was solely to annihilate the naval base of Rogue Town. It was utterly insane. Boom. The lieutenant covered in dirt shouted at Major Hmph, Major Hmph. Without even looking at him, Hmph responded with a shout, "Hold on. Reinforcements will arrive soon." He didn't know when reinforcements would actually arrive, but all he could do was, rather than praying for reinforcements to arrive, he wished to pray for Ryan to hold on, otherwise the pirates would form a pincer attack, and their hopes of victory would grow even more tenuous. Major Hmph, the pirates are about to land. Damn. Hmph tightened his grip on his sword, his face paling to the extreme. Could today be the end of Rogue Town? The end? It couldn't be. Hmph glanced around at the navy, who were suffering heavy losses. Every one of them bore injuries. However, if the eastern port fell, over 1,000 pirates would charge straight in, and the destruction of Rogue Town would be inevitable. Words of comfort and morale-boosting phrases had become stale and unspoken. Even if I die, I must hold this ground. Hmph drew his sword and cut through the sandbag barricade in front of him, shouting at the navy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of bullets rained towards the navy, some hitting the barricades, others striking men, spreading despair among the ranks, while a fierce determination rose within. Everyone knew that defeat equated to death. Not only would they die, but their comrades would perish, and hundreds of thousands of civilians in Rogue Town would also meet their end. No retreat. Hmph swung his sword, his eyes bloodshot. Fire. The remaining 200 or so desperate navy soldiers left their cover, rising to shoot, as their guns spat fire with bullets flying towards the flood of pirates. However, this was ultimately a drop in the bucket of no avail. The pirates numbered in the thousands, with dozens of cannons suppressing them. One could say that the navy managing to hold out this long was already a miracle. Gunfire erupted again, the sounds of battle deafening. The pirates pressed forward relentlessly, forcing the navy into close combat, where the pirates could exploit their greatest advantage. Kill, kill, kill. Take Rogue Town. Enter the Grand Line. We must eliminate the navy. They have blocked us for 3 whole months. I want spare even Smoker. I want the bounty and the glory. As the two sides drew closer, the navy's casualties gradually increased. Over 200 men lost, several more with none retreating. Hmph's eyes were bloodshot, leading from the front with 2 gunshot wounds on his body, refusing to retreat as he continued firing at the pirates. Every pirate he killed could potentially lessen the harm inflicted on the civilians behind him. Ugh. Cough. Surrounding navy members fell one after another. The lieutenant was already dead, his body hidden beneath the barricade at Hmph's feet. Given the current state of the pirates, the likelihood of them desecrating the corpses was extremely high. At least not all of them could be desecrated. They were getting closer. Both sides were now blinded by rage. Bang! Bang! Hmph's left arm and right chest were hit by bullets. He was no longer able to launch an offensive, but could not fall. Drip! Drip! Hmph struggled to keep his body upright, unable to control the blood flowing from his wounds, staining the ground red. The pirates were closing in, their wild laughter no longer masked by the sounds of gunfire. Ha ha ha, we really did it. Rogue Town isn't as hard to conquer as we imagined. We will be remembered by the world. East Blues number 1. Hmph's gaze became unfocused as he looked around, realizing that soldiers lay dead or wounded, and he could no longer organize a counterattack. Defeat had become a foregone conclusion. There was no way to change it, and the massacre of Rogue Town was— I'm sorry, Smoker, I really couldn't hold the line. Hmph swayed a few times, losing his support as he fell backward. At that moment, he clearly heard a voice. Break Army. Break Army. Whoosh. A figure appeared above the crowd, holding a knife high, his cape billowing in the wind, sunlight filtering through the smoke onto the cape. It was Ryan. Expose the weaknesses, pirates. Triggering the effect of Ancient Blade's soul damage 1. Ryan's eyes were crimson. The blade ignited with flames as he brought it down, with a heavy slash accelerated by gravity. Whoosh! The dark blue blade light burst forth, crashing down among the startled pirates, causing a deafening explosion. A colossal roar filled the battlefield as the blade fell, claiming dozens of lives, and the shockwaves swept outwards, creating a path through the crowd. Ding! Slayed the wicked pirates. Reward quick drive boxers. Ding! Slayed the ruthless evil. Reward stink bomb. Ding! Slayed the great villain. Reward an AK. Ding! Ding! Executing justice. Slayed numerous pirates. Reward premium spirit beans. I'm hungry. Ah, cough. What is this? So many died. Damn, is that Smoker? Has Smoker come? No. I was just joking. Ryan was sweating profusely, breathing heavily. He had run all the way from the square to this place, which was no small distance. After dealing with the pirates in the square, he rushed over without stopping. He was still a bit late, but thankfully it wasn't a complete rout. Pirates. Ryan surveyed his surroundings, a smile spreading across his face. Looks like I have enough to kill for a long time. The pirates exchanged glances encircling Ryan. One captain frowned, speaking in a deep voice, "He is not smoker." Another captain directly issued a kill order. "Hmph, just a brat, kill him." Dragon breath. At the eastern port of Rogtown, smoke filled the air and bodies lay strewn about, turning the area into a scorched earth, a bloody battlefield. The pirates were numerous, occupying the port, and amidst the black mass a glimpse of white stood out conspicuously. That was Ryan. Surrounded by fierce pirates like wolves and tigers ready to devour Ryan and the entire Rogtown. Was Ryan not a worthy adversary? Don't make your big brother Ryan laugh. Dragon breath. Ryan growled, his muscular arms bulging, the justice greatsword resting at his side, flames igniting as his eyes flashed a fierce crimson, resembling a dragon about to unleash its fury. Stunned. The cry of dragon breath shook the hearts of the pirates, but it did not stop them from charging toward Ryan. With that, Ryan gripped the greatsword tightly and swung with all his might, the blade carving a half-moon arc as the dark green flames slashed through the air. Whoosh, boom. The slash waves surged like a flood, collapsing the ground beneath with dust and blood flying, as dozens of pirates were instantly turned into blood mist. After flying through the air for over 10 meters, it detonated behind the pirates, causing a violent explosion, sending countless pirates flying like dumplings from the sky. Ding. Justice executed. Kill. Reward Grenade X3. Ding. Justice executed. Ding. Slaughter executed. Reward Incendiary Grenade X3. Ding ding ding. The constant chimes in his mind played a melodious tune. Ding. Justice will prevail. Cumulative pirate kills reached 500. Reward Junior Title Pirate Slayer Machine. Pirate Slayer Machine. The wearer gains 10 intimidation against pirates when taking action, 1 damage for each pirate killed, stacking up to 20. If the killing spree is interrupted for more than 5 seconds, damage decreases by 1 every 5 seconds. Equip it for me. Ah, I'm hungry. How is this possible? Such power, he is a monster. Pirates trembled under the weight of that strike, fear creeping into their hearts. Looking at the cleared area, the panting Navy soldiers regarded him as if he were a monster. Huff, huff, the pirate slayer machine. What is it hinting at? Ryan's chest heaved violently, sweat soaking his front and back sticking together. He was now a swordsman of the iron-cutting realm, or rather a sword master. Executing flying slashes had become a basic operation. Of course, he still had a long way to go to reach the level of an eyewitness. Monster. Simply a monster. Such an enemy, can we really win against him? The pirate's eyes regarded Ryan with horror, as if he were a demon ready to devour them at any moment. Fear spread among the crowd, and the leading pirates began to retreat. Several pirate captains gathered at the back to discuss. Another smoker. No, he can't compare to Smoker. What should we do? We must kill him, he's low on stamina. We can wear him down. That's right, as long as he's alive, the pirates of the East Sea will never see the light of day. It wasn't such a grand ambition, but they truly wished to eradicate Rogtown, even if a monster stood in their way. He's just a little navy brat. How can so many pirates be stopped by a little navy? Kill him, he's just a small... Under the orders of their respective captains, the pirates charged at Ryan once more. The remaining 100 or so navy behind Ryan had fierce expressions, their eyes trembling. What should we do? Of course we continue fighting. Are we going to let a junior die for us? I can't afford that humiliation. At the very least, we must show the demeanor of our predecessors. Hiding at the back is unacceptable. Everyone stand up and shoot. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets flew overhead, darting back and forth, and no one knew which bullet would claim a life. Ryan didn't care. He knew that the justice in his hand would take the lives of the pirates. Sorrow. Whoosh. Ryan plunged back into the crowd of pirates, stabbing 3 men in succession and causing blood to spray out. Uft. Ah. A pirate beside him saw Ryan expose his back, and his face brightened as he swung his large blade toward Ryan. An opening appeared. Navy. The blade was closing in, but Ryan didn't even look back. He reached out with his other hand and grabbed the pirate by the neck, lifting him in front of him. Ugh. Ryan pulled out the greatsword from the 3 pirates and stared at the one he was holding. Do you wish to... As soon as he finished speaking, not far away a pirate opened fire, dozens of bullets hurtling toward him. Bang, bang, bang. Ryan did not dodge using the pirate he held to shield himself. Not a single bullet hit him. Shoot at our own people. Don't mind him, keep firing. Kill that navy. So naive. Ryan flung away the pirate riddled with bullets, and in an instant flames erupted from his waist. Bang, bang, bang. American-style Iato. 6 pirates were instantly taken down, and the surrounding pirates were filled with dread. What happened? Fire. In an instant, he activated the sixth style of Soru, holding the greatsword with both hands, its blade engulfed in intense flames as he charged at the pirates. Fire slash. Swish. I'm hungry. The flaming crescent blade instantly tore through the pirate formation, and those in the path of the blade were either dead or injured, blood splattering everywhere. Crying and wailing filled the air, and a scorching atmosphere enveloped the scene. He's here? No, we can't beat him. He's so terrifying that we can't hold him off. Pirate Slayer machine. The number of pirates slain had already exceeded 20, increasing the damage by 20, which meant no pirate present could withstand his blade. The system prompt echoed in his mind, filling his body with strength. Blood surged through his veins. The scent of blood permeated the air. His killing intent intensified, while his mind remained increasingly clear. At this moment, Ryan referred to himself as awake madness. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. The blade was burning. Ryan's eyes turned crimson, his mouth stretched into a sinister grin, his expression becoming grotesque and fearsome. Gulp. So terrifying. Has he gone mad? The pirates at the front began to retreat, their hands trembling around their blades. Demon. No. Stunned. Ryan raised his eyes like an evil spirit wrapped in dark red aura that crackled with lightning, the flames in his blade growing hotter and fiercer, growling like an Azura. Give me your lives. Whoosh. In a flash, he dashed into the pirates, red as a demon, only attacking and not defending. Swinging the greatsword widely, he weaved through the crowd with nowhere to escape, for this was a relentless pursuit. The blade sliced through the air, leaving behind a trail of crimson flame, slashes, each slash signifying the death of one or more pirates. Swish, 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 swish. As the speed of his slashes quickened, the crimson slashes of flame continued to appear, disappear, and then reappear. The scorching aura and the scent of blood added a wildness to this frenzied massacre. Ryan transformed into a relentless killing machine, tireless and emotionless, where every pirate met a gruesome end that was hard to watch. Horizontal slashes, vertical cuts, upward thrusts, stabs, jumping strikes, spinning attacks. Every move aimed directly at taking lives. I'm hungry. Cough, cough. No, spare me. Save me. I'll fight you all. Spare me. I won't be a pirate anymore. Uft, uft, uft. In the state of frenzied slaughter, Ryan, under the calm heart, remained clear-headed, but even more terrifying. At this moment, his thoughts were solely focused on how to swing his blade to maximize damage. The Justice Cape behind Ryan was drenched in the blood of pirates, his face and body nearly covered in blood, indistinguishable between that of pirates and his own. The corpses on the ground were so numerous that there was no place to step, and the blood flowed into the sea. Gulp. So amazing. Watching Ryan tear through the pirates like a demon, the 100 or so Navy soldiers present swallowed hard, feeling a mix of shock, excitement, and bloodlust. To witness such a frenzied slaughter of pirates with their own eyes was worth dying for. Their awe for Ryan reached unprecedented heights, even bordering on fanaticism. Who wouldn't like a general charging to the forefront with such immense strength? This is how it should be. Let's kill all the pirates and let their blood flow like rivers. The Pirate Slayer machine, we honor you. At the port, 6 pirate captains gathered together, their expressions remarkably similar, all with dazed looks. One person charged through the ranks of 1,000 pirates, wreaking havoc as if in a realm devoid of foes. While he remained unharmed, countless pirates fell before him. Is this a human? A bearded man wearing a captain's hat murmured, is he still human? The colossal monster Gatton, with a bounty of 14 million berries, is the captain of the monster pirate crew. Though he commanded only about 100 pirates, each one was a monster far surpassing the average human. A bald pirate beside him, wearing a patch over one eye, insisted on the old ways and placed a hat on Ryan. Monster demon, emotionless being, killing machine, great demon. The one-eyed Waynard with a bounty of 9.5 million berries, captain of the one-eyed pirate crew, commanded over 300 pirates. A rugged man with chest hair like pine needles weakly asked, what should we do now? The sissy womage with a bounty of 8 million berries led 400 pirates and 3 pirate ships. The long-haired pirate raised his eyes, surveying the crowd, and stated flatly, once we run, there will be no chance left. We will lose our opportunity to become the pirate king. The long-haired pirate, Longhair, with a bounty of 13 million, is the captain of the long-haired pirate crew. A nearby crew member with a crew cut loudly declared, we can't even reach the Grand Line, let alone become the pirate king. The crew cut pirate Pagoda, with a bounty of 13.5 million berries, is the captain of the crew cut. Draped in an evil cloak and holding a cigar, he spoke with a calm tone. I don't believe his stamina is infinite. When his energy runs out, that will be the time to kill him. As he spoke, he glanced at the others, a smirk appearing at the corners of his mouth. Once we kill him, let's see who reaches the Grand Line first and finds the One Piece, then we will return here together. The great warlord Tiktaman, with a bounty of 16 million berries, was once a naval colonel, but later fell into piracy, committing every possible atrocity. He commanded 800 pirates, more than half of whom were formerly Navy. Good. I will not lose. On the battlefield at the port, the pirates had been terrified to the core by Ryan's rampage, crying and stunned in fear. It was simply horrifying. He's gone mad. He's pure madness. After killing so many, won't he tire? Doesn't his heart hurt? Does he even have a heart? Forget about that. He's coming. One pirate could no longer take it and attempted to flee. Everyone run. Bang. The fleeing pirate was shot dead by the crew-cut pirate Pagoda. Anyone who dares to run will be killed. Pagoda's face was vicious and the pirates dared not meet his gaze. The long-haired pirate drew his rapier, his gaze scanning the many pirates with indifference. Charge in and kill him. The pirates looked grim, but dared not resist, only attempting to reason. But we are no match for him. We will be killed. Ha! Ha! Look, that madman behind us is still laughing and killing, not stopping at all. These captains only knew how to hide behind letting others go to their deaths. It was truly despicable. Of course, this was merely a thought. Saying it aloud would only lead to a faster demise. With a barely perceptible smile at the corners of his mouth, the long-haired pirate calmly said, "His stamina will run out. Just wait until his stamina is exhausted." Pagoda bluntly stated, "Can he really kill everyone present?" Everyone charge. Under the orders of the two 10 million bounty pirate captains, the pirates reluctantly returned. Not far away, Ryan, who was rampaging in slaughter, smiled widely when he saw the fleeing pirates returning. Hee, yes, what are you running from? I'm almost out of stamina. The pirates charged at Ryan once more, the battle cries deafening, as if the louder they shouted, the greater their chances of victory. Oh, kill him. Unfortunately, the louder they shouted, the faster Ryan would kill. Shaved. Ryan vanished from his position, appearing behind the pirates, maintaining his knife-holding stance. The pirates halted, and then their upper and lower bodies separated. Poochie. A torrent of blood sprayed forth, transforming into a mist in the air. After such a lengthy battle, Ryan exhaled slowly. He had indeed exhausted some stamina, but there was no need to worry. He had previously consumed a fairy bean, which would fully replenish his energy. In other words, the pirates' attempts to wear him down would ultimately be futile. As long as Ryan consumed that thunder fairy bean, he could revive fully and engage in another round of frenzied slaughter. Regardless of whether it was 3,000 or not, they would pay with their lives. Just as Ryan prepared to continue his killing spree, a hoarse roar suddenly echoed from the rear. "Follow, Ryan, and let's kill together." Ryan turned to look, his pupils constricting. It was Clefairy, who had been shot multiple times. Clefairy leaned on his long knife, his face pale, his body swaying, yet he shouted loudly. Other Navy members attempted to help Clefairy, but he raised a hand to refuse. "Lieutenant Clefairy." Clefairy gritted his teeth, using his last ounce of strength to shout, "Don't worry about me. Oh, everyone must listen to Ryan now." Yes. The Navy members obeyed the command, moving away from Clefairy and marching toward the battlefield, ready to face death. Despite Ryan having slaughtered hundreds, the number of pirates continued to replenish, remaining around 7. Ryan did not say much. He could easily withstand everything alone, but what kind of justice would that be, standing alone? He raised his blade high in the gaze of the Navy and the pirates. Ryan calmly began to speak. "Ladies and gentlemen, I love war." Ding, ding. Triggered group skill. "Ladies and gentlemen, I love war." Ding. Triggered group skill. "Offer your hearts." At that moment, the remaining 100 or so Navy members felt an immense surge of power within their morale, instantaneously elevated, their momentum erupting. Justice will prevail. Follow Lord Ryan's steps. Those mere pirates do not fear them. What if we die? Losing one is not a loss, taking two is a gain. Such high morale, along with the courage to charge into death, stunned the pirates, and even surprised Clefairy. Clefairy half kneeled on the ground, breathing heavily, witnessing the change in expressions. From a state of despair, despite not fearing death, it transformed into fearless of death, unafraid of failure, and high morale. What is happening? How is this possible? No, there is only one possibility. The devil fruit. The pirate captains were even more confused, each frowning. Pagoda scratched his head. "I totally don't understand." The long-haired pirate gripped his sword tightly, his eyes shadowed. "The Navy is rising again. This is not a good thing." Meanwhile, the great warlord Tictaman exhaled a puff of white smoke, biting his cigar with a contemptuous expression. "What good is that? The Navy, haha, merely self-righteous dogs of justice. Seeing someone believe in so-called justice and give their lives for it is too foolish, too ridiculous. Here, let's declare war on all pirates." Thud. This precise declaration struck the ears of everyone present, causing their hearts to momentarily stop. Who dares to be so arrogant? Looking at the speaker. Everything was fine. Ryan stood tall atop a mound of pirate corpses, his shoes soaked in blood, his justice cloak saturated with pirate blood, heavy enough to not flutter. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, his face covered in sweat and blood, with strands of hair stuck to his forehead, disheveled and flattened, but it could not conceal the dominance in his eyes. He raised the justice in his hand, turning his back to the Navy and facing the pirates, speaking slowly, each word heavy and powerful. This war will not cease because all the pirates here are dead. This war will not cease because the East Sea pirates are annihilated. This war will continue, fighting in Logtown, fighting in the East Sea, fighting in all 4 seas on the Grand Line, on every island until all pirates on this sea are eradicated. After saying this, Ryan paused to take a deep breath, and everyone followed suit. Then a single phrase exploded forth, echoing throughout the port. This is a comprehensive war against pirates. At that moment, a newsbird flew across the sky, a flash of white light glimmering on its chest. This is a full-scale war against pirates. Thump, thump. The hearts of the 100 or so Navy soldiers beat for Ryan. Their minds went wild for him, and the fervor in their eyes nearly swallowed all rationality. Even Clefairy could not control his frenzy as Ryan's voice echoed in his mind. There would be no hesitation in sacrificing his life for Ryan. If loyalty could be measured, all the Navy present would have reached maximum capacity. Loyal to him, following him, letting the pirates fall, letting evil burn, letting the light of justice spread across the vast sea. Kill the pirates. Kill the pirates. I will pledge my loyalty to Lord Ryan. Loyalty. Thud thud. Clefairy clutched his violently beating chest, eyes filled with fervor. Kill, cough cough, kill. Without Ryan's command, the over 100 frenzied Navy soldiers charged like a sharp sword, piercing straight into the pirate ranks. The pirates faced this group of valiant, fearless Navy soldiers whose morale was soaring. Upon engaging, they immediately sensed something was off. The situation was overwhelmingly one-sided, and the pirates were no match for these remnants. What's going on? His strength is so great. Wasn't he injured? What are you talking about? Your hand. Hey, are they devils or something? Doesn't it hurt? Because I have justice. Then I'm really without justice. Ryan smirked, coldly wielding the justice as he charged forward to slay. Blood-splattered limbs shattered, further enhancing the damage of the pirate slaughter machine to its peak. Whether leading the kill or being commanded to kill, the outcomes were 2 different matters. As long as it was about killing pirates, Ryan would always be at the front of the line. Under Ryan's leadership, the pirate army of 700 or 800 was actually forced to retreat by just over 100 Navy soldiers. Leaving behind large swathes of corpses, blood flowed like rivers, and some pirates even jumped directly into the sea. A madman leading a group of madmen. The warlord Tictiman's face was extremely grim. He didn't even want to smoke his cigar anymore. He just wanted this army to perish. After saying that, he picked up the Dindon Mushi decisively and ruthlessly. Open fire. Open fire. The surrounding pirate captains changed their expressions, looking at Tictiman in disbelief. Oh, what kind of joke was this? Hey, what about my men? Yeah, those are my men. If you dare to fire, I'll kill you. Tictiman shot a cold glare at everyone, suppressing his anger. A bunch of idiots. Are you afraid of having no manpower in the Grand Line? He no longer paid attention to the captains directly issuing orders. Wash the ground with artillery. A medium-sized warship belonging to Tictiman, a small warship, and a pirate sailing ship raised their cannons. The warship prepared its guns, and the sailing ship turned its cannons to load ammunition. Bang, bang, bang. The cannon sounds were deafening, echoing across the sea as several shells flew towards the harbor, crashing straight into the crowd. Boom, boom, boom. The shells exploded within the crowd, flames shooting up, shockwaves spreading, with one shell capable of taking out a dozen people, mostly pirates and few Navy. Who fired the cannon? What the hell? The pirates engaged in battle were startled by the sudden cannon fire, halting their actions. Are they crazy? We are still here. A bunch of bastards. The moment I get up there, I'll hit someone. No, we have been abandoned. What? Yet the frenzied Navy cared little. They had already thrown their lives to the wind. Any extra time alive was a gain. Every pirate killed was a bonus, making Ryan the culprit feel a shiver. These 2 groups' enhancement skills were just too insane. Boom, boom. Oh, damn it, I've sold my life for nothing. You bastard, let me live, or boom. Ryan shot down the incoming shell with a gun, furrowing his brow. Indiscriminate attacks. Pirates are just pirates, devoid of humanity. Looks like I can only use that move. A Navy soldier reached Ryan's side, unable to contain his excitement as he shouted a phrase. Lord Ryan, don't rush. Ryan raised his hand, calming him. Turn around first. The Navy soldier, though confused, complied, turning back to see Ryan holding a long, dark metal object. What is this? Where did it come from? The Navy soldier clasped his head with both hands, wondering if Lord Ryan was not only a Navy man, but also a magician. Don't mind that for now, I'm about to give them a big surprise. Ryan sheathed his saber and hoisted the metallic long tube, recognizable at a glance to any modern person. This is a rocket launcher. This system is quite generous. It can blow up anything. If I could rate it, I'd definitely give it 5 stars. At 4 anti-tank rocket launcher capable of penetrating even modern tanks. Oh, just watch me blow your 16th century pirate ship to pieces. Aiming the scope at the warship that was firing the most ferociously, Ryan could hardly contain his excitement, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Whoosh! A rocket shot out, leaving a white tail in the air. It sped toward the bottom of the warship, followed by a violent explosion. Boom! Flames from the explosion, clouds of smoke and steam erupted together, debris flew everywhere, and seawater cascaded down. The bottom of that medium-sized Navy warship was blown out, and with a large influx of seawater the ship began to tilt quickly. The other ships saw this, and hurriedly veered away. The rain of cannonballs at the harbor diminished significantly, easing the pressure. Not bad. Ryan looked at his masterpiece, nodding in satisfaction. One shell, one warship. The power was undeniable. Such great power. A Navy soldier who watched the entire process covered his face, mouth agape, as if he were about to swallow someone. Is this a new weapon? It's so impressive. Some were elated while others were in despair. What is that? The warlord Ticktiman dropped his cigar, staring blankly at his warship, which was tilting slowly, sinking into the sea. My huge warship was directly blown apart by a shell. What kind of joke is this? The other captains couldn't help but exclaim in shock. What kind of weapon is this? I don't know, but it feels terrifying. Damn it. This is the Navy's but it's not over yet, pirates. Ryan grinned, pulling out an ammunition shell from his pants in front of both the Navy and pirates, loading it into the rocket launcher, aiming at another small warship. Bang boom. The bottom of the small warship was also blown out. Continuing to load, continuing to aim, fire. Bang boom. It pierced through the pirate ship's rear, causing a violent explosion. All 3 ships were Warlord Ticktiman's pirate ships, and they were all blown to pieces. What on earth is... When did the Navy have such weapons? Ticktiman could no longer contain himself, his face flushed with anger. Those damn Navy. Clearly they had such weapons, but didn't bring them out earlier. They waited until he betrayed them to reveal them, those inherently evil Navy. No more shells, what a pity. Ryan casually tossed aside the rocket launcher, clapping his hands. Unlike Ticktiman's heartache, the other pirate captains were ecstatic inside. Of course, they couldn't show it on the surface. They still had to pretend to be in the same camp, feigning sadness. As for what they thought in private, who knew? Monster Gatton smiled, subtly slapping his thigh in sympathy, then said, although I don't know what it is, we only lost 3 ships. We still have. And an RPG rocket launcher. Ryan hoisted the RPG rocket launcher, aiming at a pirate ship with a monster flag, which was the largest pirate ship aside from the modified warships. Don't. Bang. Boom. The shell fell, causing a violent explosion. The monster pirate ship erupted into a bright, scorching flame, engulfing everything on the deck, and the entire ship burned fiercely on the sea. Clang. The knife in Gatton's hand fell to the ground, his heart dropping as well. The Navy beside Ryan swallowed hard, looking at him with hope. Is there more? Ryan tossed aside the rocket launcher, shrugging. Not anymore. At that moment, a wave of white rushed out from the street connecting to the port. It was the Navy. Leading the charge were Zafi, Xiaoba, Alice, and Dart. The 100 Navy finally rushed over from the execution platform square. Upon seeing Ryan, everyone's emotions were stirred, becoming passionate and fervent. Lord Ryan, we're here. Kill them. Drive the pirates away. May all the pirates die. Kill the pirates. Xiaoba wielded 6 large swords, looking fierce with bloodshot eyes. He had already forgotten his identity, perhaps influenced by the crowd. Haha. Kill, kill, kill. Alice's upper body was stained with blood, her blue hair also soaked in it, gripping a bloody dog-beating stick, exuding both heroism and murderous intent. Alice calmed down a bit. Dart was somewhat worried about Alice's mental state. She was acting a bit crazily, hoping she wouldn't truly lose her mind. It seems something extraordinary has happened here. Zafi frowned as she surveyed the port, taking in the numerous corpses and the thick smell of blood. Only when she found Ryan at the center of the port square did her brows relax. Reinforcements had arrived, albeit a bit late. But it wasn't a big deal. You can't escape pirates. A slight smile curved on Ryan's lips. Though it was warm like sunshine, it appeared cold and eerie under the current bloody filter. He looked toward Zafi and shouted, Zafi, these people are yours to handle. Upon hearing this, Zafi immediately understood Ryan's intention and nodded gently. Understood. Ryan was likely going to slay those pirate captains, showing a peculiar fondness for it. Could it be that killing makes one stronger? That skill seemed a bit sinister. Zafi was not mistaken. He indeed intended to take out those captains. Ryan's gaze shifted to the port near the sea, and he grinned. I'll take care of those culprits. That's where the big rewards are. Saying that, he ignored the surrounding pirates and sprinted toward the pirate captains. The first to confront Ryan was the long-haired Pagoda. Here they come. Pagoda's expression tightened as he took out a finger claw and assumed a fighting stance. He had once been an underground boxer, and due to his dissatisfaction with the spectators' noise during a match, he killed everyone and turned to piracy. We are pirates with bounties of 13 million and 13. 5 million, we won't be like those small fry. The long-haired one held a western sword, tossing his beautiful silky hair back with a serious and confident gaze. He had once been a swordsman from a certain kingdom, but after accidentally killing a young master during a fixed match, he became wanted. The two exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. Let's fight. Roar. As Ryan drew closer, the sense of pressure intensified. The two felt a pang of anxiety, wondering how they, as great pirates of the East Sea, could fear a mere kid. Tap. Ryan had no time to consider their inner thoughts, gripping the sword hilt tightly and stepping forward, splattering blood beneath his feet. Onward without fear. Whoosh. Puffed. Ryan instantly crossed over 10 meters, appearing behind the two, the blood on his blade evaporating with high temperature, and a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Justice executed successfully. Killed the reformed for labor pirate. Reward premium sword technique. Dog Disdained Flame Fruit. Dog Disdained Flame Fruit unleashes a fiery slash that burns enemies. The stronger the host, the greater the power. Can be charged. The longer the charge, the stronger the attack. Ding. Justice executed successfully. Killed the rogue sea pirate. Reward premium sword technique. Flash you can't catch. Flash you can't catch, a quick forward slash capable of cutting steel and iron, accompanied by dazzling purple sword light. The stronger the host, the greater the power. Without any pause, he continued forward while the two remained ready for battle. What just happened? Why are they dead? Both pirates and navy felt curious, looking on in confusion. Whoosh. A cold gleam flickered from the two, and their upper bodies fell with smooth, even cuts. Everyone's eyes widened, their pupils trembling as they witnessed this scene. They were killed in an instant. The long-haired one with a bounty of 13 million, the pagoda with a bounty of 13. 5 million, just like this. Killed in an instant. Such exaggerated power. How exactly did that happen? Even Hawkeye was almost unable to react, let alone the two small fry pirates. Ryan internally responded to the crowd's astonishment, secretly pleased while being slightly shocked by Hawkeye's terrifying strength. Being able to react at 0 frames. Simply a monster. In the eyes of those present, Ryan was also a monster. Gatton stumbled back uncontrollably. He's coming. Tick Timon shouted, block him. The surrounding pirates immediately surged forward, swords, guns, and pikes coming. Tap. Ryan leaped into the air, the blade turning hot and red, gripping it tightly, and slashed forward while loudly shouting the name of his technique. Dog Disdained Flame Fruit. This sudden statement stunned many pirates, leaving them in disbelief. What? However, Ryan would not give them time to be bewildered. The blade swept past. A searing fiery slash crashed into the pirates, exploding instantly. Boom. The crimson scorching flames accompanied by the explosion spread outward in a wave of heat. At that moment, the pirates facing this blade were well done. They became familiar, flowing with hot blood, their entire beings boiling. Oh, help. It's so hot, so hot. Damn, how could they use words to interfere? Despicable, despicable navy. Ding, ding, ding. Ryan scratched his nose. The name was indeed a bit strange. Having shouted the technique name out of habit, he reflexively called it out. This round is mine. At the port of Logtown, flames soared into the sky as Ryan unleashed the power of the burn fruit, scorching the pirates and causing heavy casualties, with cries of anguish echoing throughout. All the pirates standing in front of Ryan were reduced to charred corpses, their faces unrecognizable. The remaining pirates panicked, retreating in fear, not daring to approach Ryan, who seemed like a monster among monsters. The Navy was astonished, unable to believe that Lord Ryan could actually wield the power of flames, truly a divine being. The watching captains were equally shaken. Was this a technique that a human could unleash? The one-eyed one-aide recognized the power of the flames, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The power of flames, is that not the Flame Fist Ace? If it were indeed Flame Fist Ace, he could easily drive them to their deaths. They would surely be no match. However, the warlord Tick Timon shook his head in denial, his eyes fixed on the approaching Ryan. No, he is not Flame Fist Ace, but rather someone even more formidable. He is the Flame Fist Ace of the Navy. Nobody had expected the Navy to have their own Flame Fist Ace. It was clear that he must have been cultivated by the Navy headquarters. As Ryan walked over, he heard these words and felt speechless. You're spouting nonsense. My name is Norkty Ryan. Remember it, and tell it to me in hell. To compare me with a pirate is already a path to death. He knew of Flame Fist Ace. His impression was quite deep. After all, he was the trigger for the Paramount War. Back then, seeing Ace rush back to fight after being provoked by Akainu only to die in the end, while saving Luffy, truly drained his spirit. Of course, he couldn't remember all the details clearly, but he had that feeling. Has sending us to hell. Tick Timon's expression darkened, a faint smile and confidence gracing his lips. Who dies is still uncertain, Junior. Your stamina must be running low, right? You haven't stopped since earlier. Now you're just forcing yourself. This was his plan, to use the minions he could easily summon to continuously drain this guy's stamina. Once his stamina was exhausted, no matter how strong he was, he would still be at their mercy. Here there were a total of 4 pirate captains, and could a young man whose stamina was about to be depleted really take them down? Don't be ridiculous. Ryan looked at the warlord-like pirate before him, who seemed so certain. Was my stamina really? Feeling his body, he was indeed drenched in sweat, but there was no sign of fatigue. Rather, he felt invigorated, like jogging, where the more he ran, the better he felt. Killing pirates only made him feel better, and his stamina gradually recovered during the killing spree. He was not at his peak, yet defeating the 4 captains was more than sufficient. Before Ryan could say anything, the monster Gatton had already grown impatient. Why are you wasting words with him? Take advantage of his low stamina and kill him. Shut up. Timon angrily scolded, his fierce gaze making Gatton, who referred to himself as a monster, feel a chill and step back 2 paces. How frightening. After scolding Gatton, Timon turned back to Ryan's cigar in hand, the white smoke curling up, obscuring his face, presenting an air of superiority. Calm, confident, and domineering, these 3 words were not an exaggeration. Before them, pirates and navy were locked in battle, cannon fire and bullets weaving through the crowd. Although they were in a war-torn battlefield, he seemed oblivious, or rather indifferent. Little brother, I admire you greatly. To possess such tremendous strength at such a young age, what a pity it is to be in the navy. The other 3 pirate captains immediately understood what Timon was scheming. He wanted to recruit to incite rebellion, this guy. Indeed, he wanted to recruit Ryan for his own use, to help him become the pirate king and dominate the seas. What is the navy? What is justice? Once he became the pirate king, the navy could be wiped out with a wave of his hand, and justice would then belong to him. At that time, possessing the One Piece with endless wealth, he would continuously recruit soldiers, expand his army, and directly build a force larger than the navy, completely dominating the seas. In his sweet dream, Timon was pleased when Ryan nodded in agreement. Exactly. Oh, could it be? Timon felt delighted. It was rather simple. Young people were easy to fool. I also admire myself greatly, Ryan said. Timon looked at Ryan, who said this with a serious face, a question mark popping up in his mind. What about your face? Although it was indeed handsome. But do you not understand the hidden meaning in my words? Timon, once a navy colonel, remained calm, as if he didn't hear Ryan dismiss his words, and continued speaking to himself. I was once in the navy, once upheld my justice, but unfortunately the navy cannot accommodate true justice. Everything I did was forced upon me. You are a man of justice. Ryan was greatly taken aback. Indeed. Timon affirmed loudly. Ryan had an astonished expression. No, what about your face? Do you dare to say this with a clear conscience? No way. Do you even have a conscience? Even if you do, I doubt even a dog would want it. You talk about being a man of justice. If you were then, the dog at my doorstep could be a general. Damn you. Timon could no longer contain himself, pointing at Ryan with his cigar, gritting his teeth. Don't you dare give me a face and then act shamelessly. What's wrong with giving face and acting shamelessly? Ryan pointed his knife at the 4 pirate captains, lifting his head and looking down at them with narrowed eyes. Listen, well, you scum of the sea. You are nothing more than a bunch of dog scum that humans despise. Me talking to you this much is already me lowering myself, so remember to be respectful. You are not worthy of hearing more. Humph, humph, humph. Timon was so furious that he was nearly out of his mind, his hand trembling, pointing at Ryan and roaring, "Kill him." However, before he could finish, a series of rapid gunshots rang out, fast and furious, leaving no time to react. Bang, 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 bang. Such quick shooting. The pirates present were stunned, looking at the now quiet Timon, who staggered back step by step, blood streaming down his face. Under the terrified gazes of the crowd, he finally fell down helplessly, his face no longer the arrogant visage riddled with bullet holes, blood flowing endlessly, rendered unrecognizable. With a waist like you, who do you think you can kill? Go to hell, scum. Ryan discarded the revolver in his hand. This thing had exploded, too much, more than enough to be treated as disposable, used once and thrown away. Ding. Successfully defended Justice's authority, killing the self-degrading Marine Defender. Reward: premium golden revolver. Golden revolver, infinite bullets, automatically replenishes 1 bullet every 5 seconds. Bullets are explosive. Oh, this reward isn't bad. Infinite bullets, and explosive ones at that. They can be used to clear minions or as a symbol of status. The pirates present had no time to react to Ryan's sudden move. In less than 0.5 seconds, he fired 5 shots, and all of them were headshots. Is this the hand speed that a human can possess? The monster Gatton was the first to react, quickly drawing his twin axes from his waist and rushing towards Ryan at full speed, the axe blades gleaming coldly sharp enough to cleave a person in 2. Yeah? Die Navy. Ryan did not move his knife. Instead, he lightly tapped his toes and then leaned forward, executing a high front kick. Storm leg. Whoosh. What? A faint blue crescent instantly formed, moving at high speed. Gatton's face changed drastically, and he quickly crossed his axes to block. Bang. The crescent fell violently, sending both the axes and Gatton flying. Yah! Gatton let go of his axes, blood spitting from his mouth, soaring through the air, and before he hit the ground, he heard. Shave. Whoosh. Hi. Hi. In the blink of an eye, Ryan appeared above Gatton, and with a glint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, he reached out with 5 fingers to grip Gatton's face, who was filled with terror. Iron block. Stunned. Muscles tensed explosively as Gatton's skull caved in with a crack under. Ugh. Ryan's face turned manic, veins bulged on his arms as he pulled back, mimicking the motion of throwing a ball. Landfall. Bang. Gatton was shot off by Ryan and crashed violently to the ground. Boom. The ground erupted in a cloud of dust, shaking violently as debris was flung into the air. As soon as Ryan landed, the sound of the system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Justice executed successfully. Killing the murderous maniac rewards 6 styles finger spear. A warm current flowed into his body as if his muscles had undergone the finger spear technique 1,000 times, deeply engraved in his muscle memory. The remaining 2 captains looked bewildered, unsure of what had just happened. Did they all die? Wang Aid's face turned ashen, looking utterly horrified. Just like that, dead. Another Captain Womage took half a step back, so fast. The 2 exchanged glances and shouted in unison. Let's attack together and kill him. Kill him and take over Rog Town. Then they moved, behaving very honestly, none rushing towards Ryan, all running in the opposite direction. TSK. No credibility at all, this won't do. Ryan drew his justice-cutting saber, a mocking smile on his face. Hee, where can you run to? Leaning forward, he shouted. Onward without limits. Whoosh. In an instant, he crossed several meters to appear between the 2, holding the blade, with one hand, his gaze glinting coldly as the blade moved. The flash you can't catch. Swish. Swish. 2 invisible slashes struck the 2 men, and after the strikes, dazzling purple sword light erupted from their wounds. Uft. Uft. Without any surprises, the double damage of Soul of the Ancient Blade was triggered, resulting in their immediate demise. The flash you can't catch combined with Soul of the Ancient Blade is simply ruthless. But if I were playing, that would be ding. Justice executed successfully. Exterminating the treacherous thieves, reward quality ultra-fast sleeping mask. Ultra-fast sleeping mask. The wearer can enter quality sleep within 2 minutes, quickly restoring energy and stamina, eliminating fatigue, mental lethargy, and confusion in 2 hours. Ding. Justice executed successfully. Killing the Steel Door Warrior, reward quality ultra-comfortable 4-cornered underwear. Ultra-comfortable 4-cornered underwear, self-adaptive, suitable temperature and humidity, comfortable and sterile, quick drying, and no washing required. Long-term wear promotes secondary growth. Ryan nodded. The self-adaptive wear was comfortable and sterile, quick drying, and no washing needed, it was decided. He would wear it from now on, not for anything else, just for comfort and convenience. What happened here was witnessed clearly by the pirates. Rubbing their eyes and widening them, they finally saw that all 6 captains are dead. The 6 captains are finished. No way 6 people couldn't take down 1. What worthless fools. What do we do now? Should we keep fighting? Fight. At this point, pretending to be loyal, run. Quickly run. This operation has failed. The pirates' morale shattered, and they had no thought or passion left to continue fighting. They only wanted to escape, just wanted to leave this place. The hundreds of pirates at this moment fell apart, like a mountain being chased and torn apart by the Navy, losing the last bit of will to resist. Seeing this scene from his cover, Kefiri finally felt he could close his eyes. He lay on the ground thinking of nothing, his heart only relieved for having defended Rog Town. We won, we won. Great, we held it down. Tears streamed down his face. On the battlefield, Ryan held the sword, looking at a Navy soldier and giving orders. Pass it down. Surrender and disarm. Surrender means no death. Yes. The Navy ran down to relay the message, and soon a wave of shouts echoed, shaking the heavens. Surrender and disarm. Surrender means no death. Surrender and disarm. Surrender means no death. Surrender and disarm. Surrender means no death. This phrase struck like a heavy hammer, shattering the pirates' last psychological defense, causing them to collapse. I surrender. Don't kill me. I also surrender. I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not fighting anymore. Spare me, I dare not. Of course, some pirates stubbornly resisted, wanting to rush into Rog Town seeking freedom. Fools, the Navy said. Bang. A pirate's words were cut off as he was shot in the head. Zophie raised his flintlock, his eyes cold. Anyone still standing, I will kill. He fired several more shots, killing a few pirates attempting to escape, and now all 400 pirates were subdued. They crouched obediently on the ground, hands on their heads, weapons discarded. Elise puffed her cheeks, carrying a dog-beating stick on her shoulder, angrily saying, Why did they surrender? I haven't had my fun yet. Beside her, Xiao Ba excitedly waved his arms, laughing. Hee, I had my fun killing too. Not fair, you have. Dart stroked his chin with one hand, looking at his notes with the other. Ayla's warlike nature must be countered with poison, a she can join. On the sea with about 10 pirate ships watching the dust settle, the captains were dead, and they felt both terrified and internally ecstatic. Treasures, they are all ours. Quick, set sail. Run. The captains are dead, it's our turn next, hurry up. The wind is tight. Dividing the spoils. The pirate ships in the port collectively turned their direction, trying to escape into the sea. Ryan frowned. If you don't surrender, then you're seeking death. Onward without. Before he finished, Ryan paused, his expression turning serious. A warship? But why is it a doghead? Or is this also an illegally modified military? Fist of stone meteor. Boom. With a loud bang, a fleeing pirate ship exploded, shattering into pieces and vanishing without a trace. Ryan shut his mouth. This was a legal modification. In Rogtown at the harbor, the defense battle has reached its climax. All the pirates on land have surrendered, while some pirates at sea are still contemplating escape. Just as they turned around to flee, a pirate ship was suddenly obliterated by a cannonball of extraordinary power, vanishing completely into the sea. It was as if that ship had never existed, yet everyone's memory remained. There indeed was a pirate ship at that location. Both pirates and navy stared towards the sea. In their sight was a uniquely designed large warship with the bow shaped like a dog's head. A burly man wearing a dog-headed hat stood at the bow, tossing dark cannonballs with a confident smile, while a rack beside him was filled with rows of cannonballs. The ship's cannons emitted no smoke, the vessel remained stationary, and there were no artillery on the deck. Who fired just now? No, it can't be. The dog-headed man at the forefront of the warship quickly answered everyone's question. Paha. The burly man with the dog-headed hat laughed heartily, his laughter drowning out the roar of the sea, exuding bold confidence. To the pirates, however, his face appeared hideous, like that of a demon. This man was none other than Monkey D. Garp from Windmill Village. Garp grinned and said, I didn't expect so many pirates. It looks like I can have a good practice today. With that in full view of the pirates and navy, he grasped a cannonball and threw it as if tossing a stone. Fistbone meteor. Pure power was indeed pure power, yet he had to give it a name. Whoosh. The cannonball was launched by Garp, and in the blink of an eye it tore through the air, tracing a black line as it headed straight for a medium-sized pirate ship. Boom. The instant it struck, a violent explosion erupted, engulfing the pirate ship in thick smoke that rose towards the sky, and the powerful shockwave even capsized nearby pirate vessels. Witnessing this scene, Ryan's jaw dropped. He threw a cannonball with his bare hands. No way. Who released a human-shaped mobile artillery. And that wasn't all. The power was even more terrifying than that of a battleship cannon. Zophie swallowed hard, his eyes blinking, uncontrollably astonished and amazed. Is this really a human? Wow. Alice gaped speechless at this absurd spectacle, and Garp's frenzy was far from over. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. Countless cannonballs were launched by Garp's monstrous strength, each flying out to precisely strike pirate ships, turning the azure sea into a field of black flowers. The pirates couldn't even let out a wail before being completely erased from existence by the powerful cannonballs. The sky was overcast, night claiming half the sky, and the moon had risen above the horizon, witnessing the demise of the pirates. Ahead was the mobile artillery, Garp. Behind was the merciless Ryan. How could they play this out? Surrender. Unfortunately, the power of Garp's cannonballs was too overwhelming, drowning out their cries for surrender. It was thought to be a provocation. Ryan had destroyed 4 of the dozen pirate ships, while Garp had blasted every single one, leaving none behind. Zophie lowered the binoculars, his face a mix of excitement and anxiety, his fingers gripping the binoculars, turning pale. Monkey D. Garp. Hero Garp. The Navy at the harbor recognized this sudden powerhouse. A hero of the Navy, pride of the East Sea. Hero Garp. He once chased Pirate King Roger all over the world, repeatedly forcing him into dire straits, almost capturing him. The legendary Marine. He is a banner of the Navy headquarters. Various voices echoed around, and Ryan, upon hearing the information, suddenly realized. Garp. Yes, I remember now, he indeed looks like this. It is said that in his youth, he once chased 3 apprentice emperors in a place where celestial dragons were hunting. Ryan was puzzled by his bizarre memory. Why were there apprentices among the emperors? If emperors could have apprentices, how far could it be from being a vice admiral? What an exaggerated way of attacking. Zophie came to Ryan's side, left speechless. Before them, there was not a single pirate ship left. It had all been cleared. Only Garp's dog-headed warship was slowly approaching. Zophie slowly stated, will you be able to do this in the future? Of course. Ryan rolled his eyes, sheathing his sword and removing his blood-stained cloak. If I can't reach this level, how can I ascend to the top of the world? That's good. Zophie smiled gently, seeing Ryan's dazed expression and mistaking it for being suppressed. Ryan asked, is everything taken care of behind? All weapons have been surrendered. Very good. Just then the system's notification sound echoed in his mind again. Ding. The defense battle of Rogtown has achieved a great victory, successfully defending justice. Protecting the safety of the people. Participation rate exceeded 80. I personally participated and commanded the defense battle, eliminating a large number of evildoers. Reward exquisite rare. Everyone I love war. Ding. Triggered special reward for newbie lucky period rare. I am a swordsman. Ryan's eyes widened, unable to restrain a gasp of cold air. 2 rare items. And they can be upgraded. Sophie looked away, seeing Ryan zoning out again. He always goes into a daze after every battle. Can't figure it out. Sophie walked away. Ryan, however, was engrossed in examining the 2 rare items, his excitement hard to conceal. Rare, everyone I love war. Morale 20, slightly increases combat power, gains a fervent mood. Number of people 10,500. Morale increased by 10 compared to before. Added 2 new attributes, slightly enhanced combat power, and the fervent mood during battle. Increased the cap from 100 to 500. Amazing. I am a swordsman. When using sword-type weapons, combat power is enhanced, and understanding of sword-type weapons is increased. What a bizarre name. But Ryan stroked his chin. Could it be something like Sword Heart Clear? It doesn't feel like much. Wait. No. This is... Ryan raised his hand to cover his heart, his face changing, as if a clear spring flowed through, then spread throughout his body. His stomach churned violently, wanting to vomit, but unable to, as if it was raining knives, causing a wave of sharp pain. No way. How can there be side effects? Ryan slightly bent over, gritting his teeth to silence his cries, but fortunately, it only lasted for a moment. After the intense pain came endless refreshment. It was the kind of pleasure that took away his breath. Sword. Blade. I am the blade. My understanding and mastery of swords instantly elevated to a level that reached the current limit. I felt it, the breath of the wind. I felt it, the breath of the sea. Everything was in rhythm. The stillness was no longer still. The flow was no longer flowing. The world before me had completely transformed. Ryan looked down, his gaze burning as he stared at his hands. A strong feeling surged within him. Even with his hands, he could unleash flying slashes. What an astonishing enhancement. Moreover, this is just the beginning. I am a swordsman. No, perhaps Sword Heart Clear is a kind of physique or a trait. This directly enhances talent. Even if he has the foundation of a regular person, after years of hard work, talent remains, and to continue advancing requires a long-term time investment. But now it's different. With Sword Heart Clear unleashed, I am also a prodigy in swordsmanship. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully ending the newbie lucky period. The beginner's luck period has ended. I'll let it end then. Ryan's expression was calm, even wanting to smile. This luck assessment is simply absurd. Surviving is already a limit, and there's no further fortune to receive. Who has matched with a max-level big shot in the newbie village? I've never heard of such a thing. If it's gone, then it's gone. Please, just a few more guys like Eagle. I really can't handle it. Ryan walked towards the port to greet Carp, hoping to make a familiar face so that training at headquarters would go a bit smoother. He really didn't want to be bullied. He was most afraid of bullying. Just as he stood still, the system's prompt sound rang again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully ending the beginner's luck period. A beginner's gift pack has been issued. Ryan's mouth slightly opened, forming an O shape. So I have a beginner's gift pack waiting for me here. Beginner's gift pack: Conqueror's Hockey Natural Type, Devil Fruit Swamp Fruit X, 1 Supreme Quality, Great Knife, Horse-Slaying Blade Max, 6 Styles Life, Return Superhuman Type, Devil Fruit Barrier Fruit, Zoan Type, Devil Fruit Ancient Species, Human Fruit Snowman Form. Damn. Ryan covered his head, staring wide-eyed, looking incredulous. Big money has come out. No, my eyes are going to be blinded. Wait, are there eyes in my consciousness? Never mind, that's not important. Am I getting all of this? Oh, it's a choose 1 out of 6. Ryan's enthusiasm cooled slightly, but I really want to accept them all. The system remained emotionless, not uttering a single word about unrelated matters. System, you have no love. It seems I have quite an impressive image in the eyes of this young navy. The battleship slowly docked, and Carp stood at the bow, clearly pleased with Ryan's various expressions of surprise. Not only is he exceptionally gifted, but he also holds such admiration for me. It seems I must teach him a thing or two, huh? Carp led a group of navy down from the battleship. The burly elder at the forefront was undoubtedly Carp. Ryan stood at attention and saluted Vice Admiral Carp. Carp replied, then instructed Bogart beside him. Take people to assist the injured. Yes. Bogart immediately called upon the Navy behind him to join the rescue mission, totaling thousands. With these 1,000 soldiers involved in the rescue, the efficiency of the operation greatly increased. Now only Carp and Ryan remained at the scene. Ryan felt a bit nervous, not even going to claim his reward, feeling a little tense. Carp was sizing up Ryan and asked, "So you are Ryan?" He looked more handsome than in the photo, not bad, reminiscent of my own youthful charm. Ryan responded, earnestly reporting to Vice Admiral Carp, "It's me." Very spirited. Ryan continued, "Because there is justice in my heart." Very good. This kid is quite clever. Carp could no longer maintain his serious demeanor, returning to his cheerful self, patting Ryan's shoulder. Ryan remained motionless. Carp's eyes flashed with appreciation again as he said, "All right, you can go now." "Yes." Ryan saluted and turned to leave, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. Being around such a monstrous figure always carries a bit of pressure and tension, especially when witnessing that monster display its monstrous strength. At that moment, a small figure with pink hair, looking like a minor soldier, ran down from the battleship. He rushed in front of Carp, panting as he asked for permission. "Mr. Carp, I also want to participate in the rescue and contribute my strength." "Kobe." Carp smiled and said, "Go ahead." "Yes." After saying this, the boy named Kobe ran towards the battlefield to take part in the rescue. Carp watched this scene, feeling a strong premonition that both Ryan and Kobe would become role models for the East Blue Navy. Who knows, they might even become the twin stars of the Navy. Soon it was deep into the night. Rogue Town was still brightly lit, having just concluded a war, and probably not many could sleep soundly. Fortunately, with Carp guarding, the recovery work in Rogue Town was proceeding in an orderly manner, healing the injured, calming the populace, maintaining public order, and so on. However, returning to the pre-war state may take 2 to 3 years, which is very difficult. Destruction is easy, but rebuilding is hard. The gray clouds dispersed, and a full moon hung high in the sky. At the Rogue Town Navy base, in the commanding officer's office, if there really were such a choice, Conqueror's hockey would definitely be the must-have option. The office lights were on. Carp sat in the main seat, laughing heartily, while Ryan stood by, deep in thought. "Choose Conqueror's hockey." Seeing Ryan lost in contemplation, Carp's forehead was lined with black lines. "So you weren't joking, you really want to choose?" Unable to help but shake his head, this kid seemed quite practical, but unexpectedly had a vivid imagination. Anyway, bored as it was, Carp explained to Ryan while eating rice crackers. "If there are options, the devil fruit can be found, the supreme quality great knife can be found, but Conqueror's hockey cannot be sought, it's innate. Conqueror's hockey appears only among 1 in 100,000, it's very rare. You kid just. Carp instantly froze. The rice cracker in his hand fell to the ground, still unaware, staring wide-eyed at Ryan. "What?" A sudden terrifying aura surged from within Ryan, chaotic and uncontrolled, belonging to the initial stage. "You ask what the initial stage is. This is Conqueror's hockey." A stream of snot flowed from Carp's nose as he couldn't help but exclaim, staring fixedly at Ryan. "No. Are you serious?" Bang. The door was kicked open from outside and Bogart rushed in, bending down to grip the handle of his sword, his eyes sharp. "Mr. Carp, you." "No one." "Oh no, there are no enemies." Carp shook his head, swallowed hard. "I'm fine, just a bit surprised. Whose Conqueror's hockey awakens like this? It's unscientific." Bogart also reacted, suddenly looking at Ryan with surprise. "Conqueror's hockey. It's you." Ryan's forehead dripped with cold sweat as he braced himself to admit, "If there are no others, then it might be me. System, I'm going to old phone." "There really isn't anything, Vice Admiral Carp." "I don't believe it, let me see." The night enveloped Rogue Town, bringing a hint of chill. At the naval base, in a brightly lit office, "I truly don't have anything." Ryan stood straight with his arms open, a look of helplessness and awkwardness on his face. Though he wanted to, the system wouldn't give him anything. He couldn't pry it open or stretch it. Carp searched his body, feeling around, and occasionally letting out puzzled sounds of eh. It seemed he was just short of undressing Ryan. "So, what are you doing?" Bogart couldn't understand the scene before him. What was he searching for? In broad daylight, couldn't it be a bit more normal? "I'm looking for something," Carp replied, disregarding everything else, grabbing Ryan and feeling around. If he couldn't find it, he would simply hoist Ryan up with one hand and squat down to inspect the floor. Ryan's mouth twitched as he stared at the ceiling, feeling utterly hopeless. "Am I some oversized toy?" Although with his current strength in front of Carp, he was no different from a toy. The system was in his head, and the thing might also be in his mind, unless he had a major breakthrough otherwise. Cold sweat broke out on Ryan's forehead. This old man wouldn't actually be planning to crack my head open if he couldn't find it, right? He couldn't find it, but truly wasn't there. Of course, there was no thought of cracking open Ryan's head. Carp put down Ryan, scratching his head and glaring at him. "Where's the devil fruit? Where's the supreme great blade? Speak up. Where did you hide it?" "Mr. Carp, please calm down. He doesn't look like someone who would hide such things, does he?" Bogart's temple dripped with cold sweat as he helplessly advised. "As a person, this behavior is truly too embarrassing for Mr. Carp." He didn't understand why they were looking for such things on a young man. If it were a devil fruit, if Mr. Carp wanted it, what could? If it were the supreme great blade, it wouldn't even be useful. His left fist and right fist dealt high damage. A pair of iron fists had met no opponents from youth to old age. Oh, what was the purpose of that? No. Carp shook his head vigorously, his eyes wide as if he wanted to see through Ryan. "That kid just said there was one natural type, one ancient type, one superhuman type, and a supreme great blade." Bogart once again broke into a cold sweat. "Mr. Carp, do you think he can hold that many things on him?" Ryan quickly nodded, awkwardly laughing. Yeah, I really don't have such things. I just made it all up earlier. His face was smiling, but his heart was dead. Once received, it was instant. Actually, there was no need to be so conscientious. I don't believe it. Carp could not believe it. How could there be such a coincidence? He had just mentioned the Conqueror's hockey, and the next moment it awakened right in front of him. Even Roger wouldn't dare to play like this. Mr. Carp, please calm down. This is truly too embarrassing. Bogart weakly tried to persuade him, stealing glances at Ryan. Besides being a bit handsome, there wasn't anything particularly special about him. He had seen Conqueror's hockey before. It shouldn't be like this. Carp furrowed his brows, pacing in place, his height of over 3 meters, giving ample pressure. This kid awakened the Conqueror's hockey right in front of me, yet in my life, I've never seen anyone awaken it like. Ryan rubbed his nose and coughed lightly. Mr. Carp, you've seen it today, right? The world is vast and full of wonders, isn't it? Even as he spoke absurdities, Ryan could barely hold his composure. Carp looked at Ryan suspiciously. Strange, you wouldn't be playing me for a fool, would you? Ryan waved his hands dismissively. How could I dare? Actually, it was all the system playing tricks on him. Carp raised an eyebrow, seeming to think of something, and pressed on. You didn't awaken early and come to play tricks on me, did you? Stunned, right? Ryan's mind raced, weighing the pros and cons. If the system was discovered sliced apart, playing Carp and getting caught, Ryan immediately switched to a serious face. To be honest, that's right. Carp. It felt like someone had just looked down on him from the heart. Was it an illusion? Ryan continued to explain. During today's battle, I vaguely felt a strange power within me yearning to break free, but I couldn't find the breakthrough point. After talking with Vice Admiral Carp tonight, it was as if divine revelation struck, and I finally awakened. Oh, is this old man really that impressive? Carp blinked and looked at Bogart beside him. Why didn't you awaken? Bogart lowered his hat brim to shield his eyes and said, maybe he's just fooling you. Carp looked at Ryan, who was already confident. Ryan lowered his head, the tousled hair now covering his eyes, his voice tinged with fear and unease, his body trembling slightly. Actually, I already awakened long ago, but I wanted to use this method to make Vice Admiral Carp remember me. Vice Admiral Carp, I really want to improve. After taking a deep breath, he raised his head and said solemnly, I'm truly sorry for making Vice Admiral Carp laugh at me. Please punish me. Carp clapped his hands, realizing it was this kind of situation. He thought that the world didn't have so many bizarre things. Turning around, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Puh-ha. Those with Conqueror's hockey cannot be judged by common sense. Just a youth wholeheartedly wishing to improve. What reason was there to blame him? Carp's large hand patted Ryan's shoulder, laughing as he said, you indeed succeeded, and my impression of you is now quite deep. Actually, there was no need to use such a method. Just stating that he had the potential for Conqueror's hockey would have already attracted his attention. Only 1 in 100,000 could appear. It was very rare. Most of the top powerhouses of this generation possessed Conqueror's hockey. Bogart lowered his hat brim and explained to Carp, Vice Admiral Carp came to Rogue Town this time to pick you up from Marineford. He had already reviewed your information and your battle achievements before coming here. At only 18 years old, you gained the recognition of Hawkeye. Just this point alone was enough to attract attention from the upper echelons of the Navy. The original evaluation was that you might become a pillar of the Navy, but now. Bogart lowered his hat brim, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. Perhaps there was even greater potential. Who could say for sure? Oh, I realized I was completely exposed. Ryan raised an eyebrow. Didn't that mean? Carp was quite satisfied, looking at Ryan, as if he were his own grandson. Another genius from the East Blue. Puaha. Another one. Is there someone more talented than me in the East Blue? Ryan suppressed his doubts, scratching his head and smiling innocently like a truly naive youth. I see. Looks like I was overthinking it. Know your Conqueror's hockey will elevate this evaluation further. Ryan curiously asked, then what level do you think I can reach? The previous evaluation was that if you worked hard, you might become a rear admiral. Do you think the position of admiral is possible? Becoming an admiral would still require. Carp paused his tone and smacked Ryan's head lightly. Hey, you little brat are thinking quite far ahead. Ryan covered his head and chuckled foolishly a few times. A Navy who doesn't aspire to be an admiral isn't a good Navy. He just made a small mistake that all navies in the world would make. Carp returned to his seat, took a bite of what seemed to be someone's senbei, and while eating mumbled to Ryan, having ambition is a good thing, but just having ambition and talent isn't enough. If you want to become an admiral or a fleet admiral, you must at least put in 200 times the effort. 200 times. Ryan tilted his head, feeling that this phrase sounded familiar. Had he heard it somewhere before? Forget it, no need to think about it. If it's 200 times, then it's 200 times. Yes, I will continue to work hard, Vice Admiral Carp. Very good. The next day, tales of Ryan spread throughout Rogue Town. He turned the tide, swiftly battling on 2 fronts, leading the Navy to thwart the ferocious pirates at the harbor, nipping the crisis of pirate invasion in the bud. especially declaring war on all pirates, which was filmed and posted on the streets and alleys of Rogue Town. In the Navy cafeteria, Zophie bit into a piece of bread, placing a poster in front of Ryan. "You've become popular again." Ryan glanced at it and withdrew his gaze, shaking his head. "It's everyone's effort. If the soldiers hadn't held out for so long, even if I arrived, it wouldn't have made a difference. Let's take these down. Oh, it's not conducive to unity." Zophie put down the bread, staring at Ryan with lifeless eyes. Who would dare to think that such a big deal was done by someone with no rank? At that moment, a weak voice came from behind Ryan. Excuse me, are you Mr. Ryan?" "Hello, are you Mr. Ryan?" Ryan turned to look, and behind him stood a short figure with pink hair and glasses, dressed in the clothes of a helper, holding a mop with bright eyes. "He looks familiar. Have I seen him somewhere?" Ryan couldn't recall at that moment and nodded, replying, "Yes, that's me." The pink-haired boy became even more excited, his face flushed. "Hello. My name is Kobe. I want to become a just Navy." Kobe. Wait a minute. Isn't this the future Escape King?" Ryan's pupils constricted as he fell silent for a moment, carefully examining this future Escape King. "Is this the young Escape King? He doesn't quite match my impression. He seems to be less than 1.5 meters tall. This is completely different from the Marineford War. Can the Navy really nurture people like this?" While he was lost in thought, Zophie nudged Ryan, bringing him back to reality. He replied, "Oh, hello, is there something you need?" Kobe was still excited and clearly knew about Ryan's deeds in Log Town. "I want to become someone like you, to defeat pirates and protect the people." Ryan responded nonchalantly, saying, "Then good luck." "Yes." After that, Kobe continued with his work cleaning. Just as he turned around, Ryan called out to him, "Kobe." Kobe turned back, curious. "Mr. Ryan, what's wrong?" Ryan slightly parted his lips and said, "It's shameful to be an escapee. Death in battle is glorious." Kobe continued his duties, responding loudly, though it was unclear if he took it to heart. Ryan didn't care. He had said what needed to be said. If such things were to happen again, cut down for rewards. "Let's go. I haven't finished eating." "Go back and eat. After you're done, you can run. It's none of my business." Tisk. The sun was shining bright, the weather lovely, and the air still carried the scent of yesterday's gunpowder. On the rooftop of the base, Ryan sat on a wooden crate, leaning against the wall, gazing at the azure sea and catching a glimpse of the red Earth continent hiding among the clouds. "We're about to enter the Grand Line. I feel I'm still not strong enough. From Shellstown to Log Town, the most I gained was in Log Town. The previous places combined didn't yield as much. The spoils from defeating pirates, grenades, and incendiary bombs are quite useful. And a pair of ice skating shoes. I can show off my ability to walk on water later." Continuing to look down. Modern sniper rifle. Give it to Zophie. Poison techniques compendium. Just right for Dart to study. Lolita. Wait, I can ask Alice if she wears it. What the hell? A recipe for takoyaki. Forget it, let Sheba learn it. I want to eat. The panel is already much richer than before. Host Ryan. Age 18. Height 185. Weight 80. 18. 2. Skill bar: Elite Sharpshooter, Swordsman, Apprentice Fisherman, Elite Martial Arts. Skills: Premium Marine 6 styles, all Premium Flash, You Can't Catch, Premium Flame Fruit, No One Eats, Premium Walking Forward Rare, Everyone I Love War Rare, Offer Your Heart Premium, Standing Still Pretending to be Strong. Items: Rare Soul of Ancient Ingots, Rare Heart of Calmness Premium, Will of Fire Premium, Ultra Fast Sleep Mask Premium, Super Amazing 4-Corner Underwear Premium, Golden Revolver Premium, Nameless Sword Technique, Anatank Landmine, Uncle Wong, X3. Talent bar: Rare, I am a Swordsman, Rare Conqueror's Hockey Qualification. Entry bar: Beginner Pirate Slaughter Machine. Evaluation: not bad. Ryan noticed something unusual. The individual and group buffs were missing, all merged into the skill category, and an additional talent bar, an entry bar, had appeared. If previously it was detailed and broken down, now it has been simplified and merged. This isn't important to let it be however it wants. I can't be bothered to look. The key is that 3 rare items have been added, all quite important. 1 group skill and 2 upgraded talents. Now my strength has risen another level. Ryan comfortably closed his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips. Finally, I have some capital to contend with the monsters of the New World. I must keep pushing forward and continue to defeat pirates. By the way, the Marineford War should be approaching soon. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Marshal's Office. BRR, click. I am Sengoku. Sengoku rubbed his brow, looking pained, while holding the microphone to his mouth. The transponder snail transformed into a version of carp, bursting into laughter. Poha, Sengoku, you better prepare the rice crackers for me. Wait for me to come back and eat. Sengoku was taken aback, and then he exploded, roaring, "Carp, you bastard. Get back here. I didn't give you a vacation for dozens of days." The carp on the other end of the transponder snail was digging his nose, unconcerned. Hey, don't pay attention to such trivial matters. I found 2 good seedlings in the East Sea, and one of them even possesses the qualifications for Conqueror's Hockey. Sengoku was stunned again, exclaiming, "Conqueror's Hockey? The Navy hasn't seen a qualified seaman in many years. Paha. Sengoku remained silent for a moment. Carp, you can't teach them. Get lost, get lost. Above the clouds. A flying small castle. President, is it really okay to write it like this? The next day, the Navy announced the declaration of total war in Rog Town. The Navy and the pirates have entered a life-and-death moment. What are the 4 emperors? What are the 7 warlords? From this moment on, the sea belongs to the Navy. The era of pirates will ultimately come to an end. Aside from the first news written by Wang, the rest are merely following the trend and becoming increasingly absurd. These exaggerated reports spread throughout the world via newsbirds and newspapers across various regions. The newspaper included 2 photos of Ryan. One was taken from a bird's-eye view of the Rog Town port, filled with the chaos of war and bodies strewn about. The other was a photo of him cursing at Hawkeye alongside Creek with a caption stating deeply enmity towards Hawkeye. Thus, Ryan made his world debut showcasing his presence in such an arrogant manner. In the East Sea, in a tavern, a pirate with a face full of flesh wore a look of disdain and confidence, daring to declare total war against all pirates in Rog Town. The Navy, unaware of their own insignificance, has been remembered by me. In the West Sea, aboard a pirate ship, the captain, wearing a pirate hat, slapped his thigh and laughed uncontrollably. The end of the pirate era. Ha! Since when does a little brat get to speak? The Navy is just going. In the Grand Line, in a village filled with smoke and a sense of despair, a voice exclaimed such arrogant remarks. Taking a deep puff from his cigar and exhaling white smoke, he frowned and hesitated. Could this bait be a Navy conspiracy? To shift attention on the sea to this little Navy brat, what do they really want the Navy? Godfather, it's been taken. In the New World, a pirate stepped on a newspaper featuring Ryan's photo, completely indifferent and even disdainful. Making a ruckus in the 4 seas, why not confront the New World heathen? The arrogant Navy will eventually cost him his life. In the New World, a massive pirate ship akin to a warship presented in a pure white hue resembling the Moby Dick, the vessel of the world's strongest man, Edward Whitebeard Newgate. Old man. A man resembling a pineapple sat on the wooden railing, uninterestedly handing over the newspaper. Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, was the only one who could call him old man. That is, Whitebeard sat in the middle of the deck, his body filled with intravenous tubes, yet he could still feel the overwhelming aura approaching. He took the newspaper, the largest one barely fitting in his hand, and couldn't help but burst into laughter after reading it. Jozu further mocked the Navy. Haha, they even put such child's play on the news as the Navy, just looking for trouble. One laughing heartily, not taking it seriously at all. Jozu further mocked the Navy. Haha, they even put such child's play on the news as the Navy, just looking for trouble. Laughter echoed on the deck, and the air was filled with joy. After laughing for a while, Whitebeard looked at Marco and asked, any news on Ace? Marco scratched his head and replied truthfully, only that he appeared in the Grand Line. I don't know any. On a tropical island with lush vegetation, sunlight filtered through the dense leaves covering the ground in a golden hue. Inside the forest, a feast was underway. Ben Beckman exhaled a puff of white smoke and frowned, saying this in Rog Town carries a different meaning. This was the territory of the red-haired pirates. Shanks took a sip of rum, casually leaning against a wooden stump. What does the Navy want to do? What do they want to express? At this moment, having a Navy man make such an arrogant declaration of war is definitely not without purpose. Could it be related to Teach and Ace? I know this Navy man. Hawkeye put down the newspaper, took a sip of red wine, and spoke calmly. Indeed, he came to find Shanks. His purpose was not to duel with swords. He brought a bounty notice from the East Sea for Shanks. Straw Hat Kid Luffy bounty of 30 million berries, heinous crimes, life or death regardless. Beckman raised an eyebrow and asked, oh, who is it? Noctis Ryan, a Navy sergeant. Shanks paused for a moment. Sergeant. That was close. He almost forgot what the rank of sergeant was. The Navy he usually interacted with were at least lieutenant colonel or major. Beckman exhaled a stream of white smoke, pausing for a moment. A sergeant. For a sergeant to say this, perhaps the Navy's thoughts are rather unique. Hawkeye thought for a moment and added, an interesting Navy man, quite skilled in the way of the sword. Shanks suddenly became interested. I didn't expect you to say that. It seems I must pay attention now. A genius of the Navy. Perhaps he might become a strong opponent for Luffy, as the path of growth is never smooth. Shanks smiled slightly, taking another sip of rum. In Dressrosa in the Palace, Doflamingo lay on a sun lounger, placing the newspaper on a nearby table, his mouth nearly stretching to his ears. A total war, ending the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords. The Navy really dares to say that. This total war the Navy absolutely does not dare to initiate. The 7 warlords the Navy does not dare to touch, and the 4 emperors the Navy dares not provoke. Moreover, the one who would ignite this total battlefield is me, of course. A subordinate approached respectfully, saying, young master, a new batch of slaves has already been transported to the Sabeti archipelago. Good. At the Navy headquarters in the Marshal's office, Sengoku was closing his eyes, tiredly rubbing his temples, looking utterly exhausted. Sitting on the sofa beside him, Admiral Tsuru was smiling, seemingly unconcerned. Today's young ones sure are fiery, and their courage is impressive. Sengoku waved his hand, leaning against the chair, explaining, "He is the one Carp mentioned, named Noctis." Admiral Tsuru chuckled lightly. "I had guessed that. A little guy with the potential for conqueror's hockey, it's not surprising he could do something like this. The so-called qualifications of a king indeed have some special properties within them, allowing them to perform actions that ordinary people cannot comprehend. It's quite normal. Carp has done more outrageous things than this, and there are plenty of serious-looking Sengoku said. "I'm afraid he might be overwhelmed by the storm, unable to withstand it. It's been many years since a qualified navy has appeared, though providing a bit more protection is only natural." Admiral Tsuru picked up a teacup and took a small sip, glancing at Sengoku, and spoke lightly. "Were you all protected while growing up? Flowers in a greenhouse cannot withstand the test of time." Sigh. In Rogtown the sun was warm, but the heart was cold. The sea was surging, yet the heart was dead. Ryan's popularity continued to rise. He took down the poster and replaced it with the newspaper, resulting in even greater chaos. In the base. No way. Ryan looked at the 5 or 6 newspapers in front of him, each more outrageous than the last, and his mouth. "Can the spring and autumn brushwork not be so exaggerated? Could you let me develop for a while longer? I really beg you." Sophie patted the half-dead Ryan on the shoulder, advising, "Just accept it is what it is." The carefree Alice laughed so hard that she trembled, vigorously patting Ryan on the other shoulder, completely lacking the demeanor of a beautiful girl. "Ha ha ha. Good job, Ryan, you're quite brave. I truly didn't see that coming. Very good, very good." Dart closed his notebook, seriously saying, "Mr. Ryan's spirit is worthy of our learning." Ryan wanted to cry, without tears, and none of them were normal. Bang! The dormitory door was kicked open, and Xiaoba came in with 6 pots in his 6 arms. "Octopus balls are here, Nyo." "I don't want octopus balls, I want a time machine." "There is no time machine, Nyo." "Then go find a high school girl with the surname Gonshui to make me a cup of chewing wine." "You really should be shot, Ryan." At the Rogtown Naval Base in the square, Paha. Carp doubled over in laughter, even snorting. Bogart lowered the brim of his hat, keeping his head down. "Don't think I can't see you." Ryan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, helplessly saying, "Vice Admiral Carp, please stop laughing. I might set sail only to be blocked by the 4 emperors, the 7 warlords, or some legendary pirates." Initially, he wanted to boost morale and elevate his status in the soldiers' eyes, but accidentally overdid it. Now once he goes out, all the pirates of the sea will come flocking. No longer afraid of being alone. After finishing his laughter, Carp patted Ryan on the shoulder, saying, "They are not that free. Just focus on your training. With strength, everyone will believe you." "No. Those guys are indeed quite free. At least that bastard Mihawk is so bored he could die. He runs around the world all day looking for someone to sword fight, without considering if they can handle it. It's terrifying." Ryan weakly nodded. "Well, by the way, Vice Admiral Carp, you said him just a bit away from awakening hockey. How should I train?" He had sought Carp's advice on how to become stronger that morning, and by noon was brought here with the promise of a quick way to grow stronger. "I hope it is useful." Ryan blinked and looked around, noticing that all the Navy personnel in the square had dispersed. Even Sophie and her group had maintained their distance. Why has everyone stepped back? He turned to Carp and found Carp wearing only a black tank top, showcasing his... "Vice Admiral Carp, why are you taking off your clothes?" Crackle, crackle. Carp twisted his neck, clenched his fists, and grinned at Ryan. Gulp. Ryan felt his throat tighten, cold sweat pouring down. "No way." Carp tossed aside his justice cloak and circled around Ryan while stretching his body cheerfully, saying to Ryan, "The shortcut to awakening hockey is of course battle." Thud. Calm heart enhances reaction speed. "Oh, I see, but can my body keep up?" After drinking a vial of body-enhancing elixir and a vial of strength-enhancing elixir, do I really think I can fight Carp, who treats mountains as punching bags? Yamagoro. Paha. Boom. A cloud of dust rose to dozens of meters high in the square, shaking the entire base. Hiss. Sophie and her group of 4 covered their mouths, gasping. Alice swallowed hard. "That Ryan won't be killed, right?" Sophie replied, "Vice Admiral Carp knows what he's doing." Hearing this, Alice felt relieved. Sophie thought for a moment and added, "Should be. Should be." In the square, as the dust settled, Carp stood in a large pit, looking quite displeased. Ryan stood not far away, cold sweat running down. Hey, what kind of joke is this? I didn't go easy." Carp climbed out of the pit and continued his attack, running towards Ryan while shouting, "Ryan, don't dodge, come at me with your fists." 666 with one punch, he'll fall asleep. Onward. Whoosh. Boom. The ground cracked again, raising a cloud of dust. Vice Admiral Carp. Boom. Where are you running? Vice Admiral Carp. Ryan tried to awaken Carp's sympathy. Unfortunately, Ryan was bound to be disappointed. "Don't run. Come at my fists. Boom. Boom. Ah. The square was filled with the sounds of explosions, attracting numerous Navy personnel to watch. Even Creffery stood up looking out the window of the infirmary with a satisfied expression. Great. With Vice Admiral Karp personally training, Ryan's future is bright. Thinking this, he couldn't help. Ha ha ha. Old man Karp. I'm serious now. Stunned. Suddenly, Ryan's furious voice echoed in the square, accompanied by a surge of Conqueror's hockey, causing a large number of watching Navy to faint. Creffery's expression changed. How can Vice Admiral Karp be so rude? Boom. Ah. Vice Admiral Karp, I was wrong. If you're wrong, you must admit it. Now come at my fist. No. At 3 p.m., Karp left 800 soldiers at Rogtown to replenish the naval base's vacancies. He began to set sail for the Navy headquarters. Karp laughed as he boarded the warship with Bogart following beside him, while Sophie and her group of 4 along with the remaining 200 Marines boarded. And Ryan was carried on a stretcher by 2 Marines wrapped in bandages in a state of unconsciousness. This scene left the residents of Rogtown exchanging glances, momentarily speechless. Fortunately, Creffery explained that this was Vice Admiral Karp's special training method. Only then did everyone understand, praising Ryan for being willing to endure hardships, certain he would become a great Marine in the future. The warship slowly departed from the port, heading towards the doldrums, and entered the Grand Line. On the ship, Ryan was still unconscious, while Sophie and her group trained with the soldiers. Karp sat nearby, munching on Simbay. Bogart frowned slightly and asked, Mr. Karp, isn't this too hard? Karp shook his head and replied calmly, there's no helping it, this kid is too good at causing trouble. If we don't make him stronger quickly, the sea won't wait for him to grow. If he doesn't endure some hardship, now he might face death in the future. And it's not entirely his fault. That kid is like a sponge. He thinks he has reached his limit, but when he squeezes a bit, he discovers he can keep going. All right, then let's continue. He fought for over an hour before exhausting his strength and losing consciousness. It wasn't in vain. He successfully awakened armament hockey and observation hockey, which is quite a good result. Paha. Damn, Karp, I'm really going to get you. The next day at noon, the sky was clear and the sea was calm, like a dead sea with no wind and no waves. Because this was the doldrums. As the habitat of sea kings, the depths of the sea were home to a group of giant sea kings that could reach thousands or even tens of thousands of meters, truly colossal beings. A dog-headed warship was sailing through the doldrums. The reason the Navy dared to cross the doldrums was due to the sea tower stones embedded at the bottom of the ship, which allowed it to blend into the ocean. But now, Mr. Karp, is it really okay to do this? Bogart raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Karp lay back in his chair, eyes closed, basking in the sun, looking relaxed. Really? Bogart lowered the brim of his hat and said no more. I hope you can make it through, young man. Sophie and his 3 companions stood in a row at the back of the warship, gazing at the endless sea. Sophie shook his head and sighed. Reen is so unfortunate. Aries clicked her tongue and lamented. Reen is so unfortunate. Dart's expression was solemn as he closed his notebook. Mr. Reen is so unfortunate. Reen the boss is so unfortunate. While eating octopus balls, Xiao Ba chimed in, Reen is so unfortunate. Although he didn't know why it was unfortunate, wasn't it quite normal? Isn't he just swimming in the doldrums trying to catch up with a warship sailing at full speed? What's so difficult about that? It's a piece of cake. That's right. Reen was swimming in the doldrums chasing after the warship. Of course, this wasn't out of bravado or desperation. He was simply tossed in by Karp. That old bastard Karp said this would help build physical strength and courage, cultivating a fearless spirit. Cultivating your dam. Splash. 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 On the vast surface of the sea, Reen, bare-chested and carrying the sword of justice, was swimming with all his might, arms and legs thrashing against the water as he madly chased the warship. Like a mayfly chasing a floating leaf. Yet this mayfly had a grim expression, gritting his teeth, looking as if he wanted to eat someone. His eyes were bloodshot, not sure if it was from the seawater getting in or from Karp's bastard actions. Damn, Karp, I curse you, you'd better not let me. As Reen swam for his life, he muttered to himself, spewing all sorts of trash talk. This is the doldrums. A swarm of sea kings could pop up at any moment in the doldrums. Damn it, I'm not strong enough to cross the doldrums yet. He couldn't afford to stop even for a moment, fearing that Karp might really abandon him in the doldrums, as he had almost been killed yesterday. That damn old man would do anything. At the same time, the Kinbunchika hockey he had just awakened yesterday was being pushed to the limit today, and he couldn't afford to let it go. Who knows if something might suddenly emerge from beneath the surface. Buzz. Thud. Wait a minute. Not good. Reen suddenly looked up, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks, his eyes glowing red. The water had turned black. No, this area of the sea had turned black. From above, Reen could see that the color of the water around him was different from elsewhere, not even a hint of blue, as black as ink. It wasn't an island or reef, though it looked like an underwater continent, but it was moving. Reen's mouth twitched. Hey, hey, hey. Don't do this. At this moment, Karp, who was meditating on the warship, opened his eyes and Bogart had already placed his hand on the hilt ready to draw his sword at any moment. Karp sat up scratching his head. There's not even enough meat to fill the gaps in my teeth, and this has to come out. He stood up and walked forward, ordering a nearby soldier, "Bring me my cannonballs." Yes. The atmosphere on the warship changed. Seeing Karp walking towards the back, Ares was confused. What's going on? What's happening? Sophie frowned, noticing that the color of the water had changed. Could this be related? Suddenly, help! In the distance behind the warship, a heart-wrenching roar from Reen echoed. Everyone turned to look, only to see Reen swimming so fast. He looked like he was about to fly away, as if something was chasing him. The speed was so fast that even Xiao Ba felt a sense of being left behind. Could it be that Reen was a fisherman? Splash, splash, splash. Reen swam like a madman, his eyes wide with only the whites showing, his mouth wide open with sharp teeth, splashing massive amounts of water as he swam past. Reen, such a fast speed. Ares couldn't help but exclaim. There's something abnormal. Sophie picked up his sniper rifle ready for action. Karp tossed the cannonball up and down in his hands, a playful smile on his face. It seemed that this was also a good training method. As a man of the sea, how can you not swim? Karp laughed while Reen was on the verge of tears, and Bogart still held the hilt of his sword. Damn, Karp, I'm cursing you. Haha. Just then an unexpected event occurred, at least for the others. Suddenly a towering mountain rose from the sea, crashing down with a deafening roar as the water boom. Reen was propelled high into the sky, over 1,000 meters above, looking down at all the mountains. Almost everyone on the warship was stunned by this scene. A giant mountain appeared on the sea with a lion's head and a serpent's body, an enormous creature that seemed endless. So big. Ares' face turned pale, pointing at the colossal creature and exclaiming, What is this? At that moment, the Navy on the warship screamed in terror. It's a Sea King. What a joke. Its eyes are bigger than the warship. My God, I haven't even become a general. I haven't even become an admiral. I can't die now. Reen floated in the sky, looking up at the sky, his gaze suddenly lost. The browser history wasn't cleared. The hair thief owes me money and hasn't paid the sin on her body. Damn it, this is a revolving lantern. Reen gritted his teeth. Moonwalk. I can fly. The Sea King below opened its mouth wide at Reen and began to puff, puff, puff. No matter how hard Reen tried to use the moonwalk, he couldn't move forward even half a meter and was even pushed backward. Reen's face darkened. With a warship present, why was it sucking me? E to the front. E to the front. E. 666. This super suction power was unexpectedly vast. Before he could escape, his strength was drained by this E to the front. Just as Reen was planning to channel Sun Wukong, Karp finally made his move. Boom. Roar. The lion's head took Karp's fist. Meteor directly to the face, its head buzzing as the overwhelming suction was interrupted. I'm alive. Reen's face brightened. Below, Sophie shouted from the warship, Reen, run faster. Run. Before he could finish, he took a punch from Karp, who then shouted at Reen, what are you running for? Kill it. Me. Reen gritted his teeth, having swum for half a day and having gone through all this crap. Where would he find the strength? Roar. The lion's head was angry, howling towards the sky, causing the waters of the doldrums to surge with waves. You're still angry. Ching. The long sword was unsheathed. Reen gripped it tightly, floating in the sky, glaring furiously. Whether it's about stamina or not is another matter. If I let a mere Sea King make me flee in embarrassment. Stunned. The Conqueror's haki was released chaotically. Although it didn't work, it could still boost his own momentum. An invisible armor, calm heart. Armament haki. An invisible force was mobilized, causing his arms to turn pitch black, the black aura spiraling outwards, enveloping his long sword with the armament haki. Then what qualification do I have to reach the rank of admiral? Dragon. Breath. Whoosh. Reen shot forward with explosive speed, his face fierce red aura radiating from his eyes and mouth, the long sword radiating a ghostly light as he charged towards the lion's head, which was thousands of times larger. Swish. With all his might, he swung the sword forward. In that moment, as if a dragon roared, a nearly 1,000-meter blade of light burst forth. Puff. The lion's head's brow splattered with a large amount of blood from the center of its forehead to the top of its head, blood raining down. The imposing lion head could not hold on for a few seconds before rolling its eyes back. What? More than 200 people on the warship were stunned, their mouths agape, jaws nearly hidden. Good boy. Karp, holding a cannonball, couldn't suppress a smile. Ha. Reen's face turned pale, as well his body went weak from within. He couldn't swing a second sword. And the massive body of the lion's head suddenly lost control, toppling forward, casting a shadow over the warship. The island is going to crash down. The island is about to crash down. This Sea King, larger than the island itself, had its consciousness severed by Ryan's sword. The enormous body lost control and fell down, covering the warship beneath it. Yet Ryan remained calm, controlling his body as he descended. With that bastard carp around, there was nothing to worry about. Sure, he was a bit of a scoundrel and his teaching methods were outrageous, but there was no denying his strength. The lion-head creature plummeted down, and just 100 meters above the warship, carp unleashed his incredible power. He leaped from the deck and delivered a powerful attack that struck the lion's head like a nuclear explosion. Boom. With a single punch, the sea serpent's body was contorted into the shape of a shrimp, waking it from its stupor with a deafening howl. Roar. It was heavily flung away, crashing into the sea and causing a massive tsunami, making the warship shake violently. By the time Ryan returned to the warship, that Sea King had vanished beneath the waves, likely too afraid to show its face for a long time. Bang. I survived. Ryan lay on the deck shirtless and drenched, his chest rising and falling as he gasped for breath. The surrounding Navy personnel looked at him with admiration and awe, while Kobe was practically glued to Ryan's side. Sophie wore a look of astonishment and relief. Alice, Dart, and Little Eight had sparkling eyes gathering around Ryan, almost blinding him with their enthusiasm. Carp strode over, followed by Bogart, bursting into laughter. Paha. Before he could finish laughing, Ryan, who should have been exhausted lying on the deck, leaped onto Carp like a rocket, grabbing his collar and roaring with sharp teeth. Bastard Carp. I swear I will kill you one day. The surrounding Navy personnel turned a blind eye, choosing to mind their own business. Sophie yawned and went off to train, while Little Eight took Dart to make takoyaki. Alice had nothing to do and just stayed to watch the show. Bogart lowered his hat and turned to leave. After all, Carp was really not the type to handle things. Carp casually turned his head, seemingly unconcerned, even picking his nose. Hey, I saved you, shouldn't you be grateful? This won't do, I really need to have a word with you. Shut up. A minor interlude, and the warship continued its course towards Marineford. Before reaching headquarters, Carp was in charge of Ryan and Kobe's training. However, Kobe clearly couldn't keep up with the intensity, so Bogart took him while Carp trained Ryan himself. So the question arose, how would Carp, who relied on basic attacks and overwhelming strength, teach a swordsman who wielded a blade? Fight. Don't dodge. You need to come at me with your fists to grow. Don't stop. There isn't much time to eat during a battle. Don't move. If you want to fight, you must first learn to take a hit. How did you learn the 6 styles? Well, someone taught me before. Oh, these days continued for 3 days. During this period, they encountered no pirates and no incidents, successfully arriving at the Marine headquarters, Marineford. At the same time, the pardon documents from Eni's lobby arrived at Marineford. Little Eight's pirate status was pardoned, and the offenses were shared among 5 people, each demoted by 1 rank. The Marine headquarters consolidated the achievements and mistakes of Ryan's group, with Sengoku personally issuing the orders. Norty Ryan was promoted to lieutenant of the Marine headquarters. Maki H. Sophie was promoted to sergeant of the Marine headquarters. Dart, Alice, and Little Eight officially joined the Navy as private first class. The 4 were assigned under Lieutenant Ryan, participating together in the elite training camp of the Marine headquarters. Having come from afar, they were given a few days to rest and acclimate, and could also tour Marineford. Ryan, however, was led by Carp to the marshal's office. Bang! Damn! The door was kicked open and Carp swaggered in, completely unfazed that it was the marshal's office. Pahaha, Sengoku, bring me the senbei. The station Navy soldiers were already accustomed to such antics, having seen it many times before without any surprise. Upon entering, Carp found Vice Admiral Tsuru sipping tea and greeted her. A little Tsuru is here too. Whoosh. Sengoku leapt from his seat, grabbing Carp and pointing at the door, gritting his teeth. You bastard. Get out there and fix the door. At the door, Ryan stood at the empty threshold, wearing an awkward yet polite smile. Sengoku was momentarily at a loss for words, while Carp remained indifferent, still picking his nose. Aya. Ryan saluted. Lieutenant Ryan reporting for duty. Sengoku straightened his clothes, pushed Carp aside, and returned to his seat at a leisurely pace. Well, come in then. Yes. The sun shone brightly, the weather was clear, and a few white clouds floated in the sky. Navy headquarters, Marineford, in the marshal's office. Ryan stood straight, his gaze unwavering, embodying a righteous demeanor. Carp and Lady He sat on the sofa nearby, Carp munching on sweets, while Lady He sipped tea. Sengoku sat in the main seat, hands crossed, quietly observing Ryan before slowly speaking. Just now. Ryan understood instantly and replied, I didn't see anything just now. Sengoku. He sighed and said, you just mentioned encountering a storm as soon as you set sail. How did that go? Any other incidents? As for him frequently beating Carp and the conjugate bastard, everyone in the marshal's office was well aware and had probably grown accustomed to it. So even if he was seen, he had enough audacity to pretend that nothing had occurred. I see. Sengoku was actually attempting to use embarrassment as a diversion, truly, as the Navy Marshal, he was cunning. Ryan maintained his composure and responded with conviction, reporting to Marshal Sengoku. Everything is well. Sengoku nodded, slightly satisfied with Ryan. Young, exceptionally skilled, and possessing the rare Conqueror's haki, which appeared only once in 100,000. He was very ambitious. It was said that he wanted to become an admiral and even hoped to sit in the marshal's position. This was certainly not a problem. He hoped every Navy officer harbored dreams of becoming the Navy Marshal. Unfortunately, among the three admirals, one was proactive, one was forced to be proactive, and one was completely unmotivated. Among the current Navy vice admirals, most had limited talent, their strength sufficient on the seas, but far from being admiral material, let alone qualifying for the marshal position. And there were too few talented and young officers in the Navy. None could truly bear the banner of justice. As for Ryan before him, considering his audacity to declare war on all pirates in Logtown, he was truly a chosen representative of justice sent by the heavens. Sengoku smiled with satisfaction. I'm very spirited. Because of justice, Ryan declared solemnly. Carp could no longer contain himself and slapped his thigh, laughing heartily. You two are really enough, pretending so well. Sengoku closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Gulp. Ryan's eye twitched as he stared at Carp. Vice Admiral Carp, what are you saying? Please kindly close your upper and lower jaws for a moment. Shut up, you old geezer. At this moment, just stop talking. Carp ignored Ryan's warning glare, laughing uproariously. Ha! You're even using honorifics. Ryan, you really are something, ha! Carp. Memories of the past flooded his mind. 3 days. 3 days. Do you know how I spent those 3 days? If it weren't for the super fast sleep mask, I would still be stuck in bed. Carp's training methods were purely perverse. Ordinary people simply couldn't endure it. Old grudges and new enmities, enough is enough. Ryan pointed at Carp angrily, declaring, That's enough, you old man. If you have the courage, then don't laugh. I will eventually turn you into a pig's head. Just you wait. I will even beat up your grandson. I will take down your grandson too. Ryan's sudden outburst did not surprise he and Sengoku. They were both busy with their own matters. Carp, with a nonchalant look, was digging his nose. Why act so innocent? Everyone here knows your true colors. No one believes it. Ryan, is this what it feels like to want to establish a new persona in a new school only to find that your classmates are your sworn enemies? Still in a serious self-introduction segment, he showed a deadpan face and intentionally caused chaos. Sengoku said, All right, Carp, say a little less, will you? That's enough. Don't ruin my image in the minds of the young Navy. Lady, he chuckled softly. Hee, 2 mischievous children, 1 old and 1 young, how adorable. Is it adorable? It's all your fault, old man Carp. Ryan deflated, letting go of the facade. As for establishing a new persona, forget it. I've been entangled with myself for long enough. Ooh, I might as well be myself. Carp, completely unconcerned, continued eating and said, I'm just letting you expose your true nature. It's too tiring to pretend for too long. A real man should be open and honest. Oh, what's with the coyness? He was teaching Ryan how to become a true man. Sengoku leaned back in his chair, saying, Carp may be unreliable, but his vision has never been wrong. He holds you in high regard. But high regard doesn't mean immediate promotion. The Navy has a complete system. To rise higher, one needs achievements. Without achievements, no matter how strong you are, you cannot directly become an admiral. I, Sengoku, have made that clear, but it is absolutely impossible. Ryan understood and responded earnestly, I understand. Marshal Sengoku, then it means I must rely on myself from here on out. Achievements, needless to say, are the heads of pirates. More pirate kills, faster promotions, more pirate kills, becoming stronger. The equation is simple and direct, just 3 words: kill pirates. Good. Sengoku continued, of course it's also normal for geniuses to receive special treatment. He looked towards the window. Kazan. Ryan looked over and saw a thin man sitting there. With curly hair, slightly dark skin, wearing a white suit, and an eye patch on his forehead, a lazy aura emanated from him. No one did he appear. Cold sweat broke out on Ryan's face. Kazan scratched his head, appearing laid back. Ah, is it him? Good afternoon, young man. Want to play with ice cubes? Saying this, he tossed a square ice cube from his hand. Ryan instinctively caught it, a refreshing chill spreading in his palm as he glanced down, seeing the ice cube emitting white vapor. Looking up, Kazan stood before him. When did I? Kazan looked down at Ryan, still appearing laid back. You're worried about details at this moment. He walked past Ryan, moving next to Carp, who was half asleep and managed to stay awake only because Carp stuffed a piece of sweet into his mouth. Ryan looked at Kazan with undisguised astonishment. He appeared silently comparable to Carp's ghostly footsteps. He might also be a monster. Sengoku introduced, Kazan, codename Akiji, currently a Navy Admiral, your future direct superior. Admiral, direct superior. Hey, I just arrived, and they're already dividing factions. I didn't expect the headquarters to be this efficient. Kazan opened his sleepy eyes and weakly said, I'll let me handle the young people. Oh, please spare me. Sengoku glared at Kazan. Enough of the nonsense, Kazan. This is an order. Akiji had no choice but to accept. It seems like the days ahead will become quite troublesome. Carp couldn't help but laugh. Ha, these two will do, this combination works. Even lady, he curled her lips. One is proactive, and the other is laid back. They complement each other quite well. Aokiji scratched his head. At this time, let's not say such sarcastic remarks, Commander. Isn't it so? The brief meeting concluded. Carp stayed in the office while lady, he went to handle matters, and Aokiji took Ryan away. In the corridor, Aokiji walked ahead with his hands in his pockets, and Ryan followed behind. Along the way, the station Navy personnel saluted as they saw Aokiji, stopping their actions. Admiral Aokiji. Mr. Kazan. Aokiji responded with a nod, at most having long been accustomed to it. But Ryan was not accustomed to it. He felt a surge of heat in his heart. When he came with Carp, they took an unusual route, encountering few Navy personnel. Now, however, an average of 10 Navy personnel could be seen every 100 meters, each saluting Aokiji. This was the best promotional video for his promotion, because this is exactly what he wanted. Do you want to become an admiral of the Navy? Aokiji leaned back in his chair, his legs resting on the table, still looking drowsy. Behind him hung a sign reading Lazy Justice, which represented his justice as an admiral of the Navy. Ryan sat upright, admitting, that's right. Why? Is it because it looks very impressive and cool? He certainly noticed Ryan's gleaming eyes all the way, but is it really that impressive? Is it really that cool? Who knows? Ryan shook his head, denying, I want to climb step by step. Being an admiral is just one stage, a necessary position. I can aim for the position of marshal commanding the Navy, or maintain strong combat power and protect myself. Aokiji didn't ask further, nor did he feel like it. He scratched his head and pointed to the sign behind him. La, you've seen it. My justice is Lazy Justice. It's quite evident. In fact, one could tell without even looking at the sign. It's really reached the point of being hopelessly lazy. Ryan remained calm. Aokiji tugged at his hair, looking quite troubled. Well, to be honest, I don't have much interest in mentoring a newcomer. But since you are now my direct subordinate, I can't just let you fend for yourself. You still want me to Ryan kept smiling. Aokiji raised his eyes, looking at Ryan. Do you have any thoughts of your own? Ryan thought for a moment. Kill pirates, earn merits, become an admiral. What kind of idea is that? But the starting point is good, that's enough. Geniuses are meant to be free range. Aokiji nodded, rarely serious, and said, all right, do what you want, I'll be behind you. You won't stab me in the back, will you? Aokiji returned to his deadpan expression. I just feel like you're thinking something very offensive. Ryan stood up, saluting loudly. Thank you, Admiral Aokiji. Oh, it seems I misjudged. Do you want anything? Not for now. Do you want a demon-slaying order? No. Forget it. Hey, race my den mushy number, write it down. Yes. Aokiji pulled down his eye patch, took a pillow from the drawer, placed it behind his neck, and dismissed him. You can go now. Close the door, and pull the curtains too. Okay. After doing all that, Ryan walked out of the office in a daze, standing at the door. After a long while, he finally calmed down and looked up at the blue sky. It feels like, well, it's better than nothing. Ryan scratched his head. Phew. With an admiral backing him up the road ahead, should be a bit easier, right? Maybe. Ryan walked alone on the streets of Marineford, the Navy visible everywhere, with ranks ranging from ensigns to admirals, and occasionally catching sight of a passing vice admiral. The residents here lived peacefully, their faces radiating smiles of happiness. After all, for them, where could be safer than the Navy headquarters on the sea? Ryan gazed at the bustling street, thinking of the upcoming Marineford War, a rare event that would be memorable. When the war comes, this place will soon be reduced to a wasteland. Sigh. At that time, there will be rewards walking on the ground. What should I do if I can't kill them? What if I'm counter-killed? No way. Ryan's eyes narrowed. He must become stronger before the Marineford War arrives. To become stronger, simply cultivating is definitely not enough. I must rely on the system. I must kill pirates. That training camp. TSK. Blur, blur, blur. Click. This is Aokiji. The lazy voice of Aokiji came from the other end of the den mushy. Admiral Aokiji, I don't want to attend the training camp. The den mushy fell silent for a long while before finally, sounding as if it had just realized. Oh, Ryan, that's not acceptable. Why, Allah, I seem to have forgotten, but it seems that you can be promoted one rank after successfully finishing the training camp. Hiss. If you're strong enough, you can graduate early. Oh. Back at the dormitory, Ryan called Sophie and 3 others connecting to the runaway Princess Alice. He mentioned the matter of early graduation to them. Early graduation. 4. Ryan shook his head and corrected. It's not graduation, it's completion. Staying in the training camp won't allow me to kill pirates, which is not conducive to my growth, so we need to graduate early and set sail to kill pirates. The blue-haired den mushy, which is Alice, hesitated for a moment and said, is killing pirates and growing a sufficient and necessary condition? Dart hesitated for a moment and said, it could be inner growth. Sophie yawned, glancing at Ryan. Is it finally going to be exposed? The demon who grows stronger by killing. Little 8 with 6 arms took turns to massage Ryan's shoulders. I'm not a pirate. I'm not a pirate. Ryan said straightforwardly. Don't care, we must graduate early. Whoever holds us back, they'll train them. Until we meet the early graduation standard. And that's how the first meeting of 310 concludes. Ryan prepared to hang up the den mushy while Alice was still being playful. Hey, I'm not part of 310. Stop the nonsense. Click. 3 days later, Ryan and his group officially headed to the training camp. The training camp instructor specially called all Navy trainees to welcome Ryan and his group. The entire training ground was filled with Navy trainees, their eyes fixed intently on Ryan and his group standing on the platform. Do such young kids even deserve us all to gather? Maybe they have some extraordinary qualities. Nonsense, 1 or 2 are clean and fresh, only that burly guy and the fishman are somewhat presentable. Hiss, that man looks a bit familiar. Quiet. The Navy instructor, draped in a justice coat, shouted, and the entire venue fell silent instantly, his authority evident. This Navy instructor had a wrinkled face, looking old and frail, but his body stood straight. His neck, face, and chest were covered with wounds, either from knives or guns. This was the chief instructor of the Navy headquarters training camp, a former vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, the former commander of the G5 branch, Barrowman. Barrowman's gaze swept across the formation of over 1,000 people below, not looking at Ryan, but walking and speaking faintly. Last night, a powerful elder made a call to my training camp's main office. Last night, a remarkably powerful elder called the main office of my training camp. Marine headquarters. Marineford training camp. Belayman slowly paced back and forth on the arena, his gaze sweeping over the more than 1,000 recruits below, never once glancing at Ryan and the others. Hearing this, Ryan's mouth twitched in disbelief. Kapu, don't let me run into your grandson, or I'll knock him out. What? He's the protagonist. I also have a system. Belayman continued. Do you know what they said? The recruits below looked puzzled. They want me to relax their graduation requirements. They want to graduate early and want me to turn a blind eye. The eyes of the Marines below widened in disbelief, their expressions shifting from dissatisfaction to anger. They had worked hard, still far from graduating, yet you want to use backdoor tactics to ease the graduation criteria. Don't joke around. 1,000 furious gazes seemed ready to devour Ryan and his group. Sigh. Ryan helplessly sighed, glancing at the chief instructor, and thought of Kapu. Damn it, just wait for me. Belayman still didn't look at Ryan, pointing to the ground beneath him and booming. This is the Marine headquarters training camp. It's a place to nurture justice. It's a place to train Marines. You actually brought backdoor tactics to my main office. Belayman swung his arm, creating a sonic boom in the air, shocking the surrounding instructors and the Marines. Last night, I couldn't sleep thinking it over and finally decided. Lower my standards. I insist on increasing the difficulty of their graduation. Want to graduate early. I'd rather have them stay here for at least half a year. Ryan closed his eyes while Sophie sighed inwardly. Dart was embarrassed, turning red, while Little 8 didn't understand what was happening. And Alice elbowed Ryan, chuckling. Haha, the guy the instructor mentioned is so embarrassing. Getting caught in a backdoor scheme in public, it's killing me, haha. Ryan didn't laugh. Dart felt even hotter. Sophie looked speechless, and Little 8 wanted to laugh, but refrained upon seeing Ryan's darkened face. Sure, don't talk. Sophie raised a finger, glancing at Ryan. Alice blinked, looking at Ryan's expressionless face, feeling an ominous premonition. Could it be us? Don't say you know us when you go out. Lol. At Marine headquarters harbor, a dog-headed warship was slowly departing. Bogut lowered his head slightly. Mr. Kapu, you're too cruel, perhaps. Of course he didn't voice the... Kapu lounged in his chair, looking relaxed, explaining leisurely. He said it himself, wanting to graduate early. I'm just giving him a hand. This is exactly what I accomplished. 1 month to leave. Of course the premise is to endure. Bogut thought of the chief instructor. Despite his current elderly appearance, he was famously hot-tempered and a battle maniac in his youth, having once fought alongside Mr. Kapu in the Valley of Gods against Roger. Now retired, yet his temper remained unchanged. Bogot's forehead trickled with cold sweat. With Belayman's temperament, I'm afraid. Kapu closed his eyes, a smirk on his lips. That Ryan kid has considerable talent. He needs pressure to grow, doesn't he? Want to find a backdoor? Of course, if he can withstand it. Mr. Kapu is right. Ta. At the training camp, chief instructor Belayman glanced at Ryan, seeing his calm demeanor, igniting his anger once again, his lips curling downward. Let's introduce ourselves, young ladies and gentlemen. Sophie had a blank expression, but his flushed ears betrayed him. Alice used her high ponytail to cover her face. Dart remained silent, everything centered around Mr. Ryan. Little 8 was thinking about what to eat later. Ryan stepped forward, surveying the many Marines below, some with angry eyes, some with disdainful glances, and others with admiration. Never mind. Ryan smiled faintly, took the microphone from the instructor by his side, donned a pair of golden-rimmed glasses, and confidently stepped forward. Instructor, My name is Noxatai Ryan from the EC, a lieutenant at the Marine headquarters, a subordinate of Admiral Akiji, and the one mentioned by this instructor wanting to take the back door. He's righty, I want to leave here as quickly as possible. Charm potion, sophisticated scoundrel, golden glasses. The eyes of the Marines in the audience were all drawn to Ryan, with some young boys and girls particularly captivated by his composure, quieting the restless crowd. Because I feel that with my strength, staying here is of no use. What I want is to go out and kill pirates, not play house games here. I've already fully proven myself in the battle of one person leading 100 Marines to slaughter 10 times their number of pirates. Not by slogans, not by standing here with sarcasm, but by the knife in hand. By the comrades behind. Justice for me is not just a slogan, but action. Isn't that right, everyone? Ryan grew more impassioned as he spoke, yet no one answered him. Because they all gaped mouths agape, in awe, looking at Ryan with increasing admiration. The crowd soon became restless. Oh my God, does he really have such a rich record? Direct subordinate of Admiral Akiji, how can he be so young? Didn't expect such looks and such ability. He makes so much sense that makes me want to believe him. Is he the Marine who declared war on all pirates in Rogue Town? That's him. Discussions and debates swirled around the vast training ground was louder than a mark. Silenced. A furious shout echoed, instantly quieting the entire crowd, not daring to continue speaking. The one who spoke was none other than Baylayman. Baylayman looked at Ryan, revealing a sinister smile, as if he wanted to devour him. Well, you're quite something. Ryan's expression remained calm as he returned the microphone to the instructor, smiling at the chief instructor. Of course I'm great, aren't you, instructor? Mr. Kapu asked me to send his regards. A transmigrator holding a system equipped with numerous advantages, the only direct subordinate of Admiral Akiji, the Marine's future star, handpicked by Sengoku, dedicated to the grand task of punching Kapu and kicking Hawkeye. What's wrong with being a bit arrogant? Besides, all this was caused by that old bastard Kapu. Arrogance was merely forced. It can't be helped. After getting publicly called out, Baylayman said nothing more, only grinning. Looks like we have a troublemaker. Hee, I like troublemakers. Baylayman looked at Ryan and his group, to be precise at Ryan, with a burning gaze. You say that your strength cannot be improved here, is that right? Ryan showed no signs of retreat, meeting Baylayman's gaze directly. That's correct. This stirred up quite a commotion. The instructors around were sweating profusely, exchanging glances, but they couldn't intervene. What to do? At this moment, the only option was to summon the fleet admiral. Baylayman stood nearly 3 meters tall, looking down at Ryan. With his back to the sun, his face was entirely in shadow, and only his eyes shone brightly, revealing a fierce and menacing glare. Ryan remained unfazed. Baylayman smirked. Don't you want to graduate early? Well, I shall give you that opportunity. Ryan replied flatly. Is that so? Then I thank you in advance, instructor. What courage! Baylayman stepped back, picked up the microphone, his wrinkled face contorted with malice, pointing at Ryan and his group. You 5 will fight against their 1,000 men. If you can last half an hour, I will consider you passed. They referred to the over 1,000 naval cadets below the arena. The best way to deal with rebellious and spoiled young masters is to grind down their edges. Having been the chief instructor for so many years and being second only to Zifa as a naval instructor, he was more than familiar with this. Before Ryan's group could react, the Navy cadets below erupted one after another in disbelief. What? Let them 5 fight against our 1,000. This is impossible. It seems Instructor Baylayman is determined to teach this newcomer a lesson. That's fine too. Oh, 1,000 against 5, do we even get a chance to fight? That face looks quite unpleasant. I doubt there will be once he arrives, the title of the most rebellious in the training camp is going to change hands. 5 against 1,000. Other instructors were dumbfounded. What kind of joke is this? If this really turns into a fight, it will be a big deal. One instructor tugged at the sleeve of another, lowering his voice. Go find Fleet Admiral. Hurry up. Yes. The Navy cadets below were in an uproar while Ryan remained calm and Zophi's group turned pale. What a joke. Fighting 1,000 people barehanded. Even if they beat their brains out, it wouldn't be possible. Their gazes shifted between Ryan and Baylayman. If they're going to fight, they should at least bring weapons. Baylayman seemed to find this too harsh. His tone softened slightly as he said, of course, if you. All right. Ryan agreed. Behind him, Zophi and the other 4 gaped. What? Baylayman frowned, not responding, looking somewhat surprised. Ryan, fearing that Baylayman hadn't heard, clearly added, I said we accept. Zophi was dumbfounded. Alice stared blankly. Do I have to accept too? Yes. Hmph. Baylayman snorted coldly, his brow furrowed. Very well. Having said that, he looked at the over 1,000 people below and stated directly, defeat one of them, and I will exempt him from 3 days of training. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd below erupted in cheers, the sound soaring to the skies. Oh, don't fight me for it. If I had known, I wouldn't have changed my position. I was in the front. At the back of the formation. A woman wearing a pink fisherman's hat with an M stared at Ryan on the stage with glazed eyes, licking her lips, tightening the whip in her hand. Although you're very handsome, oh sister will train you well, peacock. Lady Crane's granddaughter, a paramecia type, a shy girl with long yellow hair wearing headphones, blushed, twisting her hands. Do we have to go too? If we participate as well, won't it be inappropriate? Lark, the suspected daughter of a Kainu, dressed in hip-hop attire resembling a hip-hop boy sitting on a pile of clay, spoke up. Let's just watch for now. I'm quite interested in that man. Perhaps he will do something unexpected. Prince Gruss, a prince from a certain nation, a paramecia type, clay fruit user. The strength of the three ranked among the best in the training camp, consistently within the top 10. In another 3 months, they would graduate from the training camp and move to Zifa's elite naval training camp. On the stage, Ryan did not look at the grim-faced veteran, but turned to Zofie and the other four, saying in a deep voice, "Hold on, whoever gets defeated will face me. Stay close to me and follow my commands." I got it. Zofie scratched his head, deciding to give it his all as things had come to this. How can the Navy be this stimulating? We only have 2 hands, how are we supposed to fight? Alice began to miss that dog-beating stick. Unfortunately, they weren't allowed to bring it in. Little 8 chuckled, his 6 arms twisting like noodles. I have 6 hand links. Dart looked at Ryan and asked, "Can we use poison?" Ryan casually replied, "Just don't cause any fatalities." Understood. If poison is allowed, never doubt a professional poison doctor about whether they have poison on them. Ryan turned to Belayman, chuckling lightly. "Instructor, can we start now?" The people below seemed to be unable to wait any longer. The Navy cadets below were like wolves ready to pounce on Ryan and his group. After all, 3 days without training is quite a temptation. Belayman, however, frowned. He appeared relaxed with no signs of tension on his face. Could it be? His strength is indeed formidable. No matter how strong, can they defeat 1,000 men? Let's not joke around. Belayman brought the microphone to his mouth and announced loudly, "I now declare the battle begin." With that command, over 1,000 Navy cadets immediately sprang into action, rushing towards Ryan and his group, eager to be the first to claim a victory. Boom, boom, charge. Don't fight me for it. I have a date to go to. I haven't had a rest in a month. Give what? Heh. Ryan lifted his head, not retreating, but instead walking forward slowly, hands in his pockets. Zofie, Alice, and the others chose to trust Ryan, following closely behind. Belayman clenched his fists, puzzled. What does he intend to do? Other instructors were already prepared to intervene at any moment. Such a chaotic battle could easily lead to casualties. At the back, the 3 of Prince Gruss made no moves, or rather the top 10 naval cadets in this 1,000-strong training camp remained still. Some were watching the show, some were indifferent, some were gloating, while others simply didn't care. But the next moment, there are too many people, let's clear the field a bit. Ryan stepped onto the edge of the arena, looking at the naval cadets who were almost within reach, his expression unchanged, his gaze sharpening. At that moment, they froze. In an instant, an invisible aura erupted, enveloping the entire arena. Everyone's expression changed drastically, including Belayman. What is this? Conqueror's Haki. Weaklings leave the stage first. Stunned. An invisible aura erupted from Ryan's body. In an instant, the dark blue Conqueror's Haki surged like a bursting dam, roaring and crashing into everyone present, bombarding their consciousness. Ryan stood expressionless in place, continuously releasing Conqueror's Haki, his clothes fluttering and snapping in the wind. Behind him, Zofie and the others stood in a line, their faces varying from calm to excited, some even frenzied. I'm hungry. What is this? How did he do this? I'm hungry. The naval trainees below, wishing to rush onto the stage, went from reedy to rolling their eyes in less than a second. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, they fell beneath the stage like wheat being cut down, a wave of unconsciousness sweeping through. With the intimidation of the Conqueror's Haki, at least half of the 1,000 naval trainees had collapsed, leaving fewer than 500 still standing. Everyone was shocked. On one side of the stage, Belayman's pupils uncontrollably widened, his anger from earlier replaced by clarity and astonishment as he murmured, "So it is Conqueror's Haki, no wonder." The surrounding instructors screamed in disbelief. It's Conqueror's Haki. How long has it been since the Navy had a conqueror? This young man at such a young age. A man with the potential of a conqueror appearing among a million. And those naval trainees who were not knocked out by the Conqueror's Haki were all stunned in place. Looking at Ryan, who stood motionless on the stage, they felt an overwhelming pressure, as if they could be killed at what? What did he do? Just standing there, he took out half of them. Damn, what overwhelming pressure. Who on earth is he? At the back, Princeton was no longer calm, his brows furrowing. So that's it. This is his confidence. The peacock's side profile dripped with cold sweat as he gritted his teeth slightly. He is Conqueror's Haki. So impressive. The faces of the 2 sides of Yunka became even more flushed. Whoosh. A light breeze stirred up the dust. The overwhelming Conqueror's Haki dissipated, leaving behind a battlefield in disarray. 5 versus 1,000. Before the fight even began, 500 had already been taken out. This scene was shocking, but there were still 500 people left, which was daunting for the mere 5. Zophi scratched his head and sighed softly. 500 people won fights against 100. Hold on. Ryan glanced back and said calmly, try not to be defeated, leave the rest to me. After saying this, he looked at the remaining 500, a surge of fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. Fight! Alice exclaimed, now the real battle begins. Ryan. She's using my words. The 500 below were not intimidated by this scene. They maintained their high spirits, their eyes ablaze with enthusiasm as they looked at Ryan and his group. Don't be afraid. We still have 500. Think of the 3-day vacation. 3-day vacation? I want a vacation. Boom. The 500 surged forward, raising a cloud of dust, as if the ground itself was shaking. Oh, we're going in. Ryan clenched his fist, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face. Despite being unarmed, he felt no fear. Thud. Ryan stepped out and leapt into the air, taking a half-squat position in midair, under the watchful eyes of many instructors and Navy personnel. Soru. Whoosh. Boom. Hungry. His figure flashed and suddenly plunged into the crowd, instantly sending several naval trainees flying. He's over here. Quickly take him out. For the vacation, let's give it our all. Don't underestimate that. Amidst the crowd, Ryan moved like a drifting dragon. His eyes flashed with a red light, the observation hockey allowing him to see even the slightest movements around him. Whoosh. He reached out with one hand and grabbed a Navy soldier's face, swinging him back. Bang. Opt. He sent flying a Navy soldier who attempted a sneak attack. Storm kick. Ryan planted his left foot firmly and swept his right leg out, creating a blue slash that crashed into the crowd. Bang. This move instantly knocked back 5 or 6 people. Ryan laughed heartily. Ha ha, is this the strength of the Navy in the training camp? Arrogant. It's just Rokushiki who can't do it. Come at me if you have the capability. Oh, iron block. A large Navy soldier roared angrily. He spread his arms wide and a sound of boom echoed from within his body as his muscles expanded, becoming angular, resembling a block of steel. Come on. Ryan praised him, then his right hand was enveloped in armament hockey, turning pitch black. Soru. Yav. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the bulky Navy soldier and delivered a heavy punch to his abdomen. Bang. With a huge explosion, the ground beneath them cracked, shockwaves sending dust flying and obscuring vision. The surrounding Navy personnel stood outside the dust, staring intently inside. Did he block it? He should be able to. Aguda is ranked 15 in our training camp. Yeah, his iron block is mastered to perfection. Oh, it said that bullets can't penetrate it. Whoosh. As the dust settled, the situation inside was revealed without reserve. Ryan stood on top of the Navy soldier named Aguda, who was foaming at the mouth and unconscious beneath Ryan's feet. The outcome was evident. What? Ryan ignored the astonishment of the Navy, his lips curling into a slight smirk. Very brave, but that's all that's worthy of praise. Similarly, after Ryan charged out, Zophi and the others froze for a moment. Who said to stay close to him? In the blink of an eye, he dashed into the crowd, and now were supposed to follow closely behind him. The outer Navy couldn't break in, so they focused their attention on Zophi and the others on the stage. There are still people here. Go. Zophi clenched his fists and said in a low voice, Xiaoba, Alice, stay close to me. Yes. Got it, Nyo. Dart blinked and asked, what about me? You stand in the middle. Huh. There was no time. The Navy surged forward, wanting to engulf the 4 of them. The leading Navy soldier aimed a flying kick at Zophi, who kicked him away. Don't underestimate me. Just kidding, he had been sailing the seas for 7 or 8 years. Did they think he was just some small fry? Even without a gun, his physical skills were no weaker than anyone else's. On the other side. Huh. Bang. Ah. A Navy soldier was turned into a shrimp roll, clutching his belly on the ground, unable to get up for a while. Alice stepped on a naval soldier, scanning the crowd with a heroic demeanor and spirited gaze. Hmph. If you want to test the strength of my punches, then come at me. The Navy hesitated to approach, looking at her as if she were a fierce beast. Around her 6 or 7 Navy soldiers had already collapsed, all groaning in pain. Skilled in various forms of martial arts and weaponry, she fought fiercely, even more ferocious than Zophi. It was said she was a prodigy, a favored daughter of heaven. Since realizing the harsh reality in her family, she secretly practiced these things deemed rebellious for a full 3 years, to ensure she could single-handedly take down an entire royal wedding army, and she succeeded. So, if you think of me as some weak woman, my punches won't hold back. Ugh, my stomach, ugh, it hurts. What's happening? Am I poisoned? Despicable, despicable. The scene here was even more peculiar. The Navy soldiers were holding their stomachs, their faces turning green and their lips white. Dart stood straight, preventing the Navy from getting close, unable to step within a meter. Seeing the terrified expressions of the Navy, Dart kindly explained, Don't worry, this powder will only cause you intestinal cramps and confusion, and at worst you might foam at the mouth with acid reflux, but it's nothing serious. What? Nyo? Nyo. Don't come over, Nyo. Xiaoba, swinging his 6 arms in all directions, turned into a spinning top, and his arms were much longer than those of an ordinary human, with 10 times the strength, making it impossible to get close. He fully demonstrated how 2 fists could hardly withstand 4 hands, 6 hands. Whoa, it hurts so much when he hits. What a cheater. How am I supposed to fight against 6 arms? It's okay, we wait for him to exhaust his energy. On the stage, Bailman watched this scene, falling into deep thought. Could it be that what he said was true? He really couldn't teach them anything. And why did the students he trained become such useless beings? Is my teaching ability really that poor? Moon step. Thud. Ryan stepped on the air, flying into the sky, creating distance, while the Navy below followed suit, using moon step to pursue him. Don't let him escape. This is my 3-day vacation. Don't let him run away. He must be running out of stamina. Dozens of people followed closely behind Ryan, determined to capture him in exchange for a 3-day holiday. However, Ryan will not satisfy them. Isn't it just 3 days without training? How hard can that be? Ryan grinned, turned over facing downward with his feet pointing to the sky, confronting the dozens of Navy. Soru. Sure gone. His figure vanished in an instant, charging towards the crowd at an invisible speed, launching surgical-like precise strikes against the dozens. Swish. 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 In just a few seconds, Ryan's figure darted back and forth in the air, completing all attacks, his strikes precisely hitting the soft spots, causing injury, but not fatal damage. I'm hungry. So fast I can't see anything. The dozens of people all fell from the air, one after another, crashing to the ground. How can he move at such speed? He looks so young, why is he so strong? Thud. Ryan fell to the ground, landing with a calm expression on his face, showing neither tension nor relaxation. Calm heart, maintain absolute calm during battle, significantly enhancing reaction speed. The Navy that could enter the training camp are all elites from the 4 seas and the Grand Line naval bases, each with the potential to become an officer. Perhaps in their respective Navy bases they possess extraordinary talents, but at the Navy headquarters, heroes are as abundant as fish crossing a river, and even the best struggle to make strides. Of course, this statement was directed at others. What does it have to do with me? I'm the biggest one here. Ryan smirked, stepping forward, leaning his body. Stunned. His arms enveloped in armament hockey, turning pitch black. The Navy at the front took a step back, their faces filled with tension. TSK. Ryan frowned. Hey, this isn't right. The fight isn't over yet, please stay alert, everyone. Bang. The ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked, an immense recoil instantaneously propelled Ryan into the crowd. Here he comes. Prepare to fight. Boom. Wherever he passed, a funnel-shaped cloud of dust was raised, and the Navy in his path were all sent flying. He's like a mad beast, we can't stop him at all. Ryan ruthlessly slaughtered among the crowd, 1 punch for each little Navy, kicking a whole group away. Technique, dominance, numerical superiority. Can these trainees even fight back? They are simply no match. On the arena, a Navy instructor leaned and whispering to Bailman, Mr. Bailman, should we continue this? Bailman was silent for a moment, saying casually, he is holding back just enough to let these brats see what it means to be beyond human. One after another, what kind of sight is this? You didn't say that just now? The instructor wiped the cold sweat from his cheek, unable to suppress a retort. All right. At the back. Prince couldn't sit still anymore, sitting up from the clay, his gaze locked on Ryan, who was wreaking havoc in the crowd. Let's join the fight. If we let him continue, our training camp's reputation will be ruined. With her dazed peacock eyes slightly tipsy, I hope I can enjoy myself. Saying this, she licked her lips, seductive and enchanting. Compared to her, Yunyan was much simpler. With her hands on her chest, her cheeks flushed, her eyes looking at Ryan with admiration that was about to overflow. So amazing and so handsome. Deeply influenced by her father, who represents absolute justice, she naturally despises pirates and feels favorably towards those who strike against them. And Ryan. She recognized him from the newspaper 3 days ago. Alone, he declared total war against pirates, and just this fearless spirit was enough to make her admire him. Hey, Union, calm down a bit. Okay. Go, Ryan. Boom. The ground was full of incapacitated Navy, moaning and crying, terrified from the beatings. Ryan stood among them, glancing around, and the Navy no longer dared to approach. Or rather, they no longer wished to fight against Ryan, this humanoid monster. There were 4 others who could grant 3-day holidays. Why not pursue them instead of fixating on one? None of you can fight at all. How can the future of the Navy be entrusted to you? Ryan cracked his neck, scanning the crowd, and laughed. The future of the Navy should be entrusted to me to bear. Hearing this, the surrounding Navy lowered their heads, unable to fight back, completely resembling a monster. The future of such a monster shines bright as daylight, they would probably next meet him with their heads down, calling him General Ryan. At this moment, whoosh, a whistling sound surged. A whip sliced through the air, creating a sonic boom directly towards Ryan's body. Slap. The whip was tightly gripped in Ryan's hand, firmly held with armament hockey. Turning to the side, three oddly dressed individuals slowly approached, and this whip was thrown by one of them. Finally, a worthy opponent has arrived. Ryan raised an eyebrow, a smile appearing in his eyes, releasing his grip on the whip. The peacock retracted the whip, propping her face on one hand, her eyes seemingly flowing soft as can be. So impressive it was blocked. Meanwhile, in the marshal's office. What? Sengoku's neck bulged with veins, his beard twitching, unable to believe what he had just heard. I am sending. Oh dear. I am on my way. Crack. What on earth is going on today? In the naval headquarters training ground, Ryan looked at the three people walking towards him and smirked. Finally, we have some worthy opponents. It seems I can truly enjoy myself now. These three individuals emanated an impressive aura. As they appeared, the eyes of everyone else lit up, signaling the start of the all-knowing bystander's explanation segment. It's Prince Gruss. His clay fruit can turn him into a one-man army, reportedly rivaling the youngest Rear Admiral Drake. Chill. Don't say that Drake has fallen. He no longer deserves to be called a Navy officer. Sister Peacock is so alluring, I want her to whip me, woohoo. It must feel amazing. Yay? Skylark is so cute. But today is a bare-handed battle. What should we do since she doesn't have a gun? So that's how it is. One with a clay fruit, one skilled with a whip, and a marksman. The strongest is the man named Prince, followed by the whip-wielding lady and the blushing shooter called Skylark. Ryan gleaned valuable information from the chattering voices around him. Thank you to the omniscient bystanders. Dressed in a tilted straw hat, Prince tilted his head slightly, a smile gracing his lips. If you consider us mere fodder, you will suffer greatly, rookie. With a single sentence, the atmosphere thickened with tension, and the onlooking Navy personnel stiffened. Peacock wore a dreamy expression, seeming to want to devour Ryan. I have a good feeling about you, Ryan. Riankin, I will give it my all. Skylark clenched her fists, her voice small, as if speaking to a mosquito. Interesting. Ryan felt a surge of interest, his fierce aura directly facing the three. These three are undoubtedly the geniuses of the naval headquarters in recent years. Defeating them will surely crown me with the title of genius. Let's put aside the banter. A true man, a true warrior speaks with strength. The standoff raised the curiosity and anticipation of the Navy trainees to its peak. Even the instructors couldn't help but focus their gaze, for among the three their strength surpassed that of most instructors. At the edge of the arena, the Navy personnel who had been attacking Zophie all halted their assault, scrambling to leave. Stop fighting. There's a good show to watch in the center of the training ground. The Golden Generation is fighting against that rookie. What? I have to go see this. Yeah, witnessing a battle of this caliber is worth losing 3 days of vacation. Huh. Zophie panted heavily, her chest rising and falling, frowning tightly. What's going on? They ran away. This is exhilarating. Alice was radiant despite being drenched in sweat. The thrill of battle and adrenaline rush were in top. As for why the Navy personnel fled, Alice speculated while stretching. It seems Ryan attracted the fire. Should we provide support? Support. Zophie felt silent, memories of the East Sea era flooding her mind. Once Ryan started fighting, he went wild and wouldn't allow anyone to compete with him. A genuine battle fanatic. Moreover, even the world's greatest swordsman Hawkeye acknowledged him as a man capable of shaking the world's #1 position. Providing support would only spoil Ryan's enjoyment. Never mind, let him have his fun. Zophie shook her head, refusing. No need. Let's strip a few clothes and blend in to take a look. He wanted to see just how strong the new generation of the Navy headquarters really was. All right. Alice and Dart went to strip the fallen Navy personnel of their clothes, leaving behind a bewildered little eight. What about me? I can't wear human clothes. Give it to me, let strength speak. Ryan shouted fiercely and initiated the attack, closing in on the three with incredible speed, his momentum overwhelming, fierce as a tiger. Scatter, Prince shouted, and the three dispersed in different directions. But, shave. Ryan appeared before Prince in the blink of an eye, launching a fist infused with armament hockey, tearing through the air like a cannon. What? Prince couldn't think much. He crossed his arms, also enveloped in armament hockey, attempting to block, while clay simultaneously emerged from his body. Bang! The fist struck right at the crossed arms, and Prince was instantly blasted to the ground like a cannonball. Ryan aimed to pursue, but was suddenly entangled by an extraordinarily long whip. Peacock wielded the long whip, giving Ryan a wink before pulling hard. Little brother, flying too high can be dangerous. Come down, whoosh. Boom. Dust rose from the ground as a powerful tremor was felt, and a tremendous crash echoed throughout the arena. The Navy trainees gathered nearby, murmuring among themselves. With that hit, he should lose consciousness, right? I don't think so. Why? Because there's smoke. Zazizium. Wait, Peacock felt the long whip suddenly tighten being pulled forward as she tried to pull back, but realized the strength was on a completely different level. I like to go for what a coincidence I do too, Ryan's teasing voice echoed through the smoke. Peacock's nerves instantly tensed, and upon sensing the tremendous force from the whip, she immediately released her grip. Shaved. Whoosh! Ryan instantly closed and delivering a merciless punch to Peacock's abdomen, creating an invisible shockwave that spread outward, lifting the dust significantly. Cough. After the strike, Peacock's pupils dilated, blood frothing from her mouth, her body bending like a shrimp, and the cloak behind her was torn apart by the force of the punch. Ryan slowly retracted his fist, and under the weight of that punch, Peacock lost her power to resist, her limp body collapsing down. The surrounding Navy personnel were still in shock, staring blankly at the upright Ryan. So fast. What just happened? She was defeated. In an instant. Even Peacock didn't last a few exchanges against him with such incredible strength. Is he really someone we're training with? Thud. Peacock fell weakly. Ryan gently supported her shoulder and spoke slowly, his tone calm. Sorry, but I can only ask you to leave the stage for now. After saying that, he slowly laid Peacock down on the ground. At the same time, he raised his left arm. Bang! A long leg precisely kicked Ryan's raised left arm, the wind blowing through his tousled hair. Seeing the sneak attack fail, the assailant wanted to retract, but was grabbed by Ryan at the ankle. With a fierce glare, Ryan exclaimed, "Give me that." Ryan changed the trajectory from smashing to swinging, lifting her and sending her flying away. Skylark turned midair and landed, sliding several meters before stabilizing herself. She stood up, dazed for a few seconds before hurriedly assuming a combat stance, though it looked more like she was being coy. However, her already flushed face now appeared as if it could bleed. Just now she was held by Ryan at her ankle. That's a very private place for a girl. Hey. Ryan looked at Skylark, his complexion shifting between blue and white, thinking, what kind of joke is this? Just now she was definitely acting all shy, right? Absolutely acting all shy. Why was she acting shy? And just then, are you showing such a blatant flaw as well, Ryan? Are you going to show such an obvious flaw as well, Ryan? A shout from Prince echoed behind him, accompanied by a fierce whistling sound indicating that the attack was already imminent. However, Ryan made little movement, causing gasps from the observing Navy. The expressions of Elise and Dart in the crowd changed dramatically. Oh no. Yet Zafi appeared unfazed, calm, and composed, even slightly amused. If even the world's greatest swordsman Hawkeye could not succeed in an ambush, how could an unknown Navy soldier be stronger than Hawkeye? Stop joking. Mr. Ryan. Young's eyes widened as she shouted uncontrollably in worry, Ryankin, be careful. The flame fruit is something even dogs won't eat. Boom. Ryan's naturally drooping arms suddenly ignited in flames, and the scorching heat spread in an instant, illuminating everyone's faces. No sword-style storm dance. With a shock, his arms wrapped in armament hockey, he turned and swung both arms backward with intense flames. Two spiraling flames surged forth, crashing directly into the three clay warriors behind him. The bright flames formed an inverted funnel shape, instantly engulfing the three clay warriors, incinerating them to the ground of charred earth. An ambush? Naive. Ryan flicked the flames from his cuffs, half closing his eyes, quietly gazing at Prince in the distance. My observation hockey does not allow me to be ambushed. Flames? Prince's expression darkened. Flames were the nemesis of his clay fruit. The regeneration ability of the clay soldiers was utterly non-existent in the face of flames. The observing Navy erupted in gasps once more, and even the instructors were no exception. Fire flames. How could he use flames? Could it be that Fire Fist Ace is dead? Flames are not exclusive to the flame fruit. Many can use flame. Then what's the use of eating the flame fruit? Ignoring the surrounding chattering voices, which were now mere. As for the use of the flame fruit, what a joke. The flame fruit is the only devil fruit that is actually called the flame fruit. Ryan walked toward Prince, saying as he walked, the battle is not over yet. No, the battle is over. Prince shook his head with a bitter smile, declaring the battle concluded. Having said that, he shoved his hands into his pockets, looking up at the sky with a slight sigh. What does that mean? Ryan halted his steps, his eyes flashing red, fully activating his observation hockey, taking in everything around him and finding nothing amiss. Clay. As he stepped into the trap, he said. Indeed, one must not underestimate the heroes of the world. Ryan's feet silently wrapped in armament hockey calmly said, interesting. I concede. Prince slowly raised his hands, assuming a surrendering posture. After a moment of silence, Ryan smirked. Interesting. What's interesting about this? What the hell are you doing? Fight me, you bastard. Then I would easily defeat you, stepping on you while you weep and beg to be my underling, even offering me the position of the training camp leader, and I would graciously accept the entire training camp. The plot should develop this way. Follow the script, you bastard. Perhaps seeing Ryan's confusion, Prince explained to him. It's obvious that my physical quality is inferior to yours. Your fruit ability restrains me naturally, and your teammates have already been turned to your side. As for battle awareness, Prince lifted his gaze quietly looking at Ryan. You must have fought your way up from the bottom right. His current combat experience is still insufficient, but it will soon be enough. Once he finishes training at the Navy headquarters, he will head to the New World G14 branch to serve as a colonel, which is only a matter of a month or two. Prince continued. Thus the outcome was already determined. Continuing to fight holds no meaning. Moreover, he was not one to enjoy causing trouble. Once he conceded, there would be no one left on the field to challenge Ryan. Prince has surrendered. I thought we would see a battle that shook the heavens and made the gods weep, yet he surrendered. Damn it, refunds. So, is the leader of the training camp going to change hands? Should be. By the way, are you all going? Shouldn't we? We can't win. Hey, you look a bit familiar. Oh, I have a common face. A crushing defeat. 1,000 people against 5 with less than 300 left, an unprecedented catastrophic defeat. Especially since 500 people were eliminated at the start, leaving only 500 who were utterly insufficient, resulting in a total rout in less than half an hour. Sometimes being an instructor for this group of people was also a tremendous pressure. Although it wouldn't threaten their positions, it could tarnish their reputation in the educational circle. No matter how unwilling Baylayman was to accept, he had no choice but to face this outcome. Instructor. Ryan and his 4 companions stood in front of Baylayman, their faces carrying a faint smile. Baylayman sighed. These 5 individuals, aside from the boy who used poison, all far exceeded the average strength of the training camp. However, to issue graduation certificates in less than a day. Can someone tell me what happened here? A voice clearly suppressing anger echoed in the training ground. Everyone turned to look, and upon seeing the newcomer, their pupils instantly constricted. Admiral Sengoku. Even Admiral Sengoku has come. In the instructor's office. Bang. Damn it, Carp. I knew this had to do with him. What do you mean, patrol? Ugh. I'm so furious. Sengoku slammed his palm on the table, his eyes wide with rage. If Carp were in front of him at this moment, he would likely devour a Buddha's impact wave. Baylayman and the other instructors sat to one side, while Ryan and his group of 5 sat on the other with Sengoku in between. Seeing Sengoku's reatitoate demeanor, no one dared to speak first, not even Baylayman, who was irritable and serious, but not foolish. At this moment, even a dog passing by would be scolded a few times. It was better to be quiet. Baylayman. Sengoku looked at Baylayman. Yes. Baylayman stood at attention. You all have been marked. Aye. Baylayman's expression fell, and then he met Sengoku's fiery gaze. Forget it, being marked isn't a big deal. He was going to retire anyway. Yes. Sengoku's gaze then turned to Ryan. Ryan. Yes. Ryan stood up straight, standing tall, without looking sideways. Sengoku ordered stay in the training camp for a month. This place not only teaches combat, but also tactics and commanding. If you want to become a general, you'd better score full marks in this area, otherwise you're not allowed to leave. Yes. Huh. Yes. The next day, during a cultural class at the naval training camp, the classroom, filled with a distinct Japanese style, hosted not only naval students, but also some naval officers. However, it was strange that the classroom, usually full, had more than half of its seats empty at this moment. The door opened, and Ryan stepped into the classroom, followed by Sophie and the others. The once noisy classroom fell silent upon their entrance. All eyes in the room were focused on Ryan and his group. Ignoring the peculiar gazes directed at him, Ryan took the lead and sat at the front row ready with paper and pen, while Sophie and the other 4 settled beside him. Feeling peculiar? Then you are right. A genius is always different from others, isn't that so? Who would dare to beat all the teachers and students in front of the principal on the very first day of school? Except for Jiahao, he was the only one who truly did it. After a brief moment of silence, whispers began to rise in the classroom. That's Ryan, the one who defeated over 1,000 people on the first day of camp. Huh. Why? I heard the instructor wouldn't let him take the back door. Hiss. Then are we done for? I don't want to take the back door. Wow. That's a merman truly rare to see. That blue-haired girl is... The official responsible for teaching this group of naval trainees arrived just as the class was about to begin, and everyone stood up to greet the teacher, startling the instructor. What is going on with this group today? And you wearing golden-rimmed glasses look even more like a teacher than I do. Well, a small episode is nothing to worry about. Soon it was time for the new students to introduce themselves. Ryan, as the representative of the new students, stepped up to the front and introduced himself to everyone. With a smile and wearing golden-rimmed glasses, he looked like a refined scholar, making people unconsciously feel fond of him and wanting to befriend him. Hello everyone, my name is Nocti Ryan. I hope to get along well with you all in the coming month. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to find me. Boom. The Navy personnel who witnessed Ryan's fierce demeanor yesterday looked as if they had seen a ghost. He was completely different from yesterday. After confirming their memories once again, they concluded this is a lie. Meanwhile, those who had only heard of Ryan's ferocity, who liked to take the back door, were filled with doubts. He looks handsome and polite, not like someone who would take the back door. Did we get something wrong? Or maybe he has too many girls who like him and got bored, so he tried something new. Please don't slander him casually. As Ryan stepped down, the crowd continued their discussion until Alice took the stage, drawing everyone's attention once more with her beauty. Wow, she is so beautiful, I adore her. Alice flicked her blue hair and confidently said, I am a prodigy, a once in 100 years talent. Losing to me should not make you feel inferior. Oh, just remember, I will always be ahead of you, and that's that. After saying that, she strode down the stage without taking any charm with her. The Navy personnel below were left speechless, their filters shattered as they exchanged dumbfounded glances. What on earth did that good-looking Justin want? What does this mean? Probably means that everyone present is trash, that's the gist of it. Oh, can she take me away then? Where did that barking come from? Sophie stepped up to the podium, grabbing the microphone and blowing into it twice. The teachers below watched in astonishment as their microphone ended up in someone else's hands. Sophie took the microphone and said leisurely, I initially planned to say a few simple words, but I feel like you might not want to hear them, so I'll say less, but then I feel it would be meaningless. Yes, I am indeed very meaningless, Maki-H. Sophie. All right, that's it. After saying that, she casually walked down, exuding an aloof demeanor. The naval personnel below were left speechless. Such a cold demeanor. Do you have a misunderstanding of being aloof? I am Dart, a doctor who dreams of using poison to cure diseases. Oh, I almost forgot. Hello, everyone. Dart stood on the podium, scratching his head and smiling, exuding a youthful vibe, looking like an innocent neighbor's little brother with a hint of cuteness. So are you saying such hellish things with your youthful face and voice? The Navy personnel trembled at the mention of using poison to save people. Is this even human? Using poison to treat illness? A doctor? Did I hear that wrong? I am Little 8, an octopus merman. I used to be a pirate, now I am a Navy. Little 8 made a heavy impact by dropping a depth charge in the crowd. Pirate? No way is this real. After the five introduced themselves, the Navy below was dazed. It turned out that the most normal among them was Ryan, who was rumored to be the most abnormal. A Navy personnel brushed back his hair and said lightly, I can see it now, and none of these people are normal. The Navy instructor was also quite shocked, standing up to control the room. All right, everyone. Before he could finish, a short figure with pink hair raised their hand and timidly said, Teacher, there's me. The crowd, along with the teacher, was taken aback. Another expert. The teacher, feeling helpless, waved his hand and said, Come up. Kobe ran to the podium, feeling a sudden surge of fear under everyone's watch. However, seeing Ryan's encouraging gaze, he gathered his courage. Ryan. Kobe took a deep breath, recalling the method taught by Mr. Luffy, and resolved to loudly declare his dream. I am Kobe. I am the man who will become a Navy admiral. The room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Kobe's face flushed. Would he be laughed at? The next second, the entire room erupted. Good. I support you. That's right. A Navy that doesn't want to become an admiral is not a good servant. Finally, a normal person has appeared. Navy should loudly declare their dreams. Otherwise, how can we? Kobe was stunned, his eyes slightly red. It turns out this world is so beautiful. In reality, after being bombarded by the five, no matter how funny the following events were, they wouldn't laugh. Throughout this class, Ryan listened attentively and took abundant notes, even changing the teacher's perspective, leading to a hint of pride. Such a well-behaved child. How did you turn into a bad child in your care? Is it the child's issue or the teacher's issue? The teacher walked down, glancing at Ryan's notebook. The untold stories of the warring states and carp, not good. My official position. The teacher asked, what would you do if you encountered pirates and after defeating them they begged for mercy? Ryan quickly answered, even if you beg me, I will not spare you. What if the pirate says he will never be a pirate again? Once a pirate, always a pirate. Maintain absolute malice towards pirates. What if you are leading an army to hunt down pirates and they want to negotiate with you? I can't be bothered to reason with you. You're not worthy of listening. Use thunderous methods to crush them. This is absolute justice. What if the pirates escape? Root out every last one of them. Absolutely do not let any pirate escape. Conclusion. Is this truly a subordinate of Admiral Akiji? It seems more like a subordinate of Admiral Akainu. Although Sengoku approved that Ryan and his group do not need to participate in training since they have nothing to do, why not train? Everyone must train. They cannot let this month pass in vain. Every moment counts, and every bit of strength gained means taking down more pirates. Ryan set strict rules for Sophie and the other three. They must learn the basics of the 6 forms within a month and undergo physical training while utilizing their strengths. Sophie excels in shooting, so she will focus on physical training plus shooting. Alice's exclusive weapon has become a dog-beating stick, so it will be physical training plus staff techniques. Dart specializes in poisoning, so it will be physical training plus researching new poisons. As for Xiaoba, who practices the six-sword style, it will be physical training plus sword techniques. There is no escaping physical training. Without a strong body to support them, even the most skilled techniques cannot be fully realized. I know this is difficult, but it's an order. To motivate the four, Ryan demonstrated and required them to keep up. In the morning, they will run 10 kilometers with weights, do 100 dumbbell squats, 100 weighted push-ups, and 100 hanging sit-ups, finishing with a glass of milk. In the afternoon, they will practice sword techniques briefly, then use an abandoned warship to practice boxing to wake up their drowsy souls, followed by simple barehanded cannon throws to strengthen their shoulders. Finally, they will swim while dragging the warship to wash off their sweat, concluding a day's training. Zophie, Alice, Dart, and Xiaoba. After hearing this, those with weaker constitutions went straight to enjoy. Ryan looked at the puzzled and confused gazes around him, feeling a bit at a loss. Is there a problem? Anyway, that's what Carp told him, that after such training one would definitely become strong. Since Carp said, so let's try it out a little. Zophie remained silent for a long time, and then said, are you really human? Alice looked at Ryan as if he were a monster in human skin. Even for a genius like me, hearing this makes my legs weak. I can't do it, Neo, Xiaoba said with a mournful face. Dart, the calmest of them all, assessed the situation based on his knowledge and understanding of his own physical condition and concluded, I will die. One or two of you are on the verge of collapse, and Ryan couldn't help but feel angry. He helplessly said, all right, asking you to train a bit more is like asking for your lives. The four looked quietly at Ryan. No, this is indeed asking for their lives. Unable to do anything about it, Ryan had to lower his demands. Then just train by yourselves. I won't supervise you, just make sure to master the 6 forms. Okay, this is it. Support Neo. After that inhumane training method, the four unanimously believed that mastering the 6 forms wouldn't be that difficult either. Thus, Ryan and his group began their month-long strengthening journey. Due to Ryan's previous version being too weak, he clearly lacked in stamina and physique to keep up with the current chaotic era, so he slightly adjusted the stamina bar, slightly enhanced his physique, improved his 3-color hockey skills, slightly increased his reputation, and unlocked the commanding troops module. Coming towards them is Ryan, the child of the version. Zophie had been a slacker hero in the previous version. To enhance playability, Ryan planned to add skills like observation hockey and 6 forms, boosting her physical strength and unlocking multiple weapon options such as rocket launchers, Barrett rifles, and sniper rifles. She is the strongest shooter in the current version, Shooter Zophie. Ryan naturally had a plan for Alice's enhancements, adding armament hockey, observation hockey, and 6 forms, significantly boosting her stamina and increasing her attack damage. She is the most exaggeratedly enhanced among the weak heroes this time, greatly favored by the developers. As for Dart, he is the most sinister existence in this enhancement plan, increasing his physical quality, adding basic 6 form skills, unlocking a new skill, poisoning, earning the title Master of Poison, and gaining the mysterious physique Poisoner. You never know when you will be poisoned. Poison Arts Master Dart. As for Xiao Ba's enhancement plan, it is relatively ordinary with the powerful physique of a Fishman's 6 sword-style basic 6 forms. Although the mechanics are unremarkable, they are all about the numbers, with a playability recommendation of 3 stars, unlocking the roles of Steersman and Takoyaki Master. Statistical Monster. Xiaoba. These 5 are the heroes significantly strengthened in the current version, and they are now waiting for their appointment letters, ready to set sail and showcase their skills. Zophie raised an eyebrow and looked at Ryan, who was talking to himself. What are you saying? Blabbering on. Zophie had shaved her long hair into a stylish American buzz cut, and her face had become a bit slimmer, making her look more stylish and vibrant. Alice shook her head, crossing her arms. It's just more stuff I don't understand. Her hairstyle had changed to a catfish whiskers style in the front, while keeping a high ponytail in the back. Her blue hair was exceptionally eye-catching, and under the sun, she looked radiant, full of youthful vigor and charm. Dart had a faint smile on his face as he explained, that's just how Mr. Ryan is. His appearance had hardly changed. He still looked like a boy with messy hair covering half his eye, but his aura had become a bit more robust, or perhaps sinister. What are you saying, Neo? Do you want to eat takoyaki, Neo? Xiaoba had puffed up a bit with no other changes, still looking adorably silly. I'm explaining to you in a language I can understand the reason for your newfound strength. Got it? Ryan said nonchalantly with his hands in his pockets. He had grown 3 to 4 centimeters taller, reaching a height of 186 centimeters, with his casual hairstyle being messy, but in battle, he styled it into a 3-7 back, still at the pinnacle of the Navy headquarters beauty. Meanwhile, the formal appointment letters for the 5 arrived. Nakati Ryan was promoted to Major at the Navy headquarters, tasked with patrolling the Great Routes Holt Sea region under the G9 Division. Maki H. Zophie was promoted to Ensign at the Navy headquarters. Alice, Dart, and Xiaoba were promoted to corporals at the Navy headquarters. They can now independently lead troops to sea. 3 days after the training camp ended in the Holtz Sea, a medium-sized military ship loaded with sailors was sailing through these waters, commanded by Major Nocti Lane of the Navy headquarters. Lane has made quite a name for himself, not only able to lead 500 sailors on the vast ocean to hunt down pirates as his primary mission, but also donning the officer's exclusive justice cloak, looking strikingly handsome. Well, ideals are beautiful, but reality is stark. 3 days have passed, and in the Holtz Sea where Lane is patrolling there are no pirates to be seen, not even a shadow of a ship. Is this really the Grand Line? With such a low density of pirates? Without pirates, how can I prepare for the impending Marineford War? Lane helplessly slumped in his chair, downing cup after cup of milk, trying to drown his sorrows, but alas. The more he tried to drink away his troubles, the more they lingered. Beside him, Sophie sipped a glass of rum, her gaze returning from Lane, her expression serious. Relying on killing to grow stronger now that no one can be killed, it's truly disheartening. It is exactly that. Drink. Drink. Huh. On the deck, Alice waved a dog-beating stick, practicing with great vigor, looking quite impressive. The sailors around her looked on with hearts in their eyes, almost shouting, "Sergeant Alice, we want to be your dogs." On the other side of the deck, perhaps seeing Alice garner so much attention, little 8 mimicked her, brandishing 6 swords, practicing the 6-sword style. However, no one was watching him, and they kept their distance, fearing they might get slashed if they got too close. Little 8 watched with a heavy heart, wondering, why is this happening new? Is this the East Shore effect? Little 8 practiced in vain. Dart was hiding in the laboratory, studying poisons, occasionally letting out eerie laughter, making that area one no one dared to approach for a long time. As the days passed in boredom, a turning point arrived. "Major Lane, we have intel." A sailor rushed over with a den mushy. "Say." Lane was still weak, half alive. He had heard this phrase too many times, and the intel was always about things unrelated to the Navy. A certain queen wants to invite him for tea, a certain king wants to invite him for tea, a certain base commander wants to invite him for tea. Damn it. I didn't set sail just to drink tea. Why is everyone acting like a bunch of lunatics, constantly inviting me for tea? It's maddening. Am I not just a mere subordinate of Vice Admiral Kazan, supported by Navy hero Garp, who was personally awarded the rank of Major by Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and the fastest graduate of the training camp in history? Is it really necessary? Drinking tea? They want to test me with tea. This officer can't withstand such tests. The Navy briefly explained, the royal family of Iroang has reported that 4 pirate crews are clashing within the territory and are requesting our support. Pirates. Lane suddenly opened his eyes wide like a tiger awakened from slumber, grabbing the den mushy without a word. Got it. Got it. The Navy will immediately go for support. After saying that, he tossed the den mushy to the sailor and shouted to Sophie, "Let's head to Iro right this instant." Sophie yawned and made an okay gesture, signaling she understood. It's time for action. Alice's face lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, "The pirates have finally appeared. But I had to wait so long." Her dog-beating stick seemed eager to taste the blood of pirates and to thoroughly test the results of a month of hellish training. The entire ship's energy was immediately stirred like a massive machine operating at full throttle, turning around and powering forward at full speed. Lane felt the wind whipping against his face as if he could already see the rewards from the system. At this moment, the sailor beside Lane hadn't left yet and suddenly remarked, "By the way, Major Lane, among the 4 pirate crews there is one very special pirate crew." Masaka. Lane raised an eyebrow, turning to look at the sailor with narrowed eyes. "A special pirate crew? It can't be one of the 4 emperors, can it? That would be too unfortunate. You need to tell me more." The sailor pressed his lips together, sighing. "It is none other than the fallen Navy Major X. Drake. With a bounty of 220 million berries, he, alas, once a genius within the Navy, hailed as the number 1 of the new generation with hopes of becoming an admiral, he inexplicably followed in his father's footsteps, defecting from the Navy and falling to become a pirate. At the time of Drake's defection, it caused a huge uproar within the Navy, with curses echoing everywhere. 220 million. Lane's eyes instantly brightened. This was the highest bounty pirate he had seen to date. This is truly amazing. As for the issue of him being fallen or not, who cares about the reasons? Since he has become a pirate, he is already on the path to death. Ha ha. Lane's doubts dissipated. A mere pirate with a bounty of 220 million, he could crush him with a flick of his hand. Thinking of this, Lane stepped on the railing and raised his arm, shouting loudly, "Listen up, everyone. When we encounter anyone not wearing a Navy uniform, attack." "Oh." The sailors on the deck shouted back in response. No one in the Navy headquarters is unaware of Lane's genius reputation, nor his deep-seated hatred for pirates, determined to eradicate them completely. After all, he is the one who dared to announce a full-scale war against all pirates in Logtown. Following such a superior, it feels like a faster path to death. Just kidding, probably. On the coast of Iroang, 4 pirate ships are moored along the coastline, each with a different flag. On the shore, gunfire erupted and cries of battle echoed continuously. Many corpses lay on the ground, staining the earth with blood. They can be roughly divided into two groups. One side has a larger number backed by the sea, while the other has fewer backed by the town. Drake, why do you have to go against us? A boy with bandages wrapped around his face shouted hoarsely. Faceless bandage monster, Cabal, a bounty of 77 million berries. Aren't you a pirate too? We just want to plunder this town. What's wrong with that? A man wielding dual swords glared fiercely, radiating killing intent. Dual sword style, Hagel, bounty of 69 million berries. Time and again you obstruct us. In my view, you are not a fallen Navy officer at all. A muscular man wielding a giant axe squinted his eyes, staring intently at the man blocking the way in front of their alliance of 3 pirate crews. Clever butcher, Bike Fanda, bounty of 99 million berries. Standing in front of them is fallen Navy X. Drake along with his pirate crew. Drake, wearing a swordsman's hat and a black mask with the X mark on his chin and chest, held a sword and an axe. At that moment his expression was dark, and the intensity of his gaze towards the muscular man was filled with murderous intent. The other pirates, upon hearing these words, couldn't help but tremble with fear, their eyes scanning the area back and forth. Could it be? No way. Damn. Drake gritted his teeth, his gaze growing fiercer. If exposed, he would have to kill them all. You are nothing but an insatiable pirate. You want to monopolize the wealth of this town, don't you? Bike Fanda accused Drake, his sharp words momentarily. Seeing Drake's expression, Bike Fanda smirked confidently. Hmph. Captain has long seen through you, but don't forget the title of this captain, Clever Butcher. This captain does not stoop to killing with brute force, but instead intricately weaves a deadly trap. Drake frowned, scrutinizing Bike Fanda closely. His arms were thicker than an average person's. His waist was as thick as a well, and his legs were thin as bamboo poles. This guy using his brain. The surrounding pirates clapped their hands, appearing enlightened. So that's it, this damn Drake who knew he was so greedy. Yeah, I thought he was just pretending to defect from the Navy to infiltrate the 4 emperors. How could that be? He looks too sharp and bitter. He doesn't seem cut out for undercover work. Drake, drenched in cold sweat, but feigning calm, cast a hawkish glare across the crowd, snorting coldly. Hmph. Whatever I want to do, does it concern you to meddle? Stop joking. If I were really that obedient, I wouldn't have defected from the Navy. Hadger gripped the hilt of his twin blades tightly, leaning slightly forward as he assumed a combat stance. It seems today you won't let us pass, will you? Drake scoffed with disdain, ruthlessly mocking. Why should I share what I desire with you? Do you think your pride is that significant? The pirates behind Drake also took on a battle stance. Since their captain harbored the intent to monopolize a town as his subordinates, they naturally had to contribute and share in the spoils. A first mate stepped forward, pointing his knife at Drake. Hmph. If we all rush him, even the notorious X. Drake, with a bounty of 220 million berries, wouldn't stand a chance. Among the 3 pirate crews, the combined bounty of their pirates approached 500 million, more than twice that of X. Drake, giving them a significant advantage. You can certainly give it a try. Drake's expression remained unchanged. To him, these pirates were merely cannon fodder, easily dealt with. However, while killing them was easy, protecting the town behind him was far more difficult. For the sake of that plan, there could be no slip-ups. Bike Fanda could no longer contain himself, raising his giant axe and bellowing, "Boys, someone's blocking our path to wealth and harming our brothers. Should we let him go?" "We won't let him go." The other 2 captains rallied their morale, calling on their men to launch a full-scale assault. "Kill them." Drake also prepared to attack. Just as both sides were about to move, a series of loud bangs erupted. A continuous barrage of thunderous sounds reverberated along the coast, with flames shooting into the sky, and a tremor felt beneath their feet. What is that sound? All the pirates turned towards the source of the noise, their pupils constricting in shock as they were momentarily stunned. "Quick look at our ships." A heart-wrenching roar jolted the pirates awake. All 4 pirate ships on the coast were ablaze, the intense flames illuminating everything around. Clearly they had been hit by cannon fire. "My ship. Our ship is destroyed. Damn beasts." Bike Fanda glared at Drake, furiously questioning. "Was it you, Drake?" Drake suppressed his anger and replied in a deep voice, "Are your eyes blind? My ship was blown up too. The Navy? It shouldn't be. How could they arrive so quickly? Damn it. If they came now, they would be surrounded by pirates. Please don't come any closer. I don't want to harm fellow allies of justice." But contrary to his wishes, the Navy still appeared. The culprit behind the destruction of the 4 pirate ships had emerged. A medium-sized warship crashed through the burning pirate ship, passing through layers of flames and coming into view, swiftly docking near the coast, with crew members leaping off before the ship had even stopped. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive sounds shattered the air, and the pirates looked up to see 5 figures leaping from the warship into the sky. Ha! Ha! Leading them was Ryan, wielding the Justice Saber, descending rapidly, the flaming blade leaving a deep red trail, his navy cloak billowing in the wind as he roared loudly. X. Drake, where are you? Come out. To Ryan's left was Zophie with the wind lifting his cloak, holding a repeating pistol in one hand and a revolver in the other, his excitement palpable on his face. Pirates. I'm coming for you. To Ryan's right was Alice gripping a dog-beating stick, her blue hair tousled by the wind, laughing excitedly. Yaha. I've been waiting for this day for so long. Above Ryan to the right was Xiao Ba brandishing 6 gleaming blades as he shouted with fierce enthusiasm. You want to escape my new invention? The pirates on the ground instinctively felt fear at this sight, awakening their dread of the Navy. It's the Navy? Damn Drake. How could he attract the Navy here? Drake. Well, I guess it was really me who... Due to Ryan's excessively flamboyant actions, many pirates remembered his unforgettable face at a glance. He is the Navy that declared war on the pirates of the seas. That's right, it's him. They'll never forget that face. It's so handsome. What? We must kill him. Kill them. Fire, fire. Will of fire, your sword will burn. Burn, burn fruit, even dogs won't eat it. You can slash out flame slashes. Stunned, Ryan's eyes seemed to glow with molten lava turning crimson as flames erupted from his blade. Mountain breaking slash. Fire dragon roar. With both hands gripping the hilt, he raised the saber high and executed shave at the moment of landing, flashing into the midst of the pirates. The king descended from the heavens, his visage fierce, striking down with force. Huh. Boom. At that moment, it was like a meteor falling from the sky, the ground instantly cracking open and red flames bursting forth from the chasm. The surging flames rose like a colossal tidal wave, sweeping in all directions, instantly engulfing dozens of people around. I'm hungry. It's so hot, save me. Wails erupted, and the system's prompt sound long forgotten rang out again. Ding, ding, ding. Drake, well, maybe I should worry about myself first. 5 seconds of stiffness. Reward, famous blade wins embrace. Ryan was a bit surprised. Although it wasn't particularly useful, at least it wasn't something ridiculous like a fishing rod or a pair of underwear. The Grand Line truly lived up to its reputation. The rewards dropped by pirates here were of far higher quality than those from the 4 seas. Wait a minute. The flames soaring into the sky burned into the hearts of every pirate, raging and consuming dozens of them. The pirates were astonished by this sudden flame attack. Who but that one person could unleash such power? Where did the flames come from? Is it that bastard Fire Fist Ace? No, it's that Navy guy. Damn it. Kill him. True to their pirate nature, despite witnessing Ryan's divine justice descend from the heavens, they still recklessly charged at him. Ryan didn't even glance at them, merely shouldering his sword. On the surface, he appeared to be standing still like an expert, while internally, he was already calculating his venture into the new world to eliminate the super pirates there. The pirates of the 4 seas are ordinary pirates. Those in the first half of the Grand Line are elite pirates, while those in the new world are undoubtedly super pirates. The drop rate is absolutely high. The pirates obviously did not understand the reasons behind it, but this was an unprecedented opportunity. Since they didn't want to act, they should never act again. Die. At this moment, don't forget about me. Pirates. In the sky, accompanied by tail flames and debris, Zophie stepped in midair, holding a shotgun and pulling the trigger from above. Bang! The gun's muzzle spat out a flame and bullets scattered, taking down 5 or 6 pirates in one. Thud. Zophie landed, rolling to cancel the recoil, crouching on the ground and firing another shot at the pirates ahead. Bang! The 4 or 5 pirates in front were hit and fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere, with 3 or 4 wounds oozing blood as cries of agony rang out. What kind of gun is that? Why is it so powerful? What the hell? This was one side, while on Ryan's side the pirates charged in, naturally not needing Ryan to handle them himself. I'm here, Alice shouted excitedly. The king descends from the sky. Gripping her dog-beating stick tightly wrapped in faint-armed color hockey, she swung it down fiercely. Boom. She killed one instantly, and the others were blown away by the force, causing cracks to form in the ground. Alice quickly got up, her dog-beating stick swinging in the wind, leaving behind trails of afterimages as she charged towards the pirates. Strike with chaos. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike precisely hit vital areas, reaping lives, as if it were a dragonfly skimming the water, akin to a tiger pouncing on its prey. The pirates hit let out heart-wrenching screams like actors. It hurts so much. Cough, cough. It's just a woman. Most of those hit died instantly, while a few let out painful wails. This scene left the surrounding pirates dumbfounded. It was unbelievable how much damage was done with a mere touch. What the hell? Just a touch and they're dead. Hey, get up. You can't sleep here. Alice stood firmly beside Ryan, shouldering her dog-beating stick with a smile, huffing. Hmph, the dog-beating stick doesn't harm people, but it's a critical hit on dogs. You? On the other side, Little 8 unleashed the 6-sword style, rushing into the crowd and shouting, 6-sword style, tornado whirlwind. His body spun rapidly, wielding 6 long swords gleaming coldly like a true tornado, swirling among the pirates. Swish, swish, Swish! Blood splattered and screams filled the air. Ah! What fast! Who? Two specially made gas capsules were thrown by Dart, crashing to the ground. Before the pirates could react, a cloud of green gas suddenly erupted, engulfing them instantly. Dart landed, maintaining a crouched position, slowly rising with a cold smile. It's time for medicine, everyone. Meanwhile, the surrounding pirates were foaming at the mouth, collapsing to the ground, convulsing. Ugh, what is that stuff? So hard to breathe. Hey, what's wrong with you? Pull it together. Damn, it's that gas. Despicable Navy. The five arrived at the battlefield, giving the pirates present a slight shock. Pirates' tanks were already shocked to death. The Navy soldiers landed from the warship, 500 of them charging towards the battlefield with roars. Behind them was the fiery sea, and the dust they kicked up created shadows that blotted out the sun. The morale of the Navy was soaring, while the pirates had already lost over 50 upon arrival. The four pirate crews combined barely numbered 300, while the Navy had 500. Thus the pirates' morale remained high, because in the Grand Line numbers were no longer the absolute advantage. Individual strength sometimes mattered far more. Every pirate who could make it to the Grand Line was a ruler in their respective seas. There were no weaklings here, only ruthless individuals whose lives were at stake. What? You say you don't want to die? Damn, if you're afraid of death, don't be a pirate. In the Grand Line, a pirate who can serve as captain must possess absolute top-tier strength within their crew, otherwise why would anyone follow them? Have you ever played house? What a joke. Being a pirate isn't child's play. No out on the sea who dares to treat it like a game. And as an undercover agent, that's even more like walking a tightrope over a cliff. With the slightest misstep, one could fall into the abyss. Drake fixed his gaze on Ryan, fists clenched, as this was what an undercover agent had to face. It was the insults from former friends, the pursuit from colleagues, the disappointment from former mentors. But now what should he do? Ryan hoisted his sword, and besides Dart, the other three gathered around him. Zophie pointed out the captains among the pirates and explained to Ryan. The big guy has a bounty of 99 million berries. The bandage man has a bounty of 77 million berries. The dual-wielding swordsman has a bounty of 69 million berries. And Drake is the man with the X mark on his chest. My God, the lowest bounty is nearly 70 million berries. Damn, what kind of harsh days did I endure in the East Sea? Not even a single pirate with a bounty of 20 million, and upon arriving at the Grand Line it skyrockets to 200 million. All right. Ryan's lips curled slightly, suppressing his inner joy as he pointed at the four pirate captains, commanding, "Leave those four to me, the rest are yours." Any objections? No problem. Got it. Understood. After that, Ryan strode towards the four pirate captains, his arrogant demeanor igniting the pirates' anger. A pirate who looked like the captain stepped forward, blocking Ryan's path, pointing his knife at Ryan and shouting, "What do you want to do to our captain? You'll have to get past me first." Another pirate stepped up, his gaze fierce. "That's right. Don't underestimate us. What do you think we are? Don't think you can just walk over us." Uffed. Two heads soared into the air, accompanied by a spray of blood, as the headless bodies collapsed weakly. Before the words finished, the men were dead. Ryan appeared behind the two, shifting from carrying his sword to holding it upright, a drop of blood sliding down the blade. "Shut up, you're so noisy." Ding. Killed the blabbermouth pirate, successfully executed justice. Reward heavenly beans, x 1 inch. Kill the evil pirate, successfully executed justice. Reward elbow strike man. Man, shout, man, to ignore distance when launching an elbow strike. My goodness, this man feels like a divine skill. Ryan was somewhat surprised and launched an elbow strike, disregarding the distance. With a bit of force, he could have sent the guy's kidney flying. I can try it on those four pirates later. While Ryan was amazed by the divine skill, the other pirates were astonished that he effortlessly took out two bounty hunters. Such speed. What happened, Captain? The captain is dead. I didn't even see it clearly. Could that be the Six Styles shave? The bandage man, Kabbalah, frowned deeply. Hey, we have a formidable opponent now. The dual-wielding Hajir gripped his sword hilt tightly and said coldly, "When did it come to the point where the Marines could intervene in pirate affairs?" Beck Vanda suggested, "Let's focus on defeating the Marines first and discuss other matters later. What do you think?" "I support that." "Fine." After that, the three looked at Drake and shouted, "Hey X. Drake, what are your thoughts?" Drake's gaze remained indifferent, his tone devoid of emotion. "I agree. It seems that we can only take it one step at a time. One thing must be upheld, and that is under no circumstances can the mission fail." Ryan strolled towards the four men, his justice cloak gently swaying the blade of his sword, leaving a fine mark on the ground. He was arrogant, confident, and looked down on the pirates. Yet even in such a situation, the pirates could only seethe in anger, watching Ryan with frustration, because they couldn't stop him. The blood of the two captains was still warm, their bodies not yet cold, and with dozens of corpses beginning to emit a meaty scent, what could they use to intervene? The only hope for victory lay with the four captains, and what they needed to do was eliminate the other Marine. Thinking of this, the eyes of some captains and first mates were focused on Zoffy and the 4, as well as the 500 Marines that were about to arrive. Brothers, hold back these Marines. Warriors, kill these damn pirates. Just at that moment, the 500-strong Marine army arrived. Without a word, they began to participate in the encirclement of the pirates. For justice, offer your hearts. Ding. Triggered rare, everyone, I love war. Ding. Triggered rare, offer your heart. Roar. Damn. I'm going completely insane. The Marines all entered a frenzied state, unleashing a biting frenzy upon the pirates, entering an infinite biting mode. On the other side, damn it, I can't believe I see someone more arrogant than me. The dual-wielding Hars couldn't hold back, immediately brandishing his dual blades with a glint in his eyes. Let me take the lead. You all follow me. With that, he zipped through the air towards Ryan. The other 3 did not act immediately, wanting to observe the fighting style and some details. As the saying goes, details determine success or failure. In the stalemate, it was a test of both sides' control over the details. The bandaged man Kabbalah crossed his arms. The dual-wielding swordsman, with superb swordsmanship, takes lives as easily as reaching into a pocket. He is agile. And that Marine lieutenant is clearly practicing with a heavy sword, which isn't good against a swift opponent like Hajir. Hajir clearly thought the same. With arms outstretched, the 2 long swords sliced through the air, crossing over his chest, knees bending as he charged again. He'll come and challenge you. Marine. Tap. Ryan's eyes were calm, his gaze flickering with a red glow. With observation hockey, paired with a calm heart, no small movement could escape his notice. Moreover, even without observation hockey at this level of speed, it was just about the same as his level back in Rogue Town. You can't catch this flash. Wind-breaking blade, absolute cut. Ryan took a step forward, the blade slashing diagonally downwards, the movement resembling a speed-up mode. Clearly a heavy sword, yet at this moment, it was as swift as lightning. The approaching blade was infinitely magnified in Hajir's mind, and behind the blade only Ryan's dark figure remained. What? So fast? Ding. Detected that the enemy is in a vulnerable state, triggering the soul of the Ancient Blade. Whoosh bang. The blade left a dark purple arc in the air, piercing through the body. At that moment, whatever stood in the way of the dark purple arc was cleaved in 2. Splurt. Blood splattered, the 2 halves of the body collapsed to the ground, blood flowing everywhere, with wide-open eyes, still unable to believe they were sliced in half, just like that. Not hearing the system prompt, he wasn't dead, yet his vitality was quite strong, but it would only last 2 or 3 seconds. Tap. Ryan stepped forward, a smile forming as he shouted, Hey, this isn't over yet. Boom. With that, he crushed the ground with his foot. His figure shot out, moving so fast that he left a series of afterimages. Leaping into the air, he raised his sword high. At that moment, the blade ignited in flames, dazzling firelight flickering across the 3 with distinct colors. Beck Vanda took a step back, frightened to the core, tears and snot streaming down his face, his fear of Ryan reaching its peak. Don't kill me. He grabbed the seriously prepared Kabbalah and threw him towards Ryan, who was soaring in the air. What up? Kabbalah, realizing what was happening, let out a wail and a scream of terror, completely bewildered as to what was happening. He would never know what happened. Whoosh! Ryan descended from the air, slicing him in half, erupting a large cloud of blood. Just landed, he looked up and saw a towering man over 3 meters tall, crying as he swung a giant axe, shouting in despair. Don't kill me, Ryan. Stunned. With his left hand enveloped in armament hockey, he single-handedly controlled the roaring giant axe under the shocked gaze of Drake and the terrified eyes of Beck Vanda. Crack. Clang. The giant axe was crushed into pieces, and Ryan thrust his sword, the blade piercing through the chin and emerging from the top of the head, ending his life. What kind of pirate is afraid of dying? Ding ding ding. The coast. For pirate ships were burning fiercely, rising thick clouds of smoke, making the bright sky appear dim beneath it. What? Drake's expression changed dramatically as he clearly saw the tip of a knife above Beck Vanda's head, shocked that the naval major before him had killed the bounty of nearly 100 million berries Beck Vanda with a single strike. What the hell? Such strength, you damn major. I would believe it if you said you were a vice admiral. Do you really think the sea is just a game? Ryan's face shifted in shadow, appearing unpredictable, his tone low as he slowly drew his saber, blood sliding down the blade and dripping onto the ground. Beck Vanda's eyes widened, blood flowing down his face as he fell helplessly backward. Dead. Ding. Killed. The self-proclaimed clever villain successfully upheld justice. Item reward obtained: rare giant's ring. X1 giant's ring grants the wearer the strength of a giant. At this moment, the 2 pirates who had not yet perished from Ryan's swift strikes with justice too sharp finally met their end. Ding. Killed. The dual-wielding villain successfully executed justice. Received skill reward: rare draw / quickly draw the sword to strike. The longer you charge, the stronger the strike. Ding. Killed the bandaged villain successfully. Upheld justice. Item reward obtained rare enchanted bandage X1 enchanted bandage active effect no matter the severity of the injury wrapping it with the enchanted bandage will restore it in 3 hours. Passive effect the wearer gains 5 damage reduction. Oh 3 rare items not bad at all. Ryan smiled lightly at the system's prompt in his mind, now able to keep his emotions in check. After all, he was a man destined to become a naval admiral. Being too easily read emotionally would be too what? The captain has been killed. 3 captains are dead. What should we do next? Damn it. I will avenge the captain. Avenge. 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 Hey, why are you running in that direction? Are you coming back for dinner or not? The 3 pirate captains were chopped into pieces in less than 5 seconds, all dead, a heavy blow to morale. Some pirates had already chosen to flee amidst the chaos. Come on, we are pirates. Oh, what matters is profit. In other words, the captain's death serves as a warning signal. If they don't run, wouldn't it be a betrayal of the captain's intent? Their deaths would be in vain. The pirate crew of over 300 was in utter disarray, but as Ryan's subordinates they adhered to Ryan's principles. Exterminate evil. Root out the weeds. Spare no one. All pirates are thieves. No need to listen to excuses. The Navy led by Zophie and his 3 companions launched an encirclement to eradicate the pirates. Meanwhile on Ryan's side, killing 3 notorious pirates. Are you that happy naval major? Oh, you can even see my happiness. It seems you can see through my disguise. You are already on the path to your demise. Ryan remained calm, his expression indifferent as he casually put on a skull ring giant's ring, looking as if victory was already in his grasp. No, it is absolute victory. If he manages to escape, I will swallow the toilet whole. Drake couldn't help but grip the hilt tightly, his expression growing darker, brows furrowed. What should he do next? He originally planned to use these 3 pirates as a buffer, seizing the opportunity to escape and commandeer a naval ship, but these 3 didn't last even 5 seconds. He really didn't want to attack his comrades. Of course, he didn't want his comrades to attack him either. Because the naval major in front of him, although he bore a major's rank, possessed the strength of a vice admiral, he might not be able to defeat him. All right, why are you staring at me with such wide eyes? Ryan pointed his saber at Drake, a cold smirk creeping onto his lips, speaking without reservation. It's time to send you this traitor and villain on your way. As he spoke, an overwhelming killing intent locked onto Drake, causing his face to turn pale instantly. No, I can't die yet, I can't die. Drake gritted his teeth tightly, bloodshot eyes fixating on Ryan, not filled with hatred, but with unwillingness. I still have tasks to complete, ambitions yet to realize, and justice to uphold. I cannot roar. Drake howled toward the sky, his skin turning a dark green, his form undergoing a huge transformation, muscles bulging, fangs and bone horns sprouting, a thick tail emerging behind. Half human, half dragon state. He is a Zoan fruit user. Zoan dragon fruit, ancient type, special dragon form. Boom. The ground shattered as he surged forward with explosive force toward Ryan's, sword in one hand, an axe in the other, striking down with all his might. The cross-descending strike sliced through the air, flashing blade light directly aimed at Ryan's face. Finally encountered a Zoan fruit user pirate. Come. Ryan did not back down, gripping justice with one hand to meet the strike. As the two clashed, a deafening roar echoed the ground within a 6 to 7 meter radius, shattered, a strong shockwave blowing sand and stones around. Such powerful strength. Wow, no wonder he is a Zoan user. The two exchanged glances, both surprised in their clearly looking frail, yet he could match me, who had consumed the dragon fruit in strength with just one hand, truly a monster. He appeared large, yet his strength was formidable enough to rival me, who had donned the giant's ring to gain the strength of a giant, truly terrifying like a monster. Boom. A long and robust tail whipped through the air, creating a sonic boom as it swung toward Ryan's face. Stunned, Ryan's arm, coated in armed hockey, pushed forward, stopping that dinosaur tail with one hand. He tried to pull away, but found Ryan's 5 fingers already embedded in flesh, firmly holding him, unable to pull out at all. Hey, it's not over yet. Ryan teased with a smile, directly sheathing his sword in Drake's astonished and panicked dinosaur eyes. He cosplayed as Loki. Gaining the strength of a giant, of course, he had to show it off well. He lifted the dinosaur's tail and executed a perfect suplex. Boom. Hungry. The shadow crashed to the ground, creating a massive pit. How? Such great strength. Drake lay in the pit, questioning his life, gazing at the gray sky, wondering who had eaten the Zoan fruit. Did someone not only lost consciousness, but was lifted again? Dinosaur drop. Boom. Ryan shouted, and Drake was slammed down again, producing another loud bang. Damn it, I've been played. Boom. I have to hold on. Boom. I can't. Boom. That actually I am. Oh, speaking quite smoothly, looks like I've lightened up. Boom. Stop. Stop it. You've been provoking me the whole time. Boom. Stop. I am a sleeper. Nonsense. Who else could you be? Look for a slam. Boom. With that slam, Drake felt all his internal organs shift, his vision blur. In a daze, the world turned completely white, seeing a man in a white robe soar toward him, a holy expression as he reached out his hand, prompting him to reach out instinctively. So warm. Boom. Ugh. Drake could no longer withstand the series of explosions, stars dancing in his eyes, teetering on the brink of losing consciousness. At that moment, the world suddenly turned dark, accompanied by a deafening howling sound. Whoosh. The howling echoed across the coast at that moment. Even the sea was roaring in a frenzy. What the hell? Ryan halted his movements, looking up at the sky, his face suddenly changing. Meteorites. Meteor. Ryan's mouth dropped open, his jaw hanging in disbelief. Are you blind? Cough, cough. This is a mountain. Drake, now back in human form and lying on the ground, couldn't help but retort. Indeed. Above this coast, a towering mountain descended straight towards the shore. The world beneath it instantly transformed from day to night. It wasn't enormous, yet it covered most of the coast. With this move, both the Navy and pirates had nowhere to escape. Even if it's a mountain, it shouldn't be like this. Ryan's eyes bulged, his mouth twitching, shock evident in his gaze. If it's a mountain, then why the hell is it falling from the sky? This is completely unscientific. Sophie couldn't help but look at Ryan, shouting, Ryan. Ryan. Alice also turned to Ryan. Dart looked up at the mountain plummeting and couldn't help but laugh. What else is there to say? Little Ba with 6 arms held his head spinning in place. No. The Navy stood frozen, some crying, some wailing, some in despair, others calmly awaiting death, and some quietly resigned to their fate. There was no escape. Within that range, there was simply nowhere to run. It's over, I'm going to die. Drake lay quietly on the ground, murmuring, my mission. Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Crane, I'm sorry, I've let down your expectations. He had set out, but met his demise before achieving anything. He hadn't even reached the territory of the 4 Emperors Kaido, nor had he made any tangible contributions, and now he was about to inexplicably die under a falling mountain. Everyone had given up hope. Except for Ryan. There's a limit to joking around. Ryan gritted his teeth, his face twisted in rage, gripping the hilt of his sword, veins bulging. All I wanted was to kill more pirates, not to have storms or rains. Damn it, even a mountain dares to fall down. What's just a mountain? Ryan's face was resolute as he quickened his pace, his righteous cloak flapping violently behind him, drawing his sword, the justice blade, sparks flying as the blade cut through the air, bursting into flames. His knees bent, and then bang. The ground shattered violently, the powerful recoil propelling Ryan forward like a cannonball, swiftly launching him towards the mountain. The Navy below widened their eyes, mouths agape. Zophia's heart raced, her gaze locked onto Ryan. What he shouted was meant to prompt Ryan to run. Among all present, only Ryan could leave the danger zone before. But now, Alice's face flushed red, her eyes sparkling. That fearless demeanor, the spirit of not retreating, even in death, was simply too cool. She couldn't help but raise her fist and cheer Ryan. Dart also recalled what Ryan had said before, that even in dire straits there remains a glimmer of hope. This glimmer of hope was now embodied in Mr. Ryan. Go, Mr. Ryan. Ah, Lieutenant Ryan. Go, Lieutenant Ryan. Even Drake couldn't help but be moved. That guy. At the very least, he was a righteous Navy who cared for his. Whoosh. The wind howled past his ears, drowning out the noise below. He didn't want to know. All he wanted was to. The mountain breaking technique can indeed break mountains. The breath of the dragon is the breath of the dragon. Stunned. The justice blade was enveloped in a thick coating of haki, rising slowly from the hilt to the tip, turning pitch black, with dark purple energy swirling around the blade. With the power of the dragon's breath to showcase the might of breaking mountains, no peak or mountain can withstand it. Ryan's hair was blown back, his righteous cloak seemingly welded to his shoulders, his eyes blazing with fury, fixated on the mountain that obscured the sun. This blade is named. The intense flames continued to grow, resembling a gigantic flaming long knife, howling and roaring. Whoosh, it drew nearer. With all his might, Ryan unleashed the strongest strike he could muster. Mountain-breaking blade essence, dragon's breath break. Awakening dragon from the mountain. With a swift slash, the world fell silent. Yaya. Stunned. Moments later, the crimson slash resembled a giant dragon breaking free from the forest, biting down through the mountain. Boom. Boom. The mountain instantly cracked and shattered, transforming into countless shooting stars, the smaller hills on either side also veering off course, losing their threat. Everyone below, whether Zophi's group or the Navy, had their mouths agape, jaws hitting the ground. It really broke through. Ryan is amazing. Wow. Ryan. Even Drake raised his fist and cheered, so cool. Sophie suddenly sensed something amiss, furrowing her brow. What are you shouting about being cool? Drake's expression shifted slightly, changing his words. Ugly. Sophie, catch him. I'm running. Drake immediately took off running, and before Sophie could shoot, Alice, like a wild horse, dashed out with her dog. You won't get away. She leaped forward, using the stick as a pole, soaring high behind Drake. First style of the dog beating stick. Stand stick. Drake's face changed drastically. It's over. Huh. Bang. The stick slammed into Drake's back, producing a loud sonic boom. Drake flew through the air like a baseball, gracefully soaring out several dozen meters before crashing into the ground. Alice half squatted on the ground, not looking at the defeated Drake, a smirk on her face. Go fetch him. The Navy didn't move, nor did Sophie. They all stared at Alice with blank expressions. Alice looked puzzled. Sophie fell silent for a moment, then asked, You didn't put in any effort. Alice, I just sent him flying dozens of meters, and you tell me I didn't put in any effort. What? Are you blind? Alice pointed at the faraway sprinting Drake. Open your eyes. Huh? Alice's eyes widened as she saw Drake already sprinting nearly a kilometer away. Above the vast ocean, a colossal pirate ship floated in midair as if defying gravity. A man with golden hair, a ship's steering wheel atop his head, and two long swords stuck in his thighs, opened his eyes, a cigar clenched in his mouth, surprise gleaming in his eyes. Suddenly a grin spread across his face, revealing evident amusement. The Navy over there is quite interesting. Golden Lion Shiki. Puff, puff, puff. Did you discover something? A peculiar figure dressed like a bizarre doctor approached, curious. Indigo. Golden Lion was taken aback upon seeing Indigo for the first time, his eyes widening. At that moment another figure approached, a pink-clad gorilla munching on a banana with gusto. The Golden Lion's pupils shrank dramatically, trembling as he stammered, Nana Nana. Then he slapped Indigo. How could that not be a gorilla? At the coast. You guys still let him run when I almost turned him into a pirate meatball. Ryan's lips twitched violently, staring in disbelief at the four individuals before him. That guy was close to death, and even if he ran he couldn't escape. Hell, a single shot could capture him. Could it be that? This bunch of guys are really useless. Sophie covered her face, her hand sliding down to reset her features, pointing her thumb at the shy poking Alice. Ask her. Ryan turned to Alice. Alice, head half lowered, cautiously explained, I don't know, I hit him with all my strength, and he flew out several dozen meters. Yeah, flew out several dozen meters. That could definitely knock someone out. So how did he escape? And then, Ryan inquired. Alice continued. Then he got up as if nothing happened and ran away, getting faster and faster. I couldn't catch up at all. Ryan. Wait a minute. Alice was wielding a dog stick, which only works on the wicked, meaning it only works on dogs and is ineffective against humans. In other words, hiss. That dog is a human. He is a human. The fallen Navy. Yet judged as innocent by a system that strictly determines wickedness. Does that mean he truly represents justice? Surely there must be some mission involved. Hiss. Ryan felt he had grasped the truth in an instant. That Drake must have become a pirate for some mission. Perhaps he is an undercover agent. Ryan was deep in thought, while Alice, seeing his silent expression, felt a mist rise in her eyes, carefree as she was. I'm sorry. Hearing the near-choked apology, Ryan immediately snapped awake. Seeing Alice in a broken state, he spoke truthfully. No, Alice, you did nothing wrong. Fortunately, it was Alice who struck, otherwise it would have been a wrongful killing of an innocent. Thank goodness. But Alice didn't see it that way, her eyes brimming with tears. Ryan. Those were just words of comfort. Alice's head half lowered bore stubbornness deep within her tearful eyes. I must prove myself. Drake, just wait. I will personally bring your head to Ryan. Ryan looked up at the sea, or rather at a section of sky over the sea. The real crisis is about to arrive. Ryan commanded. Sophie, Alice, gather the soldiers. Yes. The two departed, and Dart, noticing Ryan's mention of the real crisis, curiously asked, Mr. Ryan, is it the cause of the earlier incident? Yes. This is not a natural phenomenon, but a result of human manipulation. Though it sounds absurd, it is the truth, and that guy is rapidly approaching. Suddenly Little Eight spoke up. I have a vague memory of that guy. What? Little Eight's expression grew serious word by word. The only one capable of doing all this is that man Nu. Dart's expression shifted slightly, and Ryan also turned to Little Eight. The legendary pirate known alongside Whitebeard and the pirate king Golden Lion Shiki Nu. Gulp. Golden Lion. Ryan's memories seemed to click into place, sparse fragments appearing. The most incredible enemy Luffy defeated in the movie, ranking from the most powerful to the least. Right? Golden Lion ranks at the top. Hiss. But I don't have the protagonist's halo. Ryan furrowed his brow. The urgent task now was to evacuate the residence. This place was about to become a battlefield. Ryan looked at the communication officer and shouted, Captain, contact the Iroan royal family and have them evacuate the island's residents. Report, Major. The Iroan royal family issued an evacuation order long before we arrived. Now, aside from us, there are likely no others left on the island. Good. Immediately request support from headquarters. Yes. After giving his orders, Ryan took up the saber and stepped forward in the formation, fixing his gaze on the gray clouds. Raising the saber high, he shouted, Everyone prepare for battle. Roar. Soon, a small black dot appeared in the gray sky, approaching at an incredible speed, growing larger. until a massive pirate ship hovered above them. Yaha! Even before the person appeared, a boisterous, domineering laughter echoed, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Clang, clang, clang. Clang. Who broke my mountain just now? Step forward. The Golden Lion stood firmly at the bow of the flying pirate ship, cigar clenched, a wild smile on his face. Though Ryan was personally present, the Navy below couldn't help but panic and be astonished. Flying in the sky, the ship flying in the sky. Just like that mountain. Among the Navy crowd, someone recognized the Golden Lion, quickly sparking murmurs. That's right. That person is Golden Lion Shiki, the legendary pirate. Once invaded the Navy headquarters alone, causing significant losses. Only with Vice Admiral Karp and Admiral Sengoku's combined efforts was he captured. He is the first pirate in history to escape from impelled down. How could we encounter a pirate of this caliber? The chatter rose and fell, fear spread, and more people were in a panic. Ryan didn't look, but could clearly feel it, yet said nothing. They were just ordinary soldiers of the Navy, merely out for patrol, encountering a pirate like the Golden Lion, whose name alone could send shivers down their spines. One could only say, they didn't check the calendar before going out. As for Ryan, this was a stroke of luck. As for what kind of luck, don't worry about it for now. Dying is luck, living is luck. Thus Ryan's sole thought at this moment was to slay the Golden Lion. Sophie stood to Ryan's left, holding a flintlock, silent, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Alice stood on Ryan's right, gripping the dog's stick, her gaze resolute. Little 8 stood beside Alice, tightly clutching 6 large knives, determination burning in his eyes. Dart stood next to Sophie, his eyelids lowered, eyes carrying an unprecedented madness. If Mr. Ryan died, then none of them should live. Golden Lion stood at the bow, looking down, exuding an air of superiority, while the Navy below wore expressions of sheer terror. Suddenly a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, perhaps seeing the killing intent in Ryan's eyes, or perhaps amused by the various expressions of the 5. The Golden Lion laughed even more raucously. "Yah! You Navy guys look quite interesting, especially you. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before." The Golden Lion suddenly stopped laughing, scrutinizing Ryan closely, his brows furrowed, hand stroking his chin. Perhaps due to the steering wheel atop his head, he couldn't recall. Forget it, I can't remember. If he couldn't even recall, then that person must be an insignificant character. Whether he lived or died, it was of no concern to the Navy. You all shall die here today. The Golden Lion casually raised a hand and said, I do not wish for my whereabouts to be discovered by the Navy, so I ask you to help keep this secret. His words were light, yet they seemed to declare a predetermined fate, casually sentencing over 500 people, including Ryan and his group, to death. After all, he was once a world-class powerhouse, ranked alongside Roger and Whitebeard, who had once forced Roger into a corner. The Navy soldiers engaged in battle with him were all at least vice admirals, and this particular vice admiral was known as Karp, who had elevated his status among the top powerhouses all by himself. The Navy below trembled at these words, looking towards their backbone at the front. Major Ryan. Ryan stepped forward, halting 5 to 6 meters ahead of the line, and finally spoke. He gently raised his head, a smirk playing on his lips. Oh, with just you alone, who knows who will die? He looked calmly at the Golden Lion, as if that person were merely an inconsequential pirate. The Golden Lion was not angered. Instead, he burst into laughter. Yahaha. Having lived for over 70 years, dominating the seas for decades, and experiencing countless moments of life and death, he had seen all kinds of people and heard all kinds of words. For Ryan's nonchalant provocation, he chuckled. Have you ever seen an adult get angry at a child? Ryan ignored the Golden Lion and turned to Sophie and the others, saying, Leave the Golden Lion to me. You all handle the others. Capture them alive if you can. Understood, everyone replied. They were not fools. Questioning, worrying, or doubting now was the least useful. Only by unconditionally trusting Ryan did they have a slim chance of survival. Hey, am I being ignored? The Golden Lion suddenly froze. He had never experienced such a feeling before. Not even Roger dared to ignore him. Golden Lion, Ryan suddenly shouted, catching the attention of nearly everyone in the area. After the Golden Lion turned to look, Ryan immediately shouted again. Man. The Golden Lion stood there, tilting his head to look at Ryan. Others also wore puzzled expressions. Why shout man when preparing to engage in battle? Did it have any special significance? To boost morale. But it not only lacked momentum, it was rather amusing. The Golden Lion furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend the meaning behind that shout, and called out to Ryan, who was raising his elbow. Hey, you little brat, are you crazy? Cough. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly received a heavy blow to his kidneys, as if struck by a powerful elbow after charging up for 4 or 5 seconds. This sudden elbow strike caused the Golden Lion to spit out a mouthful of blood, his entire body flying sideways like a shrimp directly out of the range of the pirate ship. The entire venue was stunned, unable to even react, just staring blankly at the bloodied Golden Lion and Ryan, who maintained his elbow strike posture. Just now did the Golden Lion really get elbowed away by Major Ryan? This was the inner dialogue of the Navy. Even the pirates on the ship could not react watching the Golden Lion fly out in silence. Seizing this opportunity, Ryan raised his blade high and shouted, "What legendary pirates, what Golden Lions and Silver Tigers can they not bleed too? They can be injured too. What is there to fear?" The Navy's pupils widened gradually as they watched Ryan. "For justice. Let us fight." Ding. Triggering group skill rare. Gentlemen, I like war. Ding. Triggering group skill rare. Offer your hearts. Eliminate these pirates. Stop joking. My life is not meant to be controlled by pirates. Bring them down. The Navy's fighting spirit soared passionately, ready to devour the pirates' flesh. At this moment, the Golden Lion also regained his composure, flying in midair with gritted teeth, his face extremely grim, glaring fiercely at Ryan. "How on earth did you do that, you Navy brat?" Ryan, holding the burning blade, charged towards the Golden Lion, a smile on his lips, shouting as he ran, "Want to know? If you want to know, I can tell you. Come on, come and fight me. All the answers are hidden in battle." Boom. Leaping up, he instantly appeared before the Golden Lion, delivering a heavy slash imbued with rich armament hockey, carving out a blood-red crescent blade. Breaking army. Wave slash. The Golden Lion immediately responded, raising his thigh as the blade's edge cut through the air, producing a golden slash in an instant. Boom. The two slashes collided with gold and red, occupying each side, lasting less than half a second before shattering, causing Ryan to retreat. The Golden Lion threw back his head and laughed, "Yaha! You underestimated me way too much, you brat." The explosive collision transformed into shockwaves, pressing down on both the Navy and the pirates, causing a strong sense of heart palpitations. Such powerful force. Ryan, are you really fighting against a legendary pirate? Ryan soared in the air with moonwalk parallel to the Golden Lion, his face devoid of panic, filled only with an intense fighting spirit. The Golden Lion could sense Ryan's fervor. What an interesting feeling, the youthful passion that made one nostalgic. Then the Golden Lion grinned widely. "Your blade is too rough. Lion, Thousand Cuts Valley." Just as he finished speaking, his legs alternated to kick, launching hundreds of flying slashes towards Ryan, where golden blade light dominated half the sky. Swish, 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 swish. A blade that can kill is a good blade. Ooh. Ryan gritted his teeth, white steam puffing from both sides of his mouth, the flames of his blade becoming increasingly intense, and his arms bulging with menacing veins. Dragon. Breath. Rumble. Lion, Thousand Cuts Valley. Dragon. Breath. Ryan let out a hoarse roar as the blade of justice ignited with searing flames entwined with dense armed color, domineering, slicing horizontally from back to front. Swish. The crimson slash charged fearlessly towards hundreds of golden flying slashes, and upon contact the golden slashes shattered one after another, yet in sheer numbers they exerted overwhelming pressure, preventing both sides from advancing an inch. Boom. Boom. The clash between the two sides caused the sky and earth to change color. The sky turned golden, and the ground turned crimson, each side refusing to yield. Bang! The slashes exploded, intertwining golden and red auras floated in the air as the sharp sword intent from both sides permeated the atmosphere. The whole scene fell silent, eyes wide in awe at this breathtaking spectacle. Slashes fell like raindrops, but were all severed by an even fiercer slash. The terrifying scene was something most people had never witnessed in their lives. Ahaha! Ha ha ha! The Golden Lion laughed heartily, his gaze towards Ryan filled with satisfaction. Despite his greatly diminished strength, he was still not someone an ordinary Navy could contend with. And the person before him, surprisingly able to block over 100 slashes, truly exceeded his expectations. The Golden Lion grinned, staring intently at Ryan. "You little brat. Well done." It seemed the upcoming battle would not be so dull after all. With such an evidently youthful appearance, he couldn't be over 20 years old. At less than 20 years of age, his swordsmanship had reached the level of a sword master, and becoming a grand sword master was just around the corner. What a pity. He was a Navy. Since he was Navy, it was impossible to let him live and grow. A genius. Of course he was a genius. But he had seen many geniuses, yet only those who grew into their potential could become strong. The Golden Lion looked at the scientific monster on the deck, Indigo, and issued an order in front of Ryan. "Indigo, take your men and wipe out that group of Navy, leave none alive." Wow, that's really cruel. But I like it. Indigo instantly changed his expression, stepping on the ship's wall, grinning widely. "Annihilate them." With that, 400 to 500 pirates on the deck let out incomprehensible shouts. Roar, roar, kill, kill. The pirate ship descended, opening the passage, and the pirates jumped down, screeching as they charged towards the Navy, each face filled with excitement and fervor. After all, their leader was the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion. Lose. What does losing even mean? It was simply impossible to lose. In a battle they were destined to win, they had to perform well, or perhaps they would catch Admiral Golden Lion's eye and soar directly to greatness. The morale of the Navy was equally high, with 2 group enhancement skills in play. Even a vegetable would be stirred to action. Here they come. Prepare for battle. Zafi disengaged the safety slightly, bending his body as he shouted solemnly. Hmph. Even if I die, I'll take a piece of them with me. Alice's expression was fierce, her fair arm gripping the dog-beating stick, veins bulging. Just now, because of her, a pirate with a bounty of 200 million berries escaped. Although Ryan didn't blame her, she blamed herself for finally having the chance to perform well. Now it was her opportunity to redeem herself. Battle Nyo. Little 8 with 6 arms wielding large knives stood at the front of the Navy ranks. After a whole month of hellish training, he had lost some of his cuteness and gained more determination and a sense of justice. Now he regarded killing pirates as his mission, fully embracing Ryan's ideals. Dart's expression darkened, clenching his fists, he said fiercely, "Either none of us live." He accidentally created a highly contagious virus while manufacturing drugs according to the comprehensive poison techniques, turning it into a biological weapon capable of causing mass destruction. However, Ryan sternly warned him never to use it. But if even Ryan died, was there anything left to care about? Whoever killed Ryan must also perish. Charge! Zafi shouted, firing the first shot. Bang! The bullet traversed dozens of meters, hitting the pirate at the forefront in the eye, instantly spraying a column of blood from the back of his head. The pirates did not hold back, retaliating with gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 sides clashed. The pirates did not hold back, retaliating with gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 sides clashed. Suddenly, bang. A giant gorilla standing 4 to 5 meters tall leaped down from the pirate ship, crashing heavily to the ground. This gorilla wore a pink women's coat with green skin and protruding fangs, looking like a mountain of flesh on the battlefield. Huh, huh, huh. The gorilla alternately pounded its chest, moving through the storm of bullets, as if in an empty realm, barreling towards the Navy. Alice was about to step forward, but Little 8 had already stepped out, looking determined. "I'll take this one," saying that he charged towards the gorilla, 6 large knives in hand without looking back. He wanted to prove himself that he was not just a chef who could make takoyaki, but also a cold-blooded killer who could turn others into takoyaki. Roar! Nyo! Boom! Boom! Suddenly 2 strange fireballs flew from the air, landing in the midst of the crowd and exploding, knocking down dozens. It was the scientific monster. Seeing the attack effective, he quickly gathered several more fireballs and hurled them towards the Navy. Just as they were about to fly over the Navy's heads. "No way, I won't let you continue your rampage." Alice spun the dog-beating stick, jumping into the air and swinging it to hit the leaping fireball. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion surged forward, not harming her in the slightest, as she spun halfway around, stepping on the air and using shave to dash forward. Alice's lips curled into a grin, though it looked beautiful, it sent chills down people's spines. "Hey, pirates!" Puff, puff, puff. Indigo turned to look at Alice's shoes, making farting sounds. Interference. Hmph, truly cunning pirates. Zafi scanned the battlefield, taking in the overall situation with just one glance. There are quite a few notorious pirates at sea. It seems we can fight to our heart's content. None had bounties over 100 million, at most in the 40 to 50 million range. For these pirates, one shot would suffice. Bang! Ugh! A pirate was instantly headshot, and Zafi immediately changed positions, adjusting his stance. Crack! Bang! Crack! Bang! Zafi moved stealthily, wielding a sniper rifle, roaming the battlefield to take cold shots, specifically targeting pirates with bounties or those who shouted the loudest. Most pirates could be dealt with by a single bullet, if not then 2 shots, and if still not, he would simply finish them off. On the other side, Dart twisted his neck, putting on special gloves, and cracked his fingers with a creaking sound. "These pirates need to go," saying that he charged into battle. One punch sent a pirate flying, 1 kick struck another pirate, and though it was a kick, blood flowed endlessly from his chest. Because there were small knives in the soles of his shoes, and not only that, the pirate he punched away turned pale, lying on the ground convulsing. Right, the gloves were poisoned. Died. A pirate shot at Dart, the bullet hitting his chest with a clang sound. Indeed, there was armor on his chest. Shaved. Dart instantly appeared among the pirates, pinching his fingers. Puff! A burst of green gas erupted, causing several nearby pirates to collapse, frothing at the mouth. Although it wouldn't directly take their lives, it could render them unable to fight. Mr. Ryan was very pleased with this approach. Mr. Ryan was truly too kind. "Ryan, this stuff is really awesome. Save it for me to kill, huh?" The Navy and pirates combined were close to 1,000 people engaged in brutal melee combat. People fell continuously, only to rise again. Blood-splattered rivers of blood flowed. The cries of battle drowned out the wails as fervor and bloodlust unfolded. Kill. Puff. A Navy soldier directly slashed a robust pirate, spraying a large amount of blood as the pirate screamed and flew away. Ugh! The surrounding pirates were horrified how a 300 to 400-pound strongman had been slashed away by an ordinary height Navy. Don't joke around. What kind of power is this? Bang! It was almost a one-sided slaughter. The pirates were no match for the Navy, being beaten down throughout. The pirates couldn't discern who had the advantage. Clearly, with Admiral Golden Lion, the legendary pirate, present, why were these Navy still fighting like crazed individuals? They charged forward, seemingly not caring for their lives, shouting, "Justice will prevail, and for justice, bite bite, for justice bite." Look! The madness of the Navy unfolded before their eyes while the pirates trembled visibly. It felt less like battling pirates and more like fighting a horde of super beasts unafraid of death and devoid of pain. Their combat power was astonishing, each individual boasting at least 1,000 while the pirates averaged only 400 or 500. They are not normal people. What a joke. Why are these Navy soldiers so insane? Damn it, how many berries are at stake? How can they fight like this? Above in the sky, the Golden Lion was also drawn to the frenzied attacks of the Navy, casting his gaze down. What are they being driven back? What a joke. What are those useless fools doing? What are you dawdling for? Ryan appeared in a flash, his sword unceremoniously slashing towards the Golden Lion's head. Clash! The blade met resistance, creating a dazzling spark. Ryan's swing was barely blocked by the Golden Lion's lifted leg, his body quaking. Not everyone possesses the strength of a giant unless they wear the Ring of Giants. The Golden Lion had grown old, a fact that was undeniable, with the ship's rudder stuck atop his head, preventing him from unleashing his full power. Perhaps in his youth, the Golden Lion thought little of the strength of giants, or even of the realm of giants. Age brings weakness, burdened by severe injuries and repeated assaults. His once grand aspirations faded, reduced to a rat in a sewer unseen by the light of day. In this world where one can explode with power merely through memories, one can also lose everything due to indulging in nostalgia, lost ambitions, and a state of merely surviving. Bang! The two separated. The Golden Lion flew back several meters, but then focused his attention on the fiercely battling Navy below, asking, "Why is that Navy so high-spirited? Suddenly going mad? This is clearly abnormal. Perhaps it is the devil fruit ability of the Navy before me. Abilities vary greatly. Boosting morale is nothing extraordinary. Suddenly going mad? This is clearly abnormal. Perhaps it is the devil fruit ability of the Navy before me. Abilities vary greatly. Boosting morale, it clearly relates to him. Such an interesting ability." The Golden Lion laughed heartily. After laughing, he looked directly at Ryan, his tone filled with confidence as he proclaimed, "No matter how high your morale is, how fearless of death you are, or how bravely you fight, it cannot change the predetermined outcome that you will be defeated and you will die by my sword. You little Navy brat." Ryan covered his face, laughing louder and louder. It was a completely unrestrained mockery, utterly disregarding the Golden Lion's ugly expression. "You've stated the predetermined outcome. How utterly amusing. Can you truly see that far, you old fossil?" Stunned, the Golden Lion's face contorted with rage, he growled, "Show me respect, elder." Swish! A kick was launched, creating a massive golden slash that instantly hurtled towards Ryan. Bang! Ryan's arm bulged with veins as he swiftly drew his sword, directly slicing through the incoming slash, shattering the air around him. "Hmph! Respect. Who do you think you are?" Ryan stepped through the air, wielding his flaming sword, continuously closing in on the Golden Lion, moving ever faster. The Golden Lion floated upwards, repeatedly kicking at Ryan, each swing of his blade creating slashes. Swish! 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 Ryan dodged while rapidly ascending, growling deeply, "I will kill you, and my subordinates will ensure not a single one of your subordinates survives." Breakthrough! Bang! He sliced through the incoming slashes. Ryan activated Soru, continuously moving upwards, the island of Lyon shrinking beneath him. The Golden Lion hovered in the sky, resembling a ruler of the heavens, grinning broadly as he raised his hand, fingers curling. "Yaha! Then I must thank your subordinates for clearing out the trash. As for killing me, Carp and Sengoku couldn't kill me. What makes you think this Whitebeard Thieves brat can?" "Stop joking." Suddenly shadows appeared among the clouds above, the roar deafening, the shadows growing larger until they broke through the clouds. Those were islands. Ryan's pupils constricted. The scene truly exceeded his comprehension. Is this something humans can achieve? Dozens of islands floated around, surrounded by water, each maintaining its own season. At that moment, the array of islands resembled a heavenly kingdom. Yaha! The Golden Lion, with his back to the miraculous sky kingdom, spread his arms wide, exuding extraordinary confidence, laughing heartily. "I am the one who has consumed the float fruit, a person who can freely alter the weight of non-living things. The sky is my kingdom. This is my territory. Attempting to defeat me in the sky is impossible." Ryan fell silent. He pondered a question: how did Luffy manage to win back then? In the sky, I am the king, the master of the sea. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? Ha! The golden lion sat high in the sky, arms wide open, cigar in mouth, dressed in a flowing golden robe with dozens of islands forming a kingdom above. The weather grew increasingly gloomy with a faint sense of lightning and thunder as if a storm was looming. It certainly looked like a serious matter, but what if it really was as he said? Ryan sheathed his sword, stepping upward until he was level with the golden lion. Leaning slightly forward, gripping the sword hilt in a somewhat awkward posture, his gaze calm, he straightforwardly stated, King. The king of rats in the sewer. After all. Facing the displeased expression of the golden lion, Ryan mockingly provoked a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. You dare not show your face, nor expose your whereabouts, only able to hide in the sky and live in fear. Is that not so, the flying rat king? You. The golden lion's heart tightened in anger, veins bulging on his forehead, as Ryan kept poking at his sore spot. Purely a bastard. Lies won't hurt, but the truth is a sharp blade. You are seeking death. The golden lion's eyes widened in fury, no longer speaking, but raising his hand to strike down. The floating stones behind him condensed into a larger stone, taking the shape of a lion's head, roaring as it flew towards Ryan. The lion's head was comparable to a hill charging straight at him, far more intimidating than a 100-ton truck. Ryan faced it without flinching, as he had been gathering strength all along. Draw the blade. Clang. The blade was unsheathed in an instant, the sharp edge shining coldly, illuminating the dark sky with a surge of sword intent. Swish. Stunned, the blade flashed, and the gigantic stone lion was instantly split in two, the cut smooth passing through Ryan as shadows enveloped him. After the stone lion passed, as Ryan lifted his head, the golden lion was already hovering above him, kicking out and instantly delivering a slash. Wave cleaved. A massive slash approached. Ryan's expression changed slightly as he raised his saber to block the slash, roaring in a spiral. Boom. Ryan was pushed back, sword and body sent flying, crashing into the lower half of the split stone lion, which was also cut apart significantly. Damn it, what kind of slash is this? With just a casual move, such power, is this the true level of a cough cough? Ryan lay in the gap between the stones, spitting out blood from his mouth. Just as he stood up, he heard the voice of the golden lion outside. Lions might earthquake. Gulp. No way. When Ryan realized something, the sturdy stones on both sides turned liquid-like, twisting and deforming, surging like a tide. Rumbling. Rumbling. Above the sky, beneath the dark clouds. The golden lion hung in the midst, fingers tightly clenched, his cigar, clenched jaws showing a fierce expression. Die. The half-stone lion under the golden lion's control deformed, twisted, and gathered, producing a thunderous sound, transforming into a round stone ball. Floating in the sky, surrounded by swirling dust, it felt as if time had stopped. The only sound left was the roaring wind with the robes crackling against it. The golden lion, cigar in mouth, looked up at the distant sky, where dark clouds loomed, and the sea of clouds churned vaguely, revealing flickers of lightning. Here it comes again. What a bothersome weather. However, what he found even more bothersome was yet to come. A strong sense of tremor emanated from the stone ball, cracking several lines along with an astonishing momentum that changed the colors of heaven and earth. The golden lion frowned, his eyes, uneven, bloodshot, staring in horror at the huge stone ball. What a joke. It is actually Conqueror's hockey. Stunned. A blinding white laser shot out from the crack of the stone ball, accompanied by dark blue arcs. Then more and more the tremors grew stronger, the blade light more dazzling, and the golden lion's face darkened further. Until, onward without restraint. Ryan's roar surprisingly pierced through the stone ball and reached the air, causing the golden lion's pupils to shrink sharply. Swish! The dazzling blade light flashed by, and the stone ball was split in two in an instant. It actually was really. Before the golden lion could finish his astonishment, Ryan's fierce face was already in. His crimson eyes seemed to spark with lightning, the corners of his mouth exuding white vapor resembling an enraged ghost. The blade's flaming edge felt like intense heat, an astonishing, killing intent piercing into the soul. You? Try using the earth-shattering star to trap me inside again. Rat King. After roaring, he suddenly slashed down with the long knife, exuding an invincible aura, tearing and roaring. Mountain-breaking blade. 1,000 men in one. 10,000 miles slash. Swish. A horizontal slash rushed towards the golden lion, engulfed in blazing flames. 100 meters long, crimson slash thundered out. I am the golden lion. The golden lion disregarded everything, consuming the little remaining life force, forcibly activating the armament hockey to block. Boom. Instantly, the golden lion was sent flying by the slash. Rumbling. Rumbling. The ferocity of the momentum was unprecedented, soaring hundreds of meters and crashing into a rocky gorge on an island, cutting through it, significantly bursting into dazzling flames. Huff, huff, huff. I also experienced a taste of Kagaya's feeling. Ryan half-squatted on a floating stone, panting heavily. After catching his breath, he slowly straightened up, gazing at the severely tilted island in the distance, gripping the sword hilt tightly. It's not over yet. Bastard. It's not over yet. Bastard, you're full of crap. Below on the island, Alice swung her dog-beating stick with power, the air whistling as she shouted, and charged forward, knocking away the fireballs thrown by Indigo one by one, causing thunderous explosions. Hey, what kind of monster are you? Indigo was so frightened that he didn't even perform his silent act, continuously throwing fireballs while yelling in terror. Not only could she smash his fireballs with a single stick, but she could also charge forward recklessly against the shockwaves and flames. Why? Is it really necessary to risk your life this way? Thud. Pirate scum, do not be reckless. Alice bent her knees, raising the dog-beating stick with a sharp gaze like a sword lunging forward. A hint of cold brilliance arrives first, followed by the spear piercing like a dragon. A stick jabbed out directly, breaking the fireball and causing an explosion rushing through the firelight to Indigo's face. Whoosh. Huh. Alice soared into the air, thrusting her stick with all her might, hitting him right in the chest amidst Indigo's panic. Bang. Indigo blinked, seemingly fine except for a bit of pain in his chest. He looked at Alice, who held the stick's tail with the head pressed against his chest. Alice maintained her landing posture, appearing as if nothing had happened. In reality, it was all just a show of force. Nothing had actually occurred. Seeing this scene, Indigo couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Ha ha ha. You think you can kill me without a spearhead? You are the dumbest person I've ever met. Alice slowly raised her head, gently lifting the corners of her mouth, showing no panic. Who says you can't kill someone without a spearhead? Saying this, she loosened her grip, and the dog-beating stick did not fall, but stood firmly in midair. Or rather, it remained lodged in Indigo's chest. Well, what? Indigo's pupils constricted sharply, cold sweat breaking out as a sense of weakness and pain gradually flooded his brain. He was stabbed through. Yes, he was going to die. He staggered back several steps, making a sound like flatulence, his face filled with disbelief. Alice had a appear on her forehead, her fist clenched. Go die, you farting man. Bang. Dr. Indigo is dead. It's over. On the other side. I hate the gorilla, yo. Little 8, wielding 6 knives with great power, forced the gorilla to retreat continuously, clearly not a match. The current Little 8 is no longer the same as before. I am a righteous Navy, yo. Roar. The gorilla furiously pounded its chest, tearing off the pink clothes on its body and tossing away the lattice sun hat, ready to fight with all its might. Don't underestimate the strength of a gorilla, you bastard fishman. Roar. The gorilla charged in an unstoppable force, shaking the ground. Little 8's eyes narrowed, armament hockey wrapping around his arms, and great knife emitting a faint glow. 6 sword style. Ferocious octopus trained in hell. Inferno tornado. 6 arms quickly spun, simultaneously activating the Suru, rushing forward, leaving 6 blade marks in the air. The gorilla, barehanded, relying solely on its burning passion, attempted to contend with the hell-trained Little 8, but the result was evident. An octopus and a gorilla exchanged places, each freezing in position. Blood spewed from the air. Moments later, the gorilla rolled its eyes and collapsed on the ground, its body covered in blood. Hmph. Little 8 raised his long snout, firmly declaring, justice will prevail. Under the gloomy sky, Ryan roared, it's not over yet, you bastard. He charged at the golden lion with his blade moving with such incredible speed that it was almost like teleportation, executing a series of slashes. From within the rocky island, a roar erupted. As the sound fell, the island suddenly shattered like a cake, and hundreds of slashes flew rapidly towards Ryan. Lion's 1,000 cuts. Swish, swish, swish. The slashes fell like raindrops, dense as a golden curtain, showcasing the prowess of the great swordsman. What of the great swordsman? Am I to evade your sharpness? Don't be ridiculous. Ryan's eyes gleamed with a red light as he raised his blade, positioning it before him. His hand swept across the blade, instantly enveloping it in a thicker layer of armed color, and the sharpness in his gaze seemed to harbor an overwhelming intent. I am a swordsman, and though perhaps not the most talented, I surely deserve the title of a genius in the sword path. With a foundation even more solid than that of the Red Earth continent, learning the opponent's sword technique during battle comes naturally. Enjoy the experience. Golden Lion. Breaking Wind Blade. 36 muscle violation. Slash. Swish. 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 Ryan unleashed hundreds of flying slashes, somewhat similar to those of the Golden Lion, but infused with his own techniques. The slashes intertwined and connected layer upon layer. Although there was a notable gap compared to the Golden Lion, it was not insurmountable. The Golden Lion's sword techniques far surpassed Ryan's, so Ryan would close the gap with his superior stamina. Huff. Huff. 2 figures flashed past, suddenly sparking fire. The 2 were face to face, their blades clashing. Huff. Huff. 2 figures flashed past, suddenly sparking fire. The two were face to face, their blades clashing, Ryan below, the golden line above. So, huff, huff. Two figures flashed past, suddenly sparking fire. The two were face to face, their blades clashing, Ryan below, the golden line above. Ha! Conqueror's Haki. You, a Navy soldier, actually possess Conqueror's Haki. The golden lion, covered in wrinkles, dust, and blood, looked quite disheveled, yet his face bore no pretense of bravado as he laughed heartily. What? Are you saying only pirates can have it? Stop being so narcissistic. Ryan, gripping his blade, wore a fierce expression as he swung it forward with all his strength. Bang! The golden lion was sent flying backward, stabilizing himself midair, his eyes unperturbed, even filled with mockery. He could fly indefinitely without tiring. But the Navy before him had not ceased their moonwalk, and with the continuous high-intensity battle, even compensating with stamina, it was only a matter of time before exhaustion set in. The golden lion hovered in the air, looking down at Ryan, his lips curling slightly. Kid, fighting isn't just about brute force, it requires brains. The sky is my stage. If you come up here without a thought, what's the difference from seeking death? Ryan raised his head, staring directly at the golden lion. Coincidentally, I enjoy defeating others on their home turf, so they can't say I won unfairly. The golden lion snorted coldly, his gaze akin to that of someone looking at a foolish youth gone astray. He chided, Hmph, winning is winning. Caring so much about face will lead to trouble. I am different from you pirates. What's the difference? You don't think the Navy is anything good, do you? The golden lion crossed his arms, his brows tightly knitted. The Navy prides itself on justice. It's just the dog of the celestial dragons. Pirates kill and spill blood. They can see corpses, while celestial dragons Hmph consume without leaving bones. Killing people and destroying nations can be glorified as so-called justice. It's like in the Valley of the Gods, where a group of celestial dragons took a country as their hunting ground, treating its people as prey. Is this also justice? Stop joking around. The very last thing that can be called justice is that bunch of scum sitting on the red Earth continent. Ryan replied calmly, his expression steady. Oh, what are you trying to express? The golden lion raised an eyebrow, his eyes narrowing. Oh, what's with this kid's expression? Ryan sheathed his blade, resting one hand on the hilt, his tone nonchalant, eyes deep. When did I ever say that I represent the justice of those people, eh? This guy. The golden lion was a bit confused. Oh, what was the young man's mentality? Wasn't it supposed to be led by the world government? Ryan's mouth curled into a confident, sunny smile. Well, if I had to define my justice, I think my justice is. I am justice. Boom. The sky turned utterly dark, and at that moment lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The Grand Line Navy G9 branch. Gather, gather, hurry up. An urgent order was issued for all personnel to assemble. Oh, every Navy officer in the G9 branch was to head to the port fully armed and ready for battle, as the situation was critical, leaving no time even to write farewell letters. Someone asked in confusion, what exactly happened? Why is the G9 assembling everyone? Our newly appointed Major Ryan encountered an attack from the Golden Lion while patrolling at sea. We are now assembling to provide rescue. What? Golden Lion? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Who doesn't know the notorious name of the Golden Lion? He is a legendary pirate who dared to raid the Navy headquarters alone. Don't worry. This time the operation is personally led by Vice Admiral Dalmatia, and Vice Admirals Ghost Spider and Burning Mountain are also rushing from the headquarters. 3 Vice Admirals from the Navy headquarters. This is comparable to the demon-slaying order. Not just that. A Navy officer raised his hand and said solemnly, it is said that Admiral Akiji will also participate in the battle. Navy Admiral. It makes sense, he is a legendary pirate, so it's entirely normal for the Navy Admirals to mobilize. Soon over 3,000 combat-ready soldiers of the G9 branch gathered at the port. Vice Admiral Dalmatia looked around and immediately gave the order. Attack. Set sail for Lyon. Board the ship and depart. A total of 4 large warships sliced through the waves, heading straight for the islands of the Lyon Kingdom. Meanwhile, from the Navy headquarters in Marineford, 4 large warships fully loaded with Navy personnel also set sail, led by the Vice Admiral. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. Vice Admiral Burning Mountain. In an unknown sea area, a man riding on the ocean came to a halt, scratching his head, then turned around and continued his ride. Wherever the bicycle passed, an ice path appeared on the sea for him to ride on. In the sky, dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, the air became humid, and the wind began to swirl. I am justice. Ryan said this in a deep voice. Boom. At that moment, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the dim world, and raindrops began to fall. What? The Golden Lion's face showed shock as he looked at Ryan in disbelief. I am justice. Is this something that a Navy dog of the world government can say? This statement is something even Garp and Sengoku wouldn't dare to say. No, it's not that they wouldn't dare, but they have no such thoughts. Perhaps they have their own sense of justice, but that justice is derived from the Navy's justice, from the world government's justice, ultimately prioritizing the interests of the world government. And this young Navy officer before me not only possesses a talent for swordsmanship and great strength, but also excels at concealing his own sense of justice along with the Conqueror's Haki. With such high talent, patience, and Conqueror's Haki, if he continues to grow, he could very well sit in the position of Navy Admiral. Then this kind of justice, completely divorced from the justice of the world government, will be extremely domineering and self-serving. Once he becomes the Navy Admiral, that scene. Then will the Navy still be the Navy? Ryan noticed the changing expression in the Golden Lion's eyes and raised an eyebrow lightly. What? Are you surprised? Has there never been someone like this in the Navy? Oh, it seems there was, but he was cut down. That person was named Mon. Of course, the justice of those small fry cannot attract attention. He himself is also a small fry, and justice doesn't matter. If he grows to the rank of Rear Admiral, Vice Admiral, or even Admiral, then such justice would be fantastic. To obey the celestial dragons. Don't be ridiculous. Those are living legends with bounties on their heads. If I kill one, my power would likely see a qualitative leap. Unfortunately, with his current status, he can't kill them at all. When he grows stronger in the future, he'll seek opportunities to sneakily take one down. With so many celestial dragons, it wouldn't matter if one died him. The Golden Lion laughed heartily, facing the stormy sky. You kid really tickles my fancy. A true strong person must walk freely in this world unrivaled. Dominate the world. Have whatever you want. That's right. This is my true ideal. Have I finally remembered it? Thinking of this, a wave of Golden Conqueror's Haki involuntarily surged from the Golden Lion's body. Boom, boom. In an instant, the world changed color, and even the sky seemed about to be torn apart. The sound of thunder grew increasingly deafening. The laughter of the Golden Lion, accompanied by powerful Conqueror's Haki, filled the entire world with grandeur and dominance. At that moment, the sea of clouds surged wildly, and the flickering lightning resembled the waves of the ocean, booming and flashing. And Ryan stood on a floating rock, unmoving and indifferent, just gazing fixedly at the Golden Lion. Is it doing whatever you want? Truly, too low level. Ryan clenched his fists, his brow slowly furrowing. A true strong person is not of your pirate mentality. A true strong person possesses true freedom. The Golden Lion looked up at Ryan. The overwhelming Conqueror's Haki from him was constantly surging, perhaps because he hadn't experienced it for too long. Am I wrong? Does the Navy understand freedom more than pirates? Don't joke around, kid. The Golden Lion shouted, biting down on his cigar. Ridiculous freedom. Ryan's eyes narrowed immediately. The justice cloak shook violently, and in the next moment, stunned, a surge of dark blue aura erupted forcibly, tearing a region in the world of Golden Conqueror. The two forms of Conqueror's Haki clashed, wrestling back and forth, neither yielding, producing a sharp sizzling sound that momentarily altered the heavens. Sizzle, sizzle, you little brat. The Golden Lion gritted his teeth, his golden coat flapping. As Ryan unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, he growled in a low voice. Your so-called freedom to do whatever you want is merely the guise of a bandit. The freedom I seek as a strong person is the right to say no to all injustices. Ryan raised his head, his expression turning fierce, his small stature bursting with tremendous momentum, the justice cloak billowing particularly conspicuous in the dark blue world. No one can make me do what I don't want to do. This is true freedom. This is my justice of freedom. Boom. The clash of their Conqueror's Haki reached its peak, exploding with a boom. At that moment, the world seemed to fall silent. The Golden Lion on the right looked furious, his expression grim. Ryan on the left below wore a stubborn expression, his face resolute and unyielding. What you have is the justice of the weak. What I have is the justice that speaks for the weak. Whoosh, whoosh. The two figures flashed, closing in on each other in an instant. The Golden Lion unleashed a downward strike infused with both Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki with all his might. Ryan, having built up power for a long time, drew his blade without hesitation in an upward slash. At the moment the sword met the blade. Bang! A wave of energy akin to a nuclear explosion erupted, turning the surrounding floating rocks, trees, and seawater into powder and steam. The Golden Lion's expression grew increasingly ferocious, covered in black lines, continuing to exert force, attempting to suppress Ryan, roaring, "Stubborn little brat. In this world, only power is everything." Ryan gritted his teeth, his face turning red, veins bulging on his forehead, exerting strength continuously. Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki surging wildly, shouting, "I don't need you to tell me." Boom. The clash reached its limit. The two were like cannonballs shot in opposite directions, yet they instinctively adjusted their bodies, charging toward each other once more. Buzz. Ryan's blade radiated scorching flames, sharp sword intent soaring into the sky, moving so fast that his face contorted, his eyes glowing red, steam rising from the corners of his mouth. You, Golden Lion, you are the stepping stone for my next stage of becoming stronger. Only by killing you can I continue to grow stronger. Who? The Golden Lion dove down at high speed, laughing heartily, truly resembling a roaring lion about to devour. Ha! Then come and try it. Navy. Boom. Below, the battle on the coast seemed to have reached a temporary conclusion. Alice had stabbed Indigo to death, Xiao Ba swiftly eliminated the gorilla, and Zoffy picked off numerous bounty pirates one shot after another, while Dart took down 60 to 70 foes with bottles. The remaining pirates posed no threat at all, led by the four they easily subdued the rest, capturing over 100 and killing more than 300 with their own casualties exceeding 20, achieving a great victory. However, the only battle still ongoing was that between Navy Major Ryan and the legendary pirate Golden Lion. The battlefield in the sky was nothing less than a clash of calamities. The Navy soldiers looked up at the sky, unable to see the two figures, yet clearly feeling the shockwaves from their confrontation. How terrifying! Even from several kilometers away, one can feel a suffocating aura. Indeed, just watching makes one tremble with fear. That scene with dozens of islands suspended in the sky, is that truly something humans can accomplish? A hint of worry flashed in a Navy soldier's eyes. Major Ryan, can we win? Dart halted his movements, glancing at the nearby Navy soldiers. We will win. We will definitely win. Zoffy was giving orders. Xiao Ba, Dart, you two take the lead and ensure these pirates are brought aboard the warship, treat the wounded, and set sail. Understood, New. Yes. Alice, you all take people to loot the pirate ship for spoils and return to the warship immediately after. Understood. Everyone else, help me clean up the battlefield. Move quickly. Yes. In the sky. Boom. Both sides crashed violently against each other, blades clashing, sending them flying apart. Whoosh. The Golden Lion was sent tumbling backward, adjusting his form to soar higher into the sky, towards the massive aerial kingdom formed by dozens of islands. Seeing this, Ryan immediately pursued without hesitation, whether for survival or for the reward. The Golden Lion had to die. Lion Thousand Cuts Valley. The Golden Lion suddenly turned, unleashing dozens of slashing strikes with his legs. Whoosh. 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 He forward without hesitation. Ryan shouted loudly, his figure disappearing in an instant as he charged straight ahead, slicing through the dozens of strikes, scattering them into the air. Ahaha! What a miraculous ability. The Golden Lion raised his hand, grinning from ear to ear, fixating his gaze on Ryan. What if it's seawater then? Boom. Whoosh. Thunder and lightning erupted, fierce winds howled, and the sky darkened completely, the clouds rapidly descending with lightning crashing overhead. A storm is coming. No, the storm has already arrived. Another storm. Both Ryan and the Golden Lion frowned simultaneously. Oh, last time it was because of a storm that they reaped the rewards that they lost to Roger. Now it has returned. What does this mean? Hmph. The two exchanged glances across the distance, yet even a storm cannot hinder the progress of this battle. Ryan, Golden Lion will definitely win. Lion's Might, Imperial Sea Roll. The Golden Lion clenched his palm tightly, and the seawater surrounding the islands suddenly split in half, coalescing into 8 or 9 massive heads of sea lions that roared as they charged forward. Stunned, Ryan held his sword with both hands horizontally positioned, twisting the blade with mighty intent, his eyes flashing crimson as he swung the Justice Blade forward in quick succession. Breaking Wind Blade. 108 strikes. 1,000 cuts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly dazzling points of starry light flickered, and then the radiant starlight shot out, colliding with the roaring heads of the sea lions. Whoosh! The seawater was sliced into hundreds of pieces in an instant, but due to inertia it fell towards Ryan. Ryan frowned as something was off. Drink. The Golden Lion grinned, his fingers clenched, and the dispersed seawater instantly converged directly, enveloping Ryan. Ryan's eyes widened, bubbles escaping from his mouth. Glug, glug, glug. Seeing this, the Golden Lion couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ah! What of the Conqueror's hockey? What of innate talent? Aren't they still falling beneath my feet? The Golden Lion. But still I must thank him, otherwise how could I have regained my confidence and rediscovered my Conqueror's hockey? Hmph. The Golden Lion lowered his eyelids, gazing at the water sphere. The sky was dim and colorless, the water sphere displaying the same dark cyan hue. Only the occasional flashes of lightning illuminated the dying figure, within a slight smile gracing his lips. I have already said it. As long as I can win, the means do not matter. There is only one justice in this world, and that is victory. Only the victor can be called justice. After saying this, lightning flashed across the sky once more. Boom. The sky was illuminated again, but the Golden Lion's expression suddenly froze. In the water sphere. No one. Is it an illusion? Boom. Another flash, and the golden lion took a closer look, relieved to see the figure floating indeed on the verge of death in the seawater. He must have been too tense after all. He hadn't engaged in such a high-intensity battle for quite some time. After confirming multiple times, the golden lion ceased to watch Ryan, turning to soar towards the aerial kingdom. Boom, boom, boom. No, no, no. The golden lion halted, his pupils widening in an instant. Recalling carefully the navy brat lying in the seawater earlier. Had no cape. Thunder roared, and the wind surged, obscuring the sun. The howling gale was accompanied by dense raindrops lashing fiercely. Oi, golden lion. The voice of Ryan echoed above the golden lion's head, causing his heart to stop and his gaze to sharpen. What? How can this be possible? As he turned around, he saw Ryan up close, drenched with mist escaping from his mouth, his eyes bloodshot, like a demon, raising his sword with all his might to strike down. Breaking army. Ding. Triggered the soul of the Ancient Blade. Damage dealt. 1. There was no way to dodge. Swish. The blade fell with a thunderous crash, slicing through the golden lion's body and gushing forth a torrent of blood and flesh. Uftah. Blood splattered along with chunks of internal organs, the wound deep enough to glimpse white bone. The golden lion rolled his eyes back, his mouth opening mindlessly, emitting a hoarse wail. Under the powerful force of the strike, he was blasted away like a high-speed cannonball. Whoosh! He flew straight out, crashing into a floating rainforest island, kicking up visible dust. This strike was enough to put the golden lion on a countdown to death. Ryan was absolutely confident. However, delivering this blow took a toll on him, as well, nearly exhausting his stamina. Using E forward without bound dozens of times in a short period consumed an immense amount of stamina. He could only rely on the invincible effect of E forward without bound to ignore the resistance of the massive water ball and swiftly maneuver, crossing over 1,000 meters to reach above the golden lion, delivering a powerful strike. Fortunately, the damage was fully delivered, and it was even double damage. The golden lion was doomed. Huff, huff, huff. Ryan gasped heavily, his face pale, yet a smile crept at the corners of his mouth. That strike felt exhilarating. Unfortunately, he had no stamina left to continue the pursuit. Suspended in midair, he retrieved a celestial bean from his pocket and swallowed it, quickly regaining color, his pale complexion gradually returning to normal. Stamina successfully restored. The effect of the celestial bean was indeed remarkable. His stamina quickly replenished, and he could continue to rip apart with abandon. Huff. Ryan slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, his face betraying uncontainable joy and excitement. The effect of this celestial bean exceeded his expectations. Not only had it restored his stamina bar, but it also reset all cooldowns, refreshing his state. Fully revived. Next was the moment to deliver the finishing blow. With that thought, Ryan activated Shave to quickly approach the rainforest island. Upon getting closer, Ryan heard laughter coming from within the rainforest island, a sound that momentarily drowned out the roaring thunder. Ryan paused, his expression shifting slightly. It was the voice of the golden lion. Ha! Ha! The laughter grew louder, more flamboyant and frenzied, as if he had not been affected at all by Ryan's lethal strike. Ryan's brows furrowed tightly, his expression dark. Is he refusing to die? He saw the golden lion slowly rising from the rainforest, the weapons he had once embedded in his legs, the Sakura, tin, and Mugu, now held in his hands. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The aura around him grew increasingly terrifying. The golden overlord's haki surged outward, transforming into thick golden lightning that danced and flickered. The world changed color, thunder rolled, and the wind howled and roared, venting its madness. Ryan wore a look of utter disbelief, his neck and forehead bulging with veins. Hey, hey, hey. What kind of joke is this? You should be dead from your injuries. What does he want? Do you also possess the skill of refusing to die? Or do you also have Luffy sit-up training? You're called the Golden Lion, not Monkey D. Die, haha. It turned out he was not a user of any abilities. The Golden Lion raised his head, his disheveled hair obscuring his expression. His chest was already stained crimson with blood, the wound forcibly sealed, but the ghastly scar was still visible. Die. Of course he would die. He was not a god. Death was merely a matter of time. His life had already been placed on a countdown by the young man before him. But he was unwilling. The Golden Lion slowly spoke, saying, Kid, tell me your name. At the very least, he wanted to remember the name of the person before him. Ryan Nocti, Ryan from the East Sea. Ryan answered truthfully. Upon hearing the words East Sea, the Golden Lion's eyes shifted, appearing somewhat dazed, murmuring softly. East Sea? Why is it the East Sea again? He had initially lost to the East Sea's Roger, then later to the East Sea's Garp, and now the East Sea was considered the weakest sea. Why are all those who stand in his way East Sea people? Crackle, crackle. The Golden Lion's aura became increasingly astonishing under this overwhelming overlord's haki. Ryan was drenched in sweat, even cold sweat trickled down his back. This suffocating feeling, like a constricting snake, had not been felt in a long time. The last time was when Is this the aura of the three great kings who once dominated the seas? It truly is. I really want to witness it once. Suddenly the golden lion's expression froze, finally remembering Ryan's face. East Sea. So that's it, that guy, it's you. You were the one who shouted that phrase in Lobetown. It's you, right? The one who declared war on all pirates. And Ryan raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, but still nodded in acknowledgement. It's me. Even someone like the golden lion who dwelled in the heavens knew him so. Ryan sighed slightly in his heart, wondering why they were doing this to him. But it had come to this. If you want to kill me, be prepared to be counter-killed by me. Whether you step on my rise to fame or become my reward, everything depends on strength. Ryan raised his sword, pointing it directly at the golden lion, a grin spreading across his face. I will use your blood to officially kick off this all-out war. Ha ha ha. The golden lion immediately threw back his head in laughter. I am the golden lion Shiki. Boom. The sky cracked with lightning. The rumbling noise was incessant. The golden lion moved, raising a finger. Lion's might. Heavenly roll. Roar. The air instantly twisted, enveloping a massive amount of water vapor that gathered into several giant lion heads, roaring toward Ryan. Hmph. Ryan would not back down, especially since he had already consumed a celestial being. Even if one was not enough, he had another. Dragon breath. With a whoosh, the blade ignited in flames. Ryan drew his sword with all his might, the slash accompanied by flames roaring out, directly lunging at the ferocious lion head. Boom. The collision between the lion head and the dragon breath erupted with a thunderous explosion, releasing scorching flames in the torrential rain, evaporating massive amounts of water vapor. Ryan charged through the rain curtain, barreling toward the golden lion, roaring, would it be so hard to just die peacefully? Golden lion. Accept death obediently. Enough with the jokes. Do you think I'm that bastard, Roger? Stunned. The golden lion wielded dual swords, his imposing presence and overwhelming haki never faltering, fully displaying his ambition. It seemed as if through this visage one could transcend decades of time and witness his domineering spirit and vigor as he roamed the seas. Ha ha ha. Because I am the golden lion. Huh. The golden lion bellowed, causing several islands to follow suit, crashing toward Ryan in a torrential wave. He actually tried to crush me with islands. How utterly insane. Ryan grinned from ear to ear, tearing off his already tattered shirt, revealing his robust body, mostly wrapped in magical bandages, his face brimming with excitement. Actively healing his injuries, passively reducing damage by 5. There was no choice. After all, his opponent was the golden lion. Of course, I'm not in a position to say that either. Rare draw sword slash. Ultimate move. Draw sword slash. Sheathing his sword, he then drew it in an instant. Swish. At the moment the blade left the sheath, a dazzling blade light illuminated the sky, slicing through a small island rushing toward him. Boom. Through the cleaved island, the figure speeding toward him was the golden lion. Ryan gripped the sword hilt tightly, his eyes filled with battle intent. Let this be the last battle for a dying man. With that, he shot out like an arrow, heading straight for the golden lion, a grin on his face as he shouted loudly, Golden lion Shiki. The golden lion, equally excited, roared back. Nocti Ryan. Boom. Boom. The two collided, swords and knives clashing, the shockwave creating a vacuum that emptied the rainwater within a radius of hundreds of meters. The two locked eyes, each seeing the fighting spirit in the other's gaze. If we are to fight, then let us fight. Swish. Ryan quickly drew his knife and slashed towards the golden lion's face, moving with incredible speed and force. Clang. However, it was blocked by the golden lion's twin swords. A smirk appeared at the corner of the lion's mouth, a cigar never leaving it. Suddenly retreating, one sword defended while the other struck towards Ryan's neck with lightning speed. Whoosh. Experience taught that the old are still sharp, yet under the influence of the calm heart, Ryan would remain unflustered. Storm kick. Ryan unleashed a powerful leg whip, causing the golden lion's attack to falter as he tilted his head to evade the kick. You are too naive. Kid. Wave slash. The golden lion released a close-range slash with a loud roar. Naive is what you are. Ryan remained composed, immediately shouting, E forward without hesitation. Swish. Ryan's figure vanished in an instant, entering an untargetable state, and he swiftly passed through the golden lion's body. Puffed. The golden lion splattered blood once again, his body leaning back as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. This is not good. Gritting his teeth, the golden lion allowed blood to seep through his teeth and executed a swift counterattack. Swish. A golden slash infused with the Conqueror's haki surged towards Ryan's back, its power astonishing and its momentum fierce. Break the army. Ryan turned and brought down his knife with a powerful slash, the blade descending and severing with a resounding crash that echoed through the heavens. The two clashed once more, charging fiercely at each other. The golden lion had already resigned himself to death. This battle would be his last. He only desired to fight fiercely, to battle until death. As a legendary pirate, he believed that only in death could he fulfill his legendary status. Boom. The two collided again, a terrifying force pouring out incessantly as their eyes were filled solely with the thrill of battle. The two figures flickered continuously, swords and knives clashing, golden and dark green slashes emerging, growing, and then being destroyed. Amidst the flashes of blades and the overwhelming killing intent, the battlefield was devoid of anything but air. The storm redirected itself, the torrential rain scattered chaotically, while the dark clouds churned like a black sea, unleashing wave after wave of tsunami. Boom, boom, boom. Each clash resonated like a cannon explosion in the sky, harmonizing with the thunder, adding terror to the storm. Each swing of the sword and knife emanated dazzling light, traversing heaven and earth, standing alongside lightning, illuminating the pitch-black clouds. The battle of the strong is this intense. On the raging sea, a warship was slowly departing. Zophi stood at the stern, gazing at the battle in the sky, lost in thought. Is this the battle of the strong? Ryan is so powerful, but does someone this strong really need his help? Does he truly have the right to assist Ryan? Hey, what are you dawdling about? Alice scolded, tapping Zophi on the head with a stick. Nothing. Zophi replied, momentarily stunned, shaking his head. Alice pouted, dissatisfied, and said, everyone on the ship is waiting for you to command and coordinate. Are you just going to stand here? Zophi was taken aback again, his eyes slowly widening. Command and coordinate. It seems so. Ryan usually leaves everything to me. This team is primarily managed by him. I see now. Zophi's eyes sparkled again as he thanked Alice and promptly strode away. Alice watched Zophi's departing figure, scratching her head in confusion. So strange. She turned her gaze back to the sky, her carefree demeanor unable to suppress the worry in her heart. Ryan is the backbone. If he falls, this home that brings her warmth after a long time might just fall apart. Boom. With a loud bang, the two separated, stopping several dozen meters apart, gazing at each other from a distance. Huff, huff, huff. So strong, really so strong. Ryan panted heavily, his hand gripping the knife, trembling, sweat sliding down his hair, matted together, numerous wounds scattered across his body, none serious. That golden lion was fighting with all he had, fully aware that he was going to die, yet fighting recklessly. Truly exhilarating. This is what true battle feels like. The thrill of life and death, the intense tension, the adrenaline rush. It's truly addictive. Ryan's lips curled into a grin, one eye wide, and the other squinting, bloodshot and fierce. Hey, you're not dead, yet are you, Golden Lion? Cough, cough, enough with the jokes, this is just a warm-up. The Golden Lion held his twin swords Sakuya and Muku suspended in midair, all 7 orifices bleeding, the ship's wheel on his head broken, his clothes torn and soaked in blood. His aura was completely diminished, no longer resembling the imposing figure from before. He could no longer wield his conqueror's haki, nor could he use his armament haki. No matter how unwilling he was to admit it, he could not change the fact that the Golden Lion was aging. Sigh. Ryan showed no hesitation on his face, wrapping his conqueror's haki around the knife, activating the moon step to leap upwards, his back to the thunderous sky. Let me send you on your last journey, Golden Lion. This move, harnessing the might of heaven and earth, is worthy of your fearsome name. Thunderbreaker. Ultimate. Boom. Ryan raised the knife high as the lightning flashed, striking down towards the knife with a resounding crash. At that moment, Demon's cry break the heavens. Swish. The sky filled with divine thunder was unleashed. With this strike, the world illuminated. At the same time, it also illuminated the 8 warships hurrying from afar. Yahaha. The Golden Lion naturally noticed this, looking up at the sky, charging forward towards the sea of thunder. You little brat. You actually prepared such a grand funeral for me. If it's worth it for me to give you this last lesson. Once more the conqueror's haki broke through barriers, his body gradually disintegrating as the Golden Lion roared his last at the world. Yahaha. I am the Golden Lion Shiki. Boom. The sea of thunder crashed down the beam of light, instantly engulfing the Golden Lion. Meanwhile, a mechanical voice echoed in Ryan's mind. Ding. You have killed a disaster-level pirate. Successfully upheld justice. Gained legendary level reward. Ding. Lead your team to obliterate the evil pirate crew that brought disaster to the world, fully embodying the inevitable outcome of good triumphing over evil. Reward. The Golden Lion fell once more to the people of the East Sea, once again defeated by the Tempest. Ding. Leading the team to annihilate the evil pirate crew that brought disaster to the world. A perfect interpretation of the inevitable outcome of good triumphing over evil. Rewards legendary. I said justice must prevail. Are you Elderon? Epic Devil Fruit, Human Type Speed Fruit, Rare Body, Enhancement Potion 1. Wow. Golden Legend. But there's no time now. Shave. 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 Ryan's figure moved rapidly, leaving a phantom in the air, heading straight for the battleship, where Zophi and his group were along with him. Fell dozens of islands. Who? As the golden lion perished, the ability of the float fruit vanished, and the dozens of islands suspended in the sky were once again captured by gravity, beginning to plummet. This shocking scene left everyone stunned. The golden lion was defeated. The three headquarters vice admirals who witnessed this sudden change turned pale, unable to react in time, and hurriedly shouted orders to halt. Stop! All advance halted. Do not approach any further. 8 large warships turned around on the sea, urgently stopping. Zophie, seeing this, turned pale. What was the difference from the continent crashing down from the sky? He immediately ordered, full speed ahead. Just as he finished speaking, a dark shadow suddenly crashed onto the deck, causing the battleship to shake violently, raising clouds of sawdust. All personnel on the ship looked towards the figure in the dust, their expressions tense. No need'll take care of it. Great. It's Major Ryan. We're saved. Moments later, rumble. Rumble. These dozens of islands fell like dumplings, one after another, crashing into the sea onto the islands of Iloang. The rumbling sound echoed throughout the entire sea area, stirring up tidal waves several meters high, roaring across the ocean. This nation-destroying level tsunami relentlessly surged in all directions. The rumbling sound echoed throughout the entire sea area, stirring up tidal waves several meters high, roaring across the ocean. This nation-destroying level tsunami relentlessly. If one person could protect one battleship, they would have absolute confidence. But now the problem was there were 8 battleships, and even if it was 5 lined up, it would still cause at least 1,000 casualties. Damn it. Ryan stood at the stern of the battleship, wielding the justice sword, facing the oncoming tsunami. His gaze couldn't help but drift towards the 8 large battleships at least 2,000 to 3,000 meters away. His brow furrowed, and his heart heavy. Support came so quickly. When did the Navy become so efficient? But he was stretched thin, able to save only one, and which one to save was another question. Ryan gripped the hilt tightly, his body slightly bent, assuming a stance for drawing the sword. Draw the sword. Ice time. Ice Age. Ryan raised an eyebrow, turned his head to look, his pupils instantly constricting. Stunned. A white world spread from afar at a speed almost impossible to react to, and in the blink of an eye the roaring tsunami, along with the falling islands, turned into a vast expanse of white. All had been frozen into ice blocks. It was Kazan. The 3 Navy vice admirals breathed a sigh of relief as they saw the tsunami, which could engulf the world, transform into ice blocks. Dalmatia scratched his head, smiling. Looks like we're saved. Fire Mountain sheathed his sword, puffing smoke from his cigar. So that person really did come. It seems the rumors weren't false. Ghost Spider crossed his arms, 6 long hair arms returned to normal, surprised. Mr. Kazan really took on a young direct subordinate. Is he the heir? Who knows? Fire Mountain squinted and smiled. Dalmatia glanced at Ghost Spider. Being able to defeat the Golden Lion, even if he is Mr. Kazan's heir, would not be surprising. That's true. In the distance, Kazan slowly stood up from the icy surface, half of his body covered in ice. The breath he exhaled was white steam and tiny ice crystals scratching his head. Luckily I made it in time. Should I go meet Ryan? It's been a few days, and he's caused such a big commotion. Has he gotten a bit too proactive? As the frost faded from Kazan's body, he looked drowsy. Maybe not explaining everything would be because of finding it troublesome. Kazan didn't want to go. He turned around, hopped on his bicycle, and pedaled in the opposite direction, leisurely taking his time, quietly savoring the tranquility of time. After a long while on the battleship deck, Ryan sat bare-chested in a chair, surrounded by 4 beautiful nurses tending to his wounds. He paid no attention to them. Instead, he picked up the snail phone and shouted, "Hey Kazan, where the heck are you? I've been waiting for a long time." The snail phone vividly mimicked Kazan's drowsy and lazy expression, weakly saying, "Are you really speaking to your benefactor like that? Good thing I didn't go." Ryan took a deep breath, his tone softening a bit. "Why aren't you coming over? I'm waiting for you to take charge." Kazan even yawned, responding lazily, That's too troublesome. You guys deal with it yourself." Confirm, he would never come over. Also, based on his understanding of Kazan during that time in Marineford, if he could sit instead of stand, lie down instead of sit, and sleep instead of talk, he'd always be wearing an eye mask. One day, he lent Kazan the super sleep eye mask, and the next day it was returned, saying he had too much energy after using it, and it didn't suit him. Sigh. Ryan weakly complained, looking at the snail phone, still thanking Kazan. "Forget it, thanks for today. Though he's a bit lazy, at least he isn't really neglectful, to be honest, during the time in Marineford. Ali, you actually said thank you. What day is it today? The sun is rising in the west. Crack." Ryan expressionlessly hung up the snail phone, looking up at the 3 Navy vice admirals surrounding him. He left. The 3 vice admirals, trained professionals, would not laugh, no matter how funny it was. After the 4 beautiful nurses finished, they left giggling. As they went down, their faces were all red. Ryan's strong and fit upper body had been touched by them all. Could they not giggle? Fire Mountain squinted, smiling, said, "That does fit Mr. Kazan's character, ha ha ha." Dalmatia looked at Ryan with satisfaction. This overly proactive young navy at first thought to be gilded. After all, Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Kazan had greeted him, but he didn't expect him to actually get things done, even defeating the Golden Lion. Ryan, I didn't expect you to kill the Golden Lion after patrolling for 3 days. Young people are truly terrifying. Even the hawkish Ghost Spider Vice Admiral looked at him with approving eyes. Well done, we must eradicate pirates completely. Oh, I often use your remarks in the East Sea to teach my subordinates. Keep it up. Daring to declare war on all pirates at such a weak moment, this courage and justice are commendable if you grow up the Hawks in the Navy. Wait. Ghost Spider seemed to realize something, even his half-squinted eyes opened wide, staring intently at Ryan. No, he is Mr. Kazan's direct subordinate. Did I get something wrong? Ryan leaned back against the chair, weakly replying. Allah, I got it. Looking at it this way, he does resemble Mr. Kazan. The 3 vice admirals headed to the center of the battlefield, commanding the cleanup operations, searching for bodies or survivors. Anyway, they were all very busy, and even Sophie, Alice, and others followed along. The only one who was leisurely was Ryan. Wrapped in bandages on his upper body, wearing floral shorts on his lower body, lying on a long bench basking in the sun, enjoying the cool breeze from the ice field, comfortably closing his eyes. Having just ended a world-shaking battle, he could take a nice rest for a while and casually check out the 2 Golden Legends. Open Legendary Justice Gift Pack. Justice Gift Pack, Rare Dual Blades Technique, Compendium Epic Supreme, Great Blade Quality Horse, Slashing Blade 1, A Epic Sword Master Seed, 1 Legendary Animal Type, Devil Fruit Cat, Cat Fruit, Mythical Beast Species, Golden Lion King Form 1. Wow. On the warship, Ryan suddenly sat up from the long bench, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as the supreme quality horse-cutting blade he had longed for finally made its return. Without hesitation, he immediately checked its attributes. Supreme Quality Standard Horse-Cutting Blade features toughness, armor-piercing, high durability, and can adapt to any aura, welcoming all who come. What is this? I can't understand. Ryan stood up, took out the Supreme Quality Horse-Cutting Blade from the system space, and felt the distinct difference in its grip. The blade gleamed silver-white, heavy and broad, growing wider towards the top, measuring 2 meters in total length, with a blade length of 1.7 meters, and it was quite heavy. Its weight exceeded 3 times that of Justice, a super heavy armor-piercing, horse-cutting blade, with a blade edge radiating a cold glimmer, filling the air with a chill buzz. Ryan swung the blade forward, stabilizing it firmly. The blade emitted a deep buzzing sound, as if it could cut through the very air. Good blade. Ryan could hardly hide his joy, feeling as if he were gazing at a stunningly beautiful wife upon seeing this treasured sword. This was a blade of exceptional quality, outstanding craftsmanship, and great aesthetics. He had no need to worry about the grip. With a solid foundation in swordsmanship and the strength of a giant, he was not concerned about adapting to this minor issue. However, there was a significant problem. The blade was taller than he was. Ryan bore the horse-cutting blade on his shoulder, momentarily lost in thought. Tisk, this height is a hard limit. Standing at 1.86 meters was acceptable in his past life, but in the world of One Piece, which was filled with monsters, he might not even be as tall as others' legs, or perhaps not even as high as their toes. Sigh, I need to drink more milk. Ryan sheathed the horse-cutting blade, struggling to think of a good name, deciding to take a moment to pause. He hadn't finished looking at the rewards. Epic Swordsman Seed, edible, consuming it can gradually enhance the swordsman's realm. A succinct introduction. Ryan stroked his chin, but this was an epic-level reward, so how bad could it be? He immediately took out the Swordsman Seed, which resembled a peanut shaped like a sword, and popped it into his mouth. Hey, the taste is quite good. Ryan closed his eyes, feeling the sword intent emanating from his body, clearly sensing the subtle changes within. But I wonder how long gradually will take. Let's continue looking. Legendary Devil Fruit, Zoan Type, Cat Fruit, Mythical Beast, Golden Lion King Form. Consuming it allows transformation into the Golden Lion King effects to explore on your own. Ryan sat back on the bench, a question mark appearing on his forehead. The Golden Lion only had the codename Golden Lion, resembling a golden lion, but was not actually a golden lion. System, are you kidding me? If I must have a devil fruit, at least give me the float fruit. If I had a float fruit, I could proudly declare to the world, I don't eat beef. However, the system paid him no heed. Cut. Ryan was at a loss. He couldn't beat the system to change his. He could only take the devil fruit in his palm and examine it closely. This fruit. No joke, it indeed resembled a golden lion. As for the Golden Lion King, Siesun. No, if it were Siesun, it should be the human fruit, which means this really is a lion. Ryan looked at this devil fruit. The devil fruit is a long-standing feature of One Piece, and the mythical beast type is considered the answer to version questions. Tisk, what a pity. If he hadn't witnessed Akiji instantly freezing a roaring sea, perhaps he would truly consider eating it. For him, a devil fruit was not a necessity. The system's entries, titles, and equipment are not inferior to the devil fruit. Without any notably strong fruit, he didn't want to unnecessarily add 2 weaknesses. What he wanted were powerful natural types like the thunder fruit, or the ice fruit, or superhuman types like the float fruit, or the shock fruit. As a person, one must have some aspirations, even though Akiji is not dead yet. After all, once you eat a devil fruit, you can never eat a second one again. Oh, it's a matter of utmost importance. If you don't take it seriously and foolishly eat a jacket fruit or a rail fruit, then your life would be ruined. Thus, the Golden Lion King fruit is not needed for now, or perhaps it could be given to Zoffy and the others. There's also the superhuman speed fruit. This epic level fruit, sorry, I can't even be bothered to look NPC. A treasure level dual wielding techniques compendium, but I'm not a dual wielder NPC. A treasure level body enhancement potion, this is amazing. Who would complain about being too strong? The main event is here. Ryan's heart raced as the first legendary item was of no use to him. The second legendary prize, just by its name one could tell it was terrifyingly strong. Legendary, I declare that justice will prevail, are you Eldaron? Listen to that, what a domineering and unique name. Skill introduction. In this world there exists evil energy, demonic energy, murderous energy, and killing intent. These are all not good things. Don't you feel something is missing? That's right. This world lacks a certain energy, and that is righteous energy. Majestic righteous energy. By equipping this entry, you gain majestic righteous energy. As you execute justice, your righteousness and power enhance, and the more righteous you are, the stronger your righteous energy becomes. Active effect: release majestic righteous energy, intimidating all wicked individuals, evil spirits, and suspected false humans, non-just entities. Enveloping them with majestic righteous energy can cause additional damage. As the host's strength increases, the effects enhance. The stronger the righteous energy, the more likely to gain extra effects. Passive effect: the stronger the righteous energy, the higher the charm towards the righteous path, the greater the intimidation against evil, and the stronger the affinity. Ryan held his head in astonishment, completely stunned with only one sentence in his mind. I'm shocked. The next day, an island. Akiji squatted by the shore, his hand in the seawater under the terrified gaze of the Straw Hat pirates. Ice Age. Stunned. The sea was instantly frozen, along with the sea beast turned into an ice. The Marine headquarters, Admiral Sengoku's office. Bang. Sengoku slammed his hand on the desk, his eyes wide as he stared at the documents and photos in his hand, exclaiming, "The Golden Lion Shiki has been killed by Ryan." Beside him, Miss Crane chuckled softly while sipping tea, her expression filled with sentiment. Heroes emerge from youth. The Golden Lion, a pirate king who once caused them great headaches, even managed to escape from impelled down. After 20 years, he ultimately met his end at the hands of the Marines. I can only hope that the float fruit does not fall into the hands of pirates again. Sengoku looked down and was suddenly taken aback. OX. Drake was severely injured, his life status unknown. Wait, how could there still be? He didn't finish his sentence, his face froze in a grim expression. He's still alive, Miss Crane said calmly. Upon hearing this answer, Sengoku visibly relaxed, returning to his seat with a dumbfounded smile. This truly gives me a pleasant surprise. Ha, well done. Although the float fruit could not be retrieved, eliminating this significant threat was equally gratifying, boosting the prestige of the Marines. Seeing Sengoku so excited, Miss Crane doused him with cold water. Sengoku, you should calm down a bit. Little Crane. Ms. Crane set down her teacup, looking at Sengoku, and slowly said, my advice is not to be too ostentatious. Sengoku instantly understood Ms. Crane's meaning, furrowing his brow tightly, and after a while he relaxed. Oh, indeed. After this battle, Norkdi Ryan was promoted 2 ranks, now a colonel in the Marine headquarters. Maki Zophie was promoted to major in the Marine headquarters. Alice was promoted to lieutenant in the Marine headquarters. Dart and Little 8 were promoted to lieutenant junior grade in the Marine headquarters. Other officers and soldiers were promoted by 1 rank, and merit was acknowledged. 7 days passed in a flash, marking the 7th day since the Golden Lion's death, on the coast of a deserted island. Bang, bang, bang. A series of powerful impacts echoed across the beach, raising clouds of dust. Even the sea waves were shattered by the shockwave. Roar. A woman with long golden fiery hair let out a low growl as her slender figure flashed by. Whoosh. In an instant she appeared before a handsome man dressed in casual clothes, unleashing a punch like a cannonball, producing a piercing sonic boom. The handsome man did not evade, throwing out a powerful punch in return. At the moment of collision, a thunderous sound erupted, sending sand and dust soaring once more with shockwaves rippling outward. After the exchange of punches, the two separated, pulling back their distance. The golden fiery-haired woman looked helpless, rubbing her pretty face with both hands, utterly at a loss. No, why are you so monstrous? I can't even land a hit. Seriously, who ate the mythical Zoan devil? The golden fiery-haired woman was none other than Alice. Indeed, she had consumed the mythical Zoan devil fruit, the Golden Lion King fruit, transforming into a mythical version of the Golden Lion, gaining an epic legendary enhancement, and power. Mythical traits of the golden flame inflicting damage that clings to wounds preventing recovery. Golden eyes piercing through illusions predicting trajectories. Lion King's intimidation commanding presence without anger striking fear into hearts shattering the courage of thieves. Elemental control of fire, as the name suggests, controlling flames. Ace has already cried out in the bathroom. In addition, she possessed an extremely strong physical constitution, the super-fast recovery speed of mythical Zoan and heightened senses, all exclusive passive traits of animal-type devil fruits. When Alice used her abilities, her blue hair would automatically transform into golden flames billowing up and down behind her, almost covering her entire back, with small golden arcs of electricity dancing around the flames. Her eyebrows transformed into golden blades, and her eyes became golden orbs resembling the sun, with electric sparks visible upon closer inspection, her gaze sharp and cold. The changes to her body were minimal, with only a few long whiskers on her face and a pair of fluffy golden cat ears on her head, enhancing her beauty and charm, lacking other lion features. Even when attacking, it was merely a phantom of the Golden Lion King. When Ryan first laid eyes on her, he was stunned. Isn't this just the Super Saiyan 3 form? Is she really the Golden Lion King? Isn't it confirmed that she didn't eat the human fruit Dragon Ball species Super Saiyan form? To verify his guess, Ryan immediately asked Alice to use the Kamehameha. Unfortunately, Alice couldn't perform the Kamehameha with her hands and could only expel a wave of energy from her mouth, unable to even destroy a small mountain, let alone obliterate the earth. Ryan felt a bit disappointed. Nonetheless, as a legendary level reward, and considering it was a version of the mythical Zoan from the sea, the boost to her strength was truly terrifying. Her strength had soared, making her the second member of the Justice League, firmly holding onto that position. What are you disappointed about? Alice's sharp gaze concealed great helplessness. Initially, under Ryan and the others' persuasion, she had eaten this devil fruit, which propelled her strength to new heights, filling her with confidence. Not to mention defeating Ryan, she at least wanted to be evenly matched. The result was, after 3 days of battling dozens of times, she couldn't even provoke Ryan to draw the justice, let alone that supreme great sword. Relying solely on her physical prowess, she was steadily suppressed, her physical constitution monstrous. It was unreasonable that she who had consumed the mythical Zoan devil fruit did not have the advantage in martial arts. No kidding. A mere devil fruit dares to challenge the great system lord, truly unaware of their own insignificance. Ryan regained his leisurely demeanor, a light smile gracing his lips. Host Ryan, age 18 years, position Colonel in the Marine Headquarters, height 194 centimeters, weight 89 kilograms. Profession swordmaster, swordsman, apprentice, fisherman, master, body technique expert, gunslinger, marksman, intermediate armament, hockey, intermediate observation, hockey, beginner, conquerors, hockey, ambitious individual, just warrior. Comfortable. From a small useless NPC to now becoming a backbone of justice, from a branch sergeant to a colonel in the Navy headquarters, from idling in the East Sea to navigating the Grand Line, the bittersweet experiences are known only to him. Going to bed early and rising early every day, diligently training, hunting pirates, eradicating evil, it's been incredibly difficult. I'm really about to shed tears. The dual hockey has been upgraded to intermediate level, and because of the Sword Master seed, the talent rare I am a swordsman has truly upgraded to epic sword heart clarity. However, there's something strange. His Conqueror's hockey talent was previously at the rare level, and now it has upgraded to the epic level of Conqueror's hockey owner. It seems that after the battle with the Golden Lion, it upgraded to the epic level by itself, and the Conqueror's hockey also advanced from no title to beginner level. Could it be related to the Golden Lion? Ryan, what are you thinking about again? Alice returned to her normal form, looking up at Ryan with curious eyes. She had consumed the mythical Zoan devil fruit, which enhanced her physical attributes, and her height shot up to 188 meters. Yet this monster before her, clearly not having consumed anything, had rapidly increased in height and displayed absurd strength in just 3 days. She could swear that even a giant might not possess the strength that Ryan has. Every punch felt like it could break her. I was thinking. Ryan stroked his chin, looking down at Alice, and candidly said, "What kind of training would make you stronger?" Alice's expression changed. "No." Ryan smiled gently. "After all, I will become a marshal in the future, and I need you to serve as a general. As for those cowardly deserters, if they can behave normally, being a rear admiral or a vice admiral shouldn't be a problem. But if they dare to be deserters, I will chop them down. If they dare to promote a culture of desertion, I will chop them down. If they dare to gamble the scoundrel carp in the New World, I will chop them down. If they dare to obstruct Luffy's dreams. Actually, no need to chop them down. No, damn it, with so many emperors in the New World, if you don't stop someone who clearly won't kill you as savior, you are ungrateful and fear the strong while bullying the weak. I will chop them down." Buzz. Suddenly the sound of an internal combustion engine roared from a distance. A jeep was racing over. It approached Ryan and Alice at an incredible speed and came to a steady halt. The driver was Zophie. He got out of the car and handed Ryan a fax. There is an order from Mr. Kazan. It is a transfer order. Transfer order? That guy must have gotten drunk and sent me to cover for him, right? No. We are to head to Judicial Island. Judicial Island. The next day in the morning. The boundless sea with a sky as blue as crystal. The Great Route is known for its unpredictable weather. One moment it is sunny, and the next it may be snowing heavily. This is the Great Route. Currently, a strangely eerie warship is sailing across the ocean. Its strangeness lies not in its appearance, but in its speed. 10 times faster than a normal warship, and not due to increased fuel consumption, but rather it feels as if the fast-forward button has been pressed, propelling it forward at tenfold speed. On the deck, tenfold sandbags. Zophie tossed sandbags the size of fists forward, each thrown with a speed accelerated tenfold. Much faster than bullets, yet without the corresponding sound of air being cut. Standing in front, dodging the sandbags, is Xiao Ba. With 6 arms wielding 6 large blades, Xiao Ba's gaze is sharp as he moves in response to the incoming barrage. Triple blade flow. 1,000 cut slash. With a flash of blades, cold light flickered as Xiao Ba leaned slightly forward, maintaining a slashing posture, sending sandbags flying one after another. He used the back of the blade. Not bad. Ryan nodded in satisfaction, finding it quite impressive. The prize dual blade techniques compendium was given to Xiao Ba. Apart from himself, Xiao Ba is the only one to wield blades. Although Xiao Ba uses a 6-blade style, it is not a significant issue. Xiao Ba's 6 arms did not grow haphazardly, they developed symmetrically. The 6-blade style can be seen as 3 dual-blade styles, making it exceedingly suitable. Having thought of this perfect method, Ryan truly felt like a genius. The epic superhuman series speed fruit was given to Zophie, who is a sharpshooter. With bullets at tenfold speed combined with pinpoint accuracy, my goodness, it's unimaginable how insane. Ryan no longer dared to call himself the fastest gun in the Navy in front of Zophie. No matter how fast his hands were, they could not keep up with Zophie's tenfold speed. Zophie's acceleration is not merely an additive speed, but a fast-forward speed. If a bullet's firing speed were to suddenly increase tenfold, it might burst due to the overwhelming pressure. However, Zophie's fast-forward acceleration maintains its initial state while increasing by tenfold. Just like this warship, its speed is increased tenfold, yet the sails do not exhibit the fluctuations that would correspond to such speed, and the hull remains unchanged despite the tenfold acceleration. Thanks to the speed fruit, not only has Zophie's power surged, but the danger level has also multiplied. Imagine a sharpshooter who enjoys sneaking in cold shots with bullets flying at 10 times the normal speed. Shiver. Ryan couldn't help but shudder. If Zophie had him in his sights, he would be done for. But it's a bit of a pity. He actually wanted Zophie to consume the person fruit ultra-type Captain Flamehead form, especially since his name is Zophie. So putting aside whether it exists or not, even if it does, Zophie would definitely be the first to consume it, then loudly proclaim to the world Ultraman is real. As he nears death, he would hide the transformation device and tell the world, want to become Ultraman? Go find it. My transformation device is right there. Countless people would flock to it, thus beginning the great Ultraman era. Ahaha. Ahaha. Alice, watching Ryan's silly laughter, fell into contemplation for a moment, but couldn't help but ask what's wrong with him. Zophie stroked his chin and replied, he probably had another episode. Dart, passing by, stopped, pushed up his glasses with his middle finger, and said seriously, it seems that we can no longer delay getting Mr. Ryan a strong medicine. It is specifically for his mind. Zophie's eyes lit up as he pointed at Xiao Ba, who was laughing and practicing his sword on the deck. Oh, can that guy cure him? It feels a bit uncertain, but he'll do my best. All right, thank you for your hard work. Meanwhile, on Judicial Island. This island, which is perpetually in daylight, is a facade for the world government's brutal rule. It has welcomed the first clearly recorded great chaos in 800 years. It's the Straw Hat Pirates invading Judicial Island. Quick request naval support. Damn it. How dare they act recklessly on Judicial Island? It must be the Navy's dereliction of duty. The Navy must take responsibility. The sea breeze gently blew and the waves surged, blending the sea and sky into one. On the second deck, Alice propped her face with one hand while holding a glass of orange juice with the other, curiously asking, so what is our purpose for going to Justice Island? Ryan lay on the bench, eyes closed, without answering. Zophie put down the bottle and replied, we are going to support CP9. They captured the daughter of the devil Nico Robin, who was bountied at 79 million berries at the age of 8 years old. Hiss. Alice couldn't help but take a sip of her orange juice, wondering how strong she must be. Dart adjusted his glasses, putting down his notebook, his eyes filled with confusion. What is there to fear about Justice Island? Isn't it said to be unbreachable for 800 years? At least there were no official records about the riots on Justice Island. As for whether it was true or not, who knows? Zophie shook her head and took another sip of rum. Ryan opened his eyes, gazing at the distant blue sky slowly, saying perhaps this record that has been maintained for 800 years is about to be broken soon. He remembered that this was indeed one of the most tear-jerking chapters of the Pirate King Justice Island arc. He had forgotten the specific content, but clearly recalled how they shot a fireball through the flag of the world government, publicly declaring war against it, which had excited him greatly back then. And now it didn't matter. The world government being slapped in the face had nothing to do with his navy. It wasn't under their control. He would loyally perform his duties, never overstep, only killing pirates and punishing injustice, ignoring everything else. Dart adjusted his glasses, curiously asking, "What is CP9? The visible subordinate agencies of the world government are the Navy, Justice Island, and Impel Down. Ryan casually explained it's the intelligence department of the world government responsible for assassination, espionage, and protecting that group of useless individuals, or at least that's how it should be. Zafi twitched the corner of her mouth. Wait a minute, did she just hear something ridiculous? That group of useless individuals. Alice blinked. Useless? Who are they? Zafi stared at Ryan with wide eyes. Is it really okay to say it so bluntly? Ryan was unfazed. Well, just pretend you didn't hear it. Alice raised her hand and asked, so who exactly are these useless individuals? Is anyone going to answer me? At that moment, a Marine ran over and saluted Ryan to report. Colonel Ryan, we've received an urgent telegram from headquarters. All warships and vessels heading to Justice Island must not approach it. Justice Island will send 10 warships and 5 vice admirals to capture the criminals. What? Ryan tilted his head, his brow furrowed. Which 5 vice admirals? Vice Admiral Doberman, Vice Admiral Spandam, Vice Admiral Fire Mountain, Vice Admiral Weasel, and Vice Admiral Stows. So many vice admirals from headquarters. Dart's eyes bulged in surprise. Alice's expression turned serious. Could it be that the 4 emperors are coming? Zafi fell silent for a moment. Ryan was stunned. This is the formation for the demon-slaying order. Is it not the criminals that are called Justice Island? Once the demon-slaying order is activated, it will indiscriminately attack all people and buildings on the targeted island until they are completely razed to the ground and utterly destroyed. And now to actually activate the demon-slaying order against Justice Island. Damn it. Ryan gritted his teeth, stood up from his seat, his expression darkening, and after a moment of silence, he looked at the messenger. Transmit to headquarters, tell them to inform the demon-slaying order fleet that we wish to join. Oh, and add my titles: Admiral Akijis, direct subordinate disciple of the hero Garp, the youngest colonel in the Navy. Understood. The messenger left and Zafi looked worriedly at Ryan, as she knew what the demon-slaying order meant. The demon-slaying order is the most representative embodiment of the world government's brutal rule, arbitrarily defining all inhabitants of an island as demons and exterminating them all inhuman and genocidal. And Ryan. It is likely that he is acutely aware that joining the demon-slaying order fleet at this moment might mean acting impulsively to stand against the demon-slaying order fleet alone. In this violent mechanism, maintaining the world government's rule, where is the real justice? It is merely a facade put up by the world government. Zafi fixed her gaze on Ryan's thoughtful silhouette. Although he stood tall, she could sense a deep disappointment. This shock far surpasses any previous events. This time, they are directly taking action to level an island to the ground. This boy who insists on justice will soon realize that sometimes what he is doing is not truly justice, but rather an extremely evil existence. Can he really persevere? He is still just an 18-year-old boy, a child in the adult world acting on passion. Can he truly transform that passion into a lasting responsibility? Perhaps he needs guidance at this moment. Zafi sighed softly, standing up and placing a hand on Ryan's shoulder. Ryan, sometimes what you think is justice is not. What are you doing? Ryan turned to look at Zafi, his expression strange, wondering why she was talking about such vague notions. Hiss. Zafi discreetly withdrew her hand, expressionless. Oh, you just had a mosquito on you. You're welcome. Zafi returned to her seat without a hint of change in her demeanor, taking another sip of rum. Ryan withdrew his gaze, thinking it all very strange. Why does Zafi always have a few days like this every month? It seems he needs to have Dart get him a special medicine. He wants to join the demon-slaying order fleet and bombard Justice Island. Come on, who can refuse a bombardment of Justice Island, one of the most important institutions of the world government, with no responsibility and even the chance to achieve merit? Does he really not understand what Justice Island is? For 800 years they have never passed a not guilty verdict. It still exists like this, which can only be said that in a world with supernatural abilities, the limits ordinary people can endure are positively correlated with the strength of the other party. If it were in his past life, nobility and royalty have no right to exist. When autumn arrives on September 8th, I will kill all blooms after my flowers bloom. Forcefully go to Justice Island. Ryan smirked. If it were an ordinary island, he might hesitate, but this is just. He not only would not stop, but he also wanted his warships to participate in the bombardment. After all, there are no civilians on the island, only the lackeys of the world government. Ryan, your smile is so evil. Nonsense. The specially made octopus balls from Xiaoba are here. Soon the demon-slaying order fleet about to confront the gates of justice received Ryan's request relayed from headquarters. Initially dismissive, they ultimately agreed to include Ryan's medium-sized warship in the formation after seeing the long list of impressive titles. Among the 5 vice admirals of the demon-slaying order, 2 are hawks, 2 are doves, and 1 is a monkey. Ryan belongs to Akiji, a genuine dove, yet his methods are absolutely hawkish, earning the favor of both factions. Ryan's warship rushed at full speed toward Justice Island. The demon-slaying order fleet was about to arrive. At this moment, Justice Island was plunged into unprecedented panic. In the waters surrounding Justice Island, Ryan's warship had arrived, and with the naked eye one could see the tiny Justice Island no larger than a fingernail, along with the rising smoke that added a touch of darkness to this island of eternal daylight. Ryan stood at the bow of the warship, his naval cloak billowing in the wind, with Zafi beside him. "Where is the Demon Slayer Order's warship?" Ryan asked curiously. "It should still be on its way." Ryan raised an eyebrow. "You got here that fast?" "Not really. Oh, having traveled at 10 times the speed since yesterday, it really should have arrived by now." Zafi pondered for a moment and asked, "Are we going to board the island?" "What?" Ryan doubted he heard correctly and looked at Zafi. "What are you talking about? Do you want to go on the island to eat cannon fire?" "That's true." Ryan crossed his arms. Although he wanted to kill pirates, he wasn't willing to risk getting hit by the cannon fire of 10 warships. Moreover, the pirates there were led by Straw Hat Luffy, who dared to storm Justice Island. Not to mention whether he would transform into the sun god Nika. Just the chaos on Justice Island itself was another matter for the system to judge. In his view, Justice Island was simply a representation of evil. Destroying Justice Island might even earn him a system reward. At that moment, the Gate of Justice, standing tall in the sea, slowly opened, clearly indicating the arrival of the Demon Slayer Order's warship. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." "What do you mean?" "The Demon Slayer Order's warship has arrived. I heard there are 2 giant pirates from the Giant Soldiers pirate crew from 100 years ago on board. Ooh, I wonder if they will be killed." Mutt. Meanwhile, at Justice Island, seeing the Gate of Justice open, 10 large warships sailed out filled with marines, a chilling aura washing over them. Panic, fear, despair. The Gate of Justice has opened. It's the warships executing the Demon Slayer Order. Everyone run. Hurry, hurry. I don't want to die. As they saw the 10 warships approaching, the remaining people on the island were completely thrown into chaos. The remaining world government officials, members of Justice Island CP organization members, and station marines hurried to board the ships, panic spreading among them. Even with the Demon Slayer Order descending, the Straw Hat Pirates and CP9 members on the island had not left and were still engaged in battle. Ryan's warship, moving at 10 times speed, rushed toward the coastline of Justice Island like a runaway horse moving at an abnormal speed. It left the 10 warships of the Demon Slayer Order stunned. What just zoomed past them? Fire Mountain widened its eyes. That was Ryan. Hey, how could he be here at this moment? Even if joking, there should be limits. Damn it. The sea breeze howled, bringing the scent of smoke from the island, as well as the stench of decay from 800 years. Blur, blur, blur. Crack. I am Ryan. Ryan held the snail phone, dressed in a white suit and trousers, his justice cloak billowing in the wind, the sun shining directly above him, making him glow. The snail transformed into a chibi version of Fire Mountain, yelling, "Ryan, how did you get over there? Come back quickly." Ryan stepped forward, standing on the cannon of the warship. While giving Zafi an okay gesture, he said to the snail, "Well, I can't miss the chance to witness the Demon Slayer Order firsthand, of course." "Is that witnessing the Demon Slayer Order? You're experiencing it." Ryan wore the Justice Horse-Gutting Sword at his waist with the supreme quality Freedom Horse-Gutting Sword on his back, symbolizing his justice of freedom. Ryan looked at the increasingly close Justice Island and calmly said, "Sorry, Major Fire Mountain, I cannot follow your orders because I see the Navy up there." Damn. Fire Mountain bit his cigar tightly. He was also a Dove faction, but he knew very well that at this moment, he absolutely could not go up to rescue. "Colonel Noxite, Ryan. Do you even understand what the Demon Slayer Order is, you bastard?" Ryan's gaze remained calm as he stared at the island. How can I watch as the warriors of justice die, not at sea, but at the hands of their own comrades, not becoming heroes, but being treated as demons, not dying for justice, but dying due to the foolishness of some people? You. Fire Mountain was momentarily stunned by Ryan's words, as were the surrounding marines. Admiration rose for this young colonel, who had never shown clear and steadfast justice. To dare to let himself be under the fire of the Demon Slayer Order for the marines stationed at Justice Island was the mark of a true hero. To allow such things to happen. Ryan's fist clenched, his tone firm, and he spoke with righteous indignation. "Major Fire Mountain, I cannot do that. My justice of freedom, does not permit me to stand by." "You?" Crack. Ryan hung up the snail phone, standing on the cannon, looking down at Zafi, and instructed, Remember, the Navy comes first. Whoever dares to interfere will be killed. Limited to 200 people leave in 6 minutes regardless of whether it's enough or not. Zaffi sighed slightly. Understood. Unbelievable. Who just said they wouldn't go up to eat cannon fire? Just because he mentioned that there are members of a 100-year-old giant pirate crew on the island. What a joke. Fire. Ryan ordered Zaffi executed and added the 10 times speed. Bang. With a cannon blast, Ryan stood steadily on the cannonball flying towards the interior of Justice Island. Seeing this scene, whether it was the Navy, the pirates, or the world government officials, they were all stunned. What kind of entrance is this supposed to be? Boom. The cannonball struck a building heat-in, resulting in a violent explosion. The sound of the blast made many people shudder. The Demon Slayer order has begun. Why is it so quick? Aye aye. Help. Tap. Ryan landed steadily, entering the interior of Justice Island, ignoring the stunned officials around him, heading straight toward the direction his observation hockey sensed. After a brief moment of astonishment, the officials revealed their true nature, becoming arrogant. Hey, you're a Navy, right? How did you get in here? Do you have a ship? Hey, I command you to tell me where the ship is. You lowly Navy, how dare you ignore us? Dozens of officials yelled with flushed faces, screaming as if Ryan had put them in this damned predicament. One bold individual even raised a pistol aimed at Ryan's back. Navy, stop. Shut up. Ryan slightly tilted his head, glancing at them, his eyes immediately stunned. The imposing aura exploded. The dark blue Conqueror's hockey surged forth with bright white, thick lightning, and in an instant dozens fell to the ground, rolling their eyes. Ding. Kill the evil protector. Successfully execute justice. Reward rare Gatling with blue flames. Ding. Kill the wrongfully convicted evil. Successfully execute justice. Reward rare 1,000 birds. Ding. Kill the evil that pollutes the source of justice. Successfully defend justice. Reward rare I can do whatever I want. Ryan. They were killed by justice, and justice dealt more damage to those with higher evil values. Soda Snay. Ryan turned his back, half bowing his head, the corners of his mouth stretching to his ears, and his eyes shifted from shock to ecstasy in less than a second. So good. I am gradually understanding everything. Judicial Island waters. 10 warships have all sailed out of the Gate of Justice, gradually approaching Judicial Island. However, the 5 vice admirals have differences over the execution of the demon-slaying order. I disagree with firing directly. Hmph shouted, gripping the phone bug tightly with a clenched cigar. The phone bug transformed into the image of a man with a twisted face, his hoarse voice rumbling. We are here to execute the demon-slaying order. You haven't forgotten, have you, Hmph? Hmph expression tightened, his eyes struggling. That is Mr. Kazan's direct subordinate, Mr. Karp's disciple. We cannot let them go. His words were cut off by the voice from the phone bug. Regardless of whether he is Mr. Kazan's subordinate, even if Mr. Kazan himself stands on that island, the demon-slaying order must proceed. The authority of the demon-slaying order is established on absolute cruelty. Once halted or delayed for a specific person, what authority and deterrence would the order have left? All 5 vice admirals were acutely aware of this. However, due to differing ideologies, their attitudes towards executing the demon-slaying order varied greatly. Another voice emerged from the phone bug. As soldiers, our duty is to obey orders. He violated orders and entered Judicial Island without permission. He is not a qualified Navy officer. Hmph bit down harder on his cigar, retorting in a low voice. Whether he is a qualified Navy officer is not for you to decide. He is a pacifist and naturally disdains the hawkish style of the Navy. They rarely work together and only gather due to missions. Now, daring to say in front of him that the pacifist heir is not a qualified Navy officer is indirectly stating that all pacifists are unqualified Navy officers. A different voice arose, calm in tone. Everyone must pay the price for their actions, Hmph. Hmph neck bulged with veins as his fists clenched involuntarily, yet he found himself unable to refute. The Navy can die for justice, but they should not die because of someone's foolishness. They should die fighting pirates, not under the name of demons. One must admit that the bastard who could say this is truly the righteous Navy. The warship is in position. Fire immediately without delay. Understood. Inside Judicial Island. Unable to suppress the smile, the gunfire could not cease, and the system rewards kept coming. Rare item Gatling gun with blue flames, energy-filled ammunition, self-replenishing, restores in 2 hours for 2 minutes of fun. 6,000 rounds per minute, 12,000 in 2 minutes enough. Chidori acquire Kakashi's strength ninjutsu Chidori. Where did I get this? Is this still one? I can do whatever I want. Moonlight Slash can condense hockey at the blade tip, releasing a powerful crescent shape. Ryan. What a sick joke. Why is it called this? But it doesn't matter. 3 rare item rewards. In the sea to take down 50 to 60 million or even over 100 million pirates now, just releasing Conqueror's hockey and righteousness. Interesting, truly interesting. Ryan smirked, looking up at the towering building on Judicial Island Justice Law. It turns out that evil is not only in the pirates, but also among these so-called righteous officials. Clearly they are nothing but dogs, yet the rewards they drop are far richer than those from pirates. And it is also quite effortless. Just bumping into a few dozen people yields 3 rare items. How much evil does this island hide? Seriously, it makes me increasingly excited to see what kind of system rewards I will get from destroying this island. Ryan took out the golden revolver, aiming at the officer who had drawn a gun at him earlier. Stunned by hockey, but not dead, yet now there was a way to kill him. You were the one who yelled the loudest just now. Bang. The head exploded instantly, and a voice sounded. Ding. Killed a thug, successfully executed justice. Reward rare Cloak of Justice. Cloak of Justice, wearing it enhances appearance, automatically adjusts rank, adapts in size, and grants a dignified and upright image. Rare item, not bad. Ryan's gaze swept over the officers lying on the ground. Without any hesitation, he continued to fire. Bang. 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 Ding. Killed a criminal, successfully executed justice. Reward rare RPG rocket launcher. Ding. Killed a criminal, successfully executed justice. Reward rare explosive talismans. 10. Ding ding ding. A series of gunshots rang out. Dozens of officers were all shot in the head by Ryan, leaving not a single intact corpse. The more arrogant and tyrannical they were in life, the uglier they would look in death. Ryan put away the revolver, donned the Cloak of Justice, and turned to leave. He had more important matters to attend to. A gentle breeze blew by the cloak, billowed, and the words "justice" on his back fluttered in the wind. Every person carries sins, yet they dare to represent justice and judge others. 800 years, how much evil has it bred? What kind of generous rewards will such evil bring me? I truly look forward to it. Judicial Island. Meanwhile, at the coast of Judicial Island, the warships stopped by the shore, and the remaining Navy officers and CP members rushed forward. 500 guns were loaded, aimed at the swarm approaching them. At that moment, no matter how passionate or excited they were, everything calmed before the carbon-based life forms cooler. Sophie, draped in a Navy coat, stood on the ship's wall holding a Barrett and shouted, "Navy first! Whoever dares to charge and I will kill them." The 500-man Navy team shouted along with Sophie, "Navy first! Navy first!" The Navy below instantly rejoiced. Justice had not abandoned them. The Navy had not abandoned them. Yet the officials in black suits and round hats below were dissatisfied, angrily scolding continuously. Why should it be like this? I am a world government official. My father is a high-ranking official of the world government. A bunch of dogs have no right to go first. Get out of my way and let me. Bang. Before he could finish, his head exploded like a watermelon, leaving a bloody mess around. At that moment, the entire area fell silent. Eyes wide open, they stared at Sophie, who had raised the Barrett on the ship, in disbelief. How dare he? Just a Navy major. How dare he? Sophie lowered the Barrett, his gaze icy. I'll say it again, Navy first. If you have any objections, communicate with my superior Navy headquarters, Colonel Noxity Ryan. Of course, if you can still. The whole place fell silent, looking at Sophie with a mix of fear and hatred. At the same time, they remembered the name Colonel Ryan. The officials and CP organization members felt hatred and anger towards Ryan, while the sailors were filled with boundless gratitude. Even when the Navy had abandoned them, it was this Navy officer named Noxity Ryan who refused to give up on them, risking attacks from the demon-slaying order to come and rescue them. Colonel Ryan's kindness is not yet repaid. Hurry up, hurry up. Navy, board the ship. We won't wait for the latecomers. Go. Some officials, used to being tyrannical, directly blocked a Navy officer, growling, "Stop, you bastard. Give me." The stopped Navy officer showed no mercy, pushing him aside. Who cares about you? I've long found your arrogant group of bastards displeasing. The official, unable to understand or believe, pointed at the Navy officer's nose, his face turning red with rage. You want to rebel? Bang. Headshot. Sophie coldly said, threatening other Navy officers will also lead to death. As his words fell, a thunderous roar echoed over the sea. Bang. 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 The demon-slaying order, after all, has begun. The demon slaughter order has begun. A barrage of shells fell upon Judicial Island like raindrops. Buildings constructed with real gold and silver were reduced to rubble without a hint of remorse, as vast areas of Judicial Island were engulfed in flames in an instant. On the bridge of Justice, Nico Robin of the Straw Hat Pirates trembled and collapsed to the ground as the thunderous sounds of the bombardment echoed across the sea, instinctively wrapping her arms around herself. The words "demon slaughter order" left Frankie's lips with a grim expression. Opposite them stood a man wearing a half-mask, making a commotion. Spandam, the mastermind behind the demon slaughter order. He showed no signs of remorse. Instead, he laughed uproariously, basking in his own arrogance. Aha! The demon slaughter order has already begun. Where do you think you can run to now? The Navy behind him felt helpless. Serving under such a commander was a stain on their lives. However, given their low status, they had no choice but to obey orders. Frankie was overwhelmed, his head dripping with sweat. One teammate, paralyzed by fear, couldn't get up while another was sniping from a kilometer away. A group of teammates was currently missing. What on earth was happening here? Judicial Island. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions was relentless. Smoke and flames filled half the sky, and those still stuck on the island either perished in the inferno or were killed by cannon fire. Tap, tap, tap. A group of abandoned Marines on Judicial Island dodged cannon fire, wailing and crying, hiding in the only land free of smoke and flames. Help! Anyone! Please save us. Two don't want to die yet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of shells rained down, preparing to unleash a saturation bombardment. As they descended, despair filled the eyes of the crowd. Swish! Suddenly a blade of light flashed by like a miracle. The shells were sliced open in an instant, erupting into violent explosions midair. Boom! Boom! The shockwaves from the violent explosions toppled numerous buildings, raising clouds of dust and black smoke into the sky. This awe-inspiring scene made all the Marines forget their fears, staring dazedly at the billowing smoke. What just happened? I don't know, but it seems like we're still alive. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of footsteps emerged from the haze, revealing a figure walking slowly towards them. Under the gaze of the crowd, Ryan made his entrance. Stepping out of the smoke, his justice coat billowed in the wind, his expression calm and his gaze indifferent as he scanned the assembled Navy personnel. Those who wish to live, follow me. The Marines on the scene couldn't help but gasp, their eyes shining brightly. He is here, glowing. Like the sun, he exuded an aura of righteousness, as if he embodied the very essence of justice. He is the Navy Colonel. He is the one who declared war on pirates worldwide. Oh, I remember now. Ryan glanced over the assembled Marines, numbering around 100, and added, any Navy personnel who do not wish to die, follow my lead. He'll take you all back. After saying this, he strode forward, his white justice cloak shimmering in the light. The Marines hesitated not a moment, immediately following Ryan's lead. Whether it was due to his overwhelming ability to destroy shells or the inexplicable sense of trust he inspired, they chose to believe in him. Follow him. Everyone follow him. Bring the wounded. Don't fall behind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 or 7 more shells shot towards this area. The Marines couldn't help but panic. More shells are coming. This time Ryan didn't use his sword, but instead raised his golden revolver and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. The bullets pierced through the shells, causing them to explode violently in midair, erupting into dazzling fireballs. Incredible. He's just like a sharpshooter. The Marines were ecstatic, gazing at Ryan's back with eyes that were more than just excited. It was admiration and reverence. Ryan gently curled his lips. Who wouldn't like the feeling of being admired? The crowd continued forward, encountering more Marines along the way, their numbers swelling to over 200. At that moment, from the corner of an alley, a peculiar man, plump and laden with bags, rushed out. Upon seeing Ryan and his group of Marines, his panic-stricken eyes suddenly turned arrogant as he shouted orders. You damn Marines. Get over here. If you lose my stuff, Bang. I'm starving. Idiot. A burst of blood mist erupted from his chest as he flew back 5 or 6 meters, landing on the ground, twitching a few times before passing away. Ryan gently blew the smoke from the gun muzzle. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. You have slain an evil profiteer, successfully upholding the authority of justice. Rewards obtained. Rare item. Who am I? Who am I? A mask of many faces. Wearing it allows one to generate different faces based on their consciousness. Oh, a must-have artifact for home and travel, especially for killing. This is great. Since I got such a good item, I might as well show mercy and forgive that idiot. Meanwhile, the Marines following Ryan were dumbfounded. He just killed him outright. That was a high-ranking official. How could this happen? A Marine shouted in anger. He was trying to attack Colonel. It's completely normal for him to be shot dead. That's right. Colonel killed him to save us. If there's any responsibility, it's ours. Exactly. That's how it is. I saw it with my own eyes. The chatter behind them was a flurry of voices, all wanting to take the blame for Ryan, their loyalty evident. But it was unnecessary. Even if they spoke out, he wouldn't be held accountable. This island, locked down by the Demon Slaughter Order, had become a no-man's land. All rights had already been forcibly stripped away by the world government, and during this period, no matter what they did, no one would care, as they were all dead. Let's go, don't fall behind. Ryan glanced at them and continued walking forward. His destination was, of course, the back of Judicial Island, the Bridge of Justice, which seemed to be bustling. He wanted to join in the excitement. As they moved forward, gathering surviving Marines, they blocked all cannon fire and used their swords to clear paths when faced with obstacles. Thus, just as they were about to reach their destination, a group of over 500 Marines had gathered around Ryan, loyal followers of over 500. Boom. Suddenly, with a loud crash, several buildings collapsed as 2 giants and a crowd of humans burst forth from behind. Upon seeing Ryan, they were momentarily stunned. Marines, are those giants? Boom, boom, The sky erupted with a dozen splendid fireworks, the artillery shells aimed at the warship intercepted by Zophiales and others. The number of shells increased, and the execution of the demon-slaying order entered a state of complete madness. A sailor ran to Zophi's side and reported, Major Zophi, all Navy personnel have boarded the ship. Hooray, it's finally over. Zophi let out a sigh of relief and immediately ordered set sail. Although not all seats were filled, the mad dogs of the demon-slaying order's vice-admiral had completely lost their minds, starting indiscriminate attacks. If they didn't leave now, it would be hard to escape. Set sail. Set sail. Don't worry about the others, set sail immediately. The command quickly spread throughout the warship, and without any hesitation the warship turned and departed. Meanwhile, the officials who had yet to board watched as the warship turned away, without hesitation, furious and cursing loudly. Hey, I haven't boarded yet. What kind of joke is this? I will definitely report you when I survive. I have money. I have a lot of money. Come save me. Despite the loss of people, the money remained. Such is the sorrow of life. Zophi stood at the bow of the warship holding a revolver, shooting down shell after shell until they were out of the artillery's range. At that moment, the phone bug in her pocket rang. BRRR. Click. Zophi mimicked Ryan's posture when This is Major Zophi. The phone bug paused for a moment before speaking. This is Vice Admiral Hmph from headquarters requesting your ship to leave the current waters immediately. Vice Admiral Hmph. Zophi replied unhurriedly, my colonel has given orders for my unit to remain here to assist with the demon-slaying order. Would 10 large warships really miss a medium warship's artillery? Although she didn't understand Ryan's decision since he insisted she would follow through. He also mentioned that they must clear the ammunition depot, and as a subordinate, she had to obey the orders. Okay, entering formation immediately. Yes. In the rear of Judicial Island, flames shot high into the sky. Waves of heat filled the entire island, and the once exquisite buildings had turned into a sea of fire. Ryan and his group of over 500 faced off against 2 giant warriors and a bunch of garishly dressed unclear figures. Upon seeing the 2 giants, Ryan smiled in relief. Because these 2 were one of the objectives of his journey. He just didn't expect an unexpected joy. Those so-called officials were darker than he imagined, and the bounty for killing them was no less than that for pirates. Blessing in disguise. No hitting the mark by mistake. After this battle, it was time to switch to a friendly fire mode. The big rewards from the system had always been by my side. Ryan felt ecstatic internally, though he maintained a calm exterior. His raised brows still betrayed his emotions. The Navy behind him recognized the 2 giants, their faces lighting up with joy. Giants. Oimo. Kashi. Great. They are our people. The 2 giants were powerful guards stationed at the main gate of Judicial Island, known as the 2 Great Demon Kings. Anyone with designs on Judicial Island had to pass through these 2 giants. As for why they were guarding Judicial Island, they didn't know. At that moment, a sailor who knew the truth shouted, No, they have defected. What? The sailors looked at the 2 giants with disbelief. Oh, after all, these 2 had guarded Judicial Island for 50 years. The giant with a pig-like nose was named Oimo. The giant wielding a double-bladed axe was named Kashi. Both were members of the notorious giant pirate crew from a century ago. Kashi grinned and shouted, It was your world government that deceived us, wasn't it? Oimo echoed, We were terribly deceived by you. Navy. The 2 leaders were said to have been captured and imprisoned and impelled down, forced to guard Judicial Island for 100 years before being released, while they were actually still in the garden. Although the lifespan of the giant race is long, they cannot endure such neglect. They seek revenge. The sailors momentarily panicked, fear rising in their hearts. Oh no. If they are members of the former giant pirate crew, they were definitely not opponents. Everyone looked at their leader Ryan, and one sailor spoke directly, Colonel. You should leave quickly. That's right. We'll handle this here. Even if it means death, we will block them. The colonel is a good Navy man and cannot die here. He is still young and has a brighter future ahead. If it's the colonel, then true justice will surely be realized. Under Ryan's influence, over 500 sailors all held a resolve to fight to the death to ensure Ryan's escape from this perilous place. Ryan, don't make such jokes. Clang. Ryan slowly drew his pistol, looking at the giants. His back turned to the Navy, the cloak of justice gently swaying. If we run away when faced with evil, then who will execute justice and who will protect the people? The Navy was immediately moved, tears brimming in their eyes. Colonel. Although they didn't know his name, they were ready to sacrifice their lives for this man. Ryan took a decisive step forward, declaring, With great power comes great responsibility. Colonel. The Navy fell into complete madness, becoming Ryan's diehard fans. No, they were more like death warriors. Not only the Navy, even the 2 giants showed surprise at Ryan's words. Kashi nodded in approval. At least this statement from you, a lapdog of the world government, isn't bad. But the anger of being deceived for 50 years cannot be spared. Dying at the hands of the giant pirate crew would not be in vain. Oimo raised his long sword charge. Kashi, wielding the double-bladed axe, grinned broadly. Let's go, Oimo. Oimo. The two colossal beings marched forward, kicking up clouds of dust and shaking the ground. Ryan raised an eyebrow, drew his golden revolver, and continued to pull the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The giants weren't foolish, using their weapons as shields against the incoming bullets' sparks. It seems it really is useless. If not for being skilled in firearms, it would be a bit wishful thinking to deal damage in a high-level confrontation. Slowly putting away the revolver and looking up, the two giants had already leaped above Ryan, blocking out the sun, their swords and axes crossing. Yeah, Oimo. Interesting. Boom. As the giants landed, their attack struck Ryan with full force. In that moment, the ground trembled violently and buildings around them collapsed in large chunks. A dust cloud rose tens of meters high, and a powerful gust swept across the area, knocking many people down. The Navy watched with eyes wide open. Heart-wrenching cries rang out, Colonel. Some even drew their long knives, filled with fury. Damn it. If anything happens to the Colonel, I will definitely kill those two giants. The surrounding Navy widened their eyes, thinking, hey buddy, did you hit your head? How thick-headed can you be? To prevent sending someone to their doom, the Navy quickly stopped him. Don't sacrifice a comrade, or there will be reports. Please calm down. Don't act rashly. Amid the Navy's furious and hateful gazes, the dust gradually settled, revealing the two giants with ugly expressions. Next was Ryan, who had bent his knees and held a saber to block the giant's attack. The ground beneath him had collapsed into a massive pit riddled with cracks radiating from Ryan. He really blocked it. Colonel. The size difference between both sides created a terrifying visual impact. Everyone on the scene had their eyes bulging out, jaws dropping to the ground. With a human body blocking the combined attacks of two giants. Is that guy really human? Colonel, is he a deity? How could this be? Facing the shocked gazes of the two giants, Ryan gently lifted his head, a slight smile playing on his lips, his arms bursting with veins as he gradually pushed the sword and axe upward. Oh, so this is the power of giants. It's truly terrifying. In the rear of Judicial Island, the battle between Luffy and Lucci continued. Zoro, Sanji, Nami, and others regrouped after defeating their respective CP9 members, rushing towards the underground passage accompanied by an elderly fisherman. The naval encirclement had only just begun. In the vast area behind Judicial Island, a great battle was on the verge of breaking out amidst the raging flames. We love you, Colonel. The Colonel is forever a god. Colonel, I like you. Hey. The entire Navy was in a frenzy, craving such a superior officer. Instead of hiding behind and saying, charge for me, he led the way, shouting, follow me. So cool. They cheered for Ryan, almost ready to offer themselves on the spot. Ryan, just use your, but to do, I doubt it. Unlike the Navy's excitement, the group behind the giants was filled with astonishment. He blocked it. Just one person blocked the attack of two giants. That guy is probably not human. The two giants involved were completely enraged by Ryan's almost mocking words. Stop joking, Navy. The dignity of the giants cannot be provoked. Just a display of impotent rage. Ryan smirked, his words merciless. You country bumpkins from the last century, this world is far larger than you can imagine. Outdated pirates, go back and retrace your steps. With that, he exerted force with his arms. Bang! The sword of the giant was deflected by his blade, with both giants staring at Ryan, their pupils sharply contracting. Such powerful strength. How can it be stronger than that of a giant? Ring of Giants, rare power potion, fine body enhancement potion, rare body enhancement potion. After a series of complex accumulations, his physical capabilities are already among the very best in this sea, apart from those genuine prodigies and top-tier mythical beast fruit users. Startled, I can do whatever I want. White arcs of electricity gradually entwined around the blade, as Ryan's eyes shone with a red light, raising the justice soared high, his momentum erupting, the justice cloak billowing violently. The two giants assumed defensive stances, and the Navy became even more excited upon hearing Ryan announce the name of this technique. As expected of the Colonel, it's simply too domineering. Whoosh! In the instant the blade fell, a white slash rose from the ground, slicing towards Oimo at an incredible speed with astonishing and terrifying power. Oimo raised his long sword to block, but was sent flying along with his sword. Boom. He was sent flying for more than 10 meters, crashing through a large number of ruined buildings, clearing a patch of ground. Oimo! Cassie shouted in concern. Just one move had sent Oimo flying. Is this Navy really just a Colonel? The people from Frankie's family gasped in shock, one after another. The giant was defeated by that Navy. The size difference is so huge. That damn guy. Cassie swung his double-bladed axe, turning to Ryan. You dare? Huh. Where did he go? Whoosh. Ryan appeared in front of Cassie in a flash. With both hands tightly gripping the handle, flames erupted from the blade, dazzling and eye-catching. In the interplay of light and shadow, one half of Ryan's face was illuminated while the other half remained in darkness, his crimson eyes shimmering with red light. What are you looking around for, pirate? The flame fruit isn't even worth a dog's bite. What the hell? The name. Amidst his panic, Cassie swung the double-bladed axe in retaliation, but it was futile. Boom. The fiery slash surged forth, crashing heavily into Cassie's massive frame. The powerful shockwave combined with the searing flames instantly engulfing Cassie. I'm hungry. Cassie was sent flying by the shockwave, landing beside Oimo. Thud. Ryan landed and sheathed his sword. The people from Frankie's family retreated in succession, their eyes filled only with terror and fear. This guy is simply a monster. Cassie could still struggle to rise after taking a fire slash worthy of being a giant. He endured the searing pain of the flames and questioned, What are these names of techniques? Damn, this is the enemy's trick. Just like how they were deceived back, then humans truly are a despicable race. Despicable Navy. If you have any objections, go tell the system, and I'll send you to meet it now. Ryan looked into Cassie's eyes. If you called him Kakashi, you would surely recognize this move. Thousand birds, Ryan shouted, extending his right hand, which burst forth with dazzling lightning, emitting a piercing sound like 1,000 birds chirping simultaneously. The natural elements of the mythical beast type, even if he doesn't consume it, he can still obtain it from the system. Whoosh! In an instant he appeared before Cassie's forehead, thrusting the 1,000 birds. Boom! A burst of blood mist erupted from Cassie's forehead as he leaned back, rolling his eyes. Moonwalk. He stepped on the moonwalk, hovering in midair, turning to face Oimo, raising his right hand high. 1,000 birds sharp gun. As his arm fell, a pillar of lightning extended from it, striking Oimo's head. Boom. In an instant the two were killed. They were killed. Those two giants were killed by that navy. Ding. Killing the former criminals, successfully executing justice. Reward rare. Very big skill condenses breath. To create a phantom of body parts can magnify tenfold. Ding. Killing the evil giant, successfully executing justice. Reward rare. Absolute fairness injector. Absolute fairness injector item. The poison of the glass snake. A single injection can poison a giant regardless of whether it's a giant or a mouse. The dosage is based on the amount needed to kill a giant. This system's brain seems to be a bit messed up. What kind of ridiculous names are all these? Ryan descended from the air, looking at the people from Frankie's family, who immediately became incoherent, their fear and terror unmasked. We. Ryan frowned. Are you pirates? No, we are shipwrights from Water 7. Cuff. Yes. Colonel, where are we going next? My name is Ryan. To Justice Bridge. Yes. Colonel Ryan. At this moment at Justice Bridge, Spandam led a group of Navy along with Frankie and Nico, the underground tunnel of Justice Island. Ryan leads over 500 Navy soldiers through this tunnel, heading towards the Bridge of Justice Island. Crossing the Bridge of Justice Island leads to the Gate of Justice, which is heavily guarded by the Navy. Ryan, with half-open eyes, carries the Justice Cutlass on his shoulder and holds a phone bug in his hand, its shape resembling the lazy figure of Kazan. What do you want from me? As he spoke, he swung his cutlass forward. Clang! 3 long swords struck against the cutlass with all their might, sending brilliant sparks flying, the frosty blade reflecting a fierce visage. That was Roronoa Zoro. Ryan, if it's you, they shouldn't be able to escape, right? The phone bug emitted Kazan's lazy voice. Damn it. Zoro bit down on a Wado Ikamanji, his eyes betraying his shock. He blocked it with just one. Behind Zoro, Nami and the others gasped. He blocked it effortlessly. How could it be Green Algae Head? Sanji, with a cigarette clenched in his mouth, unconsciously tightened his grip, his expression turning serious. He knew better than anyone the strength of the Green Algae Head, yet he managed to block the attack with one hand while on a call. That Navy man, who was barely a bit more handsome and had a strong sense of justice, seemed to be another formidable opponent. Bang! With a single strike, Zoro was forced back and Ryan did not pursue, but instead looked at the phone bug, raising an eyebrow. Who? At this point, don't pretend to ask. You should have realized it by now. My. Zoro steadied himself, adopting a posture like a fierce tiger hunting, bending his knees and launching forward at high speed towards Ryan. Whoosh. 3-sword style? Tiger hunt. Bang. A chilling gleam flashed, and the blade approached silently. The moment it descended, the shockwave stirred up dust, cracking the ground. Did I succeed? Nami clenched her hands tightly, cold sweat streaming down her anxious face. Huff. Sanji exhaled white smoke, his expression grim. Old man Kokoro shielded his granddaughter Chisonia, his expression serious. That man was definitely not a simple Navy. Chisonia, who was held at bay by Ryan's presence, kept peeking outside. That big brother looked just and upright, surely not a bad person. In contrast to Sanji and Nami's group, the Navy showed no signs of tension, only relaxation, confidence, and even pride in Ryan. Come on, there's no need to be nervous. Even giants are no match for Lord Ryan, let alone a mere pirate. With such a small frame, he probably doesn't even qualify to pique Lord Ryan's interest. On the battlefield, the smoke from the attack had not yet settled, and a voice came from the phone bug filled with questions. What are you doing over there? Why is it so noisy? Ryan replied slowly. Ah, the kids are indeed a bit noisy, but how can an adult lose their temper with children? No, you're being too arrogant. As the smoke cleared, everyone finally saw the situation, their eyes widening in horror. Zoro. Green algae head. Clearly it was Zoro who initiated the attack, yet now he was being stepped on by Ryan, 3 swords scattered on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. Ryan ignored the furious gazes of Sanji and the others, continuing his conversation with Kazan. Oh, I indeed noticed that. So what? The Straw Hat Pirates, the main characters of the One Piece world around whom the world seems to revolve, or rather the anime's perspective follows their adventures. Back then I would sit in front of the television every night at 6 o'clock to watch. Thinking about it now, it really brings... And now, stepping on the characters I once loved feels strange, like practicing yoga for years to eat myself only to find it's not as good as I imagined once I can do so. Bang! How could this happen? With his arm covered in armed hockey, Ryan grasped Sanji's calf and flung him aside, slamming him against the tunnel wall, creating cracks. I'm hungry. Sanji. Kazan fell silent for a moment, seemingly guessing the situation Ryan was facing, slowly speaking. If possible, I hope you can go easy on him. Bang! He blocked Chopper's hoof attack with one hand, grasping his neck. Lifting his chin up, ignoring, Ryan frowned. Show mercy to pirates. Hey Kazan, are you really still an admiral? He leaned to dodge a lightning bubble and threw Chopper forward, crashing him into Nami. Just do it for my sake, Kazan said gently. Selling you face. Where do you think my face should? Ryan couldn't help but grip the hilt of his sword tightly. Without hesitation, he slashed to the side. The blade flashed, and with a squelch, a burst of blood mist erupted from Sanji's chest. His eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground, the heat from his red-hot calf quickly dissipating. Of course I would sell you face, but under what name, tell me? Admiral of the Navy, that's not how it's done. Ryan's expression grew increasingly unfriendly. Once one becomes a pirate, regardless of whether they subjectively do evil, they already exist as evil. Allowing them to continue will lead many to follow in their footsteps and set sail as pirates. The phone bug on the other end fell silent again, this time for a long while. Ryan waited like that, stepping on Zoro with Sanji. Beside him, rolling his eyes in front of him, was a despairing Nami and Chopper, who was dry heaving. To be honest, I don't even know what I'm doing, or rather what my justice truly is. It's cowardice, Ryan responded. Kazan paused momentarily at a loss for words. The phone bug mimicked Kazan's distressed expression. Not giving any face to your superior truly gives me a headache. Ryan pouted, sheathing his sword, kicking Zoro unconscious, and said, if there's anything else to say, go ahead. This time the voice from the phone bug was very soft. 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Port Gasti. Ace has been captured. Ryan's pupils shrank sharply. His hand gripping the sword hilt revealed blue veins. The fuse has arrived. Finally, is that legendary war that will be recorded in anime history coming. It can be foreseen that a war sweeping the entire world is about to descend. So, Kazan's next words were even quieter. If 2 family members die in a short period, Old Man Garp will go crazy. Moreover, at such a critical moment, no one dares to bet whether Garp's sense of justice can suppress the familial bonds that flow in his bones. Once the hero Garp falls during the war at the top, even if the war is won or lost, it will cause an indelible loss to the Navy. Ryan quietly stared at the phone bug, pondering for a long time, the silence only interrupted by his breathing. He hung up the phone bug, stepped over Zoro's body, and walked straight ahead. Ryan halted his steps, clicked his tongue, kicked Zoro's hand away, and continued forward, his body halting again. Ryan's forehead revealed blue veins, and he kicked Sanji's hand away again. Drawing the cutlass, he looked down at the tearful Nami and the Chopper standing in front of him. Chopper, trembling in fear and even shedding tears, still refused to surrender. He walked straight past the 2, reaching out to touch the adorable little Chimani hiding behind Kokoro, a gentle smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Seeing this, Kokoro felt a weight lift from her heart. At least her granddaughter would survive. Chimani slightly shrank her neck and cautiously looked up at Ryan. He was clearly a Navy officer, clearly in a dim underground tunnel. But he seemed to be shining very warm, making one want to get close. To the wicked, Ryan appeared as a blazing sun from hell. To the kind, he resembled the warm sun in winter. Passing by the 2, he stood at the tunnel's entrance, raising his blade to strike. In that moment, whoosh. The flame fruit that even dogs won't eat. Boom. A slash wrapped in a massive amount of flames surged forth like a tsunami, rushing out of the tunnel, illuminating the dark area. Flames. Nami sat collapsed on the ground, mouth agape, while Chopper's jaw dropped, smashing into the floor. Kaimani's little mouth opened wide, astonished to the point of being unable to close it. Not long after the flame slash burst out, a sizzling sound was heard as a massive amount of water vapor surged in. It turned out the underwater tunnel's valve had been damaged by the 2 battling above, causing a deluge of seawater to pour in. But it didn't matter. Follow me. Colonel Ryan, should we kill these people? Take them away. Yes. The The flame fruit that even dogs won't eat. Boom. The flame fruit that even dogs won't eat. Boom. Hmph. If the path is blocked, use the big sword to open it. The flame fruit that even dogs won't eat. Boom. Ace, I feel like someone is constantly dissing me. The Navy soldiers, no wonder it's Lord Ryan. Every step is beyond our expectations. Ah. Zoro and Sanji were tied up and carried on the shoulders of the Navy. Kokoro and her granddaughter, along with their pet, walked amongst the Navy. Nami and Chopper were tied up and led along by rope. Nami finally couldn't hold back. That guy, does he have something against the flame fruit? The Navy pretended not to hear. Lord Ryan must have his own thoughts behind that name. How could mere mortals under... Chopper pondered before responding. It might also be against Ace, since Ace is the flame fruit user. Why can he release flames even without eating the flame fruit? That might be the reason for the name. On the sea, cannon fire roared as shells struck Judicial Island one after another. The island, which had stood for 800 years, was not destroyed by external enemies, but rather obliterated by its own people. This operation left Ryan bewildered, wondering how one could possess such a high degree of Jiang Feng style. The strikes were forceful, the shells precise, and the civil war was unambiguous. In light of this, I would not hold back. Zophie, under Ryan's command, ordered the subordinates to clear the ammunition store, quickly emptying the 100 or so shells they carried, successfully accelerating the destruction of Judicial Island. Now that Judicial Island has declared its destruction, it was time to change direction. 10 large warships turned around, sailing towards the rear of Judicial Island, where there were still targets left standing. The target of the Demon Slaughter Order is not yet over. We must ensure that any factors that may threaten the world government's rule are utterly annihilated. Nico Robin. On the bridge of Judicial Island, a long bridge stretches across, flanked by the sea, connecting to the last port of Judicial Island. Frankie, wearing his pants outside, faced Spandam's elephant sword attack. With his iron-like physique, he charged forward, grasping the sword, while encouraging Robin, who was lost in a memory-induced attack. You know the Straw Hats will definitely come to rescue you. They defeated the undefeated myth of Judicial Island, knowing full well the might of the world government, yet they are still willing to oppose the world for you. What do you have to fear? This exhilarating super life is truly enviable. Frankie set his eyes fierce. Not only did Robin have tragic memories, he too possessed his own. Moreover, I have not forgotten Mr. Tom's death. With that, he forcefully lifted the large blade that had consumed the elephant fruit. At least its appearance was that of a sizable elephant. Dragging it towards Spandam was terrified, retreating repeatedly. Yet a useless person like him could not escape the wrath of Frankie. Hey, don't come over. However, the more he shouted, the closer Frankie came, and even without shouting, he would still advance. Boom. Raising the elephant with all his might, Frankie smashed it down onto Spandam. The bridge's surface cracked layer by layer, turning the floor into debris, and Spandam fainted on the ground. Frankie continued to uphold the tradition of not delivering a finishing blow, turning to look at Robin. Under Frankie's encouragement, Robin regained her confidence, her gaze becoming sharp and self-assured. Frankie, let us begin the counterattack. They exchanged a smile. A super life demands a super attitude. Frankie raised his hands high together. Super. We can seize a warship first. However, his words abruptly halted, his eyes widening uncontrollably. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of footsteps emanated a suffocating aura as Ryan slowly ascended the stairs, cloaked in a justice cape, with over 500 Navy personnel following behind. The Navy? Robin stared intently at the Navy stepping onto the bridge of Judicial Island, or rather, she was fixated on Ryan. Clearly exuding a chilling aura, there was also an inviting warmth about that Navy. Ryan spoke in a neutral tone. Isn't it a bit too presumptuous to speak of seizing a warship in front of me, pirates? Navy. Frankie stepped forward, loudly questioning. Why did you come from behind? Wasn't it said that there were no living people left on the island? Snap. Ryan snapped his fingers, and the Navy parted automatically, revealing the captured individuals in the midst, including Frankie's companions and bounty hunters from Frankie's family. Only the Kokoro family and people from Frankie's household were not bound. One reason being too young or too old, respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. The other reason being the bounty hunters who merely participated in the destruction of Judicial Island without needing to be tied up for such a trivial matter. Robin's expression froze. That is Zoro, Sanji, and Nami. Frankie naturally spotted the members of Frankie's household, and for a moment the macho man shed tears. Everyone is still alive. It's truly hard to contain. Super. Everyone. Frankie returned to normal, his expression serious. The Straw Hats have been captured. This is definitely not super at all. Robin broke out in a cold sweat, fixating on Ryan's undeniably striking face, gritting her teeth. Nocti Ryan, who once declared war on all the pirates of the world in Low Town of the East Blue, is an unequivocal supporter of the world government. Originally intending to say a lackey. However, this person looked too upright and too righteous. The term lackey seemed rather unsuitable. Even so, I will absolutely rescue my subordinates. Super. Frankie raised his hands high, tears streaming down his face as he shouted. The members of Frankie's household, boss, you can't save us to survive. The bridge of Judicial Island. Weapon left fist. Bang. Frankie launched a frenzied attack against Ryan with a cannon barrel emerging from his left hand aimed directly at Ryan, firing a rocket launcher. Boom. It flew straight towards Ryan, causing a violent explosion that shook the bridge beneath their feet. Frankie fixated on the thick smoke produced by the explosion. He couldn't be mistaken. That Navy soldier had not dodged, but had taken the rocket heat, and so was he defeated? Not at all, came Ryan's soft murmur from behind Frankie. Frankie! Frankie! Robin shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. Ryan reached out, grabbing the back of Frankie's neck, lifting him up and slamming him down onto the ground. Bang! Frankie was slammed into the bridge surface, his eyes glazed over as he emitted an unconscious wail. Ah! Instant kill. 6 arms bloom. Fortify. Robin crossed her arms, and suddenly 6 slender white arms sprouted from Ryan's body, wrapping around him to secure and strangle him. Ryan. Am I being taken advantage of? Ryan made no move, simply watching Robin quietly. Apologies. Strangulation. With gritted teeth, Robin immediately commanded the 6 arms to strangle him, but the result was motionless. Ryan raised an eyebrow as he getting a massage. Interesting. At his current physical strength, no matter how many of those slender arms there were, the outcome wouldn't change unless she could move them down a bit. Perhaps she could defeat his brother. What's going on? Robin, oblivious to everything else, exerted all her strength, but nothing changed. She couldn't budge him at all. Such a strong body. All right, stop touching me. Ryan grasped Robin's slender arm sprouting from his body. His palm was warm, and the arm was very much real. In other words, off. Robin covered her arm, kneeling on the ground, letting out a painful wail as her arm turned pale and colorless. Robin, Sanji, and Nami couldn't help but shout. Zoro gritted his teeth, struggling against the ropes to resist, but several Navy soldiers forced him down, immobilizing him. Damn it. Ryan's eyes flashed red as he released Robin's arms, drawing his golden revolver from his waist and shooting up towards the back of Judicial Island's bridge. Bang! The moment the gunshot rang out, a burst of flames suddenly erupted in the air, not far away, followed by a low rumble. The Navy soldiers looked back. The smoke from the explosion had not yet dissipated, and something had been intercepted by Lord Ryan. Truly powerful. Not only could he predict the future, but his shooting accuracy rivaled that of a sharpshooter. He was truly a chosen agent of justice bestowed upon the Navy by the heavens. Taking advantage of the moment, Robin distanced herself from Ryan, moving to Spandam's side, glancing down at him with a determined gaze. Meanwhile, Ryan frowned slightly, his attention still on the tower of Judicial Island. This distance, is he serious? Usopp. Usopp. Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked back in the distance at the tower of Judicial Island. The one sniping was none other than Usopp. Usopp was engaged in an ultra-long-range sniper battle over 3,000 meters away. Ha ha ha. Usopp held a massive slingshot drenched in sweat, with the burning Judicial Island behind him and the unbeatable Navy powerhouse ahead. Damn it. Why would such a powerful adversary appear at Judicial Island? I've been discovered. Is the other side also a sniper? Usopp leaned against the broken wall, panting heavily, his body trembling uncontrollably. He had originally intended to join Zoro and the others in the tunnel, but upon discovering that they had already been captured by the Navy, he had no choice but to run back to the tower of Judicial Island. Suppressing his fear of being alone in the tower, he took aim for an ultra-long distance shot with utmost precision, with only one phrase left. Desperate Usopp. But in the current situation, even with his precise sniping, he couldn't offer effective support. The Navy soldier on the other side could not only detect his shots, but also intercept them midair. He was definitely a marksman. Usopp covered his mouth with one hand and pounded the wall with the other, his eyes bloodshot, his body trembling uncontrollably. His comrades were captured, and he could only watch helplessly. Damn it. Robin, Zoro, and the others have all been captured. Who is that suddenly appearing Navy soldier? No, absolutely not. Luffy. I can only rely on Luffy now. The distance is indeed a bit far. Even if I want to launch an elbow strike that ignores distance, the opponent had already hidden the moment he was discovered. Damn it. Such decisiveness. He truly is a professional sniper. I wish I could pull out a Barrett and have a thrilling long-range duel, but unfortunately, he gave the Barrett to Zophie. Ryan displayed a look of regret, unwilling to intervene for now, opting to deal with it later. When he turned back, he witnessed a stunning scene. The commander of Judicial Island, Spandam, had been taken hostage by Robin. Spandam was bound hand and foot, unable to move, with Robin holding a sword to his neck. Seeing Ryan turn around, Robin tightened her grip, and Spandam abruptly awoke from his stupor, tears and snot streaming down his face. Ouch! It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Ryan's lips curled into a smirk. This was amusing. Why, you are Prince Spandam, the highest officer of CP9, the commander of Judicial Island. Oh no, he has been taken hostage by the child of the devil. Zoro and Sanji exchanged glances, each understanding the implications. Green, it seems we've caught a big fish. Yellow, Robin is so cool. Green, we must take this opportunity to break free. Yellow, as expected of Robin. So beautiful and powerful, much better than that green algae head. Green, are you looking to die? Perverted chef. Ryan, this won't do. The faces of the Navy men changed drastically, looking exceptionally grim. The commander was in trouble, and Lord Ryan wouldn't hold a grudge against them, would he? Spandam's eyes were dazed. He tried to raise his hand, but found he couldn't, his body still in pain, and he saw a group of Navy soldiers ahead. What is happening? Oh. Spandam's body was twisted like a shrimp, emitting a wailing sound like a dying pig. Robin threatened Ryan once more. If you want him to live, let us go. Clear a path for us, and prepare a warship. Discovering he was being held hostage, Spandam's courage shattered instantly as he shouted with a strained neck, let them go. Hurry, clear a path. I'm going to die. Quick, save me, you bunch of bastards. If I lose even a hair, I won't let you off. Oh, Ryan remained unfazed, even feeling a bit amused. The Navy behind him only considered Ryan's future with concern. They were even discussing sending 2 warriors to kill Spandam, hoping for the lightest punishment. Faced with Spandam's cries for mercy and Robin's resolute demeanor, Ryan grinned. You captured him, why should we let you pass? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Robin was stunned. Spandam even doubted his own hearing, and the Straw Hat crew stared wide-eyed at Ryan. And he doesn't care about this guy's life or death. Why? Isn't he a Navy soldier? How could he be like this? Robin was beginning to question her life. This was completely different from what she had imagined. Doesn't this commander hold any value at all? What? Spandam's nose leaked a crystal pendant, his gaze vacant. After the vacancy came an indescribable fury. Spandam momentarily forgot he was being held hostage, shouting hoarsely, my father is Spandam, a high-ranking official in the world government. He is the most powerful person in this world, second only to the 5 Elder Stars. I am the commander of Judiciary Island, the chief of CP9. You are just a mere Navy soldier. Do you even know what you are saying? Ryan rubbed his temples, his brows tightly furrowed. Oh, is the reward talking? However, this reward is really noisy. Ryan drew his horse-slaying sword, tilting his head to gaze at Spandam. A commander in such a polluted and dark place with underlings who are all criminals, it said that if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. You must surely be an embodiment of evil. Evil? Spandam gritted his teeth. What are you talking about? What evil power is everything? He had no idea he was evil. He didn't even realize there was anything wrong with his actions. After all, everything served power. In his eyes, perhaps only power represented justice. Ryan slowly raised the horse-slaying sword. Zoro watched, momentarily entranced by the beauty of the sword. With a person like this in charge of justice, the source has already been occupied by evil. The entire scene fell silent, stunned into speechlessness by Ryan's sacrilegious words. Only Zoro and Spandam remained unaware. Zoro's eyes were filled with that horse-slaying sword. Spandam was consumed by anger. Hey, you bastard Navy, stop talking to yourself. Let justice end you. Ryan smirked. Zoro snapped back to reality and shouted, Robin, get out of here. Robin, without a moment's hesitation, released Spandam and jumped aside, and in that instant the blade fell. Swish! A dark blue slash surged upward, instantly cutting towards Spandam, who had yet to fully appreciate his regained freedom when the incoming strike hit him. Blood spurted out in an instant. A vast cloud of blood mist erupted, and he collapsed to the ground, his face still filled with disbelief. Why a mere Navy dares? He would never understand. Ugh. Spandam lay on the ground, blood staining the floor. Robin sat nearby, sweating profusely, her heart racing. To capture the son of the devil, I must trouble you to sacrifice yourself, Commander. Ryan held the horse-slaying sword, a light smile on his face. Bastard. Ding. Killed the detested and evil criminal. Successfully defended justice. Reward obtained, epic hockey upgrade card. He was killed by the Navy, by that righteous Navy. Because he was evil, he was killed. Ryan sheathed his sword, nodding. That's right, Commander He was killed by the Navy, by that righteous Navy. Because he was evil, he was killed. Ryan sheathed his sword, nodding. That's right, Commander Spandam willingly sacrificed himself for me to capture you. How touching. No way. Robin trembled, her voice shaking. But you killed him. Ryan shook his head. No, he died for justice. Oh, just ask them if you don't believe me. He pointed to the Navy behind him. The Navy members tensed up, realizing it was time for them to be tested by Lord Ryan. That's exactly right. I witnessed it with my own eyes. I also heard it. A Prince Spandam said to kill me for justice. Are they idiots? No, they are just too eager to improve. The Straw Hat crew refreshed their perception of Ryan, not only powerful, but also particularly shameless, always managing to come up with some new tricks. Bang! Ryan delivered a chop to Robin's head. This nearly solved everything. The Navy immediately praised him. As expected of Lord Ryan, he resolved his opponent in just 2 moves. Yeah, if I could serve under Lord Ryan in the future, even if it meant becoming a general, I would be willing. What are you talking about? Cuff them. Ryan sheathed his sword, and the obedient sailors stepped forward to bind Frankie and Robin. Now the entire Straw Hat crew except for Luffy Usopp and the pirate ship had been captured by him. It went very smoothly. There was no sign of any protagonist aura. It seems the protagonist of this world has shifted to me. As for Aokiji asking him to show mercy. That old bastard Carp, although not a human, is quite nice to people. The identity, status, and influence he currently possesses are partly due to the efforts of that old bastard. He is not the king of cowards, able to bear the kindness of the monkey family, not only betting the old man in the new world, but also deliberately emphasizing the prevention of Luffy's dream. With Ryan's current moral level and a conscience that hasn't yet turned dark, he couldn't commit such monstrous acts. Tisk the Straw Hat Pirates. Ryan stuffed his hands into his pockets, looking at the nearly annihilated Straw Hat Pirates, feeling quite emotional. Every face gave him a sense of familiarity and strangeness. If he had to say, it felt like seeing a neatly dressed Enlightenment teacher after having gone through that phase. No longer the youthful arrogance of the past, only an outsider's perspective remaining. I know your potential too well and understand your danger, so it is impossible to let you go. You can only be invited to spend the rest of your lives in Impel Down. To avoid letting that old bastard Carp suffer the tragedy of losing a child twice in a short time, I can only choose this slightly more moderate method. Impel Down. No, don't send me to prison. Nami was desperate, blinking her eyes, pleading in a delicate voice. Righteous Navy Big Brother, we are just weak pirates without that potential. Did you not just say that this place is evil? Speaking of which, we even helped out. Are you joking right now? He neither approaches beauty nor gets lost. He is not an idiot. What window did God close on him? Hockey upgrade card used for armament hockey. Current stage armament hockey high tier. Dazed. In that moment, Ryan lifted his head and closed his eyes, feeling an infinite power surge. Full body armament, internal destruction of armament hockey, flowing hockey. As if imprinted in his brain and body, it was as easy as using his limbs, fully integrated. To prepare for the impending Marineford War, the high-tier armament hockey provided the most significant and effective boost to his strength. Bring my companions back. After the complete destruction of Justice Island, the Demon Slayer fleet of 10 warships gradually approached the Justice Island Bridge of Hesitation. Each Demon Slayer warship was larger than the Tower of Justice Island, even capable of being called a moving small island, causing the sea to become crowded. Every warship was fully armed with naval forces, exuding an imposing aura that was unmatched in the first half of the Grand Line, representing the overwhelming power of the world government. On the bridge, Ryan glanced, and then shifted his gaze upward to the furious and menacing figure of the red-hatted boy floating in midair. Return, my friends. This was probably the first somewhat formal meeting with Monkey D. Luffy, since in Shell's Town he had only seen him from afar. It was rather interesting. The Straw Hat crew saw Luffy's appearance, and hope surged again. Luffy. It's great to see Luffy. Straw Hat brother. Countless times they had found a glimmer of hope in desperate situations, successfully turning the tide. Could he lead them back to the sea again? If it's Luffy, he can definitely do it. Believing in the captain is not a matter of choice. The Navy exclaimed, it's the Straw Hat Kid Luffy, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Ryan drew his sword and swung it forward, creating a swift dark green slash that shot straight toward Luffy in midair. Suddenly, Luffy stretched out his arm in midair, grabbing the edge of the stone bridge and narrowly dodging Ryan's flying slash. Using the elasticity of his rubber body, Luffy rapidly closed the distance, appearing on the bridge in an instant, rolling to cancel the skill's animation, and his fist was instantly at Ryan's face. Goma Goma no pistol. With a whoosh, the fist raced toward Ryan's face, moving so fast that an ordinary person wouldn't have time to react. Bang! At the moment the fist landed, a powerful sonic boom erupted, sending fragments of the bridge flying, and the stones under Ryan's feet shattered into pieces. Ha ha ha. Luffy maintained his punching stance, gasping for air, his face flushed, steam rising from his body. The force is solid and the punch is clean and swift. It's quite similar to that old bastard. Ryan casually blocked and grasped Luffy's fist with his left hand, saying, unfortunately, the gap in strength is too great. Luffy did not respond. Instead, his legs changed, pumping up and down like a pneumatic pump, rapidly pumping blood his body, turning an even deeper red as he lifted his head. Whoosh! Yeah. In an instant, close to Ryan, Luffy's pulled back fist shot forward like a high-speed cannonball, once again targeting Ryan's face. Who? Ryan remained unfazed, merely tilting his head to dodge the heavy punch, feeling the fist brush past his ear, the pressure blowing his disheveled hair. Just as Ryan prepared to counterattack, a figure leapt into the air adorned in leopard print and exuding a deadly aura. It was Rob Lucci. Known as the strongest in CP9 of Justice Island for 800 years, he upheld the dark justice, defining weakness as a crime, and was the most fanatical and loyal blade of the world government. Lucci scanned the battlefield, quickly locking onto Luffy with a fierce and menacing glare. That straw hat bastard actually dared to abandon him to fight someone else. With that thought, he disregarded Ryan and directly unleashed his shave technique to close in on Luffy. Ryan frowned tightly upon seeing this. That bastard must be guilty as well. Should I kill him now? Taking advantage of Ryan's moment of contemplation, Luffy broke free from his restraints, creating distance and leaving the attack range of Lucci's kicks. Ryan adjusted the blade of his sword, swinging it upward to execute a slash that instantly severed Lucci's air slashes. Hey you, Straw Hat Kid. Ryan did not mind, but Lucci ignored him, closing in on Luffy with a kick. Bang! Luffy was sent flying from Ryan's side from that kick. Lucci followed closely, swooping past Ryan with a clear target, his blade aimed straight at Luffy. Ryan. Standing still, Ryan stared blankly, feeling as if he had been ignored. Hey, is Lord Ryan being ignored? Shut up. Lord Ryan is adapting to changes with stability. Exactly. Even if he is truly being ignored, it's because they are blind. Hush, hush. The Navy was in disarray, and Ryan's heart was also chaotic. Ryan. What do these idiots want, really? Being ignored is being ignored. It's not like it's embarrassing or would cost me a piece of flesh. Right? Stunned, Ryan half-turned, staring intently at Luffy and Lucci. The two were still lost in battle, continuously shouting, Aura, 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 from the 100 Herbs Garden to the Saimai bookstore, fists landing with force, drenched in sweat and blood. Did they even consider my feelings? You bunch of dog bastards. Huh, there's a killing intent. Suddenly Luffy and Lucci felt a jolt of fear, and in perfect sync, they stopped and separated, searching for the source of the killing intent, only to see Ryan approaching with a sword in hand. His justice cloak billowed gently, the blade of his sword gleaming coldly, and with his head slightly lowered, his expression couldn't be seen, only his eyes filled with a misty red aura. Lucci frowned. Navy Colonel. What business does a Navy have here looking for death? Lucci thought he was here to support him and raised his hand. You are no match for him, you don't have to. Before he could finish, his expression changed, recognizing the lifeless body lying on the ground. Spandam. Wait a minute, Spandam is dead. Lucci exclaimed in shock. What a joke. How could he? Though the waste is dead, it must be acknowledged that he was his direct superior and had a powerful father. Now that he is dead here, he would undoubtedly face accountability and maybe even be hunted down. Yes, Ryan replied softly. Who did it? Lucci pressed on. At the very least, he needed to apprehend the culprit to lessen his responsibility. Otherwise, the world government would not let them off. Ryan shrugged. Who knows about such things? Lucci's fighting spirit, which had been ignited, chilled considerably, and cold sweat appeared on his back. Damn it, who is the culprit? Sometimes saying less just makes one seem aloof, not necessarily indicating high. As Lucci felt a mix of fear and dread, Luffy finally had the chance to interject, shouting at Ryan, Return my friends. No. Ryan shook his head. Not just them, but you too will be captured by me. The pirate crew, not good. The sound of an explosion came from behind. Ryan turned around, and his lips couldn't help but twitch as he spotted Usopp in the distance holding a slingshot. What the hell? A broken slingshot can shoot so accurately and so far. What are the other gunners supposed to do? Truly, it's Usopp in dire straits. Super. The ropes binding Frankie were suddenly severed by a burning cannonball, and after breaking free, he struck a thunderous pose to celebrate his regained freedom. Stop with the super. Quickly help us untie the ropes. Sanji and Zoro roared loudly with sharp teeth and fierce mouths. Seeing this, Luffy finally showed a joyful expression, bursting into laughter. That's the Sniper King. Ahaha, that guy is really reliable. The Navy, seeing Frankie freed, immediately drew their swords to stop him. Quick, stop him. Everyone attacked together. However, swords clashing against Frankie's body felt no different than striking a block of iron. Frankie separated his body and charged, knocking down several Navy soldiers. Then Frankie was the first to untie Robin's ropes. Once she activated her abilities, all the bindings were undone. The rushing Navy soldiers were struck down by arms sprouting from Robin's body before they could attack. Slap, slap, slap. I can't feel my face. It hurts so much. Many Navy soldiers lay on the ground, wailing, their faces swollen. On Frankie's side, he raised his left hand towards the Navy. Weapon left hand. Bang. A wave of powerful energy surged forth, knocking down another 6 or 7 Navy soldiers. The Navy, wanting to live up to Ryan's expectations, pressed on fiercely without retreating. They charged again, this time facing Zoro and Sanji, and in no time, dozens more Navy soldiers were taken down. They were completely outmatched. In just a few seconds, Ryan was left exhausted. He couldn't blame those Navy soldiers. The Straw Hat crew was indeed powerful, but Ryan couldn't help but long for his own team. Sophie, Alice, everyone. I miss you all. These people are really weak. They can't even coordinate properly. Zoro retrieved 3 swords. Nami took back her weather stick. Sanji grabbed his cigarettes, and Chopper was unchanged. Now we can fight properly. Zoro bit down on Sandai Kitetsu and held his swords with both hands, a smirk creeping onto his face. I will definitely redeem myself. Sanji lit a cigarette, exhaling a puff of smoke, while keeping his gaze fixed on Ryan. Nami tightly gripped her weather stick. Chopper transformed into a large form. Robin crossed her arms, and Frankie struck a super pose with the rest of Frankie's crew following suit. Ryan sighed helplessly, one hand on his forehead. In this situation, why did they still want to fight? Wouldn't it be better to go to Impel Down and sit in prison? Through the gaps between his fingers, Ryan's crimson eyes could be seen. Since they didn't want to sit in prison peacefully, then let him fulfill their desires. Nami, Chopper, and Frankie's crew blocked the more than 500 Navy soldiers. Zoro, Sanji, Frankie, and Robin came to stop Ryan. Luffy, we're here to help you. Seeing his companions freed, Luffy grinned, revealing a smile. Ah, companions, let's fight together. Zoro and the others exchanged knowing smiles. Of course, we're companions. This is truly super. Except for Robin, who looked serious. That man is too dangerous. Although that Navy soldier upheld true justice and recognized right from wrong, he showed no mercy against evil. But that kind of justice is too pure to tolerate the existence of any evil, even if it concerns high-ranking officials of the world government. She didn't dislike such a Navy soldier, just like Saul, because if there were more Navy soldiers like him, there would be fewer people like her. In fact, if all the Navy soldiers executing the extermination orders had been like him, perhaps O'Hara wouldn't have been left with just her. However, now both sides were opponents' enemies. At this moment, Lucci also felt the situation was tricky. He looked at Ryan and said, "Hey Navy, let's team up." Ryan gently lifted his head, twisted his neck, and faced the attacking Straw Hat crew, his expression as calm as water. Lucci ignored. Zoro was the first to launch an attack, stomping the ground with a ferocious expression. Against you, I have to bring out my full strength. The scene of being easily defeated in the underground tunnel was fresh in his mind. It was a complete failure, an utterly unremarkable defeat. However, more than that, he feared losing the courage to fight again. Who stunned? Zoro sprouted 2 heads on either side, each growing 4 arms, transforming into a 3-headed 6-armed form, wielding a total of 9 swords. This is the 9-sword style. Ryan's lips curled downward. Demon aura. Hmph. Majestic righteousness. A white aura surged from Ryan's body, coiling around the sword's edge, flickering with white. Ryan's lips curled downward. Demon aura. Hmph. Majestic righteousness. A white aura surged from Ryan's body, coiling around the sword's edge, flickering with white arcs. Battle axe cut. In that moment, his entire being illuminated the surroundings like the warm sun. Even the chilling atmosphere dissipated. Luffy couldn't help but gape. Oh, what the heck, that cold-faced guy is actually a good person. Sanji's cigarette fell to the ground. What a joke. That guy's sense of justice is even purer than my lechery. How could this be possible? Robin gazed at Ryan, unable to calm down for a long time, the righteous energy cultivated from her inner sense of justice. Could the world government really accommodate such a person? What is that? Lucci's brows furrowed tightly. What on earth was that aura? Was that guy a demon from hell? Ryan then moved the sword, slashing downwards, fiercely clashing against Zoro's 9-sword style. In just a moment, whoosh. Zoro's body erupted with a cloud of blood mist. The phantom of the 9-sword style dissolved like cream upon encountering the righteous energy. Bang! Zoro knelt down, spitting blood from his mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief. Ryan glanced at him and then withdrew his gaze. A little brat. Demon wind kick. Whoosh! Sanji's right leg erupted with intense flames, heading straight for Ryan. This is just right for lighting a candle. Ryan sidestepped the kick, grabbing Sanji's ankle with an arm infused with haki. Luffy instantly activated Gear Second, attacking from the side with a flurry of punches. This is more like a massage. He flung Sanji towards Luffy, crashing directly into him. Frankie's right fist shot forward, aimed at Ryan's face. This is even more childish. The slash blade was immediately unleashed, splitting Frankie's fist in half. Robin crossed her arms, sprouting 2 arms from either side of Ryan's thighs. Haha, this is hilarious. Hey! Ryan suddenly widened his eyes at Robin, not his sister. Robin froze for a moment, blushing as she looked down.